Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce_head fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of, What If Young Deku Got Provisional License? Now before starting, give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Third POV. Early morning on a nice July day, everyone in the area could hear a scream that could be heard from the home of one Midoriya residence. Hisashi, get in here now. My water broke, said a voice from a woman. A male came running downstairs and almost fell as he did so. I'm here, Inko. What did you say happened? The man identified as Hisashi asked. The woman, who is now known as Inko, just looked at him and said, water broke, and then he paled. Hisashi froze for a few moments until Inko just slapped him on the back of the head, telling him to get moving. He started to run around like a chicken without its head. After the wife calmed down the husband, they soon got into the car and made their way to the hospital. The wife was getting closer and closer to the delivery, and soon they arrived at the hospital. Inko just told her husband to hurry it up as they made their way into the emergency room. The nurses asked what was wrong and were told that Inko water broke and would be going into labor. They got her onto a bed and had her transferred to the medical ward for babies. It was 3 grueling hours later when the nurse came out and brought Hisashi into the operating room. It was here that Hisashi saw for the first time their baby boy, who had come into the world with his green hair and green eyes. He took your hair and eyes, but it seems he got my hairstyle. I feel for him with this unruly hair, Hisashi stated as Inko just laughed a bit since she was too tired from pushing her son out. The doctors came in and did the final checks over Inko and the baby. Everything is done. We just need a name for your child. Any ideas, or do you need some time? The doctor asked as he filled out the paperwork in preparation for the name being ready. Inko and Hisashi looked at each other and they said that they decided to name their son Midoriya Izuku. They said the name at the same time, which the doctor found sweet. The doctor wrote it in and congratulated them. Welcome to the world, Izuku Midoriya, he said as he handed them the paperwork to sign certifying the birth and name. They signed the paperwork and the doctor took it to go file the paperwork with the government. This was the birth of Izuku Midoriya, who would face many challenges in his life but also stand firm in his determination to challenge the world. Several years have passed and Izuku was now 4 years old. He was in the living room with his mother playing since she had gotten off from work earlier that day. As such, Izuku was dressed up as his favorite hero, All Might, and he had come into the room wanting to save his mother from the mean blanket that was hugging her too hard. I am here to save you. Rawr, Izuku said as he slid into the room, though he did almost fall down a few times as he slid around the floor. Inko just laughed at her son's antics. As this was going on, you might be wondering, where was Hisashi Midoriya at in all of this fun in the home? Well, as it turns out, when Izuku was 2 years old, Hisashi passed away due to a villain attack that claimed his life on the way home from work one night. The villain was fighting a newer hero when the villain had decided to bolt away from the fight. This villain could turn himself into an iron-moving man who collided with Hisashi's car as he came to pass the street where the fight was going on without his knowledge. The villain just ran right into the car and caused it to fly into the other lane where a truck was coming down and struck his side of the car on the side door. This caused Hisashi to die on impact. Inko had to go and claim his body, and she decided to have him cremated since she knew money would become tight from now on since she was a single mother. Luckily for her, Hisashi had bought a large life insurance policy without her knowledge. He had been taking money from his checks before he deposited it in the bank and had 2 policies purchased, one on each of them. When the will was read, he explained in it that he had a coworker that died early and left his family with a policy that saved their lives since he was the money earner in the family. After that day, Hisashi bought a policy for both of them, and the policy value was $1 million for his, while hers was at $500,000. His had started out at only a $500,000 policy, but it had a feature where you could invest money inside of it to increase the value. As such, Hisashi had made smart decisions and grew the policy of his to the $1 million mark by adding money to the policy and investing it. This grew to be far more than he invested into it in the first place, and this money would let Inko and Izuku be set for the majority of their life as long as she didn't waste it. Hisashi explained inside of his will that her policy wasn't invested into since she didn't work when he bought the 2 policies, and the aim of her policy was to provide him a period of grief and adjustment, which turned into needing money to stay home for some time until Izuku could take care of himself while Hisashi was at work, since they had him after the policies were bought. Inko was so happy that her husband was smart enough to purchase the policies. It helped her relax a bit since she could wait to start working until he grew up a bit more and they wouldn't lose their home, since Inko could just take part of the cash now and pay it off since only $100,000 remained on the loan. This way, in any unfortunate events, they would still have a home over their head. Now back to the living room with Izuku at age 4 and him saving his mother from the evil blanket. Inko had started working lately since Izuku spends the daytime in school, so she decided to start working to help save the excess money they had from Hisashi life policy. They had $800,000 of the life insurance policy left since Inko had decided to take $100,000 to have the house paid off, and the other $100,000 that has been spent in the last 2 years was for all of their expenses and a newer car for Inko to travel to and from work. The new car was also used to transport Izuku around town since she didn't want to take him on public transport yet. Izuku kept playing with his mother, unaware of the twist that was going to be coming in his life in the next few days. His mother was getting worried since he hasn't presented a quirk yet. As such, she decided to take Izuku to a quirk doctor in a week to have him checked. She had taken the time off from work and alerted the school of this. As such, the week came and went, and it was now time for the trip to the doctor to happen. Izuku was thrilled since he would learn the truth about his quirk. However, that happiness would soon turn to sorrow. As Izuku sat in the play area at the doctor's office for children, he heard his family name be called and he looked for who was calling it. He saw a nurse come up to his mother and start talking to her. After a few minutes of talking, his mother came to grab Izuku and take him somewhere. Izuku soon found that his mother had taken him to a doctor's medical room and where he sat on the table. They took some of his blood and gave him a lollipop for not crying when they took his blood. They also did some x-rays of his body. After waiting for about 1 more hour in the waiting room again, the doctor came and called them back to the waiting room. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm here to talk to you about your son's results," the doctor said as he pulled the results out of the file and started to look over them. As he read, his face took a look of sadness that Inko noticed. She asked him what was wrong. He sighed and then put the x-ray onto the screen next to them. "Ma'am, I'm sorry to say that based on the x-ray, your son does not have a quirk, nor should he get one. The human body adapted as he grew with quirks over the generations," he stated, and Inko had a tear in her eye. She knew quirkless people weren't treated the best in their society. If you look at this x-ray, you can see the double toe joint that is present in quirkless people. With this, we can rule that your son won't develop a quirk. "I'm sorry," he stated. Izuku had dropped his All Might toy on the ground in shock when he processed the words from the doctor. "But I want to be a hero?" Izuku muttered, and the doctor looked at Izuku with sadness and apologized and said that it would be best to give it up. This world is harsh towards those without quirks. It would be impossible for someone to be a quirkless hero, the doctor stated. Izuku just had a few tears down his face since it was still hitting him. Inko thanked the doctor and took Izuku home. The ride home was silent and only the radio was on. It was playing one of those All Might commercials for a local restaurant that was branded in his theme. Izuku felt sadness washed over him. He wanted to be a hero that made people happy and helped them feel safe. He wanted to be a hero similar to All Might, and the world was telling him that he couldn't do that. The wind during the day had started to get cool as it was going into early fall. It wasn't cold really, but it had a nice feeling to it. However, the wind felt cold and hollow to Izuku due to the news he received. He just got out of the car when they arrived home and went to his room. Inko came into his room about 30 minutes later and found Izuku looking at the computer. He had the debut of All Might playing on it as he turned around to Inko and had some tears in his eyes. He asked her the simple question. "Can I be a hero too?" he asked her. Inko froze at that question. She didn't know what to say. All she could do was apologize to her son and hug him with tears coming out of her eyes and down her face just like her son. The only thing that was going through Inko's mind as she hugged her son was how unfair the world was to let children be born into a world of quirked humans and not grant a young child with a golden heart like Izuku without a quirk of his own. Izuku just sat there with tears coming down his face and his eyes widened. He wanted his mother to support him and tell him that his dream was possible. However, he knew that she still loved him even if she couldn't tell him yes to his question because she was his mother and she always loved him no matter what. Izuku was saddened and hurt that she did not say yes, but he still loved her regardless. A few more years would come to pass and Izuku would suffer a lot of discrimination from his peers who would laugh at him and pick on him for his dreams even though he is quirkless. He would also suffer discrimination from his caretakers at school who were meant to protect him. They constantly tell him that he would never amount to anything because he lacks a single gene in his body and has one extra bone in his toe. However, Izuku refuses to submit to their words. Each day Izuku just keeps pushing forward on his path. He decided to start writing down facts and information that he would gather from hero fights. He analyzed the fights the best he could. The reason for this is because he wanted to understand how quirks were used in fights and how people added fighting styles to their combat to aid their quirks. Izuku though noticed a lot of heroes and villains just relied on their quirks without much of a fighting style at all. Sure, some heroes had a fighting style, but if you were to remove the quirk, their fighting style wouldn't work at all and they would be dead weight. As Izuku was mumbling his way through the day, a bully from one of his classes decided to push him around. The bully said many things, but one thing actually stuck out to Izuku. He almost missed it because he just ignores everything they say each time they pick on him. The bully's words were, "How do you plan to be a hero when you can't physically fight? You are physically too weak, you quirkless freak," he stated as he punched Izuku in the stomach, making him almost throw up his lunch. The teacher walked over and said that it was enough and to get moving along. That was the thing that Izuku disliked the most. The teachers knew the physical and verbal bullying was going on and never did anything. It sometimes happened right in front of them, but they never did anything to stop it. Izuku was just glad the bullying only happened one or two every few weeks and they stuck to verbal attacks most of the time. It made life so much easier, unlike some of the quirkless stories that Izuku had read online. They talked about how they were suicided, baited constantly and beaten up on a daily basis with people using their quirks on them. Izuku had had people use their quirks a few times a month, but not to the degree that other quirkless people talk about. Izuku thought about the words the bully had said. Normally he ignores it all, but this stuck with him for some reason. He then started to self-analyze himself as if he was a third party. He started listing strengths and weaknesses and areas of improvement. He then realized what the bully meant and he felt as he was an idiot. All of this time I've been increasing my mental abilities, but never did I work on my physical abilities, Izuku said to himself. He knew that he would need to figure out a way to start doing this. Then he realized that his late father had some weights in one of the closets. As such, Izuku had made plans to secure the weights and move them to his room once he returned home. He didn't want his mother asking about them, so he needed to do it one day while she had to work late into the night. Izuku had also planned out a route that he would start running that was safe to travel on so he could start increasing his physical conditioning. Without knowing it, Izuku's bully had only encouraged Izuku to change his habits and get into a better shape to try and chase his dream. He refused to allow his dream to be some impossible dream. He had learned about underground heroes and knew that he had a better shot at being one of them than being an above-ground hero like All Might. No one said he couldn't save people with a smile and make people feel safe at night. This was the origin of Izuku Midoriya and how his life took a sad twist. Yet he refused to let it stop him or hold him back. Lost of a loving father and the delivery of horrible news in regards to his quirk. Izuku Midoriya had learned at a young age the harsh truth that the world isn't fair nor is it easy to survive in. Izuku knew his life as a quirkless person was going to be rough, and he saw that with the past few years since he was told he was quirkless, but what he didn't know was that his life will have its ups and downs. Fortune and misfortune. He will meet people that he would become very close to and lose those very same people. Everything must be taken in stride though, since it's the journey of life, and how we overcome those challenges that fate has thrown us is how the final outcome in our life is decided. This is the story of Izuku Midoriya, who would take on a hero name given to him through the blood of his friends. This is the story of Fulcrum, the hero of courage who refuses to back down from the challenges that life has thrown at him and has kept getting back up when he was knocked down to the ground. Third POV. Many years have gone by since that day with the bully in the hallway. Even though they have grown older and have made it to their last year of middle school, Izuku still gets bullied constantly and teachers still ignore it or even encourage it. However, Izuku is closing in on graduation from middle school and he would need to decide what to do with his life. His mother had discovered his plans to train to be a quirkless hero and she just accepted it. She knew his determination was far too strong. She told Izuku one day when they talked about it that, "You inherited your father's determination to not give up until the last breath. It was how he got me to marry him after pestering me for years to date him. He would keep coming up with new ideas like flowers or random notes as we grew up through the middle school. I finally broke down and agreed to a date, and years later there you came. I hate the fact that you want to be a hero since I don't want to lose you. I love you and I don't want to lose you, but I also know that if your father was here he would be saying the opposite of what I would be doing and encouraging it. I have to take his views into consideration and understand that you will leave my home one day. I need to accept that you must live your life as you want to, even if I might hate something of it," Inko said as Izuku just hugged her and thanked her for supporting him even though it hurt her. That is how they converted Izuku's father's office into a small gym, since it was just collecting dust. Izuku had submitted his paper declaring that he was going to try for UA near the end of the year. They still had a year left of middle school and then the entire summer break before the exam would start. Izuku knew he would need to figure out a workout plan to better help him train. However, his thoughts were cut off. One of the bullies had just poured milk onto Izuku's head. Izuku was so glad the end of the day was here and he could go home. After stopping at the bathroom to clean some of the milk off, he left home and decided to take a long way home to just relax. That was how he found himself at 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon kneeling on the ground of a roof after having his dream crushed. Why? Why All Might? Izuku thought as he picked himself up. Cheeks stained and soaked with the tears he had shed after talking to All Might, he could feel sobs wanting to break through the surface and make him start crying again, but Izuku refused to stay down. He hasn't gone all of these years to stop now just because of All Might. Izuku grabbed his bright yellow backpack and started to walk down the staircase. His body that usually felt light due to all the training he has done to be physically fitter than in the past now felt heavy as he felt his muscles move as he went down each step. It felt like he was walking down the stairs and going into hell, where he would find reality being the actual hell. Now someone might wonder why Izuku is feeling like this and why he was saying All Might's name. Well, he had an incident on his way from school. Since he decided to take the long path home, he had run into a villain. This villain was a villain made of sludge. The villain was escaping from a hero which turned out to be All Might. Izuku had gotten attacked but kept his distance until All Might had shown up and defeated the villain. Izuku saw All Might and wanted to ask the question, so when All Might had jumped away, Izuku had grabbed onto him, and that is how he found himself on the roof where he was only 10 minutes ago. Izuku felt numb after talking to All Might. Sure, he refused to give up, but when the number one hero says what he said, then it does hurt far more than anyone else's opinion. As Izuku stood on the roof with a cold breeze going through the air, he had asked All Might a question after the hero stopped reprimanding him for his action. Izuku had asked him about quirkless people and if they could ever be a hero. I am quirkless and I want to be a hero. I know I can't be a top hero like you, but I just want to save people and make them feel safe when I arrive. Do you think it's possible? Izuku had asked. The cold air felt bone-chilling when All Might spoke. The words All Might stated echoed into Izuku's ears. The world of heroics is a dangerous place. As such, it is the job of the pros who must be willing to risk it all, day in and day out, to save people and defeat the villains. Trust me when I say even top heroes get injured in the line of duty. As such, without a quirk? I should think not. All Might stated. He then started again on his words as he had a sad smile. Heroes could very easily die the moment they leave their homes and their outfits, or even worse, be captured and tortured for endless days due to them being a hero. Without a quirk, this job would become far more dangerous than it already is. As such, I cannot tell you yes that you can be a hero even though you are quirkless. It wouldn't be possible to deal with the villains or natural disaster that would come your way. All Might stated as he was getting ready to job away. Then he said one more statement that hit Izuku the hardest of it all. If you wish to save people and protect others, then be a police officer or a medic. Sure, they get a lot of heat since they're pro heroes, but it's still important and far more realistic for someone like you. Stated All Might as he jumps away, leaving Izuku there on the roof. It hurt Izuku so much. He was used to people telling him no, but to hear it from All Might was harder, but that wasn't what hurt the most. It was the last portion. For someone like you, that hurt far more than everything else. Izuku honestly used All Might's smile to keep him going every day, and now his smile had less of a shine to Izuku. Izuku finally made it down the steps and was walking home. He knew he was going to take a while longer, so he texted his mother that he would be later since he decided to take a long way home. After about 5 minutes of walking, he received a message from his mother warning him to be careful and that she loved him. Izuku's heart and body felt a bit lighter at that. Leave it to my mother to make my day better, Izuku thought. With that text message, the tears that had fallen from Izuku's face again had slowed down and come to a stop. Izuku lifted his head higher and kept pushing forward. Though it seemed fate had it out for Izuku today and needed another event to happen. As Izuku was walking home, he found police barricades and a lot of people watching a fight. There were several heroes standing by doing nothing as they watched another hero fight a villain who was a natural counter for them. The hero had a static quirk that allowed them to shock people and numb them enough that they couldn't move quickly. However, the villain's quirk allowed them to turn themselves into a rubber texture that allowed them to stretch but also counter the hero's quirk. The villain was also using a weapon when the hero had nothing. The other heroes on the site were just yelling words of encouragement, and Izuku found this annoying when they should get involved and help her. One hero standing around was Death Arms. Death Arms had a strength-increasing quirk that allowed him to lift things that most people couldn't do. However, he was no All Might strength. This hero and a few others could be helping the other hero instead of standing around. The fight kept going on for a while, and Izuku just kept analyzing the situation as he stood there. A small part of his mind wondered why he was doing it, since even the number one said he couldn't be a hero, but the rest of him refused to admit it. He was going to be a hero one day, and analyzing fighting styles and how people move around in a fight are important for him when he becomes a hero. However, as the fight kept going on, Izuku noticed that the hero was in danger. The hero suffered many wounds that limited their movement, and it was in that moment that everything changed with the world. Izuku saw the women's muscles clench up in protest due to being overworked with her wounds, and then their leg gave out. The female hero fell to the group and the villain was going to take the chance to end the hero's life. Izuku saw that the hero was in danger and for some reason he moved without him knowing when or how. His body just started to run. As the blade was coming down, her eyes widened as the blade got closer and closer, and then she closed them tightly fearing that it would be the end. However, the blade never made contact with the female hero. It didn't hit. Instead, a backpack had come flying and had knocked the blade out of the villain's hand, which distracted him. Everyone was stunned because when they looked where the backpack came from they saw a middle school student. They paled when they realized the villain started towards him. The female hero tried to get up since the boy had just saved her life when the other heroes didn't even get involved in her annoyance. She tried to move but her body wouldn't listen to her. Then as the villain raised his hand to throw a punch backed by his quirk, they heard the laugh of a hero. The laugh of All Might as he jumped down and grabbed the villain. Since the villain didn't have any weapons, the man couldn't fight back, especially against someone who had far more strength to restrain him. His quirk only let him turn into a rubber texture and stretch. Even Death Arms could have defeated this villain easily if he had gotten involved. A police officer had detained the villain as Death Arms was just reprimanding Izuku for getting involved. Izuku just snapped. Where were you then? It was clear she was having trouble, yet you and the other heroes just stood there doing nothing. It's your job to save people and yet you stood there. So before you start chewing me out, you should reconsider what it means to be a hero, since you clearly don't know what it means. It means to save people even when hope might be lost. It means to keep pushing forward when all the odds are against you. Izuku said and walked away, ignoring the heroes calling him to come back. Izuku didn't want to deal with them, so he just quickly made his way through some alleys and lost them since he was used to his hometown. He needed to know how to escape his bullies quite well over the years, so it was hard for anyone to follow him unless they could fly above him. Though it seems one hero in particular could jump really high and follow him that way. That hero was none other than All Might himself. "Young man, wait," stated a voice behind Izuku. Izuku heard the call and turned around and saw the man. It was a man that looked skeleton-like with his thinner build and sharper facial features that he held. He was very tall though and had blonde hair. Izuku felt like he has seen this man before but couldn't place him. The man asked Izuku if they could talk. Izuku wanted to say no but felt like he needed to, or else something wouldn't happen that should happen. Izuku said sure, and then the man started to talk. The man then powered up and there stood All Might. Izuku was freaking out that the skeleton-like man had just turned into All Might. Izuku was about to scream imposter, but All Might beat him to it. "I'm not an imposter if you are wondering," he said as he dropped down to his skinny form again. All Might then provided proof. He talked about the roof and what was said about it. "I'm here to offer an apology. I shouldn't have said that. Also, I have a question. During the last villain attack, what was going on in your mind when you did that?" he asked. Izuku explained how he just dangerously put himself in danger and he didn't even know why since his body moved without him telling it to. Izuku noticed a big smile on All Might's face at this statement, and Izuku was wondering why. All Might then talked about his injury, that he showed Izuku the wound and described how he got it and when he got it. "It was 3 years ago when I received this wound. I had a large fight with a villain and they did it to me," he stated, and Izuku was shocked. "None of the known villains you fought or any that are known should be strong enough to do that to you," Izuku stated. All Might agreed and explained that it was a fight that was hidden from the world and the villain is an old one that he had ended in the fight, so there was no need to worry anymore. All Might then talked a bit more. "What I said on that roof, I was wrong. Most heroes that are true heroes in this world had a moment where you did and their body just moved on its own. I've been looking for someone like that, and young man, I need to make a correction. You can be a hero. I think if you had enough proper training it's possible to be a quirkless hero, but I have an offer that would make that impossible for you. I want you to inherit my quirk and become my successor," All Might stated. Izuku froze at what he just heard. Izuku then asked what he meant. All Might smirked again as tears were coming down Izuku's face. All Might had just told Izuku he could be a hero even quirkless. He also said he could gain a damn quirk. All Might started to speak. "My quirk can be passed on from one user to the next. I want you to become my heir and let me train you as my successor," he said. Izuku had many questions about a transferable quirk and how that should be impossible, but All Might knocked him out of his thoughts. "Young Midoriya, please come back down to earth. The choice is yours to accept or decline. I won't force this on you," All Might stated. Izuku just stopped overthinking it and responded that he would do it. "Yes, I'll do it. I always wanted to be a hero even if I was quirkless. My goal was to save people and make them feel safe. If this will help me do a better job at it, then yes," Izuku said, and All Might just laughed and patted him on the head. "Good. Now that we have an agreement, we need to train you to be ready to hold OFA. As such, meet me at the Dagoba beach at 5 am tomorrow, okay? All Might stated, and Izuku agreed with it. All Might gave Izuku his contact details so they could reach each other, and they split apart for the day. Izuku then headed home and felt so much lighter and happier than he has ever been. This was the start of grueling training for Izuku though. Izuku would be sore almost every single day during this training, and in the end he wouldn't regret it. One step closer to my dream of being a hero, and I now have a major supporter as well. Izuku thought as he entered his home and started to do his normal routine of working out in the home gym before going to sleep. He set his alarm for 4 am and went to bed quickly after eating dinner with his mother. Izuku couldn't wait for the next day to come. Third POV. Izuku wasn't 100% sure what to expect when he went to meet All Might at the beach, but he honestly wasn't expecting to be picked up and thrown down onto the beach in the middle of all of the trash. Start picking up the trash and cleaning. It's time to get you ready for one for all. All Might stated. Izuku asked what he meant. You said I was worthy to be your successor, so I'm taking this isn't related to that but my body instead? Izuku said as he took his shirt off to ensure it didn't get soaked in sweat. All Might started to say yes when he realized that Izuku was not the stick noodle he had thought he was. Yes, but it seems you aren't the stick noodle I thought you were. You might be able to hold OFA currently, but I don't want to risk it. We have a year and a half to get you ready for the UA exams. One for all is a quirk that grows stronger each time it's passed, meaning it will be stronger than I currently wield. The more muscles you have, the better percentage control you can have over one for all. As such, let us set a goal of you cleaning this entire beach in 10 months. This will give us 5 months of quirk training before you attempt the exam. All Might stated. Izuku nodded his head at that explanation and got to work. To be fair, it was hard. Not really on cleaning, but the smell of the beach was hard to withstand. It's been sitting here for years. His mother looked at him like he was crazy for telling her that he would start doing training at this beach. She just slowly nodded her head and gave him a questioning look. Izuku had to hold a laugh at his mother's facial expression when he saw her questioning look. He didn't need her digging into this currently. Izuku was working day in and day out on the beach. One weekend when Izuku was pulling a fridge, he felt a lot more weight behind him. He turned around and there his trainer was sitting on it with his roughly 600 pounds of extra weight. Hey, I'm only like 550 in this form nowadays. All Might complained. Also, why am I hauling trash again instead of doing a workout in a gym? Izuku asked. All Might then explained that back in the before years when he was younger, the heroes were more about community service and being true heroes. Sadly, a lot of heroes are in it just for money instead of saving people or giving back. All Might said with a sad smile. Izuku understood this and got back to work. It was indeed a good thing to give back to the community. He also understood that if he didn't clean the beach, then who would, since it has been here for years. All Might also said another thing as Izuku pulled the fridge. I also wish to see the beach cleaned again, since this beach my master and I came to a lot. All Might said in a low tone, and Izuku didn't question it. Based on the tone, he wouldn't answer likely. Izuku rubbed his hands and gripped the rope and pulled the fridge with an All Might on top of it, and slowly but surely made his way across the beach with a lot of trouble. You know, it would be easier if you weren't on it. Izuku groaned out, and All Might countered that it wouldn't be training if it was easy. This training kept going on for the next many months. All Might at one point had to return to the agency so he could prepare things to have a more constant presence in this town, since Izuku would be here training and going to UA. All Might wouldn't stay all the time, but he wanted to be here as much as he could during the training until Izuku started at UA, and then he could figure what to do next after that. It was the 8th month of the beach cleanup. All Might was currently on his return trip to the city to check in on Izuku. He didn't plan to be gone the entire damn month, but things happened. He remembered how one month he found Izuku pushing so hard that he collapsed one day during training. The boy is doing so well, but sometimes he just pushes far too much. Toshinori Yagi aka All Might thought. He was kind of worried at the state he would find his protege in when he returned, since he knew his boy would push himself when he wasn't around. As such, as Toshinori was driving up towards the beach near the end of Izuku's morning training time, he noticed something. I don't smell trash, nor do I see trash, he thought as he pulled up. The beach was clean. The beach was fully clean except one spot. He saw his protege there sleeping on the beach. Dear God, my boy, you are 2 months ahead of schedule. This provides 7 months of quirk training time that we can do now instead of just 5 months. All Might was really happy with the state of the beach. All Might had taken Izuku home and laid him on his bed. Izuku had introduced Inko to Toshinori so that they would know of each other before something ever happened. As such, it wasn't unnormal to find Toshinori dropping Izuku off, since Inko knew he was training Izuku. She asked if he pushed it again and he said yes and that he is almost done cleaning the beach and would likely be finished in the next couple of days or weeks max. Inko still doesn't know about One for All though. All Might and Izuku had a few conversations about it and it was at a stalemate currently. Izuku wanted to tell her but All Might was hesitant due to fear of Izuku's mother being in danger. The final week of cleaning had come to pass and Izuku was now done cleaning it all up. Izuku was so proud of himself for what he has accomplished and he looked over the beach when he heard his master arrive. Good job Izuku, you have really cleaned this beach and it is right at the 8th month mark as well, Toshinori stated. They sat there on the beach just looking at the sunrise in the early morning. It was so amazing. All Might had shown Izuku a few pictures of the before and after the body of Izuku's and he could really tell the difference between the two. Izuku was more muscular than he was but he still focused more on speed and agility with stamina than overall strength. He wasn't really the same build as All Might anyway so it would take years to get to that type of body build. Now it's time for the transfer of One for All. This power has passed through 7 people before me starting with the first wielder during the dawn of quirks and now will land in your hands the 9th user. Are you ready? All Might stated. Izuku then stopped him. I'm sorry? I can't accept this without telling my mother All Might. Izuku sat with his head bowed. All Might's eyes widened real quickly. All Might, my mother has supported me all these years and she hates the fact that I want to be a hero quirkless. Do you honestly think she won't connect the dots later on when I appear with a quirk out of random and then you lose your quirk and your skinny form are revealed which turns out to be the same man that trained her son before his so-called quirk appeared? She isn't that dumb not to connect the dots. I can't accept if you won't let me tell her. I'm sorry. You say the quirk will be mine but you also prevent me from telling her. I know it will be hard to tell her and not reveal your form but that is the point I'm at. I'm sorry for disappointing you and not being able to become your successor All Might. Izuku said as he bowed his head again with tears coming down his face. All Might was frozen. He had a successor and the only thing stopping the ceremony was that one point. Telling his mother. All Might thought for a few moments and gave in. Izuku was his successor and it was also his right to tell who he wanted to. All Might himself did tell other people as well so it would be unfair of him to restrict the boy he thought. Okay, we can tell your mother. We'll also tell her about my form or else she might think you are crazy. All Might stated. Izuku's head shot up in surprise and he just hugged All Might and thanked him. That is how they all found themselves at a dinner table that afternoon eating when Toshinori brought the subject up. Inko, we need to have a talk about Izuku, he said and she looked confused and concerned. As you know he plans to be a hero and I've been training him to physical build up for that result. What you didn't know is that we had another hidden motivate for that. Izuku won't be a quirkless hero instead he will use a quirk. He said and Inko just looked confused. He doesn't have a quirk though? She asked and then looked at her son. He doesn't at this second but a part of the deal was us telling you or else he was going to reject the ceremony to pass my quirk to him, he said as he buffed up. She was shocked as she saw All Might at her table. He dropped down in his skinny form and coughed a bit of blood up. She got worried and handed him a napkin and asked if he was okay. Yeah, I'm fine it's due to my wounds, he said. They then explained everything from how they met to the truth of the quirk. Inko was silent for a few moments. I'm kind of glad honestly. I'm always been scared of you being a hero and I've been far more scared of you being a quirkless hero since the larger disadvantage you would have. I'm okay with this. I'm glad you were willing to have trust in me so thank you Izuku for telling me about this. I indeed would have been a bit pissed if I figured it out later myself. Inko said as she calmed down from all of her emotions. She then looked at All Might and told him to look after her son. He promised that he would. As such it was time to transfer the quirk. Now, from where we stopped on the beach. Eat this, he said as he pulled a hair and put it in front of Izuku. Both Midoriyas looked at him like he was an idiot. It's passed via DNA so unless you want to drink blood or salvia this is the best way. All Might explained as he said One for All couldn't transfer without the current user approving of it. Izuku just grabbed some water and drunk it all with the hair while gagging. Inko just laughed at her son since All Might was just chanting, eat, 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 while Izuku was eating the hair. Toshinori, who all knows about One for All currently? Inko asked. All Might explained everyone that knew. Currently, us 3, Principal Nizu of UA Recovery Girl of UA, my former psychic though we don't talk anymore due to a disagreement, a detective who I'm good friends with, and then my old mentor who trained me after the passing of my master. The mentor was also good friends with my master and knew about One for All from her, so if Izuku meets him then he will have met 3 holders of One for All himself. All Might stated. Soon they fell into some other conversations since the quirk would take a day to work itself into Izuku's body. 2 days later they found themselves on the beach. It was time to train. All Might showed Izuku a punch and explained that he should clench his butt cheeks and yell smash. Yeah. That didn't work too well when Izuku did that and he broke his arm after releasing the blast. All Might grabbed Izuku and told him to hang on and that they would arrive at Recovery Girl soon. Nizu was waiting for them already in the nurse's office. I don't want to know how you knew, All Might said as he placed Izuku down and Recovery Girl healed him. Now, why are you bringing random people into my office? She asked and Nizu just said Izuku was number 9. She realized what that meant in seconds. What did you do to him? She asked as she hit him with the cane which hurt in his now skinny form. Hey, I didn't do anything. One for all is far stronger than I thought it would be. He threw a punch at 100% and this was the result. All Might stated. Recovery Girl just hit him again and said of course it would be like this. All Might could only accept the hits. Izuku then woke up and saw the others. Ah, you're Recovery Girl and Principal Nizu, the smartest person on earth. Izuku said. Nizu had a smile at that comment. Now no buttering me up. Won't help you with the exam. Now I suggest you all figure a way to regular OFA quickly. There are only 7 months before the UA exam starts and if he can't pass the exam he won't get into the hero course. Nizu said. Now, I didn't do an x-ray but I can tell you right here and now. He can't do this anymore. If he throws punches like that a few more times he is done. He won't have a hero career at all since his arms will have to be removed due to damage. Do you two understand? This has to stop right here and right now. Take him to a quirk counselor or get Gran Torino involved since he is way better at teaching than you are. Recovery Girl shouted. Then she made a comment that made them both cough. Also, when you find a successor you don't pick a miniature version of you. He's reckless just like you, goddammit. I can already feel the new white hair I will have when he enters UA. Now get out. She said as she pushed them out the door and locked it. Hey, he's not a miniature version of me. He's a fanboy with a heart of gold and a far overactive mind than mine with a crazy analytical ability. Nothing alike. He yelled as they got pushed out. Though he heard the comment from inside. Oh, a mix between Nizu and you, just what the world needs. Recovery Girl said from the other side of the door. Nizu just chucked and then they all remembered he was still here. All Might cursed in English? He had no plans on letting Nizu get his hands on Izuku anytime soon. You know you guys should be careful with your arguments about OFA? This is a school and you're lucky that this is a weekend with no students here. Now, I'm sure you will figure this issue out soon, Tashinori, or you will be out a successor. Now I must be off to do work. It was a pleasure meeting you, Izuku, and UA looks forward to the chance of teaching All Might's successor. Nizu said as he walked away. All Might took Izuku home for the day and wanted Izuku to rest. He told Izuku that he needed to do some information digging on good ways to do quirk training since he didn't have this problem due to OFA being weaker when he got it. As such, Izuku went to sleep that night with a sore body and a tired body due to the bone breaks and healing. He really wanted to get this down already and couldn't wait to see what All Might would come up with his research. All Might on the other hand was in his little apartment that he bought nearby to live in when he was in town. He sat down with a computer in front of him and was looking into quirk counselors' training methods. They talked about sensing the quirk inside of the person and feeling what the body could handle. They also talked about if the quirk was centralized to one body part or the entire body and that it matters for control of quirks. One page said that if a quirk that is meant to be used on the entire body was used on one part it could lead to damage to the body that wasn't meant to be. All Might looked into this article more and realized his own quirk control. I'm automatically using it across my entire body. However, Izuku might be only doing it one part. We'll have to test it later once I'm done with research. All Might thought. He then decided to call his mentor. Hello, sir. It's been a few years. He said into the phone. All Might just spent a few hours talking to his old mentor and was getting ideas on how to do quirk training. His mentor asked why he was asking and he told the truth. I found the 9th and passed the quirk. He was quirkless like me so quirk control is a problem. I'm researching right now. Since the first attempt left him with a broken arm that caused too much damage. I found some information I will test with him later but wanted your views which you've confirmed most of this information. All Might said. Gran Torino said to inform him when the kid had decent control and could use the power freely so he could help train him before UA. He didn't trust All Might to do everything by himself and if he didn't get control down in the first month to call him so he could come help sooner. The call came to an end and All Might had the information he needed for the training during the week. Third POV. Izuku found himself on the beach after school and found All Might there waiting for him. Okay my boy. I've done some research last night and called my mentor for advice. I think I got a good grasp on how to get you some control of the quirk. Tashinori stated. He told Izuku to go sit down on the beach and just meditate for a bit. After about 5 minutes he started to talk again. Keep your eyes close and your mind clear. I want you to create a mental image of what you think the power of OFA looks like. For me and my master, we thought of it as a burning flame like an Olympian torch. Clear your mind and allow your mind to make a shape for OFA and tell me what you see once it becomes clear for you. Toshinori stated as he sat in front of Izuku in his skinny form. Izuku sat there for a few minutes and then started to talk. It feels like a blazing sun that is hot and burning, Izuku spoke. All Might thought for a few moments and that sounded like a very good description to use in reference to OFA itself. Now, I want you to just feel it. Don't pull it into your body, just let your mind feel it. All Might said, and a few moments later he talked again. Now, I want you to imagine that you can pull some energy away from the sun. OFA is an energy quirk of raw power. You need to be careful of how much energy you pull away from the sun into your body. If you pull too much you will harm yourself like yesterday. All Might said. Izuku didn't know how to pull the energy. How do I pull it? He asked. All Might explained how OFA felt as it entered his entire body and explained that he didn't localize it in one portion. When you see me buff up, am I buffing up one part of my body or my entire body with OFA? He asked, and soon Izuku got an idea and figured out the problem he had done with One for All. He envisioned energy coming off as solar flares and going into his body. Soon Izuku felt power go across his entire body and it felt like it was burning. All Might could see the green lighting arcing around Izuku's entire body, but he could also tell Izuku was in pain. Okay, you got the spreading out problem figured out, now it's the percentage control. You said you are envisioning the energy as solar flares. Try imaging the solar flare that comes off to fuel you as a smaller solar flare instead. All Might stated. After about 10 more minutes Izuku opened his eyes and All Might could tell that Izuku had gained basic control of OFA at that moment. Izuku started to get happy and move around, then the energy increased and he was in pain. He cut the quirk off before it could do damage. Okay, you have gotten a baseline. However, currently the problem is to maintain it when you lose focuses. So here is the goal for the next month or so. Whenever you have the chance you need to activate OFA and just have it at the baseline that your body can handle going into your body and just try moving around and doing other things. The key is for you to get the feeling down that you don't have to ever think of activating it and setting it to the limit you want. It needs to become a bare instinct for you. Understand? He asked Izuku, who agreed. They called it a day for training and went to the house to eat since Inko invited him over. Izuku showed her the quirk and she was so happy. They talked about the first failure and she freaked, but talked about how they figured out future training and gotten a baseline that Izuku needs to get used to. They figured out that the current baseline was 5%. Izuku felt down at that, but All Might reminded him that his quirk was far stronger and he was still getting used to it. As time passes your control will increase. Right now we need you to be able to turn it on and off without problems before we get to the next stages. All Might stated and Izuku agreed. Several weeks have gone by and Izuku was the highest in the spirit that he could have been in a long time. He thinks he is as happy as he was when he was introduced to Kaken, Bakugo Katsuki, when he was born. The little fellow does have an attitude and everything, but Izuku made sure to correct his behavior when he learned what the teachers were teaching him in his old schools. He was teaching Bakugo that it was okay to put others down. They were turning him into a bully. Izuku quickly fixed that one day when he dragged Kaken to his parents and told them everything he learned. Kaken wasn't happy that Izuku told on him, and then Izuku asked for the room. Kaken, you say you want to be a hero, but does All Might do what those teachers are encouraging you to do? They are trying to teach you that it's right to harm people like me or those that are perceived as weaker. Would you be okay with someone harming me for no reason except that I don't have a quirk? Izuku asked. Little Kaken said no with a tear in his eye at the thought of his big brother being harmed. Izuku then got his aunt and uncle back in there and then talked to Kaken. You aren't in trouble. You just need to unlearn what behaviors they were trying to teach you. Auntie and uncle will deal with the teachers, but if you ever have a question of is something right or wrong, then think this. Would All Might do it? If you can answer yes without hesitance, then it's probably okay, but if you can't, then ask us, okay? Even if you think yes and you still have a question, then ask us. Izuku said as he hugged his little brother figure. It was one of the rarest moments that Izuku felt true hatred for someone that they were trying to corrupt his little brother figure. Now, back to the quirk. Izuku had even shown it to the Bakugos and gave a half-true story about having to do a large amount of physical work to have it activated. They freaked out when he said what happened the first time he used it, though they were happy that he got advice on how to control it. They were glad he got it late than never, since he wanted to be a hero. They always supported him but were afraid, just like his mother was. Soon though the month came to a close. Izuku had spent the entire month turning his quirk on and off in his room or out on the beach. He would do many things in the house with the quirk if he could. At the start, It was nearly impossible to move with the quirk on, but near the end, he has gotten to that point that he can turn it on with just a single thought and move around freely. It only takes a few seconds to come to life. Izuku avoided increasing power at all. He focused on getting his body used to the 5% limit without any trouble. He was also scared of the end result since All Might told him that OFA should be about 20% stronger than his. So Izuku's 80% should be All Might's 100%, which was a scary thought since that is 100% in his prime where he could easily change weather patterns if he did punches correctly, which Izuku would learn later on. Izuku didn't want to destroy the house. As the month had come to an end, Izuku met All Might in a different location since the beach had been gaining users more since it was cleaned and people noticed. Businesses in that area were starting to see an increase in foot traffic as well due to people coming back to the area, and people were talking about it in the news, which made Izuku embarrassed. See my boy, this is what I mean by helping the community. You cleaned the beach, but you also made an impact on local business in that area due to the increased foot traffic. This is what it means to be a true hero. To help even when they don't realize it was you. All Might stated. Izuku was proud of himself for his impact. He didn't care about the recognition either. He just felt good with himself. Soon Izuku found himself in an old warehouse. Welcome to your new training grounds. It's empty currently, but from now on we will meet here to train. The reason we don't use a normal gym is 1, they can't handle OFA, and 2, my form. We will need to do some training that I will transform for, and we can't do that in a public area. All Might said. The warehouse was very long and tall. All Might explained that he bought it near the start of the month and had a company come clean it out and lay a new floor and rewire lights inside. This was so it would be safe for them to train in and not step on old nails or something. I will have the building supplied with everything we need from gym equipment to a small living area built in so we can stay a few nights if we need to for some reason. This gym is located halfway between your house and UA to be better for the future. It's a bit of a path outside of your current school though. All Might stated. Izuku just thanked him for it and they got to basic training. All Might asked what progress Izuku made and he showed him. I'm able to move freely at 5% and can turn it on within a second of willing its activation. I haven't tried running or anything else in this state yet though. Izuku said. Good job. Now do 5 laps around the room of this building and let's see if you can maintain it during that time. All Might stated. Izuku got to running around the building. After about 3 minutes Izuku came back to the start and finished. He was able to maintain control while running around the inside of the room. Good, and you can easily see the difference in your time since this size with your normal speed would be about 10 minutes of running, instead you did 3. All Might stated. They then started to think out a plan. They would start doing light spars to get Izuku a fighting form going. This spar would be done quirkless and with his quirk. They would also spend a few days of the week working on increasing his control to a higher percentage to find his current limits. When the equipment arrives they would change the schedule up to fit a new training plan. As such, they got to spar practice. Izuku powered up at 5% and All Might grew. So do we go on a countdown or? Izuku asked and All Might just swiped his hand at Izuku's head. No countdowns in hero work. Never assume there is one. All Might stated. Izuku just dodged the best he could and went tumbling several times. He did not enjoy getting a smack from All Might that sent him across the room. This training kept going for 2 more weeks until they took a break when the construction crew came to build the living area and install all of the equipment that All Might ordered. It was weights, obstacle setups, large tires and many other things that Izuku didn't know of. 1 week later came quickly and Izuku found himself back at the warehouse, but he found an older male there now. Hello sir? Are you in the wrong place since this is a private building? Izuku asked and the man just powered his quirk up and attacked. Don't get close to an unknown threat or they might end you easily, brat. Now power up OFA and start fighting back and let's see how you do, the old man said. Izuku just powered up to 6% that he had and started dodging and attempting to counterattack. Your moves are too noobish and you are telegraphing them all. You are mirroring your mentor too much. Stop being chained by him and get moving, brat. He yelled. Izuku didn't know what he meant by mirroring his mentor too much. He's just trying to throw punches and hit the old man. Then Izuku jumped up after the man when he went into the air out of his reach and started to bounce around to follow him. He noticed he was moving faster than he thought possible. The old man kept yelling different things throughout the fight. Some were that real fights don't have perfect moments and natural dictators never do, since Izuku tried to wait and attack but Gran Torino made that hell by the bruises that were forming. After about 40 minutes of Izuku getting kicked around, a clapping sound could be heard. It was All Might in his skinny form. So how do you think he did, Gran Torino? All Might asked. Izuku was shocked since that was the name of one of the secret holders. The brat is stiff like you said he was. He is also taking after you too much in his movements. He did start to adapt near the end, which was good. I also noticed he moved faster than before, so he has more ability to use OFA in his legs than arms. I think it's due to the fact that he's built as a speed type instead of an overall hitter. Gran Torino stated. All Might thanked him and agreed with his estimate. That's what I thought as well on his build type. He reminds me of a mix between us. He has my strength due to OFA, but he seems better at speeding around and using the speed to add to his attacks than just outright punching. All Might said, and that got Izuku thinking. He did feel faster and felt like his blows did have a bit more strength behind them when he attacked. He decided to move around the place for a bit. He powered up OFA with the focuses on him using speed to his advantage, and then he bounced off. He felt the difference. He was using 6% before when he was trying to attack while just standing around, but now it felt like he was using 10% to move around. Izuku then started to attack the quirk-resistant dummies and moved around by jumping off the ground and walls. He would land a blow and back off and then kept doing that until he found himself going into a rhythm. Soon though he blasted one of the dummies off its support and broke it. He then heard clapping from behind him. Sorry? I had an idea after you guys were talking about speed type. I noticed when I was moving I felt powerful, and just now I realized I was able to use 10%. It feels like the power is more focused on my lower half with less in my upper half. Izuku explained. Gran Torino thought for a few moments before speaking. That sounds about right. The seventh was a bit more of a speed type and she had a quirk though. She explained the feeling like the energy centered around her quirk and gave it a boost while powering her other body parts, but felt a difference in her legs compared to her arms. You are similar in that you are a speed attacker rather than a brute force like Toshinori here. Gran Torino stated. They talked a bit more and it was decided that Gran Torino would stay at the warehouse moving forward to help train Izuku. Good thing I had the living area built for multiple people then. I'll have a delivery service drop food off in the early morning on Fridays so the place can be restocked. All Might stated. They then talked about training plans for the remaining months. Izuku had just graduated at the end of this month, and that left the summer break before UA started, so roughly 4-ish months since the exam was 2 months before the school started. Izuku felt like he was not going to like the remaining 4 months with Gran Torino. It felt like he was going to be covered in bruises left and right, but he wanted to be as good as he could before the exam. All Might on the other hand was fearing for his life. He was glad that Izuku was getting rid of the stiffness and was telegraphing his punches and attacks less now after the hour to so training with Gran Torino. All Might was scared if T would happen to him instead of Izuku. Though there was a random thought that said better Izuku getting beaten by Gran Torino instead of him again, as he remembers throwing up during one of their training sessions in his youth. Yeah. Better Izuku than me. Sorry my boy. I am so sorry I called him. All Might said as he left as soon as he could once everything was decided. They would meet up at the start of next week and let everyone relax over the weekend. Third POV. Izuku had arrived at the warehouse and got to warming up and training before Gran Torino even showed back up. Gran was always a bit amazed at the dedication that Izuku had been putting into the training over the past few months. He thought as a normal kid he would slack off here and there, but all he saw was some showboating a few times that stopped as time went on. Though he couldn't blame him for having fun since he did it when he could control his quirk when he was young. Though All Might did make a remark one day that caught Gran's attention. He had mentioned how he kept forgetting that Izuku was only a kid still and would only be turning 15 soon before the exam. All Might explained that due to Izuku being quirkless in today's society, he has had to work so much harder and become more mature due to the treatment he received that he acts like a pro hero quite a bit when it comes to training for hero work. It's like a switch that happens when the training starts. He will start analyzing everything and anyone that he can see. His notebooks are detailed with many different things which make him an overall rounder when it comes to being a hero. All Might said. Gran had to agree. Strength, speed, agility, and intelligence. He is going to be a monster of a hero when he graduates UA. Oh look, our world here, the 9th use of OFA comes. Thought Gran Torino as he put his stuff away and was getting ready. Gran has been spending a few days looking at the notebooks and had given the boy tips on how to improve himself. One was to take the notes and create his own style from everything he has seen and learned. All Might soon arrived at the warehouse and they got to training. Izuku was getting better at his sparring with and without a quirk. His control of OFA had arrived at 15% over the past 3 months. They only had 1 month left before the exam and wanted to focus on not increasing the percentage of control but overall fighting ability and tactics he deploys. As such, Izuku was fighting both Gran Torino and All Might at the same time, and it hurt his body a lot with the number of times he got smashed or kicked into the building floor. Izuku even puked up lunch a few times during the week that they started this. Izuku finally understood why All Might feared Gran Torino so much. Izuku currently fighting style was a mix of Gran's and All Might's mixed with a few different things. He adapted himself based on his opponent for the most part and didn't keep himself to one set of fighting tricks. He did learn some basic martial arts though to help him in the event his quirk couldn't be used for some reason. Izuku would focus on quick attacks and then overpowering when their guard was broken or a large opening was present. They also did some different pieces of training where All Might would move large objects and Izuku would have to dodge them as All Might threw them at Izuku, or when Gran Torino would try to kick him when he was dodging. They also made Izuku watch old videos of missions and had him plan out strategies based on information they had present before the mission went off. Izuku was getting better and better at thinking and acting like a pro hero. His physical training also increased and he would keep working no matter if it was cold or hot out. The training never stopped. Soon another half a month had passed and Izuku was currently sitting in his bedroom one night when something weird happened to him. He was floating. They never mentioned something like this happening, Izuku said as he kept trying to push himself down to his bed. However, he kept floating back up to the ceiling. The problem was that his mother was working late that night and his phone was in his bag where he couldn't reach. Crap. How do I get out of this? Izuku thought, but his vision went black as he felt himself fall. Izuku then woke up in a dark void of nothing, but then he felt something behind him. He turned around somehow and saw something. He wasn't in his room anymore, he was in some sort of space and he was floating. It looked like there were stars in the distance but no moon or earth. Just stars everywhere that now lit up the entire void. Then a few stars turned to different colors. 8 different colors. The spheres were lined up from smallest to biggest. From sliver to a yellow. Then something happened. The stars started to get brighter until it blinded his vision. Then he felt a tap on his shoulder and he turned around quickly. There stood a woman that had black hair and had purple energy around her. Hello. It's been quite a few years since someone could access this level of OFA. You are special. You will meet the first wielder one day, but it's not time yet. For some reason OFA wants you to have my quirk. The woman said, and Izuku was confused about what was going on. He asked her to slow down, but she said that there was no time since he was going to wake up soon. Just know that I'm the 7th user, Nana Shimura. Ask your master for details later, but my quirk was a bit weaker when I had it, but OFA had made it far much stronger. You need to be careful with how you fly or you might go out to space. Nana said as he placed her head on him, and then she disappeared and he woke up in his bed with his mother shaking him. She asked him if he was alright since he had his quirk going for some reason. Sorry? Something happened to it? I need to talk to All Might since it seems the past users leave an echo of themselves in the quirk and his master just told me some information. He said as he grabbed his phone and called All Might to meet him at the warehouse again since it was an emergency. All Might couldn't answer before he hanged up and ran to it. The sun was close to setting already, but Izuku didn't care. He needed to figure out what was going on with everything. Soon he arrived and busted in and found Gran Torino and All Might waiting. They asked him what was wrong as they saw him out of breath. Who was going to tell me about the past users leaving echoes and talking to me? I just talked to the 7th user. Izuku yelled as he tried to catch his breath, and All Might and Gran looked like fish out of the water. They then asked for more details and Izuku explained what happened. Again they looked shell-shocked at learning this new information. They asked him to try and feel for a different quirk, and what do you know, Izuku found one. He then started to float up to the ceiling, but All Might grabbed him before he could float too far. This complicates the training plans. We need to spend the remaining time getting this under control now, Gran Torino said. They also talked about why Izuku was getting a new quirk, and a theory was OFA was compensating due to the fact that Izuku was limited in the percentage control currently, but that was only their guess. They would have to wait until Izuku talked to the first wielder, which Nana hinted at. That was the start of a grueling month of training. This training was even rougher than the previous one since they needed to control a new quirk in 1 month's time, which was painful for Izuku. Gran would kick him so much. They found out a trigger for the float quirk was the feeling of wanting to be weightless. Izuku got that down but was having trouble controlling the direction of the flying portion. He would keep going into other things and smacking his head, which he was glad when they had gotten a helmet for him to wear. Izuku had hit his head a few times before they bought one, and it wasn't fun. After the grueling training went on for that remaining month, it was time for the UA entrance exam in 1 week. They decided to take a break and let Izuku's body rest. They had made good progress. Izuku figured out to control float a bit more and is able to maneuver in the air without using air blast from OFA, but it was slow currently. As such, Izuku still used the air blast to control his flight until his other method became combat ready. The look Gran gave was one of pain and suffering until they figured it all out. As Izuku was resting during the week before the UA exam, he thought back on some of the conversations that he has had over the past month since finding out about the origins of One for All. Izuku had asked for more details about how One for All started since getting new quirks seemed really impossible unless the origins of One for All were special. It wasn't a very good story to learn of. Don't worry my boy. All for One is dead. The wounds I have are from him and I crushed his head in that fight. I have no belief that he is alive. If he was I would face him first before you would anyway. All Might stated since he could see the nervous feelings that Izuku was having about where OFA came from. Then they talked about the objective of One for All. All Might explained that the objective was to stop AFO, which he did, and now it's just to keep the world safe since All Might would have to retire in roughly 5 years at his current rate of power leaving him. So they should be good since Izuku will graduate by then anyway and the safety of the public would be ensured. What do we do about the problem of gaining more quirks? We can adjust my registration to account for this, but others that don't fit will be hard to explain away. Also, what happens if his followers are still around and see me as his second coming? Izuku asked worriedly. This was a fair question. Regarding the quirks, we will have to see as they come. Nizu will be a helpful hand in solving the issue once you're in UA, but we are getting into risky territory about the secret of OFA. No one to my knowledge has shown the signs of more than 2 quirks. We also don't know how many quirks you will get. All Might said. They knew there was a chance for 6 more quirks total, but that is assuming each wielder had a quirk since 2 wielders were already quirkless. The problem of the followers of All for One can be more directly handed as they come and get rid of. If you notice anyone following you or acting strange, let us know and we will look into it. Gran Torino stated. That is really all they could do at this point was wait and see for both the quirk issue and the possible evil followers that lie in waiting around the world. Soon they got to training again after they finished the conversations of how One for All started. Another day that Izuku remembered was when Izuku got his daily beatings from Gran Torino and he had made a big mistake. This was from when Gran had just really started out in helping train Izuku. Gran had taken some bread and placed them on the side of his head and asked him what he was. Izuku knew the answer was an idiot sandwich. Gran did this because he made a stupid mistake and had let his guard down during one of the fighting spars. Izuku decided to open his mouth and be a smartass that day. It didn't turn out well for him. Gran just kicked Izuku left and right and made him throw up lunch. Clean it up if you want to be a smartass. Gran said as he walked away. Another memory that Izuku went through was the fact that he had declined a recommendation from All Might to attend UA as well. I know we might do an internship or something, but I want to wait until my 3rd year if you still have hero time left. I want to grow on my own name before people associate us together. Izuku said, and All Might was happy to meet this request. He understood Izuku and his feeling of wanting to branch out before he was associated with All Might, otherwise it would always be about All Might being his master and not him being a hero who was a student of All Might. As Izuku was going through his memories of his training, he could only feel happy with himself since he had come so far with his mentors helping him. As such, he wanted to make them proud and was aiming to score 1st place in the entrance exam if he could do it. He had told them his goals and they encouraged him to try for it. With the combination of OFA and float, it's possible. Just be careful not to break bones. Gran Torino yelled. Gran was still pissed when he learned how All Might had told Izuku to activate the quirk the first time around, and let us say All Might didn't show up for hero work that day. All Might could barely move from the beating that Gran gave and Izuku shuddered at the sight. He himself knew not to piss Gran Torino off anymore or else you will suffer the fate of a beating. Gran doesn't care who it is since he has already wiped the floor with the so-called number 1 in his words. Izuku just patted his master's back that day and said sweet nothings into his ear as his master calmed down from the beating. 3rd POV. Izuku woke up the next day from his dream and got ready for the day. Today was the day of the entrance exam and he was going to take it by storm. He ate breakfast with his mother and wished her goodbye. He received messages of good luck from All Might and Gran Torino and he thanked them. However, the closer he got to the school the less and less he felt like he could do this. Izuku soon started chanting things to himself like that it's fine and everything would be fine. That he had prepared for anything that could happen and that he would do amazing. Yeah. The chanting didn't do much for him as the closer he got the worse he became. Izuku looked like a nervous wreck by the time that he arrived at UA. His hair had gotten messy, how? And he felt like he would throw up any moment now. Izuku was even obsessing over his shoelaces being uneven or how his jacket was leaning to one side too far or another. He was doing anything he could to distract his thoughts. He couldn't find anything else to distract his thoughts and had to go to the registration desk now or else he wouldn't get to sign in. He walked over to the registration table and started the sign-in process. After about 5 minutes he was done and handed a paper that showed him what door to go through and where to go sit when he got in the exam room. The instructions were strict and left no room to argue on going to the restroom. They didn't want anyone running off. If you went off the path from your test room then you would be failed from the test right off the back. Izuku noticed quite a few ectoplasm clones hiding around in places waiting for people to try and walk off the designated area. The written exam forced people into different exam rooms from people you went to school with to avoid cheating with friends. As such, Izuku didn't have to sit with any of his former classmates, which helped his nerves since he saw a few of them at the school. Izuku waited around 5 minutes in the exam room before a few teachers walked in and started to hand out a test for them to take. The exam had the standard sections of math, reading, English, and other things. It also had a section on analysis that was worth extra points. Izuku had done the sections quite easily since he always had to self-study due to teachers destroying his work and tanking his grades. As such, he got ahead of his classmates and had already studied first-year material for high schools. This allowed him to go through the basic sections quite easily. The analysis section had them break down quirks and its strength and weakness. They also had to give a battle plan for several missions based on the limited information that was provided. Izuku took his time in this section since he knew he could likely score all of the extra points if he did them well enough. He spent years doing his book, and this was a spot to put that knowledge to use. As such, he made sure his answers were detailed and straight to the point in areas that would require as such. Soon the test came to an end and everyone handed in their tests. They were dismissed and sent towards the auditorium. Some made a beeline to restrooms or sitting area, but Izuku went right for the auditorium to get ready and relax before the physical portion of the exam. He wanted to focus on it and only it. He started to read the pamphlet that was provided to them. After about 5 minutes the room started to get filled gradually. After another 5 minutes of waiting the entire room was filled up. Everyone was now sitting and waiting for the exam to start. Everyone around Izuku just ignored him, which was fine with him. Present Mike came up on the stage and started to talk. Present Mike started to talk about each of the robots and how they were worth a different point value. The 1-pointer, the 2-pointer, and the 3-pointers. He then talked about the last robot, which was worth 0 points and was there to just cause trouble for everyone. The teacher asked if anyone had any questions and no one raised their hands. As such, Present Mike said a few last words before telling everyone to exit the main doors and that there would be buses with their assigned letter waiting to take them to their exam site. After the short bus ride to the exam site, Izuku found himself before gigantic gates. There were roughly around 200 or so people in the test site with him. Izuku made his way towards the front and was waiting for the gates to open. He remembered the words of All Might. "There is no go in the hero world, nor is there a countdown," he stated during one training. Izuku knew that UA produced top heroes and would not hold back. As such, even though he wanted to analyze all the quirks around him, he needed to be ready. Present Mike came out of a control room and walked on the wall. He looked at everyone and asked if they were ready. They did respond this time, unlike in the auditorium where they refused to answer. Getting pumped, I see? Well, 10-9 go?" Mike said. Everyone looked confused to expect one person. About 40 seconds later they all heard a sound from inside and they saw Izuku destroying robots. Some complained he had an early start and Mike just yelled, "There is no go in the hero world." Everyone started running at those words. It was chaos as 200-odd people tried to get through the gate and get points. Some were shoving each other and yelling. Izuku was already deep inside the exam area getting point after point. He was already at 20 points by the time the other people ran in. He used the float to get a good speed going after he kicked off from the ground. That is how he got deep inside the test site. Izuku could be seen jumping across the walls of buildings as he sped his way through the city. He was ripping robots' heads off left and right. He grabbed one robot and just tossed it at another, causing them both to blow up. Izuku used his strength, speed to generate stronger hitting and kicking force. He used robots to bounce off each of them, but the kicking force from pushing away would rip the robot's head off. As Izuku was making his way through the exam, he did stop and save a few people, but they yelled at him for getting in their way when it was clear they were being overwhelmed by the robots. Izuku just smiled and jumped away. He used float mainly as a speed booster when he needed to start off, since he would use the buildings as his terrain during fighting instead of just constantly floating around. While all the students were taking the exam, the staff was in the room talking about the exam takers. They didn't see a lot of people that they liked. There was also a tired-looking hobo that was in the exam room who just groaned at the screen. The others heard the groan from the main, which indicated that he was awake now. "Aizawa, so good of you to wake up. We are in an exam after all," Nizu said with a fake cheer in his voice at his staff members sleeping during the exam. Aizawa looked around at the screens and groaned. "None of them are really good from the looks of it. I see several that have attacked each other, which kicks them out of the exam anyway," he stated. The other staff just agreed with that assessment. They didn't really see anyone that stood out compared to previous years. Only a few good ones this year. The rest are disappointing. Nizu said with his usual cheer that the staff could tell was fake. Aizawa saw a green-hair exam taker that was smiling all of the time, which he found annoying. It reminded him of All Might, who smiles non-stop. The principal pointed out a few others that were thrown on the main screen. Give me the main ones you like, and if they survive me then welp, good for them, since I'm betting we will get rid of everyone else, Aizawa said as he got back into his sleeping bag and just drank coffee he stole from another staff member that yelled at him for it. Nizu said he would, while the other homeroom teacher just complained about the lack of good students in his class. Now back on the field with the exam takers, they all felt the ground start shaking. Izuku looked around and tried to find what was causing the shaking, and then he saw it. When they said it was an obstacle to avoid, I didn't think it meant it was taller than all the damn buildings. That's as tall as the main UA building, Izuku thought as he started to move out of the way. Izuku knew there was only a handful of minutes remaining, and he felt like he had enough points for the entire exam. As Izuku was moving away, he saw two people were arguing in the path of the zero-pointer. Are they really doing that here and now? He thought. Izuku changed his path and got to the students. You guys, we need to move now. The robot is coming this way, Izuku stated, and they just ignored him. The robot was getting closer and closer. Screw it, Izuku thought as he powered up OFA and just lifted the two boys onto his shoulders and ran away with them, now yelling at him. Izuku watched as he turned his head and he saw the robot wipe out several blocks of buildings. Dear God, isn't that a bit too much UA? Izuku thought. Izuku soon arrived at the start area and let the two down that he carried. He also saw that a few people were struggling to escape, so Izuku went back and pulled them out of the destroyed zones. He had helped around 8 people get out of the giant robot's path before the exam was called. Izuku was exhausted from the exam. The 2 exam takers that he had saved the first time had come up to him and yelled at him. Why did you get involved in our matter? They asked him. Izuku just looked confused at this point. You were standing right in front of the zero-pointer's path and were going to get hurt. Why would I just leave you two there? Izuku said. They just said they didn't need help and they would have been fine. Izuku just shook his head since he didn't believe that one bit. He started to walk away and noticed a small line of students, and he saw Recovery Girl at the front of the line. She saw him and looked him up and down and then nodded her head. Guess she thinks I will break my bones again? I only did that once, Izuku thought. Izuku made his way through everyone and headed towards the gate of the mock city. Izuku was happy with his results. He thought he was going to pass easily but was also exhausted. Though, the anxiety did kick in when he arrived at the warehouse. Izuku was going through his thoughts of if saving those students counted as interfering in their exams and would cost him his spot at UA since he felt he had gotten enough points. Izuku was now full-blown panicking. Then he was knocked out of his thoughts when a cane hit him across his back. Ouch, Izuku said as he turned around and saw Gran Torino standing there. Kid, you are panicking and looking like someone told you All Might had become a villain, Gran said. Izuku didn't find that last part funny. Izuku started to talk about the exam and how everything went. What if I'm docked points for interfering in their exam? I know I saved them, but what if they didn't need help and the teachers removed points from me? Izuku said after he explained everything. Gran just looked at Izuku and then hit him with his cane. You are really dense when you need to be, Gran stated. Izuku was confused. Gran then explained that Izuku was going to be fine and that he wouldn't lose points for what he did. He explained if he had attacked them then yes, he could be disqualified or lose points, but he wouldn't for what he did. Gran then explained that the exam had another hidden test inside of itself but didn't go into the details of what it was. He did say that saving people was a part of the hidden test and that he would be fine since he had taught at the school for a year. Soon Izuku calmed down enough and they got back to training. They wanted to get Float under the best control that they could get it, but also work on One for All itself now. Izuku was currently sitting at 15% and they had a goal of getting that to 25% by the end of the first year since they needed to train 2 quirks instead of just 1. They had set up some taller obstacles that Izuku had to use Float and One for All to get around. These obstacles hang from the ceiling and the goal was to not touch one while moving through them. If Izuku touched one then he had to restart and Gran Torino would make him run around the gym 10 times without a quirk while carrying a bag of weights on his back. It was brutal but also efficient training that drove Izuku to be careful and efficient in his movements since Gran would constantly increase the number of weights in the bag and Izuku never knew how much was in the bag each time. Izuku currently could get through 25% of the obstacle course without hitting something. The training contained without rest since they only had about 1 month before the school would start up. They wanted to get as much training in while they could. Izuku also used this training as a way to distract his mind from the entrance exam results that he would receive in about a week or so. All Might had texted him and told him not to worry about it and he likely did amazing. All Might had to return to his agency the day before the exam to do some work but would be back in time for the results. Izuku shuddered out of his thoughts of that day. Izuku decided to just go to sleep and wake up early since the exam was on the next day. As such, Izuku fell asleep and was ready to take the next day by storm. He was going to start declaring that he was here and ready to support the world. Third POV. We could find all the staff together going over the class rosters a few days after the exam. They were annoyed due to the fact that almost no exam takers had what Aizawa would call potential. Aizawa always found the exam annoying due to it just being a competition of smashing robots. He found it illogical. He was currently flicking through the student files for his class, though he wasn't reading them in detail since he never does that until after having them for a week. That is if they survive that long, he thought. He noticed that most are not impressive at all, but again it was a competition of smashing robots. Across from Aizawa was Principal Nizu, who was drinking his tea with his usual smile on his face. He was talking to the other staff members. Unfortunately, the batch of exam takers and now students that we are having aren't that impressive compared to the previous years. They all lack a lot and wouldn't turn into good heroes, Nizu stated. Some staff wanted to protest this since it was only a short exam that the students could show off, but Aizawa had cut into that. I believe some of you did the rescue points this year and would be able to agree with Nizu's statement. No, he stated, and the teachers that did just stopped talking and then nodded their heads. Only a small group of students got rescue points, which was the hidden test to judge people on their basic hero traits. One exam taker did score quite a bit in the rescue points. It was one Izuku Midoriya who had scored the highest in the combat section as well. Midoriya had scored 65 villain points with 50 rescue points due to all the people he had saved, which granted him a total of 115 points total, which was 5 points lower than All Might's score. Aizawa felt like the boy was holding back and he was going to teach the boy a lesson during the first day on holding back. Kid better have a good damn reason for holding back or else I'll just get rid of him, Aizawa thought. He listened back to the conversation the other staff was having. They were talking about what to do with the students since a lot of the students that would pass the exam and be accepted didn't really have any potential. One staff suggested that they shrink the class size from 2 classes and do only 1 instead. Everyone looked at Snipe, who had stated this. Aizawa agreed with him since most didn't have potential. Nizu looked like he was thinking, as some teachers protested this since they would be directly changing the exam results from 40 passing to 20 people passing. Nizu then spoke and said that they were allowed to do it. It's been done before closer to the start of UA starting, but there is precedent for it. It was used mainly when they would vote on how many people to accept, but it stopped later on when it became normal for all schools to have 2 classes of 20 each since heroics became more and more popular. We can just start doing it again until we no longer need it, Nizu stated. The other heroes like Hound Dog and Midnight stopped protesting since it was done before, so they accepted it. The other homeroom teacher complained since it was decided that all the students that were allowed in would be placed in Aizawa's hands. Nizu did this due to his excelling habits. Everyone knew he did it for that reason. He wants to get rid of anyone that he doesn't approve of, thought everyone at Nizu's actions. They soon started talking a bit more and they voted to approve the decision at the end. It came out with nearly everyone supporting it except the other homeroom teacher that wouldn't get students this year. To be honest, Aizawa hasn't liked the other man since he was far too lax in his teaching. He suspected Nizu was trying to force the man out without directly firing him. All the teachers hoped that some of the students would survive the Demon No as Eraserhead and that they would at least have some students to teach for this year's classes, or they all might find too much free time on their hands, which is never good to have with Nizu around. As if sensing their thoughts, Nizu just smirked at them and laughed as he drank his tea. As the decision was made, only 1 class of 20 students would be present this year at UA. Those 2 letters were sent out, which included the 4 recommendation spots that they had to have due to agreements with the board. Though them surviving, Aizawa is not agreed with the board though. 2 weeks after the meeting, the letters had arrived at people's homes. One letter found its way to one Midoriya Izuku. Izuku could hear his mother call for him quickly. Izuku, come here quickly, the letter is here. Come on, get down here, she said as she was getting happier and happier. Izuku left the home gym and quickly made his way down the steps and almost ran into his mother. He saw the envelope on the kitchen counter. He grabbed it and sat down with his mother in the living room. He slowly opened the envelope up and saw a disc fall out. What? Izuku asked, then the disc came on. Hello. I am Aizawa Shota, the heroics teacher at UA High. You placed in the top spot for the practical and scored a total of 115 points. This was 5 points under All Might's recorded. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. You might be wondering where the extra points came from, but they are due to saving people. Heroics is more than just defeating the villain. It's about saving people, and the practical exam had a hidden portion inside of itself. Congratulations. This is your hero academia. The screen blinks out and the device shuts off. Izuku was in shock. He was 5 points away from beating his master's score. Inko snapped out first and then just hugged Izuku and congratulated him. You did it, Izuku. You did it, she said as she cried a bit. After they finished crying together and decided to have some food to celebrate, Izuku decided that he would go to the warehouse. He texted both Grand and All Might that he received his results and was going to head to the warehouse. They texted that they would be there. Grand was always there since he lived there nearly all the time now. Izuku soon arrived and found his mentors waiting for him. I did it. I passed the exam and I took first place, Izuku stated as he rushed inside the building. They congratulated him and asked what score did he get. Izuku explained the score breakdown and All Might made the comment that it was only 5 points under his score. Grand though made the comment that Izuku probably did better on the written test, which All Might just scratched his neck at remembering how horrible he did. Yeah. Not my best moment when I nearly failed the written exam, he stated, and Izuku was shocked at that fact. They talked about many things but also talked about how happy they were that Izuku didn't break his bones. Soon Izuku made his way back to his home and went to sleep. They kept training for the remaining time before the school started and soon it was upon them. All Might would be spending his days at the agency since Izuku would be in school most of the time but would only be a phone call away. He would show back up at the warehouse at the end of the day to help train on the scheduled days while Gran Torino would take care of all of the other times. Izuku smacked his alarm when it started going off. I am here. I am here. I am dash. He smacked it with his quirk though and broke it. I'm glad I put the limited edition one away or else I would have broken it by now, Izuku thought as he got out of bed. He quickly got changed because today would be the first day of school and he refused to be late. Even though he had a quirk now, he still felt nervous about teachers. They have never been helpful to him. The only adults outside of his mother that has helped Izuku has been All Might and Gran Torino. Izuku threw on his UA uniform and went downstairs and started to eat with his mother. Good morning, sweetie. You forgot the tie, Inko said as she went and grabbed it to tie around his neck. Soon she came back down with the tie and started to tie it as Izuku finished eating his breakfast. I'm so proud of you, sweetie. Have a good day and show them what you're made of, Inko said as she kissed his forehead and he went out the door. After the 10-minute ride on the train, he arrived outside of the gateway for UA. Izuku was in wonder at the size. Even though he was here for the exam a month before, the building was still shocking and grand to look at. Izuku made his way into the building and made his way to his classroom. After about 5 minutes of walking, he arrived at the door for Class 1A. Izuku was marveled at the size of the door but steeled his nerves and grabbed the door and opened it. He stepped in and was greeted by most of the students already being present. There were a group of girls in the back laughing at something while some boys were talking loudly near the front. One boy was being a pervert from what Izuku could see. He was using his quirk to look up a girl's skirt. I was a fool thinking they would be better than middle school since I'm doubting any of them had a rough childhood with their quirks, Izuku thought. He sat down and waited for homeroom to start. He got a notebook out and was ready for class. After a few more minutes of waiting, the rest of the students arrived and Izuku noticed something in the door when he looked to his right. It was a caterpillar with a face. The face made eye contact with Izuku and then entered more. Sit down and shut up. It's time for homeroom to start, the man said. Some people followed his order but a few didn't. They questioned who he was. I'm Aizawa-sensei, your homeroom teacher. Now shut up and sit down. Last warning, the teacher stated. The remaining students complied. You all took over a minute to quiet down and sit down? That is a waste of time for Hero Corps students. Get better. Now, take these uniforms and go get changed. Meet me in the field behind the building, Aizawa stated. Izuku just got up and grabbed the uniform, followed by 2 other boys that had also sat down and got ready when they first walked in. The rest of the students didn't get up and move until Aizawa barked out the order again, snapping everyone out of their shock. Aizawa just let out a disappointed sigh at the display of the students. Looks like quite a few will be leaving early, he thought as he also headed out to the field after the last uniform was taken. He arrived to find one of the people he had some interest in on the field already. It was Izuku Midoriya, who was warming up with stretches. At least he is smart to assume we will be doing physical work, Aizawa thought as he waited for everyone else to arrive. After about 10 minutes they all arrived. You all took too long changing. In hero work that isn't acceptable. In those 10 minutes someone could have died already, he stated. Some scoffed at the comment, which annoyed Aizawa. Oh, Aizawa was going to get so much enjoyment out of expelling some of these brats. He already had at least one on his list to get rid of today. Midoriya, you placed first in the entrance exam. How far could you throw during middle school? Aizawa asked, and all 19 other pairs of eyes were on Izuku, which made him nervous. About 60 meters, sir, Izuku responded as he caught a ball from Aizawa. Aizawa told him to get into the white circle and throw it the best he could using his quirk. Izuku got into the circle and power 1 for all up to his current max of 15%. He didn't use float since it didn't provide any boost here. He threw it and it went about 700 meters. We will be doing a physical test where you are allowed to use your quirks to pass, Aizawa stated. Some of the students mentioned how this would be easy to do. This ticked Aizawa off, so he raised the stakes. If it is so easy, then the last place person will be judged with no potential and expelled from UA. We are a freestyle teaching school, so yes, I can expel you before any of you complain about it, Aizawa said. They all were shocked. Izuku was scared, but he gripped his fists and gritted his teeth and had a look of determination in his eyes that Aizawa noticed. He also noticed it in the 2 other boys that got out of the class quickly as well. At least those 3 rose to the challenge. They haven't been deemed the top students this year for nothing, though the bar was low to start with, Aizawa thought. Some though complained that it wasn't fair. Aizawa shut that down quickly though as he talked about natural disasters and villain attacks. Think discrimination is fair? It's not, yet it happens to people on a daily basis. Being a hero means correctly as much unfairness in this world as we can, Aizawa stated as he glared at some of the students. As such, they got to work and the test began. Izuku was analyzing people's quirks as the test went off. He kind of felt annoyance at the lack of creativity for some of the quirks. For example, one person had a quirk that allowed them to create spikes out of the ground. They could have used the spike to create a path across the long jump and got them across with it, since they didn't need to touch the ground to create the spike. They only had to send energy into the ground, which could be done while in the air to make the spike grow at a fast pace to get them across. Izuku and the 2 other boys that he sat by in class were placed at the top of the charts for all the exams. Izuku was also placing first for mostly everything. He did come in second on the side-to-side steps due to a kid with a quirk that was perfect for it. Izuku got creative in most of the tests. He used his float in the 50-meter dash by floating up and then kicking off, which allowed a high speed to be gained, which he maintained by sending out blasts of air to keep the speed. Soon the test came to an end and Izuku found his name on the scoreboard. He had placed first and was followed by the 2 other students that were more disciplined in the class. Izuku had just learned the names off the board and would try talking to them later on when he got the chance. As everyone saw their position, the person in last was a girl that had joined the loud group of girls. They were the ones that also called this test fun and called it unfair to get expelled. Aizawa looked at her and said, I told you, the person in the last place is expelled. Also, rank number 15th is expelled as well. Don't think I didn't see you being a pervert and looking up the girls' skirts. You also could have done better in this test but choose not to. Both of you go to the principal's office since you are done, Aizawa stated. Everyone was shocked. He had meant it. The girl and the perverted boy walked away with tears in their eyes. Some of the other students in the class were laughing at the 2 of them. This didn't go over well for them at all. The class started with 20 and dropped to 18. Now it just dropped to 12 people as Eraserhead just called out 6 names. You 6 that I just called out. Go to the counselor's office and get switched to general education. You won't be staying in this class anymore. You're out of the hero course, Aizawa stated, and everyone was even more shocked. They asked why they were getting kicked and Aizawa stated that they had no maturity for the hero course. You 6 started laughing at the other 2 because they got kicked out and scored lower. As such, you're not fit to be heroes, Aizawa stated, and they tried to argue. He reminded them that the UA hero course is run as the teacher sees fit and that he could do what he wants. Aizawa stated this while texting on his phone. Izuku assumed it was telling the principal what he just did. Aizawa told everyone to get changed and go home since the day was over, but warned that it was only going to get rougher from here on out. Aizawa did call Izuku over though before he could leave. Yes, sensei? Izuku asked nervously. As of now, you're on thin ice unless you can explain why you didn't do better. I don't know how much, but I am betting you are holding power back. So explain why now. Aizawa said as his eyes grew red and Izuku felt his quirk disappear. Your Eraserhead, the erasing hero. Oh, your quirk is so cool, Izuku said, and Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Izuku's words but called him back to the point. Izuku blushed and then started to talk. Yes. You are right that I'm limiting how much power I'm currently using. I can only use 15% of my strength aspect and I'm still getting used to the flying/floating aspect. I've only started using my quirk for roughly under a year now, Izuku said as he lowered his head, fearing his teacher would expel him for being quirkless before. Aizawa was shocked. Explain. Do you mean you only started working on it in the past year? He asked, and Izuku corrected the misunderstanding. No. I only received it less than a year ago. I've been diagnosed as quirkless up into the last year of middle school. The strength aspect came during my last year of middle school and I somehow activated the floating portion roughly 1 month before the exam. The theory was that I had to increase my muscle mass enough to even house the strength aspect. The first time I used my quirk I broke my arm into parts. I was actually brought to UA and was healed by recovery girl if you need verification of this. The arm was that bad. Izuku said as he was really nervous. He then looked at his teacher who had a weird face. Izuku had to know, was he going to be expelled? Sir, are you going to expel me? Izuku asked. Aizawa felt like he was hit as he recoiled from that question. Though it was a fair one since he had just gotten rid of so many students in one go. No problem child, I won't. I won't expel you for being quirkless before. This just answers some questions I needed to know since I felt you were holding back, which you have good reason to. Thank you for telling me about this. You're free to go as I need to read your file to make sure I'm up to date on your quirks so we can plan your training better since you have years of difference to make up. Aizawa stated. Izuku walked off in a hurry. Kid might actually be better than I thought. I need to verify the story with his file and recovery girl, but it does explain his nervousness that was weird for someone with his quirk. Quirkless people are not treated kindly in our society. Aizawa thought as he left to go verify the story and do the paperwork for the people he got rid of. As such, the first day came to an end. The class started at 20 and now they are down to 12 students. This means there are only 12 first years in the hero course altogether. This is a small number that will only decrease with time unknown to them and not all will leave the class due to expulsion. Third POV. Izuku arrived in class the next day and saw the 2 boys that ranked at the top with him yesterday were the only ones in the classroom so far. Izuku decided to introduce himself to them and get to know them better since they seemed the most disciplined in the class. As such, Izuku walked up and introduced himself. Hello you two. My name is Midoriya, Izuku. Nice to meet you guys. Izuku said as he introduced himself. They looked at him and introduced themselves. The first boy to introduce himself was named Salazar, Kenneth. He had bluish hair and red eyes. He was just a few centimeters taller than Izuku at 169 centimeters while Izuku was 165 centimeters. Hello, I'm Salazar but I don't care if people call me by my first name Kenneth. He stated, and he also explained his quirk to Izuku, which was Blade Master. He could create red blades of different lengths out of his arm and it consumed his body fat. As such, he always needed to keep some fat on his body. The longer the blade is, the weaker the durability would be, so he stuck to shorter blades most of the time and did close combat. The next person introduces themselves. The second boy was named Lloyd Hadai. Yo. Im Shoit Hatai. I don't care what people call me either, but most don't call me my first name due to the weird name. Most just call me Lloyd even if they are really close. Lloyd stated with a smirk on his face. Izuku felt like Lloyd was going to be the crazy type of person. Lloyd then explained his quirk and how he can use it in combat. Izuku found his feeling of manipulation quite amazing. It could be used for more than just combat. Rescues as well if it can be done. You could apply positive emotions to your teammates to help them get up and going if they were discouraged or being beaten. You could install calmness and safety into civilians that are scared or little kids to ensure you can get them out of the combat area easier. Izuku said as he muttered about many things. Then Izuku heard some whispers from other people. Their other classmates had walked into the classroom without Izuku realizing it, and they were talking about how he could use his quirk on them to hinder them in class. Izuku could tell Lloyd was sensitive about that and bet that he got picked on for that aspect of possibility. Izuku refused to keep his mouth shut. How about you all shut up? You're whispering bullshit about him possibly using his quirk on you when he hasn't done shit. You are pathetic if this is how you think hero in training should act. Izuku stated. Salazar just agreed with Izuku and called them out on their words. Lloyd looked happy at them standing up for him. Then they heard a cough from the door. They saw Aizawa-sensei. He did not look pleased. To let you all know. I did hear all of that. To those that were talking shit. This is your one and only warning. Discriminate against someone for their quirk and I will kick you out of my class. Do you understand? Aizawa asked. They nodded their heads and he told Izuku to sit down so the class could start. Izuku sat down next to the 2 boys and started to listen to the class. The class for the most part was normal. Soon they made it to lunch. Izuku and the 2 boys all sat together. Lloyd had thanked them for standing up for him and Salazar told him it was no problem. He stated that he had gotten bullied a bit in the past because people thought he would become a villain due to his quirk's nature of only really being useful for combat. We 3 can be friends from now on. Salazar said, and Izuku had to tear down his face. They noticed and asked what was wrong. It's nothing. I've just never had friends. I've always been bullied since my quirk came in late and I was assumed quirkless for most of my life, Izuku said with a few tears in his eyes. The two other boys froze. They knew what bullying was like and they knew the statistics for those that were quirkless. Shit. When the hell did he get his quirks? They thought. They had asked him and Izuku told the truth that he's only had it for under a year now. Well, no problem then. We three are the Misfits then. Lloyd stated as both boys hugged Izuku. Izuku just hugged back since he didn't know what to do. Friendship was a new concept for him and he wished they would never go away. Though poor Izuku didn't know what fate had in store for him and his two friends. The world is cruel after all, though they have time before fate comes for them each. Soon lunch came to an end and it was time to return to the classroom. Izuku and his new friends noticed the looks that they got from the other students in the class. Honestly, at this point, Izuku didn't want to learn any of their names. He only studied their quirk due to having heroic classes with them. Though speaking of heroic class, there is one coming up right now. Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom and told everyone to get their outfit cases and go get changed and head to the training grounds. Izuku and his two friends quickly changed and got to the control room for the training ground and waited. They did find another teacher there waiting with their homeroom teacher. Lloyd and Salazar are wearing the outfits in the pictures above, while Izuku is wearing the one below. Ignore the black whip portion. Everything else is as shown in the picture for his outfit. They all liked their outfits and Izuku was glad he allowed Gran Torino and All Might to design his outfit. All Might had his friend David Shield create the outfit so it would hold up to the force of one for all. Though All Might did say that David did not know about the quirk. He did know that All Might had taken Izuku under his wing and that was it. The three boys waited and waited for about 5 minutes and the others finally arrived. Aizawa groaned and made a comment about wasting time. The other teacher was introduced as Snipe. They were told they would be doing a battle round inside a wooded area that they had set up. The trees weren't too close to each other that it limited movement, but they were still dense enough that people had to be careful with attacks. The class was split up into teams of 3 and Izuku and the two boys had landed on the same team, which made them happy. Izuku team was called up first and were put against 2 boys and 1 girl. The objective of the match was the elimination of the other team. Izuku, Lloyd and Salazar talked a plan out. How good is everyone at close combat? Izuku asked. They each responded that they were decent at it and could hold on in a quirkless fight and some quirked combat in close quarters. Salazar was better than Lloyd due to the nature of his quirk. Izuku was also good and would be better in this forest since he could use the trees to move around. I was thinking Lloyd provides support by using his quirk to place the feeling of tiredness or sleepness onto the others. Salazar and I could engage in close combat with Salazar being in the front mostly and I would use my speed to maneuver through the forest and attack from any weak point I can find. Izuku stated. They talked it over for a few more minutes and adjusted the plan. Lloyd would also be up close to Salazar in the fighting and since he has worked on capture gear that is on his arms so he could grab people and use it to trip people. They noticed it was similar to their teacher's support gear but a bit different since the teacher gear was meant to capture while Lloyd's was to hold and just really trip people up. Soon the round was called to start and they got to work. Izuku moved up into the air with float and used the trees as bounce pads and kept himself above the other two. After about 5 minutes of searching they found the other team. They knew the quirks of the other team. One girl had a repulsion quirk that she could send things flying away from her from blades, rocks or people. One guy had a quirk that allowed him to absorb the texture of material so he could turn his skin into rock or metal. The other guy had a quirk that allowed him to send electric blasts at people. Overall, very powerful quirks. However, powerful quirks mean nothing in front of strategy and teamwork. The other team didn't notice Izuku in the air. He used this and got behind them and waited for the fight to start. As Lloyd started impacting their emotions, the opposing team noticed and were resisting the sleepiness that Lloyd was throwing onto them. Their moves were a bit sluggish. Salazar rushed the girl and fought her as the other 2 boys were moving. Izuku kicked off and landed a kick to the side of the person with the absorption quirk. They yelled out in pain, which caught the attention of their teammates. Lloyd used that moment and tripped up the other boy. Salazar broke from the girl and charged the boy that Lloyd tripped up and knocked him on the neck with the handle of the knife he had made, knocking him out. Salazar then started to fight the girl again. Lloyd tied the down boy up to get him called from the match. Izuku used the confusion and jumped back up and bounced off different trees and kept sending small air blasts at the boy with the electrical blast quirk, which kept him from attacking Izuku's teammates. Lloyd and Salazar both teamed up against the girl who was resisting now and after about 5 minutes were able to tie her up since she just kept getting tired from the feelings that Lloyd was sending her via his quirk. The last boy had let his guard down when he heard his teammate curse when she got captured. At that moment Izuku went for a close combat attack and landed a kick to the guy's stomach. This sent him stumbling backward due to the force behind the kick and threw up his lunch. Izuku then pinned him down to the ground until his teammates came over and placed him in capture tape since the guy was struggling, and the moment Izuku let up he would attack. The match was called. Both teams headed back to the control room where the teachers started to talk about what went wrong and what went right. The winning team did pretty much everything correct and thought it out on a level of a pro. They knew their individual weaknesses and compensated with each other. Salazar is better at close combat than Lloyd, so they had him in front and Lloyd supporting him. Midoriya is good at speed and surprise attacks due to his strength and float aspects of his quirk. They knew when to help each other and when to stick to their opponent. Aizawa said. The room was silent. The three boys stood next to each other and fist bumped each other. The other team was glaring at them. Snipe then talked about the losing team. The team that lost didn't plan at all. They also didn't observe all of their surroundings even when they knew the other team had a member that could go via air. This leads to a costly mistake and allowed them to be ambushed, which lead to their team falling apart. Snipe stated. The other matches then started. Overall, the teachers ripped into the students since they all didn't do that well except Izuku's team. Even though the teachers pointed it out the first round, the other team still didn't plan, and Izuku could see Aizawa getting annoyed by his classmates. The battle training class had come to an end. The class was dismissed and told to go change and go home. Izuku and everyone else quickly got changed and left. Lloyd had asked Izuku and Salazar if they wanted to hang out. They agreed and decided to go to an arcade that was nearby. Izuku texted his mother, Gran Torino, and All Might that he was going to hang out with new friends that he made in class so he would be late for his training. They texted back that it was fine since they were happy he was making new friends. All Might had learned of Izuku's more detailed past, and let us say it wasn't pretty. The moment Izuku graduated, All Might had lawyers tear the school apart in a police investigation. All of the teachers are now in prison while some students that tried to go to hero schools were blacklisted. All Might didn't tell Izuku he was doing this until it happened when Izuku found it on the news. Though Inko never heard of it since they kept it between them and Gran Torino. Izuku and the two arrived at the arcade and started to play different games. Izuku was enjoying his time so much. Thank you guys for bringing me here. This is the first time I've been since I had no reason to come in the past. Izuku said as he was laughing and holding his side. Lloyd just responded with a no problem. Salazar just said, remember, we are the three Misfits. We shall stick together to the end, he said. They all cheered for the Misfits. Soon an hour passed and it was time for Izuku to go train. Izuku headed off and arrived at the warehouse after about 10 minutes of walking. Izuku talked about the fun he had with his new friends and how the day went. Some of the class is definitely quirkist, most likely. Is it bad that I'm hoping Aizawa-sensei gets rid of them as he has done with the others? Izuku asked as he was dodging Gran Torino as he was flying through the hanging obstacles. Gran just told him no, that it wasn't bad of him to think that. Izuku was glad to hear that and just focused on the training. He was getting better and better after each passing day and using the float quirk, but he wasn't ready to use it by itself without using one for all to guide himself in the air. Izuku was also spending his days now working on his feet work and quirkless fighting since he could just apply his quirk to it to give him a boost when he needs to in actual combat. The bruises he would receive though would hurt the next day. Third POV. A few weeks passed and a standard schedule had been set. They would have normal classes and then have a heroic class every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday where they would do battle training or some other type of physical training. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar have set themselves as the top students of the class easily in heroic classes and in their normal classes. Each of them keeps trading the top 3 spots between each other, with Izuku tending to stay at number 1 or number 2. The three boys have also become very close and hang out a lot after school. They have traded numbers and stay in contact and help each other study as well. Izuku has been working on combing float and one for all into a new combat style. For the most part, Izuku uses one for all as a way to speed up the float to just move around, but Izuku has been thinking of combing them to create a new method of combat. The idea came from how Gran Torino moves around. Izuku has been copying him too much. He's noticed this and wanted to be more of his own style. As such, during one of the training sessions in the warehouse, he came up with a mix of both All Might's and Gran's fighting styles and created an adaptation for himself. The idea behind it was that while fighting he would have the float quirk on for most of it. He currently uses it just for flying, but this way he would use it for an increase in speed and lighter body movement. An example would be that he would have it on very low power output so that he is not really floating but just making his body lighter. The float quirk works in the principle similar to OFA, that the more power he puts out the stronger the quirk is. As such, if he is barely putting any power into float, then he doesn't really float but makes his body lighter as a side effect. As such, When he goes to kick someone he would have a faster kick speed since his body is made lighter due to the float quirk. He would also use it to dodge by again making his body lighter and allowing him to move faster in hand-to-hand fighting. As Izuku was training this, he didn't notice that All Might, Gran Torino, and a third individual were watching him move. Izuku was moving faster than what he has shown and they didn't know how he was doing it. Did he have a large increase in his control of One for All? All Might thought. They kept watching Izuku train and then he stopped and grabbed a drink of water. All Might called out and scared Izuku, who ended up coughing due to drinking a large gulp of water. Sorry my boy. I wanted to introduce you to Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. He is one of the people I mentioned before and I wanted you two to meet in the event you ever had a problem you could talk to someone in the police more safely about secrets. All Might stated. Izuku introduced himself and they asked him some questions about what he was doing. I've combined some aspects of All Might's fight style with Gran's and made my own. I was copying Gran or All Might too much. I'm now using the float with One for All to do more close combat instead of just straight speed attacks. The float I'm keeping at a low level allows me to glide more or else across the ground and makes me really light. This allows my kicks and punches to be much faster than normal at 15%. Izuku stated, and they were all shocked that he came up with this fighting style of his. Let's spar for a bit and see how you do against a moving opponent. All Might said as he buffed up and they got into the fighting area that was just a clear floor with some mats down on the ground. The fight started off with All Might attacking at 30%, which was a very fast speed for most people. This should also be around the difference in their power since Izuku's One for All should be 10 or 20% stronger and they were thinking it was closer to 10% stronger. As such, Izuku was keeping up with his 15% of OFA and just glided around All Might as if he was dancing. Izuku would push off the ground and bounce off the walls, floor, or roof and then come back to the ground and do quick movements around All Might. It looked like he was ice skating somewhat. Izuku was able to keep up for a while, but the difference in experience played a big role and Izuku finally lost. Good going. Though I wasn't doing very aggressive in doing attacks, I was doing them with the aim of speed instead of just overpowering. You kept up with me doing that at 25%. All Might stated as he pulled Izuku off the floor. They talked more about Izuku's new combat method and they realized that the way Izuku was fighting allowed him to have the speed of 20% while he was only at 15%. This was impressive and very good for Izuku since he was finding a way to combine the two quirks in combat and allowed him to hide it more efficiently in front of others. Soon though the training came to an end and Izuku went home. The class was alerted that they would be attending a rescue training at the USJ at the end of the week and Izuku didn't want to overdo it with his body and missed that training session since it would be important for his hero work. He could get combat training from Gran or All Might, but more hands-on rescue training was better to get from UA since they had the training space for it. Soon the end of the week came. A few more students had gotten kicked out of the class. They started at 20, went to 18, then to 12 people and now they are at 9 people left. The reason that Aizawa gave was the fact that the 3 boys had decided to harass some people at a bar that they somehow got into and decided to drink. They had gotten arrested. Having a fun time isn't a problem. Having a party isn't a problem for UA. Drinking under the age though is a large problem for UA. If you are found doing it, kiss your time here at UA gone. You won't even be offered a spot in general education. Aizawa stated. Izuku was kind of happy. He wasn't glad that people got kicked out, but those 3 were part of the people that were discriminating against his friend for his quirk, so Izuku didn't care about them. Soon, Aizawa told everyone to get their outfits on and get changed because they were going to the USJ for rescue training. Izuku was happy about the rescue training. Soon they all changed and had arrived outside and got on the bus. The bus had some seats in the back that faced forward, but it also had seats in the front that was just against the wall of the bus. As such, Izuku chooses to sit near the front and his 2 friends just sat with him. One on each side of him. No. This isn't going to be a yaoi ship. They are all just clingy since none of them really had friends due to bullying. This will be a purely platonic relationship between them. They got talking about what they wanted to do over the weekend and they decided to go swimming at the newly cleaned beach. Izuku just blushed a bit due to embarrassment at the thought of going to the beach that he himself cleaned with his new friends. Izuku noticed that the other students were giving them side glances. For some reason, Izuku didn't have a good feeling. Izuku decided to take his phone out and texted his 2 friends. Guys, be careful when we get there and during the training. I'm having a bad feeling at the looks our classmates are giving us. Just don't look back or they will know that we know something is off. Okay. Should we warn Sensei? Understood, and how would we alert him without them seeing? Oh, good point. We won't be able to. Soon the text conversation came to an end after a few more texts and they just pretended to stay on their phones. Izuku was worried about what was going to happen, so he kept his guard up and kept float running on the lowest level just in case the moment they stepped off the bus. As everyone stepped off the bus, Aizawa warned them all to be on their best behavior and not to screw around since this was a crucial part of their education. They soon walked into the facility and found the rescue hero 13 and the pro hero Vlad King. Izuku wanted to start a mutter rant about the two pro heroes in front of him, but Lloyd and Salazar just stopped him by holding him back. They just shook their heads at their friend's antics. At least his hero nerd knowledge comes in handy during battle, they both thought. The pro hero 13 started to talk. Hello everyone. Welcome to UA's USJ. I am 13, the rescue specialist employed by UA. And the designer of this building. 13 stated. Now, there are many things to know about rescue work. It's important to keep the civilians calm and talk kindly to them and to reassure them that everything will be alright and that you will get them out of the situation. 13 stated. 13 then talked about in previous heroic classes they learned the combat abilities of their quirk, and now it was time to learn how to try and apply them for rescue work. 13 even talked about some of their quirks and how they could be applied in rescue even though they are combat focused. Izuku and his friends asked some questions about what they were doing, and this got nods of approval from the teachers since they had asked questions. They asked things like if they would go into each zone or would only be working certain ones today. They also asked about how dangerous the settings would be that they are working on during the first attempt since they are new at this. The teachers responded that they would hit as many zones as possible but would have more trips to the USJ in the future. They also said it would be the lowest setting until they gained experience to handle the higher ones, though if the teachers agreed on it they could increase if they felt it was safe enough for the students. Though they would warn whatever group is working on the increase. As such, they headed off into the first zone. The first zone that they would be working in would be the landslide zone. The teachers would have the students save injured dummies that were placed inside the collapsed buildings and buried buildings. The students had to dig out the dummies and determine if they were still alive or not. If they weren't, they had to leave them, and if they were still alive then they needed to be saved. Overall, this zone went by quickly and the students made it through a few different zones. Then trouble struck. The students and teachers were in the mountain zone. As they had split apart into different teams, Izuku had joined his two friends since he didn't want to be with the others. He was glad that he did this since everything took a turn for the worst. As they were working through the simulation there was a shaking feeling. The mountain started to have boulders come down from the top. What? Sensei said they wouldn't increase it without warning us. Izuku said as he powered up to 15% and slammed his fist into the boulder, destroying it. Izuku was so glad he wore his entire suit since even with increased strength it kind of hurt slamming his fist into large boulders like that. Lloyd and Salazar were limited to what they could do since the boulders were far too big for them to do much to them. Izuku could see the other 6 students and he saw them smirking. Do they have something to do with this? Izuku thought, then he remembered one of them had an electrocommunication quirk that allowed them to tap into electronic devices if they weren't highly encrypted. This meant Izuku's classmate could get into the control panel since it was a simple interface. Shit. Are they trying to end us? Izuku thought but had said out loud. Both of his friends had also noticed the other students and were pissed since they were just up there smirking instead of getting the teachers. Izuku then grabbed Lloyd and Salazar and jumped from the side of the mountain and down towards the bottom. Hold on. He yelled as he grabbed them. They held on for dear life. About 40 seconds later they made it to the ground with a large thud since Izuku wasn't used to carrying people using float or one for all, so he wasn't used to adjusting his power yet for the landing. The sound of them landing drew the attention of Aizawa, who came over. Why are you all down here? He asked. Then 13 came running over. Aizawa. Someone had gotten control of the panel that controls this zone. Midoriya, Lloyd, and Salazar's side of the mountain has boulders coming down. He yelled as he ran up but then noticed the boys he was talking about. Yeah. There were boulders, large enough to end us. Also, the other classmates of ours just stood there and smirked and laughed at us. Salazar said in a cold tone. Before the teachers could even say anything, Lloyd spoke up. Yes. We know what he's implying and I'm applying it as well. They stood there and just watched. Lloyd stated in an angry tone. The teachers were tense. If the accusation is true then it's attempted end. Vlad King was called and told to go detain the other students. Soon everyone was down and present in the front area. Nizu had also been called and warned of what happened and he wasn't pleased. What Aizawa doesn't know is that a far scarier person right now isn't pleased either when he got alerted of his student almost being ended by his classmates when he received a call from a principal of UA. After waiting for a bit, Nizu arrived and he was accompanied by Detective Tsukachi. Hello students. I've heard we have had a problem here at the training facility and I brought a friend to help me go through the questioning since I wanted a third party from UA to do the questioning. Nizu said. Then they started to ask questions. Izuku had laid out his claims of what he felt on the bus and that he had warned his friends. They couldn't figure a way to warn Aizawa-sensei without alerting the other students, so they kept their guard up. They then talked about how on the mountain they felt it shake. They said they saw the other students standing higher up and smirking down at them. Izuku also pointed out that one of them did have a quirk capable of interfering with the control panel that would allow them to mess with it. After getting Izuku's group statement, Detective Tsukachi started to question the other students. It didn't go well. They had denied everything that Izuku and his friends claimed. However, unknown to them, the person that was asking all of the questions had a lie detector quirk. Izuku's friends were getting nervous since this would turn into he said she said situation. However, Izuku wasn't nervous at all. After a bit of time, the situation came to an end. Well, I've heard enough. You 6 are under arrest for attempted end, Detective Tsukachi stated, and they were shocked. They started complaining that he had no authority and that they had no evidence. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Detective Tsukachi and my quirk is lie detector, which is usable in court. Everything you all said was false. Meaning you did do the crime of hacking the control panel. The rest of you are also guilty by association since you didn't stop him and knew about it, Detective Tsukachi stated. All of the students were frozen. Izuku just felt happy that people like them wouldn't become heroes. The teachers tied everyone up and the detective placed them all in cuffs. They had a few police cars waiting outside that took them all away. It looks like UA owes you 3 an apology. You 3 almost lost your life due to your classmates under our watch, Nizu stated as he bowed his head a bit. Izuku just told him it was fine since the school dealt with them and had them arrested. The classes for them were cancelled for rest of the day and they were allowed to go home early due to this incident. Izuku and the others decided to go to a local park nearby and just hang out. We went from 1 full hero course class to 18 people. From 18 to 12, 12 to 9, and 9 now to just us 3. Izuku groaned out as he laid down on the grass ground at the park since it was nice out. Lloyd and Salazar just laid down next to him and agreed with him. Misfits for the win, Lod stated. The other 2 just groaned at that since it almost cost them their lives for the so-called win. Third POV. The incident happened on Friday, so the 3 boys had the entire weekend to spend hanging out or training. They all went to a gym that offered parkour lessons for a cheap price and started to do them. They wanted to increase their skills the best they could and didn't want to waste any chance. Also, training together was fun for the 3 boys since it offered them someone to talk to and goof around with. As such, the weekend went by quickly and it was now time for them to go back to school. They all wondered what would happen to their class now. There were only 3 of them total and that was hard for them to do any pieces of training since they had odd numbers. All 3 of them were sitting in the classroom. It was weird only having 3 of them with so many desks in the room. After about 10 minutes with their teacher being 5 minutes later, Aizawa-sensei walks into the room. As you all know, you 3 are the last remaining for the entire first year, Aizawa-sensei stated. They knew this quite well. As such, we need to decide what to do with you 3, Aizawa stated. This made them tense. Were they going to get rid of them as well? They all thought. Lloyd asked the question on their mind. Sir, are you guys getting rid of us as well? He asked, and Izuku could hear the nervousness in the voice. Aizawa just replied no. We need to go have a long discussion with the principal and figure stuff out. As such, follow me to a meeting room where he is waiting for us, Aizawa stated as he went out the door. They left their things and followed along. They soon arrived at the meeting room and found Principal Nizu waiting with documents and a computer. Hello boys. Thank you for arriving, Nizu stated. All of them sat down and took the tea that Nizu offered. Now, down to business, Nizu stated. We need to decide what is going to happen moving forward. I need to be blunt in the fact that we've never had something like this happen. UA has had the worst batch of students this year. That is why it was dropped to 1 hero course only instead of 2. We needed to remove everyone else but you 3 who were the top scorers in the entrance exam in written text. Then we also had the problem with the previous 6 that tried an attempt on your life which left just you 3, Nizu stated. Nizu then sipped some tea and took a second. As it stands, you 3 have the potential to be heroes and we will be happy to teach you. The issue is your class size as I stated earlier, Nizu said. At this point, Aizawa started to speak instead of Nizu. Even when classes were limited in the past, they never have been this small. Ever, Aizawa stated. The smallest class size we have had before now was 12 students. However, that went out the window quickly and now we are faced with a class size of 3. Aizawa started looking tired of this entire mess. They explained that they needed to ask questions to get a good grasp of how to move forward. These questions will give us a look at your current education and your current training and how much free time you have. We would like to specialize in what the classes you three will take together to fit you guys more. Nizu stated. Soon they started to ask random-seeming questions. Though one did cause some heads to turn at Izuku when he answered. This question was about all the training they currently do. Lloyd and Salazar talked about how they do some weight training out of school and they recently picked up parkour at a location nearby. Then it was Izuku's turn to explain his. However, before he could answer, Nizu just started. He does weight training 4 days a week, does cardio training every day, does parkour with these two boys, does quirk training outside of school at a private location, and has a meal plan and made to suit him. Nizu stated. Aizawa asked how he knew that and Nizu said that Izuku's trainers are close friends of his that keep him up to date on his work. I also provide them access to UA files for anything regarding him. You will meet them likely by the end of the year. The two boys likely will meet them sooner than you by my guess. Nizu stated. They then talked about education level. Mine was mostly self-study. Due to me being quirkless, teachers didn't treat me well and tried to harm my education. Izuku said. Nizu knew about the case since he helped on it. I know the details since I was involved in the criminal case against your former schools, Nizu stated. Izuku was a bit nervous talking about it since he didn't want to remember the pain from then. They got a decent idea of where everyone was sitting in their education level and Nizu gave them all a test to see for sure. About 1 hour later they all finished the test. Nizu quickly graded the tests and they found out that they all passed their first year of education for high school. Congratulations on passing your finals test for your first year. Nizu stated with a smirk. The boys were shocked. They had just been given the first year final test. This means we can specialize your classes even more and ensure you are being challenged in your learning. This has given me a good idea of how to start your classes from now on. Nizu stated. Nizu and Aizawa talked for a bit and dismissed the boys to go eat. We will have an updated schedule by the time you're done eating lunch. Nizu stated with a cheer. The boys went and grabbed lunch and ate under a tree outside. I didn't think our day would go like this. Izuku said as he just laid his head against the tree and groaned. The two others just groaned as well. They got tricked into taking their final exams without even knowing about it. What if we failed the test? Then what would he have done? Lloyd stated. Soon the lunch came to an end and they arrived back in their classroom or what they thought was their classroom. The classroom was now different. Instead of all the desks, they had a large table with their chairs located at it. The walls had bookshelves lined up and filled with all different types of books that they might need. There was a display case in the back with their uniforms that required a keycard to open it. There were also laptops next to the display case on a charging station. On the floor between the table and the case were bean bags and some comfortable looks chairs. There was a teacher's desk in the front left corner for Eraserhead and then a small cot for him to sleep on. They all laughed at that. Izuku was standing next to the bean bag when Lloyd dropped onto the bag and pulled Izuku down onto it with him. Salazar just fell down onto them both as well and smashed Izuku in between them. Izuku just groaned in pain from being pressed between them. Going to push my guts out is what you two are going to do, Izuku said. Soon the door opened and there stood Nizu with Aizawa-sensei. I see you're enjoying the new classroom. This room will be your home for the next 3 years. So I suggest taking care of it. There is also a small fridge in the back corner if you didn't notice for you to store meals from home or drinks. Just be responsible with what you bring in and clean up after yourself, Nizu stated. They then each received a custom schedule for their first year. The schedule was as followed. Period 1. Homeroom. Period 2. Basic education classes, math, history, English, etc. starting at second year level. Watch. Period 3. Specialized education classes. Period 4. Heroics 101. The homeroom was an hour and they could do what they wish in it as long as Aizawa didn't have anything. The basic education class took the rest of the morning and would be teaching them their second year classes during their first year and into their second year if they didn't finish everything. It would go on whatever pace they could handle. The third period was going to be classes that each of them specialize in. For example, Izuku would be learning coding to encrypt his notebooks and learning from Nizu sometimes to make them better. The other two boys would learn things that they would specialize in as well. The last period was all of their remaining day, which was about 3 hours. This class was going to be physical class, support department when they needed it, hero law, and a blend of other things as the school sees fit. Overall, the schedule was more streamlined and flexible to fit the three of them and keep them pushing forward to advance at whatever pace they could handle. Then Nizu talked about the sports festival. Since there are only 3 of you in the hero class anymore, we are doubtful anyone will have enough skills and ability to impress us enough to get into the class. Nizu stated, and then said that the festival would be in 2 weeks and they could train as they saw fit for it. They were told to sit down and class started. A part of their advanced schedule was the fact that they would be given all homework for the entire week on Friday and it would be due on the next Friday. As such, they sat down and got to work doing their homework. The boys worked together to do the homework. The rules only said that they couldn't share answers, so they didn't. They just helped each other with things they got stuck on and finished the work whenever they did. Aizawa just sat on the cot and slept while listening to them a bit. Soon the day ended and the boys all went to the gym and started to train. Izuku was debating on asking All Might about revealing their relationship to his friends, but that was a question for later. He wanted to trust them with it since it looked like they would be friends for a long time. As he was thinking of this, they started to train. The boys were working on their own individual skills but also some teamwork abilities since they believed there would be a teamwork round. Izuku was also training with Gran and All Might on getting his landing right with other people and carrying others while in the air. They made him carry them both and practice his power while floating and landing. As such, Izuku was getting better at it over the 2 weeks that were given for the training. Izuku knew his friends were also doing really well in their own training and they were all itching to fight each other in the ring during the sports festival. They did have some spars during the training, but they all held back by a lot since they wanted to hide some of their skills and give surprises in the tournament. Their educational classes were coming along as well. Izuku was a bit scared of his first lesson with Nizu. His friends gave him a look of pity and he didn't know why. Izuku entered the office and the lesson started. He soon figured out why they gave him a look of pity. Nizu was a slave driver in the speed he went and the hard material he gave. However, Izuku enjoyed it even though it was hard. He's never felt this challenged by his teachers before and he loved the feeling of it. Principal Nizu, I can't wait for our future lessons. I've never been this challenged by my past teachers before and it's enjoyable, Izuku stated, and this caused Nizu to have an evil grin on his face. Izuku felt a cold chill go down his spine after that smile and wondered if he just signed his own death warrant. Izuku told his friends how the lesson went and they were shocked that he enjoyed it but could understand the problem of never being challenged by a teacher. They soon went their separate ways for the day since there were only a few days left until the festival and they wanted to train individually and in private. Izuku has been working hard and he's also discovered that he can now push One for All to 18% from his previous 15%. This made him so happy. Even though it was only 3% in an increase, it was still an increase no matter what. Izuku has also gotten better at his control of float, but it still wasn't the best by itself. It was getting there, but it would take more time to be at a good level to use just by itself without One for All supporting it. Izuku's fighting style has also gotten better since Aizawa had started to teach them quirkless combat since that is what he relied on so much. He told them that quirks can't be used 100% of the time, so they needed to be prepared to fight quirkless if it came to it. He also suggested to them to have some weapons or support gear that they could use to attack or defend with. As such, most of them had small knives attached to their outfits as Aizawa did. He admitted he hardly ever uses it, but it has saved his life a few times, which had made it worth carrying it around with him all the time. Soon it was time for the sports festival and they were all ready to announce to the world that they were here. Third POV. Early morning on a nice July day, everyone in the third POV. Izuku and the 2 other boys were sitting in the waiting room. They were about to go out on stage and declared that they were here to the world. They were also about to go out there as the sole students of 1A. That fact made them nervous since their school reputation was relying on them. UA was the school that produced amazing heroes every single year. If they did horrible, then it would look bad on the school since they were the only hero students. Aizawa had come down and told them not to worry so much about that fact and just do the best they could. Hey guys, when we get internship offers, do you want to do them together if we all get the same place that invites us? Izuku asked them out of the blue. They were shocked at the request but agreed to it. They always did have good teamwork and wanted to expand on it. After about 5 more minutes of waiting in the waiting room, they heard Present Mike go over the sound system and started to call everyone out. They then called our Class 1A. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome UA's sole first-year hero Class 1A. Please also note, yes, there are only 3 students this year. We only want those that we believe are plus ultra. And they have shown it through their determination and will. Mike yelled out. The crowd cheered for them and many found it amazing that only 3 people were in 1A. That had to mean they were very strong students in their own right. Soon all the core students were standing on the stage. Snipe walked up to the microphone since he wanted to do it this year. Welcome everyone. This year the year representative is Izuku Midoriya, the number 1 in both the written exam and the hero course entrance exam, stated Snipe. Izuku walked up to the microphone and took a second. He then started to talk. Welcome and thank you for coming today. As you notice, there isn't another hero course, there aren't other students except me and my two friends in 1A. We survived the entrance exam, we survived the purge of 1A when others got expelled for their poor attitude towards heroics. We will continue to keep pushing forward since we aim to light the flame of hope into those that we will go on to protect. We are all heroes even if we belong to the other courses like the support department. Without these people, the heroes today couldn't do their job. If we all remember All Might from his early career, he himself used support gear on his outfit to help him do better. Everyone needs support from someone else. It's our goal of UA to go on and be the support for our society. As such, let US go beyond plus ultra. Izuku said as he shouted the last part. Everyone in the crowd started to cheer out and said plus ultra as well. The staff in the staff box was thrilled with Izuku's speech. It addressed the issue of them being the last members of the hero course but also aimed to bring unity between the courses. They were happy with the speech and it seemed well received amongst the other students. Soon Snipe called everyone's attention again. Now let us look forward and see what the first event will be. Snipe called out. Soon the round was selected and it turned out that the event will be a King of the Hill match. There would be 42 pillars created that you needed to maintain hold of. The pillars also varied in height as well. From the lowest being the 42nd one and the tallest being the first place one. Cementos came out and created the pillars. The round was started and everyone went off. Izuku just grabbed his two friends and dropped them off on the third and second pillar while he floated to the first one. Well, look at that. 1A is helping each other out even though it's a solo match. Mike said, but Aizawa came over and said it was smart since there is no rule against it. Villains won't play fair, so why should heroes play fair 24/7? If there is no rule stopping them from doing it, then I think my students to go ahead and do it. They need to survive and live to protect more people in the future. Aizawa said, which made everyone cheer for the 1A students. They all watched as students were trying to go up for each higher position. Some that had lower numbers attempted to fight for a higher one. Some were able to do it while others got knocked down and failed. Some tried to go for Izuku, but he just used blasts of air from his punches and knocked them back. Lloyd and Salazar were able to go through their opponents with relative ease. Lloyd got a few blades from Salazar to help defend himself. Lloyd just threw blunt blades at some people but kept a long sword to fight most people that tried to get to him. Most people got scared off from him due to the blades that he wielded. Lloyd just used his feeling manipulation to make people fear him. He induced the feeling of overwhelming fear into those that got close to his pillar, and it kept most everyone away from his pillar. The few that did brave through the fear just got kicked down from his pillar when they came up, since he switched from fear to overwhelming tiredness. Then Lloyd used the knife to scare them and kick them. This kept going on for about 10 minutes until the round was called. The crowd went wild at the fact that the sole 3 Hero Corps students held the top 3 spots. Look at this. We have our top 42 members, and the sole first-year hero students were the ones that held the top the entire time. Let us see if they can hold the top in the next round. Mike yelled out. Snipe walked back up and had anyone not on a pillar exit the stage. Then the pillars were brought down and the 42 members stood in front of the stadium. Good job, you 42 members. Now, let us see what round we will have for our next match. Snipe said. Then a screen appeared on one portion of the stadium and many different rounds went across the screen. Soon it slowed down and came to a stop on a cavalry battle. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar were happy at that. They had trained in hopes that this would happen since they observed from the news that the cavalry battle happened every 2 or 3 years on average. Everyone needs to split up into teams of 3 or 4 members. Once everyone has a team, we will start. Snipe yelled. The 3 boys just got together since they had trained for this. Oh, looks like the 3 members of 1A are sticking together. Are they planning to take it to the top all the way? But it's also risky. If they get eliminated in this round, then no one from the hero course makes it to the final round. Mike stated. All eyes were now on the 3 boys. Everyone in the stadium was looking at them with eyes that looked like they were looking at a burger and they haven't eaten for weeks. Damn it, present Mike. Just have to stir the pot. Izuku thought. The round started and Izuku just used his air blast to keep people away since his points were worth 1 million points. Everyone wanted it. Then Lloyd turned up his quirk and made anyone in a radius feel fear. It's one of the things he has been training. The ability to make a wide range of people feel the same emotion at the same time. He could do it if someone was really close, but now he could make it spread across the entire field, but it was a weaker feeling, unlike if he focused it onto one person. Everyone recoiled in fear. Some pushed past it by sheer willpower, but they were nervous. Salazar used his knives and made them dull when he created them and just started throwing them at enemies that were getting close. Some just dodged the knives and pushed forward. For those that got close, Izuku just used air blasts onto them and forced them away, but there was some trouble with some teams that just grabbed into the ground and held on. They kept pushing forward. As they got closer and closer, Mike was making everyone excited at the fight. "Sorry, Mike. Got a trick up my sleeve," Izuku thought as the other team got closer. "Now!" Izuku yelled, and the two friends held on to him since he was the rider. Then Izuku started to float into the air, and he used the air blast to move the entire team to the other side of the ring. Everyone was stunned since they just saw him fly with the entire team. "What is this? When could he fly?" Mike yelled, asking the question for everyone. "He could always fly. It's a newer aspect he learned a few months before UA. So it doesn't have the best control, but he is getting the aspect of his quirk down quick," Aizawa stated to stop any confusion. Soon the round kept going, and their team had grabbed quite a few other headbands from teams they had attacked. The round slowly came to an end, and the round was called. They did it once again. 1A has taken the top spots once again. Will 1A Hero Course students take all 3 top spots in the final round and hold on to their streak? Mike yelled. A 40-minute break was called, and everyone was told to come back after lunch. The boys just hurried up and went and grabbed food before they sat down to eat. There were only 12 people left for the final round, since all top 4 teams only had 3 people each. After talking a bit more and relaxing, the lunch break came to an end. The next round was announced as the traditional 1 versus 1 tournament. The brackets were made, and the first 2 people were called down to the stage. There would be 6 initial rounds, and then it would go down to 3 next rounds. After that, the final 3 people would have a 3-way match to decide the final 3 winners. The first 2 people were called out to the field. One had a quirk that allowed them to grow small vines out of the ground and attack people with it. The other person had a quirk that allowed them to control air and send it out in blast. This fight lasted about 5 minutes before it came to an end. The one with the vines was able to get them close enough to tie the person up. The problem with the person's quirk is that the vines move so slowly. As such, it's hard to be used in combat unless they decided to get creative. The second match, fighters were called out to the ring. This time the fighter had a quirk that could send blasts of compressed air out, and the other person was Lloyd. The match started out with them both charging each other, but as they got closer to each other, Izuku noticed the other students start to get sluggish. The student still pushed on though, as Lloyd went down low and swiped the student's feet from under him. The student got up quickly and attacked again. Lloyd had worked on his speed quite a bit and was able to dodge most of the attacks. He did take a few blows but overpowered the person soon after. He switched the feeling of sluggish to the feeling of being weak. This threw the person for a few seconds, in which Lloyd pushed forward and knocked the person down to the ground. He then pinned the student to the ground and held his neck in a chokehold. After about 30 seconds, the person started to tap on the ground, and Snipe called the match. "Winner Lloyd," he called. The crowd cheered. The student didn't even get to use his quirk at all in the fight. The third match was Salazar and a student with a quirk that allowed him to cause shockwaves when he punches something. It sends vibrations through the person or object, and he can control how much it vibrates. Salazar threw blades from a distance and kept the person from hitting him or getting close. The person then punched the ground and made it shake, which felt like an earthquake was going on. This forced Salazar to charge forward and engage in close combat. He threw several blades as he charged to stop the person from making more shockwaves. He kept this up to keep the person moving, and then he got up within a handful of feet and put the blade to the student's neck. Snipe called it. The student is unable to fight. In the real world that would be a death blow. Winner Salazar. Snipe called out. Once again the student from 1A1. Now it was Izuku's turn to fight. His opponent was someone with a shock absorption quirk. Izuku knew he couldn't win with direct punches since he didn't know the person's limit, and he couldn't risk going over it and landing a blow that would end the guy. As such, Izuku started using his personal fighting style that he created by combing the movements of float and one for all. He danced around the student and didn't aim for large blows but aimed to keep him off his feet. He kept doing this and doing this. Izuku was aiming to annoy the student until they failed to pay attention anymore. Soon after about 5 minutes of doing this, the student got up and charged at Izuku. However, that is what he needed, as he had led the fight towards the edge. The moment the guy charged, Izuku stood still until a few feet in front of him, and then he jumped up and floated in the air. This causes the person to go right over the edge. Snipe called Izuku the winner as Aizawa came over to the sound system and explained his plan. Midoriya used the quirk of his opponent to his advantage. Midoriya's quirk provides him a strength aspect and a flying/float aspect. As such, Izuku's strikes would be negated, so he made his opponents so angry that they lost track of their own movements and had them go over the edge by their own power. Aizawa said as he explained it to the crowd, and they all cheered once they understood what he did during those 5 minutes. They all thought he was just toying with the kid, but now they knew he wasn't but using his brain to win easier. The next two matches went quickly as they just slugged their way through the matches, and it wasn't really interesting, or they were support students that just wanted to advertise their creations. I feel like someone will replicate this years later. Izuku thought as he saw two support course students just showing off their devices in their rounds since they were fighting each other. This is how the first rounds came to an end. This resulted in 6 people being left, with 3 of them being from 1A. Izuku felt like Nizu rigged the matches so no one in 1A fought each other, but Izuku wasn't going to complain since he wanted them all to take the top 3 spots. Soon the next round started. One of the students that passed was the person with the vines. Salazar was fighting this person. Overall, it was an interesting match since he had to get close and personal to fight. Though the vines were far too weak to hold up to his blades. He created thick but small blades that were sharp, and he just cut the vines apart as they came close. After about 3 minutes he got up close and threw a blade into their shoulder that forced them to stop the vine quirk. He then got up close and pinned the person down and held a knife to the throat, ending the match. The next match was Lloyd versus the person from one of the final matches in the first round. This person's quirk allowed them to create weapons similar to Salazar, but they were throwing weapons. The problem with that is, Lloyd just made them feel like they were drunk or in a similar state. How does he know the feeling like that? Izuku thought. Lloyd won since the person couldn't aim anymore, and he just slugged him across the face, knocking him out since he was already sluggish and not in a good position to defend himself. Izuku asked him how he knew that feeling. He pushed onto the other person. He responded that the doctors gave him drugs when he was younger that wouldn't hurt him but make him feel like that. Izuku accepted the answer since that was smart of the doctors. Now it was time for Izuku's match. He had to fight one of the support course students. They just sent some of their gear and Izuku just blew it up by smashing it into the ground. Izuku felt a bit of pity for the student when they dropped to the ground and wailed out about their gear being destroyed. Sorry? Please give up or I will destroy the rest of it. Izuku yelled, and they gave up within seconds. Now it was time for the last 3 people to fight. Listen up, folks. It's the last 3 fighters and they all come from 1A. Let's give it up for these bright students. Mike cried out. Izuku knew they both would come after him. The moment the match was called to start, he was right as Salazar came charging with blades. Lloyd sent the feeling of being drunk. However, Izuku knew that he needed to concentrate on it for it to work. Izuku was able to dodge the blades as he jumped up and slammed a kick down on the ground, cracking it and causing it to shake hard enough for them to fall for a few seconds. Within those seconds, Izuku grabbed Salazar since he was nearby and tossed him at Lloyd. Catch! He yelled out, and Salazar landed right into Lloyd as they fell onto the ground. Izuku used that time to get closer before they could get up. Right as he got close, Lloyd caused him to feel the effects again, which made him stumble. Salazar came with a blade and nicked Izuku in the arm, causing some blood. Izuku had to back up. Both of the other 1A members are working together to take down Midoriya. Will he pull it off and take first place is the question though, Mike said. Then Aizawa talked. Midoriya is far more powerful in raw strength than those two can hope to put out. As such, they are using strategy and teamwork to take him on. It's also why we made this a 3-way instead of a single 1 versus 1 round and then another round for third place. We knew they needed a chance to win if he ended up in the last round. Aizawa stated. Well, Yue is conspiring against me, Izuku thought. Izuku then kicked the ground and made some rubble to break off. He picked it up the best he could under the effects of the quirk, and he had a hard time doing it since his coordination was off hard. Izuku then used the boulder he created by breaking the ground and threw it at them. He used float and went off flying behind the rubble he tossed since it blocked Lloyd from seeing him. Lloyd requires a visual of the person he is using the quirk on for it to work. He got close and then threw Lloyd off the ring. Everyone cheered, and then it was just Izuku and Salazar. They charged each other, and Izuku used OFA to increase his speed, and he grabbed the blades and pulled them away from his friend. The moment he did that, he headbutted his friend, which made Salazar stumble back. At that moment, using float and add OFA, Izuku glided in his movements and swiped the feet from under Salazar. Then he pinned him down to the ground. We have our winner and we have our top 3. They are all from 1A. Mike yelled out. The crowd went wild. Izuku pulled both of his friends up onto the stage and held their hands up with his own. The crowd went even wilder as the display of sportsmanship. Izuku Midoriya had taken first place. Third POV. The sports festival had come to an end. The 3 boys had done it and secured the top 3 places of the sports festival. The medals were presented and the boys took them. They were dismissed to go back to the classroom and wait for Aizawa. After about 10 minutes of waiting, their teacher soon arrived back into the classroom. He stood at the front podium and looked at his students and then had a smirk on his face. Good job, you 3. You did amazing and helped hold UA's name high with your performance. As you could guess, UA would have come under fire if you three did poorly, but our estimates are that the talk won't be about just the 3 Seoul students but 3 new rising students of 1A. As such, thank you for helping the school save face. Aizawa said. The boys just cheered at doing a good job to get a compliment out of their teacher. Now they talked about many things, but the most important thing that they talked about was internships. Now, you will come back on Monday and you be provided a list of internships that have sent in requests for you three. Due to the fact that there are only 3 of you, we expect you to gain high numbers since you did put on an amazing performance. Aizawa stated. They were happy and couldn't wait to return Monday to see their results. After a bit more talking, Aizawa dismissed them and allowed them to go home for the day. Izuku and they all went out and hanged out in the city since they wanted to relax. They even decided to go to a kakapo bar and have some fun while singing. They kept going for a few hours before they decided to call it a night. Izuku decided to invite the 2 of them to meet his mother since he hasn't ever brought friends home since he has never had any. They agreed, and after about 30 minutes they found themselves in the Midoriya residence. Inko was so happy to meet the friends of her son since no one has treated him well in the past. Soon they were all sitting down and eating dinner with each other. Inko had cooked more food than needed and sent some with them home and thanked them for coming. As it was just Inko and Izuku, she spoke. Seems you have made really good friends, Izuku, Inko said as she looked at her son. Yeah, I did. I'm glad to have them in my life. I feel like I can just relax around them without any guards up since they were bullied as well in the past, so we know similar experiences. Izuku said. After talking for a bit longer they finished up cleaning and they went to bed for the night. Izuku went to the warehouse during the weekend. He wanted to have a conversation with All Might. After arriving on site, he got to training since All Might wouldn't be around for an hour or so. Izuku has been pushing his training and he has been getting results. His control of float has been getting better, but it still needed work. What he was mostly interested in was his float combat style, or that is what he is now calling it. He's been taking the lessons from UA and making the fighting style more efficient with less wasteful moves. After about 1 hour of training, All Might arrived at the warehouse. Gran Torino wasn't in today since he went out on a patrol since he wanted to get used to the city in the event something happened. All Might entered in his skinny form and sat down and waited for Izuku to stop. After about 10 minutes Izuku stopped his training and cooled down before walking over to All Might. How are you doing, my boy? You pulled first place and did an amazing job at declaring that you were here to the world. All Might stated. Izuku thanked him and then built up the courage to ask what he was going to ask his master. All Might, I want to tell Lloyd and Salazar about me being your protege. I'm not planning to tell them about OFA currently, that would be a topic for a few years once we graduate or are close. But I would like them to know about you and then also bring them here to train sometimes with me. Izuku stated while looking All Might in the eye. This topic caught All Might off guard. Izuku then explained a bit more. Sooner or later we will introduce me to the public as your protege, but that won't be until our last year of UA. I would like those 2 to know before then. We don't need to tell them about your form, but we would need to be more careful of when they are here and you are here in your skinny for if we don't. That would be your decision on your form itself. Izuku stated. All Might then sat there in silence and thought for a few moments. They have been amazing friends for Izuku. Nizu had already predicted that Izuku would ask me this and warned me. He also did deep background checks and gave me access to all of their information as well. All Might thought. He then sat up straighter and looked his protege in the eyes. I'll show them my form. I'll be honest, Nizu predicted this outcome. He saw how close you 3 had become and he did deep background checks and research of them in preparation for this. As such, bring them tomorrow and we can talk about all of it. All Might stated. Izuku was happy that this conversation went so easy and was sad that he was so easy to predict. All Might laughed and said that no one could really hide anything in front of Nizu. Izuku accepted that and felt a bit better. Izuku then texted his 2 friends and asked if they were free all day Sunday and they said yes and asked why. Izuku explained that he wanted to show them somewhere and have them meet someone that was important to him who would also like to meet them. As such, the day came to an end and Sunday arrived. It was about 9 a.m. when Izuku had brought the 2 friends to the warehouse. They asked why they were at a warehouse but got shocked at what they found inside. Welcome to my personal gym? Izuku said as he showed them it. They were dumbfounded. Are you rich in disguises as a poor person? Lloyd asked in a somewhat teasing and serious manner since everything in the warehouse was top-of-the-line equipment. No. Izuku said embarrassed. Gran Torino then walked up and hit Izuku on the leg without being seen by the others, which scared them. You brats need to work on your situation awareness, Gran said. They asked Izuku if this was the person that he wanted them to meet. No. But you also need to meet him since he lives at this place now to help train me, Izuku stated. About 2 minutes later the door opened and the boys turned and saw All Might. They froze and then unfroze and then freaked out. "Ah, I am here," All Might said. He then walked over and sat down at one of the chairs in the room. "Good to meet you two boys. My protege has talked a lot about you too," All Might said with the purpose of embarrassing Izuku. They then turned around and grabbed Izuku. Lloyd held his arms behind his back while Salazar held Izuku's head straight and looked him in the eyes. "You had All Might as your mentor. Why didn't you get US autographs?" he yelled. Izuku's sweat dropped. "Really? That's what you are concerned about, is me not getting you autographs?" "Really?" Izuku asked. They responded with a yes. Everyone just shook their heads. "Okay, now we are past the first stage. Why is All Might your master?" Lloyd asked. "Ah, there's the real questions," Izuku said as he hit his fist into his palm once the question was asked. They then gave the boys a truthful answer with just leaving some details out of it. The boys accepted it for the most part. "Okay, I'll be honest. I know you're hiding something more than his form, but we'll accept it and trust that one day in the future you will tell us. I feel like it's something large and massive that I don't really want to know anytime soon anyway," Salazar stated with Lloyd agreeing. Izuku admitted it. "Yes, I'll admit it now. There is a larger secret that I don't want to tell you right now. It's not that I don't trust you guys. I think you would want to hear it closer to graduation when you are more prepared to hear it and understanding of the risks involved in it," Izuku stated. The two friends just hugged Izuku and told him that it was fine with them. They were glad that Izuku was willing to trust them with all of this and at least admit there was another one that he planned to tell in the future. "Now, it's time to get training, boys. Since you all know about my form, you can come join Izuku to train here at this warehouse. You can use your quirks in here as long as you don't bring the building down. I will get anything that you guys need to train since you three have been good as a team," All Might said. Gran Torino just smirked at the fact that he now had two new people to beat up during training. They all felt cold shivers go down their spines at his smile. Lloyd and Salazar cursed Izuku for introducing them to someone more sadistic than their own teacher. Gran Torino got them moving around and training. It was rough and grueling. "Now we know why you are so strong. This training is brutal." They both groaned out at Izuku, who was not having any trouble at all. They were in shock. What? This is just a warm-up?" Izuku said. They were done with him at this point. "Warm up my ass. That was a full exercise. Dear God, what is your body made up of?" Lloyd asked. Izuku just said willpower, determination, and spite. They all had blank looks on their faces as they cooled down as Izuku kept working. All Might walked over and asked them all what type of hero internship do they think they will be doing. They all said they wanted to do one together if they had the same requests that would allow it. "We want to do some internships together to make our teamwork better. Overall, as individuals we are strong but still growing. Our teamwork in battle is needing work. We can make a fierce fighting team if we have enough combat practice together, which will allow us to overpower enemies that we normally couldn't," Salazar stated. Gran and All Might thought this was a very good idea, especially considering the fact that they are the sole students of the hero course. They won't have others to rely on when they graduate unless they make connections. Normally there are 2 full classes to make connections with easily when they graduate, but now it's just them 3. Soon the weekend came to an end and the boys stayed the night at Izuku's house and slept on futons that Izuku had stored. Monday came around and the boys left early to return home to change and get ready for school. Izuku was able to change earlier and arrive at the school sooner than normal since he woke up early to see them off. After about 40 minutes the other 2 arrived at the school and came in to find Izuku doing some homework that they received from Friday. They also sat down and just got to working. They were surprised how their semester has been turning out so far since they are now in the middle of the semester and would be doing the internship starting next Monday if their requests got accepted. Aizawa soon came in and presented the packets of requests. "Good job again. Each of you received the same number of requests, which isn't surprising at all due to there only being 3 of you. As such, you need to decide out of the 4,000 requests on who you would go with," Aizawa said as he gave them the packets. They started to look through the packets and found that they had gotten requested by pretty much the same heroes. They noticed that they had a few of the top heroes that requested them. They received a request from Ninja Hero, Edge Shot, and also from Fiber Hero, Best Genist. There were a few others like Endeavor, but none of them really liked him and didn't want to learn from him. They decided on going with Gang Orc as their first request to see if he would take them all on, and Best Genist as the second one. The reason they wanted Gang Orc instead of one of the higher ones is due to the fact that Gang Orc past was one of being discriminated against and they knew he would know how they feel since he lived it. Second, is the fact that Gang Orc has a large hero agency that focuses on team-based missions most of the time. He acts as an individual hero still a good portion of the time, but he does a lot of team-based missions. This would give the boys what they wanted in becoming individual heroes, but being able to function and work as a team quickly and efficiently with each other without any problems. As such, they presented their request to Izawa. He looked confused since they all requested the same place. You all want to go to Gang Orc? Why? He asked, and they explained their reasons. Izawa thought and agreed that it was a good reason. I'll take these to Nizu and we'll call him since most don't request the same agency to internship at. We'll make sure he okays it or declines it by end of today so we can let you know. Izawa said as he left to Nizu's office. The boys just got back to work on their studies. Later that day their teacher had approached them. You're in luck. Gang Orc was surprised that all three of you wanted him. We explained the reason you gave us and he accepted it. He is willing to take all three of you on, Izawa stated. They were all happy with that information. Soon the week passed and the boys just kept their training going. They had also informed Izawa that Lloyd and Salazar were doing similar training to Izuku now and were training at the same location as him after school. Izawa was honestly amazed with the three of them and the level of work they keep putting in, though he would never admit it to any of the boys. Izawa made the changes to the school notes about the increase in their training out of school to ensure that the school didn't overwork them with physical training and focused more on application training with different simulations. Nizu had also provided All Might and Gran Torino all video footage of the three boys so both the school and they could keep track of the progress and be on the same level of what is going on in their schedules so no one overworked the boys. Soon the day of the internships was upon them. Izawa had escorted them to the train station and told them to be good, but he didn't think he would have to worry about it. Remember, don't wear the suits unless told by your internship advisors. Also, don't use your quirks unless approved. Don't break any laws, problem children. I would like to actually have you three still in my class once you return. So don't ruin it or else Nizu will make me do many other things and I don't get to sleep during your homeroom, Izawa said. Wow, he only cares about he's sleeping in truth, doesn't he? The boys thought because Izawa put way more emotion in his words when he reached the sleeping portion of the conversation. They all told him they would be good little students and wouldn't cause any problems for him while they were gone. Indeed. We'll cause the problems when we return so you have more paperwork, Lloyd said, and Izawa just gave a death glare. This caused them to run since the train had just arrived and they wanted to escape. You know he is going to give us so much homework when we get back, right? Izuku stated, and they all agreed with that assessment. It was worth it though to see his face when I said it. He was so annoyed with that comment, Lloyd stated. The other two just shook their heads at their friend's antics. Izuku always thought Lloyd was going to be the chaos bringer and he was right from the start. They all just sat down on the train and waited for it to arrive at their stop. It would take roughly 1 hour for them to arrive at their destination, so they decided to get a bit of sleep and traded off so they didn't miss the stop. Third POV. The train ride was pleasant and quiet since they were the only ones in their car the entire time. Soon after about an hour, the train arrived at their stop. Izuku had gotten the other to awake about 5 minutes before they arrived at the stop. They stepped off the train and headed down the platform. Once they arrived at the bottom of the platform, they were met with a sidekick of the agency. The three boys followed the sidekick into a car that was waiting for them and then drove 5 minutes towards an agency building. The agency was one that looked like a normal office and blended in with the other buildings, unlike some of the other top heroes' buildings like All Might's, which was a tall tower, or Endeavor's, which was also a taller tower building. They all entered the office and were met with a busy office of people moving back and forth between different areas. They were then led into an office where they found Gang Orc sitting down reading some files. He looked up and noticed the three boys. Welcome. I was kind of surprised when all three of you requested my agency. The staff at UA gave me a reason, but I think there is more to it than that. Would you care to explain? Gang Orc asked. The boys looked at each other and then started to speak. They talked about their individual lives and how they were discriminated against and how they wanted to work with someone that would resonate with their pasts but could also teach them teamwork and individually as well, since they plan to be individual heroes but to team up together whenever they can or need to for missions or larger cases. Gang Orc was surprised at their actual reason for wanting his office, and he was kind of happy for the reason. He saw three boys screwed by the world but kept pushing forward like he did when he was younger. As such, Gang Orc already started to take a liking to them and wanted to help them succeed. Good reason, boys. I will accept you at my agency without a problem then. If this internship goes well, then when your work studies come around you can call me up and I will look into the possibility of hiring all three of you on for them. Gang Orc said, and that lit a fire in their hearts, since if they did well enough they would have a secured possibility of having a work study already. They sat down at the desk and started to fill out some paperwork that Gang Orc provided. It was mostly where their current strengths and weaknesses are and what other things they can do. Gang Orc started to look over it as he had the boys go work with some sidekicks for a few hours to start learning how to do paperwork at an agency. After a few hours he called them back in and told them a general plan for the week. We will have you learn basic paperwork and practices the rest of today. Tomorrow we will do a training session with some of my sidekicks and we will see how your teamwork is currently and we will look at the flaws we find. The following 2 days we will go out on patrol during a few of the routes that our teams do instead of the individual one's hero routes. On the last day we will look at everything and review and see what you guys should work on when you return to UA. Sound good? He asked. Everyone agreed and then they got to work. They went back to their individual sidekicks that they were working with and started learning more about how agency paperwork is done. These include mission reports, reports to the governments, daily reports for accidents that happened in the office or out of the office. Overall, it was boring but it was things that they all needed to learn to ensure they did a good job in their own agencies in the future. This work continued for the rest of the day. At night, the boys went to a room provided to them by the agency. The agency has small suites that they provide to people in emergencies and it became useful to house the boys. Though they did have to share the small suite which forced them all to sleep in the same bed or on the floor. They all just choose to sleep in the bed together since they platonic cuddle buddies anyway. No shipping between them. Only plantoic. The next day came and Izuku got kicked off the bed by Lloyd. Ouch, that hurt. Izuku muttered and Lloyd just stuck his tongue out but got slapped by Salazar. They soon got dressed and put their outfits on since they were told they would be sparing today and to wear their outfits for it. Soon they went downstairs and were taken to an underground training room. They then found Gang Orc with 5 of his sidekicks. Good morning boys. Today you will be fighting me and these 5 sidekicks since getting a fair fight are hard to come by in the real world when dealing with villains. As such, why should I be fair to you in a spar? Gang Orc stated with a smirk. They took their positions up and the boys defaulted to one of their pre-planned fighting strategies when dealing with sudden fights. Lloyd got in the back while Salazar got in the middle. Izuku got in the front and they waited for someone to move. It was one of the sidekicks that moved first. However, Izuku didn't go right for him as the agency people thought. Instead, he went to the other side and deep into their ranks and attacked people in the back. Salazar, on the other hand, threw blades at the first person that moved to force him backward. Lloyd started applying distrust in the opponents to make them not trust their fellow members' movements and them carrying their section of the fight out. This caused some trouble in their lines as Gang Orc had gone and attempted to deal with Izuku. The fight kept carrying on with no side really gaining an advantage. The battle stalemate soon broke when Gang Orc overpowered Salazar and pinned him to the ground threatening their team. This forced them to either give up or let him die. It was a hard situation. Lloyd then slowly increased Gang Orc's feeling of being overconfident which led to an opening that allowed Izuku to grab Lloyd and Salazar and fell back. They retreated outside of the ring and forfeited the match since the match likely wasn't going to go in their favor. They were strong and stronger as a team but they still lacked experience as the sidekicks and Gang Orc had. They did defeat 3 of the sidekicks which were impressive. The flaw was when Salazar got overpowered and didn't call for Izuku's help or Lloyd's. This ended up costing them since the opposing team got their men behind them and allowed them to recover. Good job everyone. Sidekicks, you can go back to work now, Gang Orc stated. They all then went back to Gang Orc's office and sat down and cooled off. Now let's talk about where you did good and where it went bad. Overall you were good. You all took out 3 of the sidekicks and you are only first years which is amazing. Now Lloyd did amazing when he was messing with people's emotions which gave you guys a lot of openings during your fight. Salazar, you did well as well in defeating one of the sidekicks. Lloyd also a good job of taking a sidekick out when they tried to double team Salazar. Izuku, you were able to hold your own against the sidekicks and push me back a few times though I wasn't going 100%. You moved quickly and efficiently but you lack experience. You could get more efficient in your moves as well since I saw some wasted moves. Gang Orc said as he took a break from speaking to drink some water. Then he talked about the flaws. Biggest flaw was Salazar's failure to call for help. I let you think you were holding me off so you didn't call for help. If a fight goes on for long and you can't overpower someone, assume they are letting that happen to draw you into a safety net before they finish you off. If Izuku had come help you, you all could have won maybe if I didn't go all out. Lloyd, you also had some wasted movements but you will improve with practice. Izuku, I already said your faults. Now overall your teamwork was well. You covered each other blind spots and helped each other out when you saw they needed it or got called for it. Keep this up and you will be invincible together. Gang Orc stated as he dismissed them to go start doing paperwork again with the staff as he needed to do paperwork of his own. The next 2 days were patrols out on the streets. Overall this went okay. People noticed them and asked them questions. Then they asked for their hero names that they had taken on. Salazar went with Red Demon, Lloyd went with Domovoy. Izuku announced his name with pride in his voice at having a hero name. Fulcrum was his hero name. The boys' internship kept moving on. They were allowed to use their quirks since Gang Orc gave them permission to use it during the patrol. They had stopped several crimes that were going on. One was a criminal that had stolen a lady's purse. Izuku just floated in front of him and tripped him up. Another person was trying to mug a person in an alleyway. Lloyd just used his quirk to make the criminal feel weak and then they pinned him to the ground. The internship didn't have any real issues that they couldn't handle. They acted with proper manners out in public and Gang Orc kept a distance from them and let them act as they saw fit. A few times Izuku would float into the air and look around to see in all of the alleys to check for anyone hiding or doing crimes. They had found a handful of criminals this way. Gang Orc was impressed by their teamwork. For example, when Izuku found a drug deal going on in an alleyway, he stayed high up in the air and radioed the two others. Each one took a side of the alleyway to trap them in. Once they got moving and Izuku came flying down towards the ground and stopped himself onto the roof and waited for them to gain the criminals' attention. The moment they did, he jumped down and knocked a few out, and by then the other two boys arrived and worked on everyone else. By the end of the 2 days of patrol, they had detained around 25 people that were committing crimes during their patrol. Gang Orc called them into the office on Friday since he made them do all the paperwork for the patrol to give them a proper experience. They had to file all the details and run it by a sidekick for approval before submitting it. One Friday came, he decided to talk to them about their internship and how everything went. "Good day, boys. Today is the last day and we won't go on patrol. I want to spend most of it in the office studying the entire week and how it went," Gang Orc stated. As such, they spent quite a few hours going over every single detail through their week. Gang Orc even acquired the security tapes from the patrols and they went frame by frame and scrutinized every single action and move that the boys did. He did not stop or let any detail slip by. He also pulled video footage from the fights that they could acquire and went frame by frame in those. In the future, I suggest requesting video footage of each spar or simulation you do and go frame by frame in regards to the details to ensure you are finding anything and everything you can improve on. If you know you made a mistake, it's even more important to get that video footage and go over it, Gang Orc stated, and the boys were interested in this method of learning. They decided to ask their teacher and principal for access to any recordings of their fights and also from the supports festival to help them improve themselves. Soon the day came to an end and it was time for them to return to the train station and return home. "I want to let you know that I will accept you all for work studies if you wish to request my agency. You all held yourself with pride of UA and didn't shame this office in any manner. It will be nice to have you all back when that time comes," Gang Orc said as he shook their hands. They were happy that they had just gotten offered work studies when it came time for that. Soon they gathered their things and made their way downstairs and were driven back to the train station. Their train arrived after about 20 minutes of waiting and they got on it. With this, their internships came to an end. Third POV. The internships had come to an end. The boys had returned to school and the staff was pleased with the review that they received from Gang Orc regarding the 3 boys. The staff was actually meeting in the staff room talking about the 3 first years and future plans. Nizu was drinking his tea like normal and Aizawa was sleeping in a sleeping bag while dreaming of cats. Soon everyone took a seat and the meeting started. "Good afternoon, everyone. The internships ended last week and we've had time to look over all the internships and work studies for all the years. In regards to the internship for the 3 first years, they were glowing reviews," Nizu stated. Some were shocked at that wording since internships are normally where pro heroes find some flaws and just teach the students in the paperwork, so they asked about what was so glowing about it. Gang Orc allowed them to act on their own with him a bit away from them. He allowed them to act as if it was a full work study and they were told to ignore his presence while out on the field. The boys all choose Gang Orc and worked 2 full days out on the field where they caught 25 people total using their individual skills but also teamwork. Aizawa stated. This was shocking. It was normal to take internships out for a few patrols, but they weren't allowed to fight unless it got to a critical point. Instead, Gang Orc had allowed the 3 boys to go on the field and act as if Gang Orc wasn't there. They all received a copy of their review and it talked about the strengths and flaws that Gang Orc had found. The staff was also shocked at one section that talked about their current level. It's in my professional opinion that I recommend that UA consider allowing the 3 boys to take the provisional exam during their 2nd semester. The 3 of them were able to take on one of my sidekicks by themselves but also fight as a team against me and 5 of my sidekicks and hold the fight for 25 minutes. Though I admit I didn't go 100% in the fight, my sidekicks did. The boys have shown a critical level of thinking on par with pro heroes and have the abilities of sidekicks already. As such, it's my recommendation for them to take the provisional exam so I can start work studies with them, which I've already offered to the boys once they have their licenses," stated the section from Gang Orc. The staff was really thinking due to this section. It was normal for them to have the second years take the exam at the start of the semester. However, it was unheard of for UA to send their first years to take the exam. Though, this entire first-year class situation is unheard of to begin with. Nizu then started to talk again. "I know you might have your concerns, so a test is needed. We will increase the difficulty of their physical portion of their final exam this semester. Instead of fighting robots, they will fight the staff. The staff will not have any restrictions placed on them and it will be a full-on fight. First person down loses. No other way out except knockout or forcing an opponent to resign," Nizu stated. The staff was shocked at the level of challenge that Nizu wanted to place in front of the three boys. The staff wondered though if the boys failed, then would they not be allowed to take the exam? Snipe asked the question and Nizu responded that they would, but it would depend on the staff grading of their exam. If the boys did well enough that the staff felt comfortable with approving it, then they would be allowed to. Even if they passed, it doesn't mean they can take the exam unless UA felt they were ready. That was the reason the exam would be made harder, since it would be pushing them to do their best. Also, this would be individual exams and not a team-based one, since as heroes they are aiming to be individual heroes first before a team. The staff of UA agreed with this proposal and the exam was set. It would take place in the middle of the last month of the semester. This was to give the boys time to train and prepare for the provisional exam if they passed the final exam, since the provisional exam takes place 2 weeks right after the start of the second semester. They wanted to give them the best chance of passing if they were approved for the provisional exam. As such, there were 2 months until their final exam and they would keep this on the down low until it happened. Nizu, however, informed All Might and Gran Torino of the proposal so they could up the boys' training and get them better results. This was how all 3 boys found themselves on the mats in the warehouse after being beaten by Gran Torino harshly. Even though he was old, he was a damn demon in human skin that was far too fast for most people. Izuku was able to keep up and land some hits, but the old man was still far more experienced and knew how to recover from hits better and faster. As such, unless they landed a critical blow, it wasn't going to put Gran Torino down. Izuku has been hard at work the month since the internship and has pushed his control of One for All to 25%. The other 2 boys have gotten better at their quirks as well. Lloyd is able to deploy a lasting effect that even if someone exits his eyesight, then the effects last for a few more seconds, which can buy him a lot of planning time or attack time in battle. Salazar was able to make his blades more efficiently and it cost him less fat to make them now. Gran Torino looked over the flaws that Gang Orc had found and he was relentless in training them out of the boys. All Might was downright scared of what he saw and always standing far away when Gran Torino got that sadistic look in his eyes. Though that didn't always save him, since he had to get involved in the training a few times. The boys have made their critical thinking decisions faster while under pressure and were able to react faster to different blows that Gran Torino threw at them when he came to kick. They were getting better with each passing day, even though they threw up almost every other day due to kicks to the stomach. The boys also spent more time hanging out together and would do parkour outside of training just for fun. They would also play video games at each other's houses since they actually had people to play against. Izuku had also met their parents and he felt amazing at not getting rejected by someone's family, since he actually had friends now that he would call brothers. Another month had passed and Izuku was still at the 25% control mark. They were all sitting in the classroom waiting for their homeroom teacher, since he had warned them that he had an announcement to tell them on this day. Aizawa came into the classroom and looked at them. "Good, you are all here. I'm announcing the start of your final exams. We will be testing your knowledge of the first-year material just for a formal sake, since Niza did the other test in an informal manner. Then we will give you a test for everything in the first semester of your second year. After those are done, we will have your physical exams on Friday. You will not be told what the exam is until that day." "Any questions?" Aizawa asked. We asked him why the exam was being done almost half a month early, and he said that we would likely find out depending on our results after the final exam physical portion, but we shouldn't concern ourselves about it since plans can change and it's still being decided on. Soon we were given the first written exam, which would be for our entire first-year material. This exam took 2 days since it was for 2 semesters worth of material and tests. On our 3rd day, we were given the next test, which was for the first semester of our second-year material. Overall, the boys felt the exams were relatively easy. Aizawa made notes of how fast we all finished, and we assumed it was to inform Nizu for our homework and progress speed to likely increase it. Now the boys found themselves on Friday. They found themselves in ground beta training grounds and found all their first-year staff present. The exam was after school to allow other students to leave and to have all staff here for some reason. Then the boys figured it out. They were fighting the damn staff. We're fighting the staff, aren't we? Izuku asked, and Nizu appeared with tea in his hands and told him that the guess was correct. Also, the staff won't be restricted in their power either. You will be going against them at 100% of their power. The rules are as follows: no lethal ending, no one is out until the enemy is KO'd or they are forced to surrender, or captured with the capture tape. I will call a KO if I deem it needed. Also, there is a 40-minute time limit. Any questions? No? Good, let's get started. Nizu said without anyone being allowed to ask questions. They found out that Izuku would be fighting Eraserhead and Present Mike. Lloyd would be fighting Midnight and Vlad King. Salazar would be fighting Ectoplasm and Snipe. The boys noticed that the matches had someone that specialized in really close combat and someone that could be mid-range or long-range. The staff was trying to pin them down and defeat them quickly. This is going to be hard, the boys thought. Soon Izuku was up first. Izuku entered the cityscape and got moving. He knew he couldn't fly in the sky or his teacher would make him drop to the earth and really harm himself. He also had to be careful of Present Mike sound waves. Izuku ran across buildings with an aim to keep the high ground. After about 5 minutes of searching, he found Present Mike out in the open and was an easy target. As Izuku was about to attack, he stopped himself and hid again. He then decided to scout around the area that Mike was in, and he soon found Eraserhead hidden in a street across from him with a perfect view of Present Mike. This meant that if Izuku had gone in there, he would have lost his quirk and been a sheep for the slaughter. Izuku knew he had to get them separated. As such, Izuku broke a part of the building off on the backside and then tossed it over a few buildings to create a loud noise to draw one of them away. He was hoping it would be Eraserhead that was drawn away, and he was lucky that it was. After about 40 seconds, Izuku floated down slowly and then attacked Present Mike. What the? Mike said as he used his quirk to create a sonic boom. Izuku though clapped his hands and created a barrier of air that disrupted the sound attack and then charged in. The fight went on for about 2 minutes until Izuku felt his quirk disappear. Eraserhead was back. Izuku pulled out one of the smoke bombs he keeps on him and threw it on the ground and ran off. He knew better to fight them both at the same time since he couldn't overpower them both. They were far more experienced than he was. One at a time, then he could overpower them due to one for all, and he was close to doing it to Mike before Eraserhead came back. Izuku hid in an alley and waited for them to pass so he could attack, but he heard a sound from above him and saw his teacher. Shit! He yelled as he broke off in a sprint with his teacher right behind him. He grabbed a trash can lid and tossed it at his teacher. What his teacher didn't notice was that Izuku also grabbed some dirt off the ground, and as he got closer he threw it in his teacher's eyes, forcing him to blink, giving back his quirk. At that moment he fought his teacher, who was having trouble seeing. After about 5 minutes, his teacher could see again, but Izuku threw a punch at 25% right into his gut, making him collapse over. Izuku then put him in the capture tape that would make him considered KO'd. This left him with his last teacher. Then, Izuku got hit by a sonic attack that threw him up against the wall. Present Mike had found them and had Izuku up against the wall for a split second where he tasered Izuku. Izuku got up but was met with a punch to the face and stumbled backward. Izuku then jumped back with float and got high in the air to avoid his teacher attacks. Izuku was running out of time. He only had 5 minutes left of his time since the searching and fighting of his main teacher took so long. Izuku kept avoiding the sound attacks, but as he got close to his teacher the time was called. Izuku lost due to the time limit. He was disappointed in himself. Present Mike told him he did an amazing job, but Izuku was still sad due to failing. They all made their way to the control room and Izuku could see his brother's matches had started. They themselves only had 20 minutes left. Izuku saw Lloyd was using his quirk well and forcing Vlad King to screw up with his quirk. His quirk required a lot of concentration, which Lloyd was causing problems with by causing him to feel as if he was drunk, which screwed with Vlad King's concentration. After about another 10 minutes, Lloyd had captured Vlad King since he focused on him, and he was avoiding Midnight due to her quirk. He couldn't really do much against her since she could keep him away. His quirk only had a limited effect on her since her quirk provided some resistance to the feeling of being drunk or sleepy. As such, the other emotions she could power through and still fight. His fight soon came to an end and he had failed to pass as well. Salazar's fight ended in a similar manner. He was fighting Ectoplasm and Snipe. He had better luck overall since he just tore through the clones with his knives. The problem was finding the real one. So instead of going after the real body, he went after Snipe. Overall, it was hard due to Snipe quirk that kept him at a far distance, but he worked his way through and got to him. Salazar even used clones as human shields against the bullets and was able to get in close enough to range to throw a handful of blades that allowed him enough time to get close and fight. Snipe was better at long range while Salazar was better at close range. After about 5 minutes of fighting, he defeated Snipe and the time was called 4 minutes later. None of them had fully passed but had defeated at least one teacher by themselves. Nizu asked them why they looked so done and they gave the answer that they failed the exam. Oh, you didn't fail, Peresi. You lost, but pass and fail were not graded on you losing the match or winning the match. You could have defeated both teachers and still failed the exam if you screwed up too much in the exam. We had hidden motives in this exam and I think you passed quite well. Aizawa will give you a detailed explanation Monday after we go frame by frame of your exams, but don't be sad about losing, when in fact that wasn't the purpose of this exam, so keep your heads held high, young heroes. Nizu stated before walking away. The three boys were confused as hell about what he was talking about but accepted it. They got changed and went home to relax for the day. Soon the weekend came and passed and they found themselves in the classroom again. The staff was still in a meeting and Aizawa had texted them that he would be running a bit late and they should just work on any homework or lessons they had left. While they did that, the staff was talking and coming to a decision. So, it's decided. We will allow the three boys to partake in the provisional license exam since we have judged them to be on par with sidekicks already, which is better than most second years currently. Nizu stated. The other staff agreed with the decision and gave their approval. The three boys would go to take their provisional exam. Aizawa got up and left to go to the classroom to inform the boys. They would have about 1 month's worth of time to do any last-minute training for the exam since they had winter break in between now and the start of the second semester. He arrived and entered the classroom. Listen up, problem children. The staff has made their decision. You all passed the hidden agenda in the exam and UA is approving of you three to take your provisional license exam at the start of next semester. As such, from here on out train your best to be ready for the provisional exam and get some special moves in place for the exam. Aizawa stated with a blank look on his face. The boys froze at this declaration. They were going to take their provisional license exam. Third POV. At the end of the first semester, the boys had learned that they would be attending the provisional license exam and attempt to get theirs. They would be the only UA students at the exam since UA sends its students typically at the start of the school year instead of the second term unless they are retrying for the exam if they failed it the first time. As such, they spent the last weeks of the first semester and winter break training non-stop. All Might and Gran Torino put them through hell. Izuku had gained a small increase in one for all control from 25% to 30% due to all of the grueling training. Their time at school was focused on making special moves while training outside was focused on their practical abilities. Each of them was working on creating special moves at the school and Izuku had come up with one. It was a bit destructive and powerful at the same time. He called it the meteor kick. Izuku would rise up high in the air with a lot of speed when he was given the chance and then would accelerate himself down at a fast speed and land a kick to his opponent or the ground around his opponent at his current max. Though the damage was far more than his current limit. In the words of All Might, the crater that Izuku had made with a 30% meteor kick looked like damage of a 50% power output if they were guessing right. That is how much damage he created due to the velocity he gained by his descending from the sky at a 30% air blast and letting gravity take over. All Might warned Izuku to not use that on normal people since it could likely end them, but to use it on larger opponents that the force would be absorbed by or around people to make them all fall down and destroy the ground so they didn't have good footing. Lloyd had created a special move that was a bit draining on him. The move, instead of just forcing one emotion onto a person, forced as many as he could do. It would overload the person and make them go into an emotionless state that they wouldn't really react to anyone. This was deemed a special move due to how mentally draining it was on Lloyd and its unlikelihood of being used as a normal attack in battle. The effects wore off about an hour later as they found out on a clone of ectoplasm since Recovery Girl had her concerns. She approved the use of the move when he was forced to use it without any other choice. Salazar had also created a bit of a dangerous move that was restricted unless he had no choice to use it. He couldn't really think of anything to do until Izuku suggested seeing if he could shoot the blades out of his body. They were glad that they had everyone back away behind a bulletproof glass window to watch people with destructive quirks. Salazar tried the idea and it turned almost deadly if anyone was still standing near him. Instead of just forcing one blade out, he forced around 24 out of all parts of his body. He also sent it out in enough speed to pierce the rock around him. As such, the special move was considered a lethal one and he was told not to use the special move unless he had no choice but to use it to survive. They also tried to come up with a few different ones and were able to create some minor ones. One for Salazar was that he created an ultra-long blade that was thin. The idea for it wasn't to cause much damage but for the fear factor and creating space since it could still cut and harm someone. It would force people close to him to back away. Lloyd created an offset of his radius emotional manipulation and was able to create a special move where he would flash many different emotions through people around him, causing them to freak out and get shocked due to the rapid changing of emotions. Izuku created a special move where he would flick his finger and generate a bullet of air. He called it an Air Force bullet. It wasn't destructive, but it would push a lot of people back and make them daze for a few good seconds. This is how their training went over the last weeks of the semester and during the winter break. Once school started back up, they focused on just perfecting the moves that they had created and getting used to using them so they wouldn't screw up in the test or on the field. The staff was happy with their progress and were placing bets on how high they would place in the exam. Most of them were betting in the top 50 while Nizu and Aizawa better within the top 10. The 2 weeks of the first semester quickly rolled by and the exam was nowhere. The boys grabbed their outfits and headed towards the bus that was waiting for them. Nizu and Aizawa were both waiting for them and were going to attend the exam with them to watch. They all got on the bus and it drove off. The ride took about 1 hour to arrive at the exam site. It was a large stadium with different areas for testing to happen in. It reminded the boys of the USJ in their honest opinion due to all of the zones. Was the USJ built with the provisional exam in mind due to the different zones? Izuku asked and Nizu said yes and no. It was built and designed for rescue work in different environments. Later, we edited the environments to be similar to what is used in the exam so that students would feel a bit more at ease since they would be in similar environments to what they have practiced in before. It's to help give our students an extra leg up in the competition, Nizu stated. Soon they walked into a room and Nizu signed them in. The staff was amazed that UA was recommending first-year students to take the exam since it was normal for only second-year students to take the exam. The first portion of the exam was a basic written exam that asked questions about the major quirk laws and heroic laws that would apply to them with a provisional license and what limits they had without obtaining a full-fledged license. Some of the examples were that provisional licenses expire if they leave a hero school and don't join a new one within 60 days. Soon the exam came to an end. There were 300 people taking the exam this semester. Normally the first semester has around 500 to 600 people taking the exam, but the second semester has fewer people, which also means fewer people pass since they only let 50% pass. It was the same rate but still less passing people. The first portion of the exam was the standard point-out system that they always do. The exam hasn't changed in quite a few years, which has made it easy to practice for. The 3 UA students worked together and dominated the first portion of the exam. They only needed 10 points to pass, but they ended up with 20 each, which limited the number of people passing even further. Soon they arrived in the second portion of the exam. This is where it took them far longer since it was more of a delicate situation that they needed to handle instead of just powering through. They had to rescue all of the people inside the city while defending from any attacks from villains. Izuku and the 2 friends stuck together and made their way towards a school building. They entered the school and found a handful of students that were injured with a teacher that was unhurt. Lloyd used his quirk in an area effect and applied a calming emotion across the radius, which calmed everyone down to the point that they could ask questions and get good and straight answers out of everyone. They inquired about the injuries that they had and where the pain was located at. Once they had a general idea, they started to transport the injured. Most of them could walk on their own, and the ones that couldn't move on their own were carried out. On the first trip, they didn't run into any threats. However, on their trip back on the second time, they ran minor villain minions. Izuku used Air Force Blast to stun them all due to the shock wave that is created with the air. They left the villains behind and moved along with the injured. Once they dropped the second wave off at the medical tents, they went back in and dealt with the villains that they found. They used close combat on all of the villains that they found and quickly dealt with most of them that they found. Most of their levels were on the level of local street thugs. Though they started to move towards a fighting area and found Gang Orc and the main villains. Izuku and the team had a good idea that the main villains with Gang Orc would be on a higher level of abilities and would need to be dealt with in a different manner than the thug level villains. As such, they found a group of villains that was a bit off from Gang Orc, and Lloyd deployed a rapid change of emotions to make them all shocked and stunned. At that moment right after, Izuku and Salazar charged in and knocked out over half before the other half regained their senses. Once they started fighting, the boys switched into some of their team maneuvers and picked off the enemies one by one and kept switching out off opponents so their opponents would get confused on who they were currently fighting. Lloyd would then put the feeling of fear, drunkenness, or instability into the opponents to make them screw up. He would use his capture gear on his arms to trip people up and knock them out as he dragged them close to him. They kept this up until Gang Orc came over since he noticed that his men's numbers were growing low. He had found the reason and wasn't surprised it was due to the 3 boys. They were deploying a very good team tactic and screwing up the rhythm of the battle for anyone they fought, which made it hard for the opponents to counter them. Even Gang Orc thought he would have some trouble with their current tactics. These boys have really improved since the internship. They took what my agency taught them and took it and ran with it. Damn, they better pass. Gang Orc said as he sent a sonic wave towards them and charged at Lloyd with the aim to get rid of them and give his men a break. However, Izuku came down with a meteor kick. Meteor kick. He yelled as his foot landed on the side of Gang Orc. Gang Orc wasn't a top hero for nothing. It didn't knock him out, but it did hurt him like hell. It had even cracked Gang Orc protective restraints that he had to wear for this exam that made him a bit slower. He was shocked at the level of power. If it was anyone below the rank of top 50, then they would have been knocked out in that one move, and some even in the top 40 or 30 might still get knocked out. Gang Orc thought as he threw a punch at Izuku. Izuku kept Gang Orc busy and stalled while Lloyd and Salazar dealt with the other villains. Their pace slowed down a bit due to the loss of Izuku, who had to stall Gang Orc, but they were still throwing people for a loop and taking them out. The combination of being hit with different emotions and then attacked with sharp blades that were really hard made a dent in most of them. This fighting kept on going for about another 15 minutes without Izuku being able to overpower Gang Orc. He's not the number 10 hero for nothing, Izuku thought. Soon Lloyd and Salazar finished the remaining minions and moved over to Izuku, but the exam was called at that point. Good job, boys. You have grown since the middle of the first semester when you did the internship with me. Give it about another year and Fulcrum could likely give me a run for my money at 100% fight, and you two would be able to stall me likely by yourself as well at that time. Your teamwork has grown to an amazing level as well. You should be proud of yourself. I don't know how you did on the test, but if you passed, remember I would like you three to do work studies with me. Gang Orc stated as he walked away to get the restriction gear off of him already. Izuku and the two other boys headed over to the main area to receive their scores. They waited a bit as everyone arrived before the staff got onto the stage and started to announce the results. Of the 300 people that were here, only 100 people passed with enough points. The other 50 people would need to do a makeup session to pass, or else they would need to retake it again. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar were given their provisional license cards. They had passed. They each scored at the top of the exam, with Izuku taking first with 90 out of 100 points. Lloyd had 88 points and Salazar had 87 points. They lost a few points due to some minor errors that they made in regards to the type of questions they asked the injured people and how they carried the injured, but overall were told that they did a good job in the notes that they received. Soon they all made it back to Nizu and Aizawa, and the three of them took a group photo and then took a separate photo by themselves with Aizawa and then one with Nizu, and then had a group photo with all of them. Aizawa looked annoyed, but they could tell he was proud of them by the smile that he had that he was hiding in his scarf that they noticed. Nizu congratulated them and they all got on the bus. As they were riding the bus, Nizu started to talk. Walked into a room and Nizu signed them in. The staff was amazed that UA was recommending first-year students to take the exam, since it was normal for only second-year students to take the exam. The first portion of the exam was a basic written exam that asked questions about the major quirk laws and heroic laws that would apply to them with a provisional license and what limits they had without obtaining a full-fledged license. Some of the examples were that provisional licenses expire if they leave a hero school and don't join a new one within 60 days. Soon the exam came to an end. There were 300 people taking the exam this semester. Normally the first semester has around 500 to 600 people taking the exam, but the second semester has fewer people, which also means fewer people pass since they only let 50% pass. It was the same rate but still less passing people. The first portion of the exam was the standard point-out system that they always do. The exam hasn't changed in quite a few years, which has made it easy to practice for. The three UA students worked together and dominated the first portion of the exam. They only needed 10 points to pass, but they ended up with 20 each, which limited the number of people passing even further. Soon they arrived in the second portion of the exam. This is where it took them far longer, since it was more of a delicate situation that they needed to handle instead of just powering through. They had to rescue all of the people inside the city while defending from any attacks from villains. Izuku and the two friends stuck together and made their way towards a school building. They entered the school and found a handful of students that were injured with a teacher that was unhurt. Lloyd used his quirk in an area effect and applied a calming emotion across the radius, which calmed everyone down to the point that they could ask questions and get good and straight answers out of everyone. They inquired about the injuries that they had and where the pain was located at. Once they had a general idea, they started to transport the injured. Most of them could walk on their own, and the ones that couldn't move on their own were carried out. On the first trip, they didn't run into any threats. However, on their trip back on the second time, they ran minor villain minions. Izuku used Air Force Blast to stun them all due to the shock wave that is created with the air. They left the villains behind and moved along with the injured. Once they dropped the second wave off at the medical tents, they went back in and dealt with the villains that they found. They used close combat on all of the villains that they found and quickly dealt with most of them that they found. Most of their levels were on the level of local street thugs. Though they started to move towards a fighting area and found Gang Orc and the main villains. Izuku and the team had a good idea that the main villains with Gang Orc would be on a higher level of abilities and would need to be dealt with in a different manner than the thug level villains. As such, they found a group of villains that was a bit off from Gang Orc, and Lloyd deployed a rapid change of emotions to make them all shocked and stunned. At that moment right after, Izuku and Salazar charged in and knocked out over half before the other half regained their senses. Once they started fighting, the boys switched into some of their team maneuvers and picked off the enemies one by one and kept switching out off opponents so their opponents would get confused on who they were currently fighting. Lloyd would then put the feeling of fear, drunkenness, or instability into the opponents to make them screw up. He would use his capture gear on his arms to trip people up and knock them out as he dragged them close to him. They kept this up until Gang Orc came over, since he noticed that his men's numbers were growing low. He had found the reason and wasn't surprised it was due to the three boys. They were deploying a very good team tactic and screwing up the rhythm of the battle for anyone they fought, which made it hard for the opponents to counter them. Even Gang Orc thought he would have some trouble with their current tactics. These boys have really improved since the internship. They took what my agency taught them and took it and ran with it. Damn, they better pass. Gang Orc said as he sent a sonic wave towards them and charged at Lloyd with the aim to get rid of them and give his men a break. However, Izuku came down with a meteor kick. Meteor kick. He yelled as his foot landed on the side of Gang Orc. Gang Orc wasn't a top hero for nothing. It didn't knock him out, but it did hurt him like hell. It had even cracked Gang Orc protective restraints that he had to wear for this exam that made him a bit slower. He was shocked at the level of power. If it was anyone below the rank of top 50, then they would have been knocked out in that one move, and some even in the top 40 or 30 might still get knocked out. Gang Orc thought as he threw a punch at Izuku. Izuku kept Gang Orc busy and stalled while Lloyd and Salazar dealt with the other villains. Their pace slowed down a bit due to the loss of Izuku, who had to stall Gang Orc, but they were still throwing people for a loop and taking them out. The combination of being hit with different emotions and then attacked with sharp blades that were really hard made a dent in most of them. This fighting kept on going for about another 15 minutes without Izuku being able to overpower Gang Orc. He's not the number 10 hero for nothing, Izuku thought. Soon Lloyd and Salazar finished the remaining minions and moved over to Izuku, but the exam was called at that point. Good job, boys. You have grown since the middle of the first semester when you did the internship with me. Give it about another year and Fulcrum could likely give me a run for my money at 100% fight, and you two would be able to stall me likely by yourself as well at that time. Your teamwork has grown to an amazing level as well. You should be proud of yourself. I don't know how you did on the test, but if you passed, remember I would like you three to do work studies with me. Gang Orc stated as he walked away to get the restriction gear off of him already. Izuku and the two other boys headed over to the main area to receive their scores. They waited a bit as everyone arrived before the staff got onto the stage and started to announce the results. Of the 300 people that were here, only 100 people passed with enough points. The other 50 people would need to do a makeup session to pass, or else they would need to retake it again. Izuku, Lloyd, and Salazar were given their provisional license cards. They had passed. They each scored at the top of the exam, with Izuku taking first with 90 out of 100 points. Lloyd had 88 points and Salazar had 87 points. They lost a few points due to some minor errors that they made in regards to the type of questions they asked the injured people and how they carried the injured, but overall were told that they did a good job in the notes that they received. Soon they all made it back to Nizu and Aizawa, and the three of them took a group photo and then took a separate photo by themselves with Aizawa and then one with Nizu, and then had a group photo with all of them. Aizawa looked annoyed, but they could tell he was proud of them by the smile that he had that he was hiding in his scarf that they noticed. Nizu congratulated them and they all got on the bus. As they were riding the bus, Nizu started to talk. Boys, I'm assuming you will do a work study with Gang Orc since you did your internship with him, and he had come and stopped by us to inform us that he is requesting you three if UA approves of the request with your acceptance. Nizu asked them and they agreed that they did want to go with Gang Orc again. Nizu nodded his head and did some basic information that they would need to know. Due to the fact that you all are 2 semesters ahead of your education, it does free up some time. We will work with Gang Orc on when he wants you on patrol and adjust schedules to fit it since we have some leeway, but remember you need to keep your grades up even though you're doing your second semester work for your second year classes. You all staying ahead in your education classes allows for this much freedom in your schedule, so remember to keep up the work and ask for help when you need it. Nizu stated, and they thanked their principal. Soon they arrived back at campus and Nizu told the staff to pay up. The boys were confused until Aizawa said that the staff had a bet on where they would place in the exam. So, you all thought we would pass. What would you do if we failed? Izuku asked nervously. Aizawa looked at him and said, I would have really doubted your place in the hero course and put you on probation. With the level of work you all put in, you would have needed a very damn good reason for failing, or you would have faced my wrath, Aizawa said with a glare. The boys were just glad they passed the exam. They knew Gran Torino was a sadistic teacher, but Aizawa was even more sadistic when he gets pissed off at people. The saying revenge is best served cold is a good example of what he does. He waits for the perfect time to enact revenge and punishments, and they aren't nice. They saw what he did to present Mike the day that Mike stole his coffee. It wasn't a good idea to look at Mike with white and short hair. It freaked them all out to the point they bought him a wig. Soon they were dismissed early for the day since they had just passed the exam. The school wanted them to relax their muscles since they would be getting really busy moving forward in the semester, since they would be doing schoolwork and then a work study which was far more demanding on their bodies and mind than what they are used to. They also need to fit in their physical training as well. They did stop at the warehouse and showed All Might and Gran Torino their licenses. Good job, boys. You all have made me so proud. God, it's like I have 3 protégés instead of just 1 now, haha. All Might stated while he laughed. The boys felt embarrassed at that statement, and Izuku was just happy that his master liked his friends so much. Soon after talking for a bit more, they decided to go home and show their parents their licenses since they haven't seen them yet. They all decided to get together with all the families and celebrate. Izuku even sent a picture of the license to Kaken, who was happy. Kaken vowed to surpass Izuku when he got into UA, and Izuku told him that he would be waiting for him. Kaken had mellowed out over the years. He had a bit of an attitude, but that was normal for his family. He dealt with bullies when he saw them, but still called people horrible nicknames since he was so horrible at names. Izuku just sighed whenever he thought about his horrible naming system. Third POV. After about 3 more weeks of classes, a rough schedule was decided on how they would add their work studies into everything. The time for the basic education classes was shortened by 1 hour, which still left a lot of time for them. Period 3 was split up with half before lunch and a half after lunch, and then another hour was taken off Heroics 101. This is due to the fact that they will gain experience out on the field. As such, they would leave 2 hours early from school on most days and wouldn't have Heroics 101 at all on Tuesdays and Thursdays, again due to them getting experience on the field. Overall, the simulations were mostly about being prepared for different situations in the field, and Gang Orc was planning to train them a bit at the agency as well, so the school and the agency would ensure they hit everything they needed for their education to be complete. The boys were also asked to get their driver's licenses quickly, and the school would provide them a vehicle which Gang Orc has agreed to pay for the cost of gas and upkeep. This way they could get to the office quicker than the train, which took an hour. By car would only take them around 20 to 30 minutes depending on traffic. This would provide them 1.5 hours of school time for the work studies on most days and whatever they spent after hours. They would also have more time on Tuesdays and Thursdays when they didn't have Heroics 101. In the event that a day of work study was cancelled, it would just be time for them to work on any lessons that they had available for them. As such, this was how their schedules were set starting the 2nd month of the 2nd semester. The boys decided to fit the physical training in whenever they could and decided to do it mostly after the work study. They also decided to sleep at the warehouse a few nights like Friday so they could get up early and work out on the weekends, since there was enough room for each of them since All Might had the living area expanded. Gran Torino made the training grueling but didn't push them to the point of their bodies breaking. Gang Orc was given the training regiment and food diet that they have with All Might and Gran Torino. He was only told that it was Gran Torino teaching them, who used to work at UA as a homeroom teacher, which was a true statement. As such, UA, the agency, and the mentors all collaborated on the workout plans and training to be efficient and hit the boys' limit without breaking them. Most other people would have broken due to the sheer amount of physical training and mental exhaustion that the 3 boys went through, but they pushed through and kept moving forward. The work study had them out on the field and gaining experience. For the first month and a half, they were set out with sidekicks as individuals and would do a few days as a large team. They were making a name for themselves as UA's youngest provisional heroes. They got familiar with the people they did their work studies with and the people they met on the streets. One day Izuku found a group of kids bullying another kid. Izuku walked over to them and asked what they were doing. The kids explained that they were teaching the boy a lesson for being a villain. Izuku asked how he was a villain, and they described his quirk. It was a quirk with brainwashing abilities that allowed him to control people. Now how does that make him a villain? You didn't give me any reason to believe him as a villain, but instead, you guys are the ones in the wrong. You are bullying him and discriminating against him based on his quirk, which is illegal. Do you think All Might would do something like this? Izuku asked them. They didn't answer and were starting to look pale when Izuku called them out on what they were doing. Let me tell you, he wouldn't. All Might has even gone after schools for discrimination practices, and it seems another school is about to hit the list for him to target as well. Izuku stated. The boys begged him not to do anything to them. He asked for their names and told them to run off. What they didn't know is that Izuku had a camera on his suit and would give it to Nizu later for him to blacklist them from hero schools since they looked like they were middle schoolers. Izuku then turned to the other kid. Are you alright? Izuku asked him. The boy looked surprised at being helped. Izuku hated seeing people like this. It made him remember his past before he met All Might. I'm fine. Thank you for the help, the kid said. Izuku asked for his name and the kid gave it as Shinso Hitoshi. Hello Shinso. Nice to meet you. My name is Fulcrum. Don't listen to them. Your quirk is quite cool based on the sound of it. Depending on how it works, you could be an amazing hero if that is your dream. You could help rescue people easier since you could get them to calm down and get how they are injured. Suicide jumpers, bank robbers, hostage situations. You could end crime in less violent ways which are important to saving people and stopping villains. Izuku stated. The kid looked happy at that and told Izuku that it was his dream to be a hero. So your dream is to be a hero? What training have you done? Izuku asked him. He said he'd done running to build up some strength. Izuku shook his head and the kid was confused. I'll give you a hint at the exam. Your quirk won't work really well. You need to buff up to be in a better condition or else I can tell you right now you will fail it. However, let me give you a hint outside of getting much fitter. When you go take the exam, remember what is the true purpose of being a hero. Is it just fighting villains or is it much more than that? Figure the answer to that question and you will have a better chance at the exam. Izuku stated. He asked Shinso if he needed help home or wanted to press charges against those kids. He told him no but thanked him anyway. Shinso didn't need to know that they would be blacklisted from hero schools anyway. Izuku moved along and returned to his trainer who watched from a distance. When Izuku got over he told Izuku that he did a good job. Izuku mentioned that he was going to turn the video over to Nizu since Nizu hates those types of people that judge others for their quirks. The sidekick just chucked at that and prayed for the kids to survive Nizu's wrath. They went on their way for the patrol route and only encountered lighter crimes that they handled and gave over to the police. Izuku and his mentor soon made their way back to the agency and Izuku met up with the others. Overall, their patrols went pretty well with only light activities. They did have some weird cases like Lloyd had a nudist on his patrol which was weird. The guy was drunk and had undressed in an alleyway. Lloyd felt weird because he had to lift the guy up and take him to a police car waiting by. The officer started to laugh at him when he came up with the guy. Izuku and Salazar just fell over and started to laugh at him. After they calmed down, Izuku explained how his patrol went and talked about the bullying incident. They were annoyed with the bullies and wanted to do more than just let them off, but Izuku told them his plan of giving the tape to Nizu, which made them grin since their principal was sadistic in his methods. They remember from their individual lessons with him and how bad he can get. Izuku has come to enjoy his lessons though, but still found their principal scary sometimes though. They entered the office and started on their reports. Izuku made a report about everything and then went into detail about the bullying incident and the names of the bullies and filed the report. Izuku did go and make a formal request for a copy of the video which they forwarded to Gang Orc due to Izuku being a work study. Gang Orc called him in and asked why he wanted the video since he hasn't read the report yet. Izuku then recounted the details of the event. Gang Orc was not happy with the event. Why didn't you write them up or report them to the police? He asked and Izuku explained why. Overall, if we get unlucky it would be shoved under the rug. If we are lucky it just creates some villains likely if they are given criminal charges. Instead, I want to take the video to Nizu who would look into their school since he likes going after educational places for discrimination or bullying cases that they ignore. I feel like it's happening in the school as well due to their level of uncaring attitude until I called them out for it being illegal. As such, Nizu could go after their school with the video and look for more evidence. He can also blacklist the boys from UA and likely other hero schools since most want to be heroes. It still has the chance of turning them into villains but a lesser chance. It also provides time for Nizu to dig into the school without them being tipped off from their students getting into legal trouble sooner rather than later depending on what Nizu decides to do. Izuku stated in one long rant. Gang Orc was silent for a few moments as he processed everything Izuku stated. I also gave the kid that was being picked on some advice since he plans to try for UA Hero course. He has an interesting mental quirk so I gave him some helpful ideas on how to prepare without directly telling him the exam. Izuku stated this as an afterthought since Nizu would see that on the video. Gang Orc approved the request for the video and told him that he would send it to Nizu himself with the attached report that Izuku had written and Izuku could check in with Nizu when he returned to school the next day. He asked Izuku to go make a copy of the report and send him a copy. Izuku did that and was happy that his request for the video got approved and that Gang Orc was going to send the email himself since Nizu would pay more attention to it sooner instead of later. Izuku didn't fear Nizu not doing anything about it but knew he was a busy person and an email from the number 10 pro hero would get handled far quicker than one from him. Soon the boys finished their paperwork and then discussed some things before the end of their work study came to an end for the day. Izuku and they headed to the warehouse by car since they had gotten their driver's license quickly. Izuku had to take it twice since he screwed up the first time and the two others never stopped making jokes about him failing the first time. They would always ask Izuku if he was sure he could handle driving since he had to take the exam twice. Izuku just did a small air blast from his finger at them to blow them over on the ground when they kept making the jokes. They arrived at the warehouse and got to work on their training for a few hours. Another half a month passed and it was halfway into the middle of the semester. The three of them were now cleared to do patrols by themselves but had to stick as a group to ensure they had each other as backup against more experienced opponents. Remember, if you come across someone far more experienced than you, it is okay to retreat if there are no civilians in danger. Your life means more than their capture at that moment. If there are people in danger in that present moment and you think you won't win, then call for backup right away. Do not get reckless. Gang Orc stated as he cleared them for their patrol. The boys nodded their heads and told him that they understood. Izuku had requested emergency beacons that would alert any hero to their location if pressed, which Gang Orc provided. They kept these hidden on their bodies in the event that they ever needed them. As such, they started their patrol once they were fully ready and set off. The patrols they encountered were fast and efficient. Izuku would fly in the sky several times and look in dark alleys from above to spot any crimes going on. They had asked Gang Orc for a patrol area that had a higher crime rate and lower patrol routes from other agencies since they wanted to make an impact on making areas safer for the people of the communities. As such, their names became known by these communities when they would show up and stop a lot of criminals day in and day out. They would stop around 5 to 10 people each week, which was above average for most heroes in these areas. This was due to the fact that Izuku could fly in the sky. Izuku would use his flying to stay hidden from villains and criminals, and this allowed them to find them without searching every single spot. It also didn't alert the villains until it was too late to run away from them, since normal heroes would sometimes make sounds when they got close and were searching, unlike Izuku, who was in the sky looking down at everything. Now it was much easier than back during their internships as well. This was due to the fact that Izuku had gotten much better control of the float quirk and could use it without one for all for the most part. Though if he got into high-speed combat, then he did use one for all to boost his speed and control while flying, but he could use it for the most part by itself in any other situation. The feeling of flying and controlling it had become more instinctive, which allowed the control of float to become better the more he used it. Though there was one thing that bothered Izuku once he had gotten better control of float, he always wondered why he never had another vision of one for all, even though the 7th had hinted at another meeting. This fact always bugged Izuku and made him worried about why there would be another meeting, but he put it outside of his mind and only came up a few times every few months. Ignoring the issue with one for all, Izuku focused back on the patrol he currently was on. It was currently the last week of the second semester for their first year, and the patrol felt weird for some reason. This wasn't a feeling he was used to. It felt like the dread of something bad that was going to happen. He hasn't felt like this at all during the months of the work study nor while he was attending UA. Izuku called his two friends on the earpiece and asked them if they had the same feeling. Turns out they did. It was at that moment that it happened. The part of the city they were in started to shake. What the hell? Izuku yelled out. Car alarms were going off and buildings were shaking. Everyone get away from the buildings in the event of them falling down. Izuku yelled to everyone that was nearby. Lloyd went over his earpiece and called into the agency. Hello? Are you guys feeling this earquake there? He asked, and they told him there wasn't any pre-warning for an earthquake from the government like there normally is, and they weren't feeling anything. Then it hit them. It was a person doing this with a quirk. The agency wasn't that far that it wouldn't be feeling an earthquake in this area. As such, someone had to be causing these to be localized in this area. Izuku went over the radio and warned the agency. Warn everyone in the agency that we will need backup most likely. It's my current belief that someone is using a quirk to cause an earthquake or a large vibration that in this area that is impacting the patrol area. The buildings are shaking heavily and they might come down. We might need a lot of rescue support in this area and we need to get ready, Izuku stated. The three of them started to search for whoever was causing this problem. Then the buildings started to fall. Salazar reported to the agency that buildings had started to fall and that they currently couldn't locate who was causing the problems. Soon the shaking came to an end and they could see a lot of buildings had fallen. They reported what they could see and they were told that support would be there in 20 minutes from the agency, and any local heroes in the area have been alerted to the theory of it being a villain attack and worked their way towards the center from all sides. The boys got to work on saving people from collapsed buildings near them since they were near the center of the destruction zone from what Izuku could tell from the sky. They had told people nearby to start heading towards the local park that was a few blocks east from the center of the chaos. This way they would be closer to the other heroes as they came and would be further away from whatever villain caused this destruction since they were close to the center. The boys applied their training and felt confident that they could handle the situation that they were now in. However, they would find that fate decided to be quite impactful on their lives on this day that would change their futures. Third POV. The boys made their way closer to the center and started to rescue people out of the rubble. Those that could walk by themselves were asked to carry any of the injured people out so the boys could keep digging people out. The people respected this request and helped out by fulfilling this request. The buildings were all destroyed for the most part or leaning over. Some buildings did survive the destruction and held up, but those were very few and in between buildings. Izuku looked over the site and he knew he would remember this for a long time in his life. The level of destruction was massive that it took out so many blocks and he could hear the cries for help everywhere. Izuku got back to work and started working on finding more people. They had already pulled out around 200 people from the rubble. They were lucky that mostly everyone only had minor wounds or any worse injuries were to their arms and they could walk out on their own power. Those that couldn't leave on their own power were carried out by other people. They had been inside the center of the destruction zone for about 2 entire hours now and they could see in the very far distance that heroes were working on saving people as well. The boys knew that they would be here until early morning the next day or even later. The night was closing in closer and closer with each passing minute. As the boys were still working after another half an hour, the daylight started to go away and the night was starting to set in. The street lights that could work were on, but at least half of them were broken and didn't work, which left the destruction site in a large amount of darkness, making it harder to work. As the boys cleared one more building, they heard a cry for help from a building that was half standing up. It was a middle school building. Most of the building had fallen, but there were still standing portions, but they had a large amount of rubble surrounding the area. Then they heard the cry of help turn into a scream of help. Be careful, with night arriving we might run into bad actors that will take advantage of this situation and use it to harm people, Izuku stated to his friends, and they put their guard up as all three of them moved quickly but silently towards the barely standing gymnasium-looking portion of the middle school. Izuku floated up and he looked into the window. He saw a group of about 40 civilians. It was a large mixture of people that had taken refuge in this building since gymnasiums are built to be a safe spot during earthquakes. Smart of them to remember the fact that these are built far studied than other things for this exact reason, Izuku thought. He informs the two others that there were about 40 people inside and no clear hostiles. They heard the scream again and it was people yelling from inside to draw attention. They weren't in danger but were trying to get help since the doors are blocked from the outside. Izuku thought as he moved over to the doors that were blocked. Izuku powered up OFA to the 45% limit he currently has and started to lift the very large rubble that came from the nearby buildings that fell down. Due to his strength, the lifting of the rubble was relatively easy. Thank God that I increased my limit during this semester, Izuku thought. After about 1 minute of moving the rubble, they finished clearing everything and forced the doors open. The people inside were scared for a second, but some recognized who came in and started to cheer out the boys' hero names since they patrol these higher crime sections of town more often than other heroes. We're saved. It's the 3 provisional heroes that patrol these areas a lot, yelled one man, and everyone calmed down after he said that. This was because some people in these areas haven't met the boys personally yet since they patrol on a certain amount of time due to school. The boys started to inquire about wounds and injuries. Lloyd just applied a calming emotion across everyone to ensure they would get straight and correct answers out from people so they could go through this quickly. After about 5 minutes of communicating with people, they did discover that there were a handful of people with injuries that would require them to be walked out. Can people that can walk out on their own help carry those that can't? This will allow us to guard you on our way out of the destruction zone. Izuku asked them and they complied and started to get to work. After about 5 minutes of preparation, they had everyone prepared to move out. Izuku took the front while Lloyd and Salazar took the group's sides. They had let other smaller groups go on their own since it was a small group and it was still daytime out, but this was a larger group and might attract attention from villains since it is now nighttime and the villains had the cover of darkness to escape in. The boys didn't want to risk it, so they guarded the group out. However, as they started to leave towards the exit of the gym, they heard a voice call out from the doorway. Well, what do we have here? A bunch of snot-nosed brats that are hero in training. You boys are running all of the fun saving these people, you know. He yelled out. The boys went on guard when they heard him, and Lloyd and Salazar moved towards the front of the group with Izuku. Who are you and what do you want? Izuku asked. The man just started to chuckling. Me? I'm the one that did all of this, and my name? You can call me Shockwave. I'm the leader of the Serpent Gang, and this was our declaration of war on another gang that ruled this area since they kept getting involved in our business. The man now nicknamed Shockwave stated, and this set them all on guard. The people behind them backed up as more villains wanted into the room behind Shockwave. Izuku pressed the emergency beacon button and the other two did the same. They were going to need help. It didn't matter if they could win by themselves. The number of villains with Shockwave was a dangerous combination that they weren't willing to play around with. Shockwave had around 50 men with him, and they had no idea how strong or weak they were. Though they did know that Shockwave could likely cause another earthquake, and that would be deadly due to all the heroes and rescue operations going on trying to find people. If another earthquake happened, then those that were trying to save would be the ones needing to be saved. The boys had to be careful with this fight. They had a group of 40 civilians behind them trapped inside the gym, and the three boys were the only thing standing between them and a large group of villains. A sound came over the radio, but it was filled with too much noise to hear it. The destruction had caused the radio signals to be less efficient near the center of the destruction since there were no radio towers to bounce off of. They just opened the emergency beacons would still work since they were a bit more powerful on the radio wave that they produced. The villain Shockwave told the boys to hand the civilians over since he needed new playthings, and he started to look at some of the younger women with perverted eyes filled with lust. Izuku felt disgusted at the man. The people behind them were cowering in fear. Never? You won't lay a hand on them until I'm dead, Izuku stated. Lloyd and Salazar stated similar things. The villains just laughed. Oh, you are far outnumbered, boys. There are 3 of you with 50 of my men here and more that will arrive with time. Do you honestly think you can win? Shockwave asked. Izuku just fell into his fighting position and stared at Shockwave. It doesn't matter if I think I can win or if I think I will lose. What matters is the fact that I refuse to back down from you and your men. I will stand my ground until my last breath to defend these people from you. I am not a provisional hero just for show, Izuku stated with determination in his voice. Lloyd then started to speak as well. Indeed, we have survived to be the last 3 students of UA's first-year hero course. We are tougher than any average hero in training, Lloyd stated with a look of pure determination in his eyes as he went into his fighting position. Salazar created a few blades that were a bit longer than normal since he knew he needed to keep a distance but also do damage in an efficient manner. We won't hold back in this fight. We will go with the intention of doing massive damage to you all since you plan to harm those behind us, Salazar stated as he spun his red blades around himself and then went into a relaxed fighting position to move quickly with his blades. The 3 boys looked at each other and then shouted at the same time. So if you dare, then come, for we are here and we won't back down. They yelled at the same time, and the boys noticed that the people behind them looked calmer and were far less scared than before. Some even started to cheer out their hero names. Fulcrum, Red Demon, Domovoy. The people chanted. This only angered Shockwave, who ordered his men to attack. Izuku struck his foot down to break the ground, which caused a portion to angle itself up, which proved some cover to the civilians. Stay behind the cover, he shouted behind himself as he charged into the villains. Izuku didn't hold back on his punches. He refused to. As such, each kick and punch he did was at his 45% limit. Izuku knew that this was going to be a fight to the death since this gang was willing to destroy so much of a city. As such, they wouldn't care about ending any of the civilians or the 3 of them. Izuku ignored the sounds of cries from the villains as he slammed his fist into them. He used several of them as battering rams and just tossed them towards other villains. Salazar was towards Izuku's left side and Lloyd in between them with a few steps behind them so he could work on covering them both and tripping up anyone that tried to get through them. He used his quirk on villains to confuse them and provide openings for Izuku and Salazar to land critical blows. Salazar himself was just throwing weapons or making deep slices and cuts into anyone that got close to him. He knew that in a large group fight he would get trapped and taken out if he went in too deep, so he had to stay on the edge of the fight and let Izuku handle a lot of them. Though the boys knew they were in trouble. Even with them taking out a handful of the enemies, they noticed the numbers only grew. I took out 20 of them already and I think they took out 15. Yet the numbers have only grown, Izuku thought as he jumped back to Lloyd and Salazar. Try calling the other heroes? We need backup. I can't fly too high due to the ceiling and I have to be careful of the damage I cause towards the building or it will come down on us. I'm going full out on punches and kicks that I connect, but I could only cause damage to the ground that one time to provide the people cover. Any more than that and I risk bringing the building down, and we still haven't dealt with Shockwave either, Izuku stated to his friends. They agreed and Lloyd tried calling into other heroes but he only got static back. The beacons had gone off but they haven't gotten help yet, which worried them since it has been about 25 minutes since they pressed them. I see you using an earpiece, wondering why help isn't coming? It would be due to the rest of my gang causing problems across the destroyed city area as they fight the other gang. The moment night came I sent my men to deal with the other gang. Shockwave stated with a grin as another handful of villains walked into the building. The problem wasn't the skill level of the villains since most of them were at the level of thugs or a bit stronger, but the damn numbers were the problem. The boys were already tired from the hours of rescue work and now they have to do a lot of more physical movement for all of this fighting. It was not going to go in their favor at this rate and they have already received some cuts and bruises due to the sheer amount of attacks thrown their way. Remember, Aizawa will be pissed with us if we die here, you know, Lloyd stated with a dark humorous chuckle. Izuku and Salazar couldn't help but laugh a bit at that as they were steadying their breathing. The villains haven't made a move yet. You boys must be tired by now. The destruction happened about 3 or 4 hours ago? If you've been working even before then, that means you are nearing your limits of energy due to all of this fighting. Why don't you give up and you three get to walk away alive today? Otherwise, you will die here, and is it really worth it? Shockwave asked with a grin on his face since he knew this fight was going in his favor. The civilians could see that the boys were starting to tire out and they were scared of their fates. They cried out for the boys not to give up and to save them. Izuku looked back towards them and smiled. Don't worry, they will have to end us before they ever touch you. What? Because we are here and we refuse to kneel. Izuku yelled out. He powered up One for All again and crossed his arms and quickly ripped them apart and downwards to create a gust of wind that made some of the villains fall to the ground. At that moment the three boys charged in and started to fight again. The boys kept switching off and on between their opponents to make them lose the tempo of the fight. This was the same tactic that they applied in the provisional exam and they hoped it would help them save energy and quickly deal with as many villains as possible. However, after knocking out about half of the villains, Shockwave decided to get involved due to the sight of half of his 100 men that the now had here were down on the ground. I must hand it to UA for training such amazing heroes. You have knocked out 50 of the 100 men that I have here and have kept fighting for nearly an hour. However, it's time to end this. Shockwave stated as he charged Izuku. He knew that if he took out Izuku then the other two could be overpowered. Fulcrum provided their group the massive amount of power that they held. Lloyd and Salazar kept doing their trade-off between opponents, but it got harder due to the sheer number. The dark thought of them dying today had passed their minds at that moment. They knew if help didn't arrive soon it would result in their deaths since the villain was right. They were tired and drained from everything today. Even the villains that they had knocked out or caused large wounds to at the very start of the fight were starting to awaken again and rejoin the fight. They didn't have any time whatsoever to secure those villains since the others just kept them moving non-stop. This was a war of attrition and they were losing. Izuku also had the dark thought of his death, but he also had the dark thought of Lloyd and Salazar dying with him today. Izuku hated those thoughts and pushed them out of his mind as he couldn't allow himself to be distracted from the Shockwave that was fighting him. Shockwave was smart. He knew how to use his quirk to its fullest ability. When Izuku would go to land a strike or a kick, he would create a vibration across his own body that would help lessen the blow. Izuku just used his floating fighting style and kept dodging all of the attacks and kept landing blow after blow onto Shockwave. Izuku could notice that the Shockwave was slowed down. He could lessen the damage that Izuku caused but couldn't stop it. 45% punches and kicks are no laughing matter at all. Izuku could knock out most of the low thugs with just one hit or break their bones, which he did to quite a few of them since he could see people holding their arms or limping badly and their body parts were badly bruised in the area that he hit. Soon though, after about 15 minutes of fighting, he heard a scream. That scream would haunt Izuku as he turned his head slightly as he jumped away from Shockwave and saw it. He saw a blade stabbed into Lloyd's side. Then another scream came from Salazar, who was shaking as a villain used an electrical quirk to shock him since he was able to land a hand on Salazar. During that shaking, another villain pulled a knife and stabbed Salazar in the side and pulled it out harshly. No! Izuku yelled as he ran over to them both and pulled them back. Izuku then found that they both had large cuts across their bodies and were bleeding badly. They also had other wounds from different quirks that they had been hit with, but those wounds weren't massive like the most recent knife wounds. Izuku pulled the two of them back to the civilians. Put pressure on their wounds. Izuku yelled as he jumped back over the cover and stood his ground. Shockwave just looked at Izuku and laughed. Then there was only one. He stated with a glee in his voice. Shockwave charged again and Izuku met his charge. The other villains also attacked him as well. Izuku just kept dodging as many attacks as he could and was knocking people out left and right. There were still around 40 members left and a few more were starting to wake up or show up. Their numbers grew again while we were fighting. There's about 130 damn gang members now. Izuku thought as he cursed in his mind. The fight went on for a bit more and Izuku realized that they had been fighting for about an hour and a half now and no help ever came. Did they leave us to die? He thought. Izuku quickly pushed that thought out of his mind and focused back on the fight. He was getting more and more tired now. Izuku had knocked out a lot more of the members and had gotten more brutal. He would grab people's arms or legs and just directly snap them to stop them from getting back up into the fight. Quite unheroic-like to be that brutal, isn't it? Shockwave taunted him. Oh, shove off. My teacher taught us to do what we needed to survive and protect people. If there isn't a law directly against it, then it's fair game if we get desperate enough. Izuku said with a smile on his face. That smile never left his face the entire fight. The civilians were cheering his name since he was making progress in the fight. Cheering made Salazar and Lloyd wake up and stand up. They moved to the battle and towards Izuku. Izuku then noticed Salazar and Lloyd had gotten up and had a large fabric wrapped around their stomach and other parts of their bodies to stop the bleeding. You two shouldn't be standing, you know? You are going to make the bleeding worse. Izuku said in a serious tone. He knew by their looks that they were running out of blood quickly. Those stab wounds at the end were deep and had caused a lot of damage. He himself has taken a lot of wounds and was losing a lot of blood, but not at their pace. Not as bad as they were. Izuku didn't like the outlook of this fight. Even if they somehow won, the odds of them making it to medical support in time was not looking good. They also had to worry about any other villains between here and the front lines. We know what it looks like. We know quite well, but do you also know what we know? They asked Izuku in a low tone so the civilians wouldn't hear it. He asked them what did they know. We are brothers and brothers fight to the bitter end together, even if the end is death itself for some of them. So brother, will you let us fight our final fight with you? Lloyd asked Izuku. Izuku had a few tears going down his face, but he kept the smile on his face for the civilians. Salazar just told him it was all right and that they wouldn't give up until the very final moment. Remember, we are the Misfits brothers. So even if we die before you, Izuku, you're not allowed to die anytime soon to follow us to our graves. Do you understand? You need to die in a blaze of glory or at a very ripe old age. We want to see the life you will live. So smile, Izuku. Smile for us and help brighten this cold world that treated us like outcasts. Will you? Salazar asked in a tired tone. Izuku just nodded his head and said he would. I'll keep smiling for you too, no matter what. I won't die unless it's in a battle of glory or at a ripe old age. Izuku said as he charged ahead of them. They followed him and started to fight right beside him. They knew this was it. They all knew this was the final fight because they would never make it to medical support in time to recover from the blood loss. They could feel their bodies giving up on them and they refused to die lying on the ground. They also knew that the three of them didn't have much energy left and would collapse soon due to the lack of energy, or they would succumb to their wounds. As such, they would go into their final breaths and take as many of the villains out or with them to the afterlife. Because it was either they died and won or they died and lost. Them losing meant the death of the civilians behind them, and they refused to allow that. As such, they no longer cared about not ending the villains. Each blow or strike was done with the aim to end. Breaking the opponent's neck or slicing their throat or stabbing them in the hearts. Each blow was going for an ending blow, and the villains felt fear at that moment. The civilians were shocked at the brutality of the heroes, but then they found out why when the main villain yelled out something. I see you plan to take as many of us with you to the grave since you are about to die to your wounds. Fine, then let's see if you die before all of us. Shockwave yelled as he charged at them. Izuku just met him and started to land attacks. He then grabbed one of the blades on the ground and just stabbed right into Shockwave, causing him to scream in pain. We told you. You won't touch them unless we die, and even then we will take as many of you with us to give them a chance at surviving. Izuku yelled out. Then he heard a scream from Salazar. Salazar had a knife stuck in his chest as a few villains had landed blows on him and stunned him enough for one to stab him right in the chest. Izuku ran over and just grabbed some of their heads and slammed them into the ground. Izuku was starting to run off instincts alone and his mind was going blank. Salazar made a few more steps before he fell to his knees and stopped moving. Izuku knew in the back of his mind he was gone. Lloyd and Izuku both got close to each other and were attacking the remaining villains. Shockwave and about 15 of his gang members were left standing. The others were either dead or too beaten and hurt to stand back up. Izuku was so tired, his body was sore and bleeding. He knew if he didn't get medical help soon he would join his brothers. He noticed to his side that Lloyd had also fallen to his knees and stopped moving. They are gone. Izuku thought in the back of his mind. Lloyd had succumbed to blood loss and passed away while fighting. Salazar died due to blood loss and the final stab wound to his chest and he died while fighting as well. Izuku just stared down the last villains and charged at them. He refused to let them walk away from this. Izuku appeared behind the gang members and landed blow after blow. If the blow ended, he didn't care. After about 10 more minutes it was only Izuku and Shockwave left. Seems it's just us two now, Shockwave. We told you, you wouldn't lay a hand on them until we were dead. So was the price worth it to try and get them? Izuku asked while still smiling a bit. Shockwave was angry. So many of his men had been ended or taken out of action. He himself had several stab wounds from Izuku and would need medical attention which would be hard to get. You damn heroes. You willing put down your lives for a bunch of strangers? Why? He yelled out the last part. The civilians wanted to know as well since they just witnessed two of their heroes die for them. They felt so sad that two young men had died for them, that they had fought for 2 hours for them and never gave up on them. They wanted to know what drove them so much. Izuku just looked up and straightened his back. Why, you ask? Well, let me tell you why. We are the proud students of the UA Hero course belonging to 1A. We are proud to call ourselves true heroes whose goal is to save people with a smile like All Might. It's the responsibility of the hero to do everything they can to save those that are entrusted to them. As such we will go beyond and plus ultra. Izuku screamed out. Everyone was shocked at the level of determination that the three boys held which led two of them to die for the group of civilians. They just started to chant his hero name out and kept thanking him and his fallen comrades. Shockwave went into a rage. He charged at Izuku and his movements had become less efficient. Izuku dodged a bit and found the opening he needed. He charged up OFA to his limit and drove his hand right into one of the wounds he made earlier on Shockwave's lower chest. The moment Izuku touched the wound his hand went right into it and he powered right through Shockwave's chest with his hand coming out on the other side. Shockwave eyes widened as he looked down and saw the arm in his chest. Damn. He set out with his final breath before he fell to his knees and Izuku pulled his arm out with all the blood on it. Izuku looked around and asked if all the civilians were all right. They moved to him and said they were. Izuku nodded his head and walked over to his fallen friends. He dragged their bodies to be next to each other and placed some fabric over their heads. Izuku wanted to cry but there were people here and he couldn't. One of the older men from the group of people walked over to Izuku and put his hand on Izuku's back. He turned around and kept the smile on his face but his eyes betrayed him. Oh, Sonny. I'm sorry that they paid their lives for ours. I'm so sorry. The old man said as he kneeled on the ground and prayed for Izuku's two friends. The others all followed the old man's example and bowed on their knees. Izuku just kept the so-called smile on his face and kept silent for a few moments. We need to get moving, before any of the less injured villains wake up. I don't know why my comms aren't working so I can't call for help. Izuku said as he lifted his brothers up. Izuku knew that he was meant to leave them there until he got the others to safety but he couldn't do it. He didn't care what others said. He wasn't going to leave his brothers to the villains once they woke up. As such, Izuku tied Salazar's body to his back with some rope that they found in the gym and carried Lloyd's body in his arms. He then set off with the civilians falling right next to him in silence. After about 10 minutes of walking they came upon other heroes. The heroes saw the large group and rushed over. They then saw Izuku with his two brothers in his arms. Send a group of you to the gym at the middle school down the road which is about a 10-minute walk from here. There are over 100 villains with the main villain that caused this destruction located in the gym. A large number are dead. They left us no choice but there's still a lot of them alive and need to be arrested for murder and many other crimes. Izuku said as he kept moving forward with the civilians not even talking to the other heroes. They refused to leave Izuku's side until he made it back to the end. They couldn't leave the two bodies either. They died so they could walk free. Soon they arrived at the end of the destruction zone and so many heroes and other people saw the group and they then saw the bodies of the two heroes and Izuku covered in blood. They didn't know what happened but they didn't like the end result. Gang Orc ran up once Izuku got to the medical station. He was informed that his work studies were heading there. Fulcrum, Red Demon, Domovoy, there you are. We've been trying to reach you but the signal was being blocked. We lost track of the beacon. Gang Orc stopped when he saw Izuku carrying the two of them. He just started to shake his head in denial. He couldn't believe it. He lost two of his work studies? What happened? He asked but Izuku just collapsed. The blood loss got to him and he was met with darkness. Gang Orc was scared that he just lost his last work study. The civilians told the medics that he was bleeding out badly and he needed blood. Gang Orc told them what blood type he was and they rushed him to the hospital. Gang Orc was about to leave when the civilians stopped him. Please wait. Are you their boss? The old man from before asked. Gang Orc said yes, and then the old man started to tell the tale of the three misfits. Everyone was listening in to the conversation and they were devastated. Gang Orc wanted to go massacre the remaining villains but couldn't since other heroes would already be there to stop him from doing it. The civilians asked to be informed of Izuku's condition and where the boys would be buried in the future, and Gang Orc gave the old man his information and took his. He promised he would call, but he needed to leave. He needed to make sure he didn't lose the last student of his. This news would devastate so many people, and Gang Orc was worried if Izuku would even recover from this since he just lost his two brothers. Third POV. Gang Orc was sitting in his office when a sidekick ran into his office without knocking. It annoyed him, but they never did it before. The sidekick words then make him pale. Sir, the boys just came over the radio and called in an earthquake being caused by a villain on their patrol. The buildings were shaking and they reported buildings starting to fall. We need to get as many people in that area now as to start rescue operations, stated the sidekick, and then Gang Orc started yelling orders as he walked out of his office. He told them to alert the government and all agencies in that area and any hero that could get there. He then asked for the location of the boys' last known location since the operator said that the radios weren't working for anyone inside the destruction zone for some reason. Must be a quirk doing the jamming? Gang Orc said as he started to head out to the site of the destruction. Gang Orc was shocked at the level of the destruction. Blocks upon blocks were all destroyed and leveled. Some buildings stood, but they still had a lot of damage and could fall at any time. Gang Orc started to issue orders to any hero that was on site since he was the highest ranked hero currently. After the basic orders were given out, it had already been 30 minutes since he arrived on site, and it took him 30 minutes to arrive to begin with. Damn it, already an hour wasted, and I doubt the boys will be anywhere near their last known location, but I can only try and search for them. Gang Orc thought as he got moving. He took some of the sidekicks from his agency and got searching. Another entire hour passed and he still never found them. He left the sidekicks and decided to go check in with the medical tents all around the edge of the description to see if any tent had spotted them. As he arrived at one tent, he received a phone call from UA. Damn it. I wanted to find them before they called. He thought as he answered the phone. It was Nizu. Gang Orc, I'm calling about the boys since their patrol route should have been in the area of destruction that the news is reporting. We've tried their phones but are getting no answer. Where are they? Nizu asked, sounding tense. Gang Orc understood why. They were his students and the sole members of 1A. Gang Orc could only tell him that the boys were the ones to report it right as it happened, and they lost communication soon after since something is jamming the radio waves inside the destruction. He only is able to talk since he is current. Why outside the destruction? I'm trying to ask the medical tents if anyone has seen them bring anyone back and re-enter the zone. Currently, it's been 2 hours since I've last heard from them. Gang Orc stated, and Nizu thanked him and told him to keep UA updated so they could inform the families. Another hour passed of Gang Orc searching when he received an alert from another hero that his boys were spotted heading towards a medical tent on the north side. As such, Gang Orc ran and never stopped running until he reached it. He arrived right as they did and he was devastated. He didn't need an answer to tell based on Izuku and their looks. Izuku may have been smiling, but the eyes betrayed him. They were like he was dead inside. He asked what happened, and then before Izuku could answer he collapsed. No. Don't die, Izuku, you can't die as well. Gang Orc thought since he already knew by the looks of the other two that they were dead and gone. The boy was taken away in an ambulance to the nearest hospital for heroes that specialized in battle wounds. The civilians stopped Gang Orc from leaving and told him what happened. Why God did it have to be them? Gang Orc thought as he traded information with the old man that told him what happened. He was proud of the boys, and he would live with the regret of losing them for the rest of his life. He just ended Izuku to survive, but even if he lived physically, would he survive mentally knowing his brothers in arms had died while he lived? Gang Orc got to his car and drove after the ambulance. He called Nizu on the Bluetooth system in the car. Do you have news, Gang Orc? Nizu asked. Gang Orc didn't know how to explain it all. The only thing he could say was, I'm sorry, get to XXXX hospital. He then hanged the call up. He didn't know if Izuku was going to make it to the hospital alive or not, and he didn't want to give them false hope of him making it there. He also didn't know how to explain it. While Gang Orc was dealing with his thoughts and driving, the UA staff had been sitting in the staff meeting room for the past 3 or so hours waiting to hear any news on the boys. They knew Inko and the other parents were at the Midoriya's home waiting for the news. Nizu had called all of the staff to be present at UA since none of them could really do anything currently except 13, who was a rescue hero, but they weren't in town currently. As such, Nizu, Recovery Girl, Lunch Rush, Hound Dog, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Cementos, Midnight, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, and Vlad King were all sitting down in the staff meeting room waiting. They didn't know what to do with themselves. They couldn't focus enough to do paperwork either. They all have met the kids and gotten along with them since they had become the pride and joy of UA for being the youngest UA students to get their provisional licenses. However, they were now wondering if they sent the boys out too soon. Did they make the right call? After waiting for a bit longer after the first call that Nizu had done, they received a phone call back from Gang Orc. They all sat up straighter and attempted to listen to the call. Nizu though didn't put it on speaker this time. For some reason he knew not to. Do you have news, Gang Orc? Nizu asked. Then after a few moments, Nizu hung the phone up and he was silent for a few moments. He then threw his teacup. This made everyone pale since he has never gotten angry to a point to do that. It was at that moment they knew the answer. He didn't even have to say it for them to know. Someone was dead or all of them were dead. Either way it wasn't a good end. Nizu got up and looked at everyone. Gang Orc only told me he was sorry and then gave a hospital for us to go to. Who is willing to retrieve the parents from the Midoriya house? We will need at least 2 drivers. Nizu said. Aizawa suggested that they all go in their cars to pick them up and then arrive with them. They accepted this since they wanted to support the parents. Based on the message they could only think that they had just lost all of the students. This was the burden that UA needed to take care of. They needed to inform the parents and take them themselves. As such, that is how the staff of UA found themselves at the Midoriya's residence. Nizu also noticed that All Might's truck was at the house as well. Soon Aizawa knocked on the door and there stood All Might. Nizu, you being here means they didn't make it, did they? All Might said. The staff looked confused on who this was except Recovery Girl and Nizu. I'm sorry, old friend. I'm sorry you just lost all of your protégés. Nizu said as he bowed his head to All Might. Aizawa was shocked. Who is he for all 3 boys to be training under him? Aizawa and the staff wondered. Soon the other parents came out with Gran Torino. Nizu informed them that they needed to go to the hospital and he told them the message that he received from Gang Orc. The parents held themselves together. They knew this was a risk always and they would let themselves break when they saw their bodies. Not before then. Not before then. Everyone got into a car and they drove to the hospital. Soon they parked the cars and made their way into the hospital where they spotted Gang Orc. They walked over to him and he saw them. I'm sorry. Salazar's and Lloyd's, I'm sorry. Inko Midoriya. At this time it is unknown if Izuku made it to the operating table or not. He was still barely alive when he was put into the ambulance, but I was told not to expect him to make it here. I haven't been informed if he survived or not. Gang Orc said as he bowed his head. Everyone was shocked. Izuku was possibly still alive, but they did indeed lose 2 of the 3 boys. All Might and Inko fell back into chairs and were just dazed. The other parents just cried silently. They knew they lost their children, but Izuku had become family to them as well. They needed to know if they had lost all 3 boys or not. After waiting 40 minutes a doctor came in. I'm looking for anyone for Fulcrum. He called out and they all stood up. The doctor recognized some of the heroes from UA and knew that Fulcrum was a provisional hero. He took them all to a private meeting room to talk to the entire group. Have you all been informed about Domovoy and Red Demon? The doctor asked and they said yes. The doctor then talked about Fulcrum. Fulcrum did make it barely to the hospital. It was touch and go for the entire time. We did stabilize him and fixed him up. However, this doesn't mean he is out of the woods yet. Whether he survives is up to him. If he doesn't wake up, then he will likely die. As such, we can only wait to see if he will wake up or his will to live breaks. The doctor said. He then told them Tihi room number and had a nurse guide them. Everyone was numb. The doctor also stated that once they cleaned up the other boys' bodies, then they would be allowed to see them. This is how they all found themselves in Izuku's room waiting for the night. The other parents left to see their children's bodies once they were cleared. Inko also went with them. All Might told her he would stay with Izuku. Aizawa asked All Might who he was since Inko left. All Might looked at Nizu and Nizu nodded his head. All Might then buffed up. Hello? He said as he buffed back down. The staff was shocked. They just learned All Might's other form and the story behind it. He also explained how Izuku came into his teaching and then the boys later came into play. They were so amazing. I'm so proud to have had them as my protégés. Izuku, he is going to be devastated when he wakes up. He saw those 2 as brothers. All Might stated. Nizu then spoke. Indeed he will be, but we will be here for him and help him recover. If anything, this will make his will of being a hero even stronger to prevent this from happening to other people. Nizu stated with a sad smile on his face. He hated the fact that he had lost 2 students. Aizawa on the other hand was filled with sorrow. This made him remember his friend's death and he could see Izuku so much in himself now. Don't worry, Lloyd Salazar. I will help him the best I can and keep him moving, Aizawa stated in his mind. He didn't want Izuku to turn as cold as he did after his friend's death. Soon all of the parents came back, and so did Gang Orc after talking to the police for a bit. The police and the other heroes found the gym and found all the dead bodies and injured villains. Though they were not going to press charges for excessive force because they had witness statements from all of the civilians that stated that the boys had no choice but to end since the villains didn't leave them a choice. The police were also happy to know the reason behind the attack and who did it. It went unsaid that a lot of people were happy that the main villain did get ended, though that was a morbid thought. Gang Orc sat down as he saw everyone in the private room now. It was one of those large ones since All Might had told the hospital to transfer him into it and that he would pay for it. He even went into his buff form before talking to the doctor and said it. That is why Izuku got transferred from the smaller room that couldn't fit everyone to the much larger room. Gang Orc cleared his throat and got everyone's attention. I'm assuming you all want to know the details of what happened? He asked, and they all said yes. We don't have Izuku's version of the details, but we got a clear view as it stands, and the case has been closed in regards to it. The site where everything happened was found, including a large number of villains. The boys fought over 130 villains total to protect a group of 40 civilians that had gotten trapped inside a gym. The villains came after they had freed them and blocked the escape route out of the gym. Gang Orc stated as he stopped to take a drink of water. This was a hard story for him to tell. Based on the details from the civilians, the boys didn't use lethal means until they were left with no choice but to. The boys fought for 2 hours against over 130 villains. It started with a smaller number, but they increased their ranks as the fight went on. This turned it into a war of attraction which the boys knew they wouldn't win. Soon the boys got brutal in their methods and aimed to keep the villains down by snapping bones in the legs or arms or making deep enough injuries to keep them down. However, by this point, the boys were already tired and no help was coming since the radio waves were blocked inside the destroyed zone. They found that one villain had activated his quirk, which wasn't connected to the fight. This villain has been arrested and will be charged with their murders even though he didn't know it happened. His actions helped lead to the boys' deaths. Gang Orc stated. Everyone was tense. The boys had fought for so long and no help ever came, yet they never gave up. All Might only looked at his protege and just cried. According to the civilians that they saved, the boys kept smiles on their faces in front of their deaths. They refused to let harm come to the group and stood in the way of the villains. One villain in particular was important to all of these events. It was the leader of the Serpent Gang that had caused the destruction. Izuku had ended him when it became only them two left. Gang Orc stated. He asked them if they wanted him to explain the exact moments the boys died or not and left it up to them. They wanted to know everything, so he told them. He told them how they got life-threatening wounds and had gotten pulled back by Izuku but had woken up and knew they were going to bleed to death before they ever got help. As such, they got up and stood by Izuku's side and said words to him that no one knows. They then were told about how the boys charged one more time and took out as many villains as they could and only used lethal blows to take them to the grave with them. They were also told how Izuku refused to leave their bodies at the site for the villains to wake up and find. As such, he carried them even though he was bleeding to death himself and had collapsed when they arrived at the medical tent. During the entire time, from start to finish, the boys never stopped smiling. The civilians also said that Izuku kept a smile on his face even when he carried their bodies and made it to the medical tent, though the civilians could see the real emotions in his eyes. They wanted to offer their apology for the boys having to lay down their lives for them and are wishing to attend the funeral when it happens. Gang Orc said as he finished the story. Of the 130 or so villains present, 90 of them were ended or died from the wounds they sustained before getting medical help. None of the civilians received any injuries from the fight, and 2 provisional heroes lost their lives, with one in a critical state. This story without their names was released to the media the following day, and the public made candlelight vigil outside the hospital and at the site of the incident. This incident went on to be known as the 3 Misfits tragedy. Izuku woke up 2 days later and busted into tears when he saw the parents of his 2 friends and could only keep chanting that he was sorry. They hugged him and told him that he had nothing to be sorry for as they cried with him. He was their son just like the other 2 boys were. They knew they had all become brothers due to their past. They told him that they still saw him as a family member and would always see him as a family member, and that he was welcomed in their home whenever he wanted. Inko had arrived at the hospital with All Might and just silently hugged Izuku. Nizu and Aizawa arrived with Recovery Girl, who has been working in the hospital, and others since the night he was admitted. She wanted to help as much as she could since she could no longer go out on the front lines. When Izuku saw his teacher, he looked at him and said, "I can't stop moving. They would be pissed with me and they made me promise to keep smiling. They made me promise not to die unless it was in a blaze of glory or at a ripe old age. So that is what I will do. I will brighten this world up so everyone that feels outcast can feel safer in this world," Izuku said with determination. "As such, please push me until I can't move any more. Please don't let me stop moving forward," Izuku asked with a smile on his face but tears pouring down his face. Inko knew. She knew that he would die one day and she couldn't stop it even though she wanted to. It would be far crueler of her to stop her son from walking his path. It would be cruel to deny him after he has lost his two brothers, since he will live the dream for all three of them. As such, Inko could only hug her son and pray that he will live as long as possible, and she knew to enjoy every second she had with him from now on. The other parents and staff of UA could only look in awe at Izuku and his determination. They had worried that he would be broken completely. However, he still held on. Though they could tell that he indeed did break apart, but the promise that he made to his brothers had kept the parts from fully shattering and would let them have enough time to help glue everything back properly, or the best they could, since no one fully recovered from this. Third POV. Izuku was released from the hospital after being stuck in it for about a week. Everyone kept visiting and seeing how he was doing. The Hero Commission had come and thanked him for stopping the villain that had caused the entire incident and asked him if there was anything they could do for him. Though his hero name and real name weren't released to the public per his request, public support for him was high due to what he and his brother did. The story of them defending 40 civilians to the death had spread like wildfire, and the only identifying details that were made public were that they had belonged to UA's heroic class and had their provisional licenses already. Nothing outside of that was released per Izuku's request, since he didn't want people to use their names for anything like some people are used for after they die. Izuku only had a few requests that the commission was willing to meet without any problems. One was to have both of his brothers granted posthumous hero licenses and that there be a memorial made for them at UA if the school agreed with it. The boys had a small little forest area that they liked to go eat lunch in that was off the path when walking towards the training fields. Principal Nizu, who was present, agreed with the request right away. That was the only thing Izuku wanted to be done, and the commission was surprised that he didn't ask for anything complex like some people has in the past. Izuku knew not to really ask for anything big. If he wanted something, he would ask his master All Might for his help in getting it done if it didn't require the commission's involvement. Gran Torino and All Might always warned Izuku to be mindful of what deals he makes with them, so he took that to heart and made it simple and easy that they couldn't hang over his head later and ask for a favor from him. After Izuku was released, he learned from the Lloyds and Salazars that the funeral would be held the following week. Izuku didn't know if he could attend and watch them be buried. He was just glad it was currently the summer break and he would have a bit of time to adjust to not being able to lean over to his side and ask his brothers a question, since they were around so often. Izuku would always tear up when he thought about them, but he would keep the smile on his face. The funeral came, and it was kept as a private one with the UA staff, Midoriya's, All Might, Gran Torino, and families of the two boys. All Might had shown the two boys' families his form several months before when they had gotten their provisional licenses. Since they were so close to the Midoriyas, he didn't want to cause an issue when he may or may not forget to transform one day. Everyone was sad at the funeral. Nizu had told Izuku that the memorial at the school was completed, and when Izuku returned he could visit it whenever he needed to. Nizu knew that he requested the memorial for more of himself, so he could just go somewhere and rest with a feeling of them being nearby, since the gravesite was so far out of his path that it would be a challenge to get to it often. As such, Nizu had already warned the staff to allow Izuku to visit whenever he wanted, as long as it didn't cause any major issue and he kept his grades up. The staff accepted this easily. Aizawa recognized the memorial being at the eating location of the boys as being Izuku's coping measure. Aizawa himself did something similar when he lost his friend on the field. Izuku had refused to see Hound Dog currently. I don't need to start questioning everything I'm feeling right now. I think when it gets closer to school to start again, then I will likely see him to help myself manage, but right now I just need to let the emotions run their course. Izuku had stated to everyone when they requested him to see Hound Dog, and even Hound Dog himself had agreed with Izuku's assumption. He is right. The emotions need to rush the course the first time so he can better understand them and talk about them with me when we start back up, he stated. Everyone let the topic go for now, but Aizawa had informed the parents that he would keep a close eye on him when school starts to make sure nothing drastic changes. Izuku had started to do light exercise to get his body moving around again as it recovers, since he was in pretty bad shape when he got to the hospital. The doctors warned him against doing heavy training for a few weeks until Recovery Girl clears him, but they did provide him basic workouts that he could do without any problems. Recovery Girl had Izuku return to UA for a checkup every 2 days to make sure he didn't push it. After the weeks of physical recovery were over, Izuku went to All Might and asked him to up the training. I can only use 45%, I can't help but think of the what-ifs. What if I had 50%? What if I had 60%? Would I have been able to keep them alive? I know I will never answer those questions, but I don't want another what if in my future where I allow someone to die and I could have likely saved them if I had more control. So please push me until the breaking point. Izuku said as he bowed his head to his master. Gran Torino was standing off on the side and had a flashback. He remembered the situation, he remembered how Tashianri was when Nana died. God, his heart hurt to see this once again. All Might himself had the same flashback of when his master died and wondered all the what-ifs as well. He knew he was in the same spot his protege is in now. To the breaking point, fine, to the breaking point we will go. All Might said as he buffed up and just slammed Izuku down onto the mats. Get moving then. He yelled as he charged at Izuku. Gran Torino just got up and powered up his quirk and started to relentlessly assault Izuku as well. This went on for hours until Izuku fell down to the ground and couldn't stand on his own anymore. He relaxed his muscles as he cooled down on the mat and just his mind on the plans he was making. He would have his mentors and UA push him until the breaking point. Izuku? Gang Orc wants to know if you still want to do the work studies with him or not. All Might asked as he had dropped his buff form and sat down. Izuku knew he wanted to keep doing work studies. If he didn't, then he wouldn't be pushing forward. The problem was, can he go back to the same agency where he had so many good times with his friends and not break down? I don't know if I can walk into that agency and not break down, Izuku stated. They accepted this answer and would tell Gang Orc that it was still being thought on and tell him the reason since it was a valid one. All Might had told Izuku that he could start working at his agency and not make any public appearance with All Might, so that they wouldn't be connected to each other until they wanted to release the news. All Might had even suggested that they could ask Sir Night Eye, but Izuku rejected that. He separated from you all those years ago and you guys are on bad terms. We don't need to go ask him. If we needed another agency, just one request from you could get me in almost any agency, so we don't need to make you go ask your former sidekick that you're on bad terms with. Anyway, Gang Orc would likely give a recommendation to another agency if I asked him as well, Izuku stated. He didn't want All Might to grovel back to the old sidekick that left him over a vision. All Might had told Izuku about the vision of his death that his sidekick gave him, and Izuku refused to believe fate was set in stone. Otherwise, did that mean anything they did was pointless if it was destined to happen regardless? Why bother saving people if it was fate for them to go through the pain? As such, Izuku didn't really want to deal with Sir Night Eye at all. Izuku decided that he would likely go with All Might's agency but wouldn't decide until closer to school starting up again. He didn't know if he could walk into that agency and see everyone when his mind correlated that agency and their deaths too much since it happened on patrol. Izuku got off the ground since he rested enough and started to do some weightlifting. He needed to get past the 45% mark and do better. His goal was to be at 80% or 90% by the end of his second year. Izuku refused to have another what-if situation. Aizawa was given the location of the gym and told that Izuku is starting his training again. Aizawa wanted to be present as much as he could in Izuku's training, so he knew how much he could be pushed at the school since Izuku would be pushing himself non-stop outside of school. Aizawa just got into his sleeping bag and laid down on the floor in the warehouse. As Aizawa watched, he noticed that the weight training Izuku was doing would lead to more bulky muscles like All Might instead of more dense and compact muscles, which he really needed due to the quirk he had. Nizu and All Might made the decision to bring Aizawa into the Keepers of the Secret with Izuku's approval since Aizawa would be with him the most outside of the warehouse. Aizawa got up and stopped the training. Stop. This training is wrong for you, he stated, and they all looked at him confused. Aizawa rolled his eyes and started to talk again. This training is correct but not what you need really at the current time. This training will lead to more bulky muscles like All Might's when you don't have a body like his. You are more slim and short, which means you need to pack on more compact and dense muscles. This type of training takes a bit longer but produces a bit better results for what you are wanting to get, since it will create more muscle fibers in your body, which is what your quirk uses for the strength aspect. You need to focus on compound exercises, Aizawa stated. He then explained about increasing a muscle's time under tension and the volume of workouts while having correct rest periods between them. Aizawa then explained how he works out since he needs to build a slimmer and denser body instead of a bulkier body. All Might thought it over and approved of the idea. He is right. The training I had you do can still be used, but every once in a while you do this compound training more to increase the density. I had forgotten about this method since I used the previous one to build myself up for One for All, but I forgot I had a lot more time to build up and One for All was much weaker to control than your version, All Might stated. As such, Izuku's training plan was adjusted to meet the new method. This training went on for the 3 months of summer break and Izuku had pushed himself. If he didn't need to be doing something else, he was in the warehouse working out. At one point Inko and the parents of Lloyd and Salazar came over and forced him to stop. "Sweetie, you are going to end yourself if you keep doing this non-stop. You need to take a step out of this warehouse and do something else for a few hours each day," Inko said. The other parents just agreed with her and guilt-tripped him into getting out of the warehouse. Izuku agreed to leave and spend a few hours doing something that was him exercising inside the warehouse. As such, that is how Izuku found himself walking to the UA little forest area that was on one of the paths towards the training grounds. It was slightly past the PE grounds but wasn't that far from the school at all. If someone walked, it would only take them 2 minutes to arrive on foot from the PE grounds. The little forest area had a decent-sized pond at it with a larger rock that the boys would always sit on. As Izuku walked to the area that they would always go to, he noticed that Nizu had Cementos create a pathway with cement from the main path towards the area they would always go to. When Izuku arrived, he noticed mostly everything was the same. However, there were now a few cement tables and chairs built on the side of the pond area near the big rock. The table itself was stationary into the ground, but the sitting cement chairs had small holes on the side that someone could lift them and move them to fit themselves at the table. Izuku attempted to lift one and found it was more or less hollow inside but was still strong enough to sit on due to being made out of cement. Then Nizu appeared. "Hello, Izuku. All Might had texted me that the parents forced you out of the warehouse and I noticed your ID past the gate," Nizu stated as he walked over to the tables and sat down. Izuku moved over to the table and then saw something else between the tables. It was a large fireplace that had both Lloyd's and Salazar's faces on it, and under either Lloyd and Salazar was their birth dates and date of death. It also had an inscription under it that read, "In memory of the fallen heroes that went out in a blaze of glory." Izuku noticed a blank spot between them and Nizu spoke up. "It's for you. It's common fact that you three saw each other as brothers and didn't care if you weren't tied by blood. The day you die you will be buried right by both of them in the gravesite, since All Might and the families have already bought the spot for you. You will also be placed on the memorial fireplace. I found it fitting to reference the blaze of glory with a fireplace that you can light up when you are out here in the colder months. It's close enough to the water that if an accident happens you can put it out and you get wood from the forest," Nizu stated. Izuku just smiled and had some tears down his face. He thanked Nizu and then sat down and looked over the pond. They sat there for a bit before Nizu talked again. "How are you holding up, Izuku?" he asked. Izuku took a second before responding. I'm getting there. I've been putting all my spare time into training. I don't want another what if going on where I could have stopped it. I know I will want to talk to Hound Dog when classes start again, since I know I'm suffering survivor's guilt. Otherwise I just want to get classes going and back to work. Currently, as it stands, I only have the third-year material left and the only thing I will lack will be the full hero license. I've decided to work out of All Might's tower as well. Nothing against Gang Orc, but my mind is associated with his office building with the incident. I don't blame him or anyone at that office, but when I think of walking into that office, so many memories come up of them that it hurts to even consider walking into that office," Izuku stated. Nizu nodded his head and was glad Izuku was willing to talk to Hound Dog. He told Izuku he would inform Gang Orc and All Might of his plans and assured Izuku that Gang Orc wouldn't be offended by his decision and that it was understandable. "Izuku, I'm also having the classroom changed to a different room. It will also have most of the things you had before but a different layout to help with you being calm and okay in the classroom," Nizu stated. Izuku just thanked him since he was kind of afraid of having a breakdown in that classroom as well. Izuku then asked Nizu an important question he had. "Sir, I have a request if you would be willing to hear it and consider it," Izuku asked, and Nizu asked him to explain. "When I hit my third year I will have all my education done except hero training and getting my license. As such, I would like Aizawa not to be my homeroom teacher anymore and see if he would teach 1A again. My little brother figure will be aiming for UA when I hit the third year. As such, I would like Nizu to watch over them and I would like you to be made my official homeroom teacher and allow me to help Aizawa with that class in 1B as well. I just want to help them grow and not repeat my group's fate. I have no concerns about him passing into UA at all. I just would like Aizawa to be his teacher because he has a slight attitude that can be worked out via Aizawa," Izuku asked Nizu. Nizu was silent for a few moments and thought it over. "I will talk to the staff. We actually were facing a problem you might have solved. One of the homeroom teachers is retiring after next year and we would be short one person to cover all of them. If we did make me yours and Aizawa 1A, then it would all work out. For the most part, you would do what you wish as long as it didn't cause a problem and you could go to your classroom whenever you need to, though I'm expecting you will be here for the most part," Nizu stated, and Izuku agreed that he would likely spend most of his days doing his work at this spot. As such, a partial plan was made for Izuku's third year since he would finish his required education in his second year and would only have heroic training and his license to obtain. Izuku had also asked about obtaining a teaching license to better help the staff in his third year, and Nizu just grinned and said he would include it in his second year classes so he would have it in time. Third POV. The summer break had come to an end and Izuku got to work on his second year of UA. This year would be important since he needed to ensure he finished all of his third-year material during his second year so he can be able to watch over Kaken and his classmates that are in 1A and 1B. Nizu had started him on the teaching license qualifications that he would need to pass before the second year is over. Overall, it was straightforward and wouldn't require him the entire second year. He predicted that it would only take him half a semester. Izuku also learned that All Might has decided to start teaching at UA since his time limit is starting to decrease. All Might was now sitting at 6 hours total, and they predict that by the end of the third year he would be near 3 hours or less as long as All Might didn't face any grand battles and had to push himself. Izuku also learned that he wasn't going to get a teaching license, which didn't go over well when Izuku learned that. That is how they found themselves in the warehouse with Izuku berating his master. "Are you really serious? You were planning to start teaching at UA without a basic teaching license. For the love of God, Master, I'm getting a teaching license myself for plans as you and I have," Izuku shouted. That part caught everyone's attention. "What plans?" asked Aizawa, who had been enjoying the show of All Might get yelled at, which was a rare never-seen-before sight. Izuku froze at that. "Well, it will be brought up in a staff meeting, but Nizu had told me how you all are short one staff person for homerooms next year. So he will bring the idea I suggested up. You won't be my homeroom teacher anymore and would teach 1A again, and Nizu would take me in a homeroom, but in reality, I would be doing whatever I want since my education would be done. I also asked to help with classes for 1A and 1B since I don't want them to suffer my fate of losing their friends so early," Izuku said with the last part at a low tone, but they all heard it. They all put their heads down a bit. Aizawa himself hated the fact that Izuku felt like that. Aizawa feels like he failed Izuku and his brothers so much and wish he could have done something. Aizawa didn't really want to let Izuku go until he had to, which seemed sooner than he realized. "So you will still really be under my watch, but just in a different manner. I'll accept it. I don't really want you leaving my sight before you graduate, so this would fix the staff issue but also keep you in my sight most of the time," Aizawa stated. Izuku already knew that Aizawa had a large fear now of losing Izuku. Izuku knew about his teacher's feelings of self-hatred in regards to losing Izuku's brothers and failing Izuku when Izuku never blamed him in the first place. So he just accepted the fact that Aizawa would want him nearby in his line of sight whenever possible to ensure that he was still breathing since the surgery was touch and go for a while, as Izuku later learned. Even All Might had the hidden motive of wanting to be near Izuku more at UA, so the teaching of the UA heroic classes would allow him to decrease his time in hero form out in public but also stay closer to Izuku. Now the topic was shifted back to the teaching topic since Izuku remembered about it. "Almost made me forget. Now, you will get a teaching license. If I can get one, so can you," Izuku stated as he glared at his master. Gran Torino just laughed at them and agreed with Izuku. Indeed, it would be weird if that fact got out to the public. "How do you think they would react to you not having one?" Gran stated. All Might just rubbed the back of his head and gave in and called Nizu to start setting up a teaching certification class for him as well. Nizu had anticipated the call and had one already. All Might just had to sign in and start learning. Izuku got to work on his physical warm-ups and workouts. Over the summer break, he had pushed his control from 45% to 50%. Izuku had also started to plan out new attacks that he could use. One move that he figured out one day was interesting, to say the least. He combined float and the use of one for all and created a miniature tornado. Izuku would use float to stay in the air and then use one for all to rotate at a high speed, which created a tornado that was strong enough to lift most people off the ground and throw them hard enough to knock them out. Izuku had to work on his ability to withstand his one rotation and not be affected by it in the end, or else it was useless in combat. This move also screwed anyone with flying abilities that weren't strong enough to withstand the wind speed. All Might had told Izuku that his cross-arm attack was similar to his Carolina Smash, but Izuku used it more as a force of wind attack to push people back and stun them when he used it to straight-out knock people out. They did go to UA during the school day and practice his ability to change the weather since it was a good method of putting fires out. The ability to make it rain is caused by the large rush of very hot or warm air into the sky, which meets the cold air in the sky. Once the cold air and the warm air meets, it causes the water vapor that went up with the air to come back down as rain, which results in the downpour of rain. It took Izuku quite a few tries to get it, but after some weeks he did learn how to make some small downpours of rain. His teaching license education was going well and he would soon have it finished. Aizawa had also started to teach Izuku underground hero tactics since Izuku had a dark theme built into his suit as a feature. Izuku wanted to learn more about the underground heroes' work in the event that he ever had to work during the night or needed to work with underground heroes. Izuku had finally gotten full control of float and could use it to fly without the aid of One for All. Unless he desired to have a very large speed boost, he no longer used them at the same time while just flying. He still used the two for his fighting style, which has only gotten better and quicker. Izuku has gotten really good at taking people out quickly and efficiently within a handful of moves since Aizawa taught Izuku a large amount of quirkless fighting styles that he incorporated into his float fighting style. Izuku more or less looked like someone break dancing according to Gran Torino, which surprised everyone that he knew what that was. Izuku just laughed when he had said that and agreed since Izuku has used some head spins and other things from breakdancing. Because honestly, why wouldn't he when float and One for All made it easy to do moves like that and use them in combat to deliver powerful kicks or punches? He was able to remove one of the dummy's heads when he did a black flip and landed on his hands and head, and did a head spin that ripped the dummy's head off when his kick during the spin landed. Everyone was a bit fearful of that spin kick since it ripped the head clean off. Aizawa told Izuku not to use that on a real person, which made Izuku laugh a bit in dark humor. Now, while all of this training and learning was going on, Izuku had also been doing his work study out of All Might's agency without the public or others knowing. Only key staff at the Might Tower was told of this information since they would need to work with Izuku on any paperwork issues or other things that Izuku asked for. All Might had told the staff that was informed to treat the words of Izuku as All Might's own words. All Might had also informed these staff members that Izuku was his protege and would be taking over Might Tower on the day All Might retired, which he announced to them would be in the next 3 or so years. The staff was surprised but also wasn't fully shocked since these key staff members did know about his true form, but none of the other staff knew. As such, Izuku took up patrols in different crime-ridden areas since he was hesitant to go back to his old patrol route that Gang Orc had his brothers and him on. He did meet the civilians from that day and they had asked him if he would return to patrolling there, and Izuku had to tell them no. "I'm sorry. I can't bring myself to go back there anytime soon. It hurts too much. I'm also working out of a different agency instead of Gang Orc since going into his office makes me associate everything with that day. I am patrolling some other crime-infested areas though since I want to make more impact in those areas like me and my brothers had always aimed to do," Izuku stated. The civilians accepted that answer easily since they knew it would likely hurt. They could tell Izuku had gotten better but could see in his eye and past the smile that he was still hurting from that day. To others that weren't there, he would appear as if he was fine, but they could tell the difference. The old man asked Izuku if he minded if they created the first official fan club for him, and Izuku just tried to hold back a laugh but failed. "Ah, sure. God. My brothers are probably laughing right now about us having a fan club. God, sure. I will even follow it with my official social media account and recognize it as the only official fan club since it will be you guys running it," Izuku stated. He was glad he met the civilians from that day again. It helped his heart feel lighter at seeing the impact that his brothers and he had. It was nice to see the little kids from that day play around him. Soon the conversation came to an end and Izuku went back to training for the day. Izuku's sessions with Hound Dog have also been helping Izuku. "You know, last month I met the group we saved that day. It helped to see their faces and see the little children from that day play around me. It helped to know that they didn't die for nothing and that we had an impact," Izuku said as he broke down into tears and let his smile fall. It was one of the rare times he would let the smile fall when he was with other people. Hound Dog had been helping Izuku process the emotions and the survivor's guilt. They had made a lot of progress over the several months that Izuku has been seeing him, and the staff was happy that Izuku had agreed to talk about it with someone. They had noticed the difference before he started to talk about it and after. As Izuku training was going on throughout the first semester, Izuku was also gaining an increasing fan base due to all the work he did in crime-infested areas. These people hardly ever saw pro heroes since a lot of the ones that weren't true heroes would just stay in more public areas and richer areas instead of going into the crime-ridden areas where the TV cameras weren't at. Izuku didn't care about being put on the TV. He honestly hated that idea and had active plans to manipulate the media to suit his needs in regards to public perceptions about certain things. Though back to the fan base. It was slowly increasing with the people he was having an impact on in these crime-infested areas, and they would spread his name as a true hero, unlike others which just helped his name grow more. All Might had even congratulated Izuku since he had over 100k people in his fan base now. Izuku looked into it and found a lot of the people belonged to the city that got destroyed by the villain known as Shockwave. Izuku was happy that he was inspiring people because they would post about doing community projects and other things and encouraged others to get active in their communities to make them better, which Izuku would support. He would even show up at some of them and help out if it was large cleanup projects or repainting buildings. The cleanup projects he would use as some physical training. For example, they had a park that was filled with rubble and other trash from the destruction that happened, and Izuku arrived and helped them out by using his quirk to carry out the bigger pieces so they didn't have to get a large machine to move the parts. The first semester had come to an end quickly and Izuku found himself in the second semester. Izuku had checked in with Kaken a lot during the year and saw how he was coming along in his personal training since he was planning for UA. Izuku had given him some tips but didn't do much since he knew Kaken wanted to get in on his own merit and not Izuku's help. Izuku just shrugged his shoulders at that but went with it. God. I hope Aizawa ends your attitude when he gets a hold of you. I'm just glad you didn't turn into a bully since I stopped those damn teachers years ago. Izuku thought. This made him think of the old case he was involved with that had the brainwashing quirked kid involved in it. He decided to check in with Nizu about that since a lot of things happened. Nizu had told Izuku that the school was ripped apart and the teachers involved were dealt with harshly. The bullies were blacklisted from hero schools as well and they tried to sue but the video evidence screwed them over. The brainwashing kid was helped and his parents informed. They checked his home and found that he did have good parents and it was just the school. The parents took a better step in helping their son get ready to train for UA as well since they got him a gym membership and some martial arts lessons. Nizu also pointed out Izuku's hint. You know that was cutting it close on telling him, right? Nizu asked and Izuku just grinned. Indeed, cutting it close but not breaking any rules. Isn't that what you teach me? Bending the rules but not breaking them to get what you want or need. Izuku said with a grin on his face. Nizu just ranked his tea and smirked. God. I think All Might regrets introducing you to me. Nizu stated that Izuku could agree with that since Izuku had developed a sadistic side of himself that he showed when punishing others. Izuku had received his teaching certification and had started to learn some lesson plans and other things that he would likely need when it came to the third year. Izuku had already finished the first semester of his third year knowledge and only had the last semester to finish this year and he would be in a perfect spot for his third year. The physical training that Aizawa had Izuku start doing was showing great results. As it was getting closer and closer to the end of the second semester of his second year he was getting more and more control of One for All. He was pushing his current control at 75% right now and would likely hit 80% by the end of the semester and could likely hit 85% by the end of the summer. The lessons with Hound Dog had decreased from once a week to once every other week as he deemed Izuku in a much better state but still wanted to see him as time passes. Izuku didn't have a problem with that and had plans to keep talking to someone once he graduates since he recognized the need for it. The guilt of surviving was more or less gone but it would have lingering effects. Izuku's main coping method was and still is going to the forest pond area and doing his work or just relaxing at it. Though one day did not go well. Some idiot first years decided to go to the spot during the second semester since they had found it by accident and they decided to act like idiots. One had decided to piss on the fire pit to put the fire out since Izuku had gone to get some more firewood to relight the fire since he had run out. Izuku was not happy when he walked back and saw it. He powered up One for All that day and just knocked the kid and the others out and dragged them to Nizu's office. The staff saw him dragging them and saw the look on his face and it wasn't pretty. They decided to follow him since it was lunchtime and find out what happened that made their sunshine boy so pissed. They weren't happy either. The moment Izuku got to Nizu's office and the door opened he threw them on the ground which made them wake up. They shouted at Izuku for attacking them. The staff looked at Izuku who just glared. Oh, yeah I didn't? I will attack you again if you ever decide to piss on a damn memorial site. Do you effing understand me? Izuku yelled. The staff's eyes widened in shock at what they heard. Aizawa went ballistic that some stupid first years decided to piss on his deceased student's memorial site. He wrapped them in his capture gear and glared at them. Start talking or all of you are expelled. I want to know which one did it. He stated and they outed the guy quickly. Nizu just straight out expelled the student that did it and placed the rest on probation. They tried to object since they didn't do anything. Nizu wasn't having it. You are all attending UA which is a prestigious school. Yet one of you decided to piss on a memorial site for some of our deceased hero students who died in the line of duty during their time here and none of you others thought it was smart to stop him. That isn't behavior accepted here. Be happy I'm not expelling you all. If you had been in the hero course you all would be expelled no question asked. Instead, you all will be on probation except the other young man who is expelled. You will all join me as we call your parents and inform them of the reason why. Nizu said with a cold tone. He wasn't wearing his smile anymore since this actually pissed him off. Izuku had just left and went and grabbed cleaning supplies and took it out to the spot and cleaned the entire memorial to ensure it was clean. Aizawa just stood in the distance and watched to make sure Izuku didn't go on a rampage in a rage since Izuku still appeared pissed. He did notice Izuku start to shed some tears while cleaning it, and he decided to stay back a bit further to give him privacy. The parents of the kid that was getting expelled did attempt to get Izuku in trouble for quirk use and assault, but Izuku pulled out his provisional card and stated, "Your son was actually committing a crime. Want to take this public? Then fine. What do you think will happen once they hear that your son pissed on a memorial site for hero students that died in the line of duty and I beat his ass for it, which was legal by the way since what he did was a crime of defacement of property. So want to try this bullshit, or are you just going to shut up and accept the fact that your kid isn't welcomed here anymore?" He stated with a cold tone while smiling, which made it even scarier. The parents just kept silent and signed the papers and left. Nizu just laughed after they left since he found Izuku's face and tone perfect. Soon the second semester was coming to a close and Izuku training was also going quite well. He had taken his final exam and had passed. He was now done with all of his third-year course material and had his teaching certification. He did find out that All Might finished getting his as well. Izuku's physical training was paying off as well since he had hit 80% control of One for All and was currently relaxing as the final week of the second semester came to a close. Izuku Midoriya aka Fulcrum was now going into his third year of UA, and his fan club has also grown much more than at the start of the year. Izuku had been finishing cases and hammering down on crime in the crime-infested areas at a fast pace, which has gained a lot of attention. The hero-in-training name of Fulcrum was becoming more well-known and talked about more on social media. Izuku was currently sitting at the memorial site and looked at his friends' faces. Soon I will be helping the first years not repeat our year. Hopefully, Kaken and his classmates have a better time than we did during our first year with less drama. I miss you guys and hope you are both doing good up in the afterlife," Izuku stated. Izuku realized that he spent most of his time either out at the pond or just going to the staff room to ask questions when he wasn't doing something else. It was a bit strange not staying in a standard classroom after all of this time, but he knew he would be spending more time in one since he will help 1A and 1B during their first year. Third POV. Izuku and the two other boys were sitting in the waiting room. They were about third POV. The second year of UA came to an end for Izuku. Now it was time for summer break and preparing for his third year. Izuku wanted to get ready for this upcoming year. He was in the warehouse working out and thinking. He kind of hoped that one kid from the past bullying case would try out for UA and would have figured out the hint he gave him. Izuku decided that he would keep an eye out for that kid and watch him during the exam, since Izuku was invited to watch in the control room and help judge for rescue points. He would also spend time helping All Might with any last-minute plans for his heroic lessons. The staff had agreed to the idea of Nizu being Izuku's official homeroom teacher and Aizawa taking Class 1A again since it was suggested by Izuku. Izuku honestly realized the sheer amount of power he has in the school. The staff treats him more or less like an actual staff person, and Nizu even gave him a higher security clearance badge that matched the staff's clearance. Izuku was even given a desk in the staff room, which shocked him but felt nice since he doesn't spend a large amount of time in his official classroom. As such, Izuku does his paperwork from the work study either at the pond or at the staff room now. He also had a few homework papers to do whenever Nizu decides to assign him challenging work for specialized classes that they kept doing since it was actually useful. It was also decided to have All Might and Izuku fight it out to see how his strength compares to All Might currently. Izuku was currently sitting at 85% of One for All since it was closing in on the end of the summer break, and he has been using the extra time to physically train non-stop to get that extra control. If everything worked out correctly, then he would reach 90% or 95% at the end of the first semester and hit 100% by the time he graduates. Though they did remember that Izuku's fighting style provides him a 5% boost more or less when he uses his floating fighting style due to its speed and power he can generate with some attacks, so Izuku can theoretically put off 90% of power when he is only using 85%. This is also combined with the fact that Izuku's power is about 10% or so stronger than All Might's currently, so his 90% is 100% compared to All Might's. This doesn't mean that it won't grow stronger, since Izuku's true 100% will grow as he pushes his body and accumulates strength as he grows older, like All Might did when he received One for All and grew its strength. Once he reaches 100%, his 100% will grow stronger as time passes and he grows stronger physically and adds more power to the quirk that will be passed down later on. As such, Izuku and All Might were in the ground beta since it was the easier place to repair after the fight was done. Izuku walked into the city and just felt like he just let all other things go and just focused right on this fight and nothing else. This was going to be a no-holding-back match, so Nizu could get a grasp on Izuku's current strength compared to All Might. The match started with Nizu announcing it with a go at random. Izuku then blasts into the air with float and looked for his master. A few seconds later he felt a shockwave of air blast him, but he held his spot in the air more or less and only moved a few feet back. He turned around where it came from and saw his master jump towards him. Izuku maneuvered out of his path, and the moment All Might passed him in his failed jump to get him, Izuku came right behind All Might's descent and landed a meteor kick to his crossed hands. This caused the ground beneath All Might to break apart and All Might's feet were pushed into the ground a bit. All Might forced Izuku back when he pulled the cross arms apart, generating a large gust of wind. Izuku landed half a block away and just looked at his master. After a few seconds they both charged at each other and just went straight for a blow towards each other. The fists connected and neither was giving any leeway to the other. Izuku did slide back a bit every few seconds, but he was still holding himself up and holding strong. "How much are you using, my boy?" All Might asked. "Using 85%, Izuku stated. All Might was shocked since he was going at 100%. They separated from each other and took some distance. Izuku then used Float and One for All and boosted off at a fast speed to get up close to All Might before he could react and landed a kick to his uninjured side. Then Izuku whipped around and put his two legs around All Might's throat and he used his two hands to hold All Might's arms up. During this, he had One for All power to his max and he was using Float to make himself float upwards, applying even more pressure to All Might's throat since he was trying to float both of them upwards. All Might struggled a lot and tried to get Izuku off of him. However, the problem was Izuku was using Float, which made them float a bit in the air, which removed All Might's feet from the ground. Without his feet on the ground, All Might was having a tough time getting free and he was starting to feel the effect of his airway being cut off. However, he wasn't the number one and symbol of peace for nothing. All Might used the floating to his ability and lifted both legs forward and then swung them back and forth to flip them upside down, which allowed him to breathe again and overpower Izuku to break free from the hold. All Might grabbed Izuku's arm and just tossed him down onto the ground, shattering it. Izuku got up quickly but was met with a punch that he blocked. It made him slide back quite a few feet, but he stopped himself with Float, counteracting the force. Izuku looked at this master and then kicked the ground to force some of it where he hit it, sending rubble flying at All Might. At that moment he followed behind it, and as All Might took a large swing to clear the rubble, Izuku got up close and did a punch right to All Might's chin, knocking him back. This fight went on for about 10 more minutes with All Might winning. He won since he was able to dodge one attack of Izuku's and then turn the force of the punch to swing Izuku over his body and onto the ground, where All Might pinned him down, ending the fight. "Good job, my boy. If this was a fight of attrition, then I would lose, but my experience gives me a slight advantage that allowed me to look for the perfect time to pin you down. Let's focus on those moments in your training moving forward so a mistake like this doesn't happen again," All Might stated as he lifted off of Izuku. They soon made it back to the control room and was met with a round of applause. "Good job, Izuku, you are the first person to go that long with All Might." Though they all knew the first would be all for one. "It's safe to say that your overall strength is relatively equal to All Might's currently and will only grow more as time passes into your prime," Nizu stated. All Might just patted Izuku's head and Izuku blushed in embarrassment under the praise. "Now, as you all remember, the entrance exam will be in a few weeks. We've received quite a number of applications this year. Eraserhead and Vlad King will be the homeroom teachers for the first years, while I will be taking over officially for 3A. All Might is joining the staff as the heroic staff teacher and Izuku will be a teaching assistant for 1A and 1B. Izuku's priority is his own training and work, but he can spend his time with those classes as he pleases since we let him already do what he wishes," Nizu stated. Everyone nodded their heads at the plans for the coming school year. So far the media hasn't gotten wind of All Might's plans to teach at the school, so they were still in the clear. Also, I like to remind everyone that All Might and Izuku will be more active in showing up together to solidify their connection moving forward during this year. This is to help the transition of power in the Hero Society from All Might to Fulcrum once All Might's retirement is announced in the foreseeable future. As such, Izuku, for the most part, you will be treated as a staff person with the same authority as them since we are already putting the weight of the world onto you," Nizu stated with a grim smile. The staff knew the expectations that UA and All Might have placed on Izuku were large and massive, and they couldn't help feel a bit horrible about it. They were placing the fate of their society on his hands since the public wasn't used to the idea of All Might being gone. They thought of him as unbeatable and that he would be here forever when he won't be. Izuku nodded his head and thanked Nizu for the leeway that he would have in acting around campus. There was also talk between Principal Nizu and the Hero Commission about getting Izuku his license issued already without the exam at the end of the year. All Might had also endorsed it, and so did Gang Orc, which caused the Hero Commission to really consider it. The commission had noticed the fast and growing fan base that Izuku has and that it was one of someone in the top 30 already. Once Izuku connection to All Might was made public, it will skyrocket due to the fan base of All Might shifting to support Fulcrum as well. Izuku knew of Nizu's plans but didn't comment much on it. The only thing he said when he learned of it was that he would still attend UA during his third year even if he was granted it. Soon the last few weeks before the exam came to a close. It was now the day of the exam and Izuku was hiding around the campus. He had visited the pond much earlier in the day so he wouldn't miss watching the exam. He arrived in the control room and pulled up a seat close to Nizu and watched the cameras that showed the entrance of the school. He spotted Kaken coming into the school and just laughed at the way he walked. "Oh, why do you always walk like that is beyond me?" Izuku thought. Izuku kept watching a bit more and noticed the purple-head kid. Nizu saw the screen as well and remembered the kid. "How likely do you think he remembered your hint since it was some time ago?" Nizu asked. Izuku wondered as well. "Well, only one way to find out," Izuku said as he got up and walked away. Izuku soon found himself walking through the hallways towards the auditorium since he waited for the written portion to finish before trying to talk to the kid. He didn't want to distract him from his first test. Izuku came in and sat down next to the boy with purple hair who he remembered as being called Shinso Hitoshi. "Hello, Shinso," Izuku stated, and the kid looked shocked when he recognized Izuku. "You're Fulcrum?" Shinso said in a low tone. "Indeed I am. Now I wonder. Do you remember the advice I gave you when we met that day?" Izuku asked. Shinso said he did start physically training more and got fitter with martial arts. "Well, that is good but not the main advice I wanted you to learn that day." "What else did I tell you?" Izuku asked. Izuku then stood up as Shinso said something about being a hero. Izuku didn't want to stay around since the room was starting to fill up. If Shinso got the answer then it was up to him. This was all the advice Izuku would give him. Izuku soon returned to the control room and Aizawa just looked at Izuku who shrugged his shoulders. "What?" Izuku asked. The staff said they listened to the conversation he had with the kid. "And I didn't break any rules now, did I?" Izuku said with a grin. Aizawa just grinned and hid it in the scarf. The other staff just shook their heads at Izuku's antics. They cursed Nizu in their minds for teaching Izuku to be like this. Nizu just sat there with a grin on his face as he drank tea. Soon Present Mike went out on stage and started to talk about the exam. He was going through the different points of the robots when one student interrupted about a mistake on the pamphlet and how it says there are 4 robots when he said there was only 3. Well, he needs to loosen up or he's going to have a lot of problems in this field. "I can name many times where I didn't follow the rules as I should have and I will never regret them," Izuku stated. The staff didn't make a comment since they all had points in their life that they didn't follow the rules because it wasn't worth the cost. Present Mike answered the question and the blue-hair kid looked embarrassed and sat down. Though he did call out Shinso for looking at the pamphlet and not listening to Present Mike, Izuku just shook his head and groaned. Soon they all were sent to their individual buses and escorted towards where they need to go. "I wonder how many will go right away and be confused with the starting trick?" Izuku asked since he remembers what Present Mike did to his year. Turns out only a very small handful across the entire exam testers did. The staff watched as the exam takers were tearing through the robots. This year does have some decent exam takers. Looks like we might actually get 2 full classes this year instead of a repeat of Izuku's year, Midnight stated. Izuku just cried out at that statement. "Hey, you all had very amazing students that year. Me and my brothers." Izuku pouted. "They just chucked. Not saying you weren't, sweetie, just saying everyone else was horrible. We had to shrink down to 1 class which became only you 3 boys. You 3 were the best of the best," Midnight stated while pinching Izuku's cheeks. Izuku just swiped her hand away and looked back at the screen. He could see Kaken going wild on destroying the robots. "I see what you meant by attitude, Izuku. Bakugo will need to adjust that. At least you kept him from being corrupted too badly by his past teachers and his record is clean except for a few things where he defended others," Aizawa stated as he read Bakugo's file. He refused to make the same mistake he did with Izuku and assumed based on incorrect assumptions when he didn't know Izuku was quirkless before and could have found out via his file. The exam kept going and Izuku looked at Shinso's score. He had scored a handful of villain points but it wasn't enough to get him into the hero course. Though there were some notes made by the system of possible review points for hero rescue points. The robots that followed people in the air and record them had a feature to flag possible spots for rescue points. They still reviewed everyone but this system made it easier to find the rescue point spots to judge them. Present Mike came outside and yelled about 5 minutes remaining. It was at that moment Nizu presented All Might with a red button to press to release the big-ass 0-pointers throughout the exam. As people saw the robots they all ran away, which was expected. What the staff was looking for was if anyone helped others during this time and got them out of the way from the robot or at least attempted to slow the robot down for others to escape. Then that where things went a bit wrong. Snipe called out that one girl had gotten trapped under some rubble and was in the robot's path. The shut-off system isn't picking her up. It's only seeing the rubble as an obstruction to its path and will run over it since it's not registering her body under it. Power Loader said as he got up and moved to the computer to stop the robot. Then the computers alerted to a hack that was ongoing. Someone hacked into the robot. Niza help me force them out. All Might go stop the Rob Dash before Power Loader could finish. Izuku was out the door and went flying. All Might didn't move since he knew Izuku would get there just as fast as him. If he didn't make it, then All Might wouldn't make it. As Nizu and Power Loader were forcing the hacker out, the other staff watched as Purple Head Kid run over to the girl and start getting her out. He was slowly getting the rubble off her and finally finished as the robot was feet away. As he picked her up and started to move, Izuku came flying in and just slammed right into the robot and forced it backward, and he ripped right through it as the metal gave in and broke. This caused the head to explode and come to a stop. Izuku didn't even go down towards the students because he didn't want any of them identifying him. He quickly made his way to the control room as he saw Recovery Girl making her way on the field since it was time to end the exam regardless. Once he arrived back in the control room, he got on a computer and started to help Nizu and Power Loader force the hacker out. One of the special subjects that Izuku was taught by Nizu during his 2 previous years was coding and hacking. He wasn't as good as Nizu, but he was on par with Power Loader already. With all 3 of them, they forced the hacker out quicker and sealed the system. Izuku made some notes on the actions of the hacker and passed them to Nizu. I got to agree, it was the work of a quirk that hacked us. Someone has some type of quirk to access technology and has the ability to block portions of systems since they blocked us from tracking it back towards them. Nizu stated. The staff would need to have a meeting about this before they left. Soon they got to work on grading the physical exam for any rescue points that could be awarded. Izuku saw that Kaken had only villain points and shook his head. He's always put defeating the villains above saving since he believes it leads to the same result, which isn't false, but oh well. Izuku thought. They then got to Shinso points. He had 15 villain points, which wouldn't be enough to pass since the current threshold was at 36 points for the lowest current scorer for the 36th place since they had 4 recommendation students like normal. They then started to look over his noted points by the system and he earned 20 points total for those spots. This brought him to 35 points, which meant that Shinso was 1 point under the needed to tie the 36th placer. They were about to move on when Izuku realized they didn't get to his last action. Wait, we're not done with Shinso. He did save the girl from the zero-pointer robot. Yes, I'm the one that stopped it, but he did get her from the rubble and was already moving away before I stopped it. He should receive points for that. Izuku stated, and they realized they had indeed forgotten it due to everything that happened since everyone had turned their focuses quickly on the hack. They then reviewed the video and he indeed has already gotten the girl out and was moving away with her before Izuku arrived. The staff gave him 30 points total for that, which meant Shinso scored a total of 65 points. This placed him in 5th place with Itsuka Kendo, who also scored the same amount of points. They then moved on to the other exam takers and took about another 2 hours to finish. Soon they had all their new 40 students, with 4 of the 40 being recommendation students. The staff then moved to the staff room to talk about the hack and what to do. The staff was in a heated debate. Izuku then spoke up. I think me and Aizawa should look into the underground world for a bit and see if we can find anyone responsible for it or any organization that is gearing up for another attack on us. You don't hack into UA to screw with the entrance exam and not have other plans. It seemed like they wanted to ruin our image by having a student ended. This might be the prelude to more attacks. Izuku stated, and the staff went silent at that. The idea that someone was starting to wage war on UA would be devastating. Indeed. Aizawa, Izuku, both of you will start looking into this matter in the underground world. See if you can find anything that would point towards more attacks or an organization that has its aim on us. Nizu said as he dismissed the meeting. Izuku and Aizawa talked about what to do. They decided that Izuku would take the lead mainly since Aizawa is more well known in the underground. If Izuku started to poke around, they might see him as a vigilante due to his night function on his suit, and this could give them an advantage on finding some information for any info brokers or criminals that might be a bit more loose-lip. Third POV. Izuku had gathered some of his personal belongings and had left his mother's home. He explained to her that he would be shifting to some night patrols to look into a matter for UA with the help of Aizawa. He didn't want anyone following him back home and would be staying at Aizawa's home since it was harder to find. Inko agreed easily but made him promise to call once a day to let her know that he is still fine. As such, that is how Izuku found himself in Aizawa's home for the next month before the school started. Izuku would still work out at the warehouse, but he would now do night patrols instead of doing patrols during the day. He still did 1 or 2 patrols during the day during this time to keep a presence, but did all of his other patrols at night. Aizawa had taken him out and they started to question thugs and criminals on the streets as they caught them. Izuku was creating another persona of being a vigilante to help them trick some criminal and info brokers into providing information. It took them a few weeks, but they had gotten Izuku's image out to the criminals, and then one day an info broker approached Izuku. Izuku was wearing a large hood and cape over his outfit to hide most of it and his face so people wouldn't connect him to his daytime looks. This info broker wasn't any big-time one, but he did have his use that night. The info broker approached Izuku about selling information to him at a cheap rate for the first time. Izuku decided to try and get whatever they could out of him without forcing the information out, since it would end any future chances of getting information easier just by buying it. As such, Izuku acted his part. "You say you sell information. Then I want information on someone that could hack into government files for me? More so UA itself. I'm after someone for a personal reason, and they are connected to that school, and the school has the information I need, but I can't exactly force my way into that school. So can you provide me with a list of hackers that are capable enough for such a job?" Izuku asked. The broker thought for a few moments. "I have a few names, but one of them recently disappeared a month ago and hasn't been heard from," the broker stated, and this interested Izuku, but he couldn't really dig much without tipping the guy off. "I'll take information on all of them, even the one that disappeared. I'll work my way on the list and see if any will meet the specific details of my job," Izuku stated, and pulled the money out to pay for the information. The broker pulled out a phone and sent it to the number that Izuku provided. The number went to a burner phone that Izuku bought for this purpose. Once Izuku had the information and verified it, he left after providing the money to the info broker and saved his contact details for future use. Izuku went back to Aizawa and they talked about what Izuku had gained. He mentioned that one hacker went MIA about the time of the hack of the UA. "We might have found the individual hacker. He could have been ended off by his employer, or they still have him on the payroll and keeping him hidden," Izuku stated. Aizawa agreed and sent the hacker's code name to the other underground heroes he knew for them to start digging into the person and trying to find them. Aizawa and Izuku worked hard over the remaining month before UA started and tried to gather as much information as they could on their case. They did find some unsettling rumors that were floating around as they got closer to the start of UA. There was talk amongst the criminals that they spied on that an organization was gathering a lot of manpower for some large operation, but they had no direct evidence on the intended target of the organization. They did find out that the hacker was associated with this group, though, when the criminals were talking about the organization flaunting their abilities when they used the hack on UA as proof of their power. This tied the attack to an organization and gave them an idea that they might be attacked again, but had no direct evidence to prove it though. They learned the name of the organization was the League of Villains. The two of them returned to Aizawa's home and called it quits on looking into it currently. They only had 1 week left before the school started and would need to rely on the other heroes to keep digging. They also needed to update the staff and government on the possible threat. As such, that is how Izuku found himself with Aizawa in front of the staff of UA and the detective. He was here representing the government and the police. The meeting started and they talked about what was found. "We know pretty much who the hacker was. The problem is finding them will likely not happen. On our search, we did find out that there is an organization that did pay the hacker to do the attack on UA," Izuku stated, and Aizawa followed up by talking about the rest of it. "As it stands, we found the name of the organization to be the League of Villains, and they are currently gathering a lot of manpower for some large-scale attack on another target. It's unknown if we are the target or will it be somewhere else," Aizawa stated. Everyone was glad they at least had a name now, but didn't know much more than that. They could only keep searching and hope they find them before they attack for a second time. The detective said he would alert the government and the police to start looking into anything connected with the League of Villains. The staff meeting was dismissed and all of the other staff except those that knew of One for All left. "Well, we can only keep looking into it and see how it goes. Everyone needs to keep their guard up and be mindful," Nizu stated. All Might then asked Izuku how his control has been going over the summer break. Izuku stated that he had just recently pushed from 85% to 90% in the past few days and needed to let his body adjust to power. The compact muscles training was starting to show real results in this stage of his control. He was ahead of schedule a bit since they had wanted him to hit 90% by the end of the first semester, but he had taken the last month of the summer break and ran with it whenever he wasn't out on patrol. As such, the results paid off. They were all glad that he was approaching the 100% mark, since things looked like it wouldn't be simple this coming year and there might be some chaos brewing in the underworld. Izuku and they got up and left the meeting room. Izuku returned home to spend the last week of summer break with each other. Izuku also checked in with Kaken and talked to him about his results. Kaken had taken first place with 77 points. Kaken flaunted it, but Izuku just laughed on the inside a bit since Kaken still hasn't realized about the hero points, which meant that he did have the possibility of surpassing Izuku's score if he had figured those out or at least saved people from other robots while gaining points. Izuku wondered when Kaken would ever figure that out. Izuku congratulated Kaken for doing such a good job, and Kaken celebrated the fact that he had higher points than Izuku did without ever being told about the rescue points, since Izuku never mentioned them, nor does any online forum or media source mention them when it talks about All Might's record. UA just listed Izuku's hero name in an update and the total points he had, which were 5 points under All Might's, which most people overlooked Izuku's score due to All Might's points. UA doesn't split the points up when they release the records to the public. Izuku just let Kaken have his fun. Remember, you will need to learn how to work with teams, Kaken. You can't do everything alone in this world. Izuku said as he remembered the incident and how he would be dead if his brothers weren't there. Kaken just shrugged as they moved to a different topic. Kaken really respected Izuku but always had trouble listening to others sometimes. Kaken also never learned of Izuku's involvement in the 3 Misfit tragedy. That tragedy had become widely known and talked about, though the identities of the hero-in trainings were never released by Izuku's request, which the government respected. As such, Kaken didn't know that Izuku was talking from experience when he stated that people need to work together since they can't always win alone. Soon Izuku went back to his home and spent more time with his mother. The week was coming to an end and it would be time to return to school. Izuku was itching to go back since he's been busy and hasn't had time to sit down at the memorial site and just relax with his brothers. The last day came to an end and Izuku went to sleep early to wake up early and arrive at the school to get to work. The next morning came and Izuku headed off to the school just in basic outdoor clothing. He did not change into his UA uniform since Izuku kept his hero outfit, school uniform, gym uniform, and some other clothing that he wears throughout the day at school or for going out in public in his official classroom that he hardly uses anymore. It became more of a personal storage room for himself and a room to sleep in for Aizawa or himself when they want to escape everyone. Also, the staff stopped requiring him to wear the school uniform when he didn't want to, and he only needed to wear it to official events or meetings that had outside parties that didn't belong to the school. Izuku was walking into the school grounds when he was called out. He turned around and he saw the blue-haired kid from the entrance exam. I believe his name was Ida Tenya, Izuku thought. The kid walked up to Izuku and called him out for not wearing his uniform to school. Izuku just felt down with him and just turned around and walked away while the kid was still calling him out. The kid froze when Izuku did this and was stunned. Soon Izuku found himself at the pond location and sat down on the bench as he looked over the water. Izuku decided to light a small fire in the fireplace since he still had about 40 minutes before classes started. After a few minutes, Izuku heard a voice calling for him. He turned around to his right side and saw Nizu standing on the seat at the end of the table drinking some tea. I still wonder where you pull that tea from, Izuku commented. Nizu just looked at him and then stated, I don't know. Where do you pull your notebooks from? Nizu asked with a grin, and Izuku just stated he didn't know and left it at that with a small grin on his face. Can I help you, sir? Izuku asked. Nizu looked over the pond and then back to Izuku. This is your last year with us. I just wanted you to know that even after you graduate you are welcome to the campus at any time you want. You don't need a reason to come visit the pond. Just come when you want to. Nizu stated as he sipped his tea. The death of the boys would always leave a sour taste in Nizu's mouth. He didn't like many humans due to his past, but Izuku and those two boys showed that humans could be so much more. They reminded him why he became the principal of UA in the first place. To change humanity one child at a time. Izuku thanked him and then asked what all they had planned for the first day. Overall, the assembly will happen like normal. You don't need to come since I know you will likely go spy or join the test that Aizawa will do for his class. Outside of that, the first day is normally short. If you could help do some paperwork with the other staff it would be helpful. Also, keep All Might out of trouble. God, we know he can easily get into it just as much as you do. Nizu stated, and Izuku just laughed at that comparison. Both he and his master always did find trouble. Izuku thanked him and Nizu gave him a basic schedule. It was when 1A and 1B had their specific classes, so Izuku knew where they should all be. Oh, before I leave here, Nizu said as he pulled out a card and gave it to Izuku. It was a hero license. The commission broke under pressure from All Might, Gang Orc and UA. They approved of providing you a hero license without you taking the actual exam due to your current record. You have a high arrest and case solved rate that can be compared to those in the top 10, but you kept it on the down low. They also saw the video of your fight with All Might and were impressed and happy to find out that you were All Might's protege. All Might used that as a final push that forced their hand. They want you in the public eye more now after learning that fact, and making you a full hero will allow you to be ranked, and with your current ranking, they expect you to break into the top ranks at the end of this semester when they announce the next ranking. Nizu stated. Izuku was shocked. He didn't think he would get his full hero license without taking the actual exam itself. Thank you, sir, Izuku stated as he had a tear going down his eye. I wish they could have been here, Izuku said with a sob. Nizu just placed his hand on Izuku's back and rubbed it. After a few more minutes, Nizu left to return to this office to get ready for the start of the day. Izuku sat outside for a bit longer before he got up and moved towards the school. He had his educational classes done, obtained a teaching certification, and now had his full hero license. Izuku felt accomplished but also felt empty at the same time since his brothers weren't there to enjoy it with him. Going need to talk to Hound Dog again. Izuku thought as he made his way towards the 1A classroom. Izuku decided to sneak into the roof panels and watch them and see if any of them notice. They do have a few people with quirks that boost their hearing. They'd better notice me and Aizawa. Izuku thought as he placed himself in position and kept his breathing and noise to a limit. The entire class was in the room already. Izuku could see Kaken, Shinso, Ida, Todoroki, and all of the other students. None of them have noticed Izuku even though he is looking into the room since he moved the roof part a bit out of his way. Aizawa was also sitting in the door as he listened to them talk. Aizawa did notice Izuku though. Aizawa then interrupted the girl with the zero-gravity quirk who was talking to Shinso, who looked uncomfortable with human interaction. Sit down and shut up. You have wasted 20 seconds and that is irrational, Aizawa stated as he drew everyone's attention onto him. They all froze at seeing him in a sleeping bag. He then got up and they all ran to their seats. I'm Aizawa, Shota, your homeroom teacher for 1A. You will address me as Aizawa-sensei, do you understand? Now get these gym uniforms and go change and meet me on the PE field, he stated. Everyone was frozen still in shock because they didn't expect this to happen at all. Aizawa stated his demand again and they got moving. Soon all of the students made their way out on the PE field. Izuku had left the room right after them without being noticed and Aizawa just shook his head. Izuku made it out to the field before them and hid in the tree. Aizawa and Izuku were wondering if the students would ever notice him. After everyone was outside, the girl known as Uraraka asked why they weren't going to the assembly that was about to happen. Aizawa just stated that it was a waste of time and he could run his class as he wants. Yeah. That assembly is where Nizu tortures people by talking for so long, Izuku thought. Today we will be doing a quirk apprehension test and you all will be allowed to use your quirks to complete these tests, Aizawa said as he called Bakugo up to throw the ball. Bakugo threw the ball and it went 705.2 meters. The class cheered and some mentioned how it was going to be fun and cool. This made Aizawa snap and Izuku twitch. Heroics is not about fun or be cool, they both thought in their mind. Oh, fun you say? I see. Let's make it more fun than before. The person that places last will be expelled and judged with no potential. How is that for being fun and cool? Aizawa stated. The class was shocked at this statement. Uraraka complained that the rule wasn't fair. Aizawa just goes on another rant about the world being unfair and that it's the hero's job to combat unfairness. Izuku had a hard time not jumping down and saying anything in those moments as he had flashbacks to his class and his brother's death. The world is truly unfair and it will be best that they learn it now instead of paying the price later, Izuku thought. Soon the test was going on and everyone had finished doing their tests. The boy with purple balls on his head placed last. Aizawa dismissed them and said it was just a logical ruse. He told them all that they had their schedules and more information for them in the classroom and they could leave for the day. As such, the students breathed a sigh of relief at not being expelled and they all went and got changed before heading home for the day. This concluded their first day of UA. Third POV. The first day ended without much fanfare after the test. Izuku went to the staff room and met up with Aizawa. Loved your rant about unfairness. Hopefully they will learn that heroic life isn't cut and dry as the media makes it, Izuku stated, and Aizawa just agreed with Izuku on his statement and sat down and started to drink some coffee. I'm surprised you didn't axe the purple midget though, Izuku stated. Aizawa thought for a few moments. If his behavior can be corrected then he will be fine. There are currently no reports of him actually doing anything physical, it's just him being an idiot pervert currently. So just keep an eye on him and if he does something that crosses the line we can deal with him, Aizawa stated. Izuku just nodded his head as the other staff just came into the room and greeted them. Izuku asked how the assembly went and they all said it was like normal. Everyone gets started on the paperwork that they need to finish for the classes that will happen tomorrow, while All Might passed Izuku the plan for the heroic training class that he will hold on the next day. Izuku looked it over and saw that the students will be working on a search and rescue training simulation. The idea is that they need to locate hostages that the other team will be guarding and save them. If the hostages get ended, then the round is over, and if time runs out, the fake bomb will explode, ending the hostages. Heroes win by defeating the villains, by touching the hostages, or by forcing the other team to surrender. Overall, it was a decent plan. Izuku pointed out some flaws that they could exploit, as the villains could just turn around and end the hostages right away. All Might made some corrections to the rules he would impose, and they decided that it was good enough. Aizawa just nodded his head at the fact that the lesson didn't sound like it would turn out horrible now since Izuku corrected errors in it. Izuku just chuckled while All Might pouted at Aizawa's assessment of him. Izuku finished the stuff that he needed to do and just went to the pond for half an hour before he went to the warehouse to do some training. Izuku has never really used the gyms on campus since he always had the private warehouse to himself to train at or to train with his brothers, so he's never had a need to use the gyms on campus. He has used the other training grounds but nothing else outside of that. The night went by quickly and Izuku did the normal patrol routes that he would do during school time. It felt different since when he handed the criminals over to the police he could say with 100% fact that he was a hero and mean it and not mean a provisional hero. The cops that he normally worked with were shocked when he showed his full license. They asked what agency he worked at now that he was a full hero, or was he planning to make his own. I have been working at the same agency since my second year. First it was Gang Orc during my first year, then the one I'm at. It will likely make public news sooner or later, so just keep watching, Izuku said. Izuku went about his day and checked over his group chat with other heroes. They were still trying to gain information about what the so-called League of Villains was doing. They still haven't found much more. They only confirmed the fact that they were slowly gathering more and more people for some operation. This had set a lot of people on edge due to the number of villains they were gathering. The overall ranks were assumed low, but if you combine a large amount then it becomes dangerous no matter what. The next day came and Izuku walked onto campus again and had run into Ida again, who proceeded to try and correct him on his uniform. This time though Uraraka was standing with him and looked confused on why Izuku wasn't wearing a uniform. Izuku just looked at him and stated a simple line. Loosen up. You don't know if I'm approved to be like this or not, so loosen up, Izuku said as he walked away to get ready for this day. Izuku dropped his stuff off in the staff room and he and All Might went to a private room to talk. My boy, I wanted to talk to you about our plans for this year. As you know, I'm pushing 4 hours right now in my time limit. I've kept myself limited in how much time I use since Gran Torino would beat me up if I pushed it, so it saved me some time. However, I would like to start introducing you to others as my protege and state the fact that you work at my agency and will take it over once this year is over, All Might stated. It was a fair request. Izuku has made a large name for himself already, and that is what he wanted before being connected to All Might in the public, so Izuku just agreed with the request. Then I would like you to come in your hero outfit to 1A and 1B battle trial. We are doing a joint training session where Aizawa and Vlad King will be there. I want you to arrive and have everyone introduced to you at that moment, All Might stated, and Izuku agreed to it. Izuku went out to the pond for a bit of time before he did some laps around the school to get some exercise in before the joint training class today. Soon the day passed and it was time for Izuku to get moving towards the school. The students of 1B and 1A have had a normal day for the most part due to it being normal classes. They were all sitting in their individual classes when their homeroom teachers walked in and started to explain what would be going on next. Aizawa glared at his kids and then started to talk. You will be having your first heroic foundational class today. You will also be doing this with 1B and have joint training with them. As such, get your outfits on and go to ground beta and await for your heroic teacher, Aizawa said as everyone got up and got their outfits and left. Aizawa then went to ground beta and waited for them all. Soon his students and 1B all arrived at the training grounds. Good day students, your heroic teacher will be here soon, stated Vlad King. The students were wondering who it would be. There was a rumor that All Might would be teaching here, but no one could confirm it. Then they heard a loud movement come down the hallway and then something or someone landed in front of them quickly. Ah, we are here, yelled out a loud voice that everyone recognized as All Might. The dust cleared and there stood All Might and someone else. Izuku was standing in his daytime version of his outfit. Again, ignore the info about the black whip. Everyone was thrilled to see All Might, but everyone except two didn't know who the person in green was. Then two voices called out. Aniki. Kaken said, surprised to see his older brother figure in his class since he was a third-year student, and then Shinso called out Izuku's hero name. Fulcrum? Shinso stated. Izuku looked around at everyone and then waved. All Might then started to talk. Hello everyone, I am your foundational heroics teacher for your time here. Some of you appear to know this man next to me while others don't, which is fine. I would like you all to meet one of the youngest heroes, Fulcrum, who has recently obtained his full hero license. He is also a third-year student here that will be helping both of your classes throughout your first year. All Might stated and let them process the information. Bakugo was shocked to learn about Izuku getting his full hero license already. Shinso wasn't, since he was an avid follower of Fulcrum and saw the change in his hero status from provisional to a full licensed hero. As the information took hold, All Might decided to drop the next knowledge bomb. Though you will all see him with me much more often now since we decided to the public our connection. I would like you all to meet Fulcrum, my personal protege and my successor to my agency, since I will retire in the next few years likely. All Might stated. This information shocked all of the students, but none of the staff reacted, which the students noticed. Hands went up with questions and All Might knew he would need to answer some. He pointed towards Shinso. Since when has he been your protege? Shinso asked. He has been my protege roughly 1 year before arriving at UA. I noticed the signs of his quirk coming in late and helped him train, and the connection between us grew from there. We've kept it hidden since now. Since he wanted to be known as his own hero, but with my retirement approaching day by day, we need to make the public know that he is my protege now, so they can get used to the idea of him replacing me as the next symbol of peace, since he equals me in power and might even grow far stronger than me. All Might stated, and that last fact shocked the students of someone near their age equaling All Might in power or growing stronger than him. All Might then pointed at Bakugo. Anki, why didn't you tell me? Izuku just rubbed his head and shrugged. It didn't come up. Also, you would ask for so many autographs. Izuku said. Kaken just pouted a bit, but others likely couldn't tell he was. All Might then kept moving to the next person. Most questions were basic, but then they hit Todoroki's question. What is your quirk and what did All Might mean by late bloomer? Todoroki asked. In regards to the late bloomer, it means what it means. I did not get my quirk at the age of 4 like everyone else. Instead, I got it closer to the end of my last year of middle school. Izuku stated, and everyone was shocked. Then Izuku kept talking. My quirk itself has a body enchantment aspect and a floating aspect. I call my quirk superpower since it does different things, and I could still have another aspect that I don't know about since I got it so late to start with. My strength is still growing, and the last fight me and All Might had, I was close to winning, but his experience turned the tide of the battle. Izuku stated. All the students were once again shocked. They didn't know what to do with this information of having Fulcrum helping their classes out in addition to having All Might. Izuku though noticed a strange look in Todoroki's eyes and made a mental note of looking into it later. Soon the battle simulation got started and the two classes were mixed together. Izuku had suggested this to All Might since he had first planned to do class versus class for hero versus villains, but Izuku suggested mixing them together since it was still early in the year and connections could be made between the classes, which would allow class bonding before bad blood got created. All Might accepted this idea and ran with it. As such, most of the students ended up with someone from the other class and some didn't. There was this one kid that started to annoy Izuku with his comments. His name was Minoma Nito. He made comments like 1B would show they are better than 1A. Izuku just reached a point of not staying silent anymore after one particular comment. Watch, the day you 1A bastards face a real villain, you will all be in fear and cower like children. 1B students will be flawless and not get injured when we face villains in the future. Minoma stated. The next match hadn't started yet when Izuku called Minoma out. Nito, Minoma, do you take the hero course as a joke? Izuku asked with a smile on his face. Everyone except the teachers looked confused at his question. I asked you a question. Do you take the hero course as a joke? Because so far from what I've seen you are. Though it is only the second day, you should still take this training with seriousness and stop wasting your time on whatever this pitiful rivalry or ego complex you have going on right now. Izuku stated. Minoma didn't know how to respond. I'll take your silence as your answer that you will stop this stupidity, or I will recommend to Nizu that you be dealt with, Izuku stated, and this invoked a response out of the student. You don't have the authority to do that, Minoma stated while shaking a bit. He started to realize that he might have screwed up. Oh, you can ask any of the staff here that I do. I do have a desk in the staff room. I'm treated as if I was a full staff member, and I'm highly doubtful Nizu wouldn't heed a recommendation from me and take it under massive consideration. So consider this your warning, Minoma. Get this ego or whatever attempt at a pitiful rivalry you want to start over. It's okay to have a rivalry, it's not okay to have a toxic one though. Do I make myself clear? Izuku stated. Minoma nodded his head and kept his mouth silent. Good, now let's get back to the class, shall we? Izuku said with a bright smile on his face. Everyone could only think of the massive mood swing. Even Bakugo was shaking a bit at the pressure they felt off Izuku at that moment. Soon the simulations went by and the end of the training came to an end. Izuku smiled at everyone and waved them off as they left. Shinso came up to Izuku and asked about the hint he gave. I'm assuming the answer was saving people, right? I saw I got points when I saved that girl, though I didn't know that was the answer at the time. Shinso said, and Izuku confirmed it was the answer. Yup. That is how I got only 5 points below All Might's recorded. I was wanting to tie it. Izuku said with a small pout. All Might just laughed a bit. Soon everyone else left and All Might and Izuku decided to go do the reports from the class before heading out on a patrol together to get people noticing the connection. Soon they finished the paperwork and then got moving out. Izuku went to the pond for a few minutes before he went and met All Might at the entrance. The students were walking out of the school right as they walked towards the gate and they waved at everyone. People were taking pictures of them as they walked by. Soon they jumped away and went into the town to start making their presence known. Within half an hour, Izuku's notification from his fan club went off with an announcement of Izuku being spotted with All Might and was questioning their connection. All Might saw Izuku's fan club page a few times, and once they stopped to take a break on a tall roof, they had All Might go on his social media and follow Izuku and then follow Izuku's fan club. They both posted a picture that one of the fans posted to their page and both tweeted the same thing with a few wording differences. The tweet read, "Nice photo a fan took while I was out on patrol with my protege #Fulcrum." And in Izuku's case it read, "Nice photo a fan took while I was out on patrol with my master #All Might." Within a few minutes, the internet was set up in a blaze and everyone was looking over Izuku's fan club page and social media page. Within the hour, Might Tower had released a statement confirming the information online and confirmed that Izuku has been All Might's personal protege for a few years, but they wanted Fulcrum to make some sort of name for himself before the connection between the two was announced, which happened today since he now has his full hero license even though he is just starting his 3rd year at UA. This information sent everyone into many conversations. All of Japan was now paying attention to Fulcrum, the rising star who turned out to be All Might's protege. Though in one house a certain fire hero was pissed to learn that All Might had such a talented protege that was already rising up in popularity, as he feared that his rank would be harmed with how big Fulcrum name had been before, but now it would grow at an alarming rate due to All Might's influence on his rank as well. In one dark bar, a person grabbed a glass and broke it as he watched the news about his most hated person having a protege, and if we go through a TV screen we could hear a low sound being made by someone who became interested in what he heard. So you found a protege and he's already grown as strong as you All Might? I see my plans will become far more complicated the moment you all realize I'm still alive, stated the man who made the sound from before. This public appearance from Izuku and All Might have started a chance reaction of gears to start moving. Fate now had its hand back on the wheel and some events would become unavoidable while others would be avoided. Third POV. A week has passed since Izuku has met the two classes. He has dropped by in their classes a few more times but was focused on his patrols. Izuku's popularity has skyrocketed after the public announcement of him being All Might's protege. The public also loved the fact that Izuku had set off on his own before the announcement was made. It made his fan base even more stronger than most of the top 10 heroes. Everyone was projecting him to rank in the top 10 once the new polls came out later in the year. Izuku was currently sitting at the pond and looked at his friends' faces that were crafted into the fireplace. For some reason, I have the feeling again, the same feeling from that day. Izuku muttered to the fireplace since no one was around him. The first years had asked Izuku where he goes during his day when he's at UA, but Izuku just changed the topic since he didn't want others here unless they found it themselves and would respect the site. I promise you too. None of them will go to the other side before me. Not when I'm around them. Izuku said as he placed his hand on the fireplace faces and then put the fire out. Izuku then headed to the school building. He wanted to inform Nizu of the feeling. He refused to not warn others. Izuku then made it to the staff room and found all of the staff were there also, and so was Nizu. The lunch period just got started. Nizu, we need to be on guard today. Something will happen, Izuku stated. Everyone tensed up and Nizu asked for an explanation. I don't have proof. It's the same feeling from that day when they died. We all felt like something was going to happen right before it did, and we were met with the destruction and then the fight with the villains only a few hours later. I have the same feeling as I do from that day, and I can't stay silent when something might happen. Not again, Izuku said. The staff knew he didn't have proof, but the instinct of a hero was really powerful sometimes. As such, they got on guard. Ectoplasm sent clones of himself out around the school campus to provide the time in the event of an attack, and the staff started talking about point of entry when the alarms went off. Shit, that's the intruder alarm. Someone breached the main gate, one of the staff said as they all got battle ready and spread out across the school with ectoplasm flooding the front with clones. They found it was the media that broke in. Izuku walked out and the media started to ask questions. Izuku walked up to them and just powered up one for all and clapped his hands really hard. This caused a large shockwave to go out and knock some of them down. Silence yourselves now. You all just broke into UA by destroying the gate, sending all the heroes in here on high alert, thinking we would be defending our students from a large-scale villain attack, since only powerful or large massive villains would be brave enough to do a direct assault on the main building. As such, you will silence yourself and wait for the police to arrive to question you and determine if they will arrest you or not. Do I make myself clear? Izuku yelled with a damn smile on his face. The reporters just froze at this statement and tried to speak, but Izuku just glared down at them. Nizu had recorded the incident and was streaming it live, so the media couldn't pull any stunts on them. Izuku instructed them to line up against the wall outside and wait for the police. After 1 hour of dealing with everything, Izuku headed back into the school. The staff had discussed and determined it wasn't likely a reporter that did the gate. I still have a bad feeling. I feel like the UA hack and this is the prelude for the league. I know we can't connect this to them, it's just a gut feeling. Nizu, I know 1A has a trip to the USJ today. I'm going with them and I would like an emergency beacon to be given to me. I want it constantly sending a signal, and if it stops then you will know we are in danger. Izuku stated. Nizu just agreed and had Power Loader prepare the beacon. Izuku did learn of the panic in the lunchroom and was proud of the 1A students and how they handled it. Izuku though was annoyed with his master. The one thing that something might go wrong and you are late. Dear God, Master. Izuku thought. Izuku was currently in his hero gear standing next to the memorial. He kneed in front of it and prayed. Please watch over me and the students. I will do my best to keep them all safe, and I won't let them repeat our fate, my brothers. Not while I am alive and kicking with breath in my lungs. Izuku thought. Nizu came up to his side. It's about time for the USJ trip. Didn't want you running late. Izuku. I know you still have the feeling of something going wrong, and I trust that feeling, but unless we have direct proof we can't just cancel the event and then cancel again if they try again. But as I was saying, if something goes wrong, don't give up. I don't mean giving up fighting for them. I mean if the situation turns really bad and you're at your last leg. Don't give up. We will come for you. Nizu said without a smile on his face. Izuku looked at Nizu and leaned down and then hugged the principal, shocking him. I trust you. I will hold out until there is no breath left in me. I refuse to let them suffer mine and my brother's fates. Izuku said as he walked away and headed towards the bus loading area. He soon found the 1A students boarding the bus right as he got there. Aizawa looked at Izuku, who just nodded his head. They got on the bus after the students and sat down. Soon the bus was moving and they were on the trip towards the USJ. Izuku had asked them who became the president and vice president of the class. It turns out Yorozu was made president and Ida made vice president. As they were driving, Tsu, or so she said to call her, asked Izuku a question. Sir, I have a question, she asked, and Izuku told her to just call him his hero name. Shoot, Tsu. He stated. I'm a blunt person, so please don't be offended. We know you are in 3A, but from what I've heard there is no 3B or anyone else in 3A. What happened to everyone else? She asked. Everyone went silent as they heard these rumors also, but didn't have much information. Not even Bakugo did, since Izuku never really talked about his school life after the first year. He always wondered why he would never talk about it. Aizawa sat up quickly and looked at everyone. This caught their attention at how fast their teacher got up. I'll answer. The overall crop for that year wasn't to a good standard. As such, the class size went from 40 total in the two classes to just 20 students in 1A. However, all but 3 survived all of my explosions from the hero course. Aizawa stated, and everyone paled at the fact that he had expelled nearly everyone in an entire class. Kirishima just had to remember about the 3 remaining students. If 3 made it past you, where are the other 2 besides Fulcrum? He asked. Aizawa didn't answer. He just looked at Izuku, and everyone could see guilt in his eyes and they wondered why. The bus arrived at the USJ though, and Izuku got up and moved past Aizawa, who didn't say anything. Once he got to the door he stopped. It's time to go. We're here. Izuku said in a strained tone as he stepped off the bus while being caught in his memories. Izuku wasn't used to people asking. The people that knew of the fact that there were 3 without watching his first year all just assumed everyone but him got expelled. He wasn't used to talking about it to people that didn't already know. Aizawa turned to his students and said in a sad tone. Just don't ask. One day you will learn, but not right now. Leave it for now. Aizawa said as he directed everyone off the bus. Bakugo looked at the back of his older brother and wondered what happened. What happened to you, Aniki? Bakugo thought. The students made their way into the USJ building and started to listen to the Pro Hero 13 as they started to talk about the use of quirks for combat but the use of quirks for rescue operations. As they listened and they noticed Fulcrum was looking around a lot. Then they heard him talk to their teacher. Eraserhead, get them out of here now. We're under attack. He yelled and everyone was confused, including the teachers, until the lights flickered and then a portal opened up down in the plaza. They watched as a large group of villains walked into the plaza and stared them down. Fulcrum got in front of them at the edges of the stairs. The students thought this was all an act that they were putting on for training, but their teacher's voice cut through. This isn't a show, it's real. 13, get the students out of here. He said as he looked prepared to jump down, but Fulcrum stopped him. No, go with them. You can help them better by stopping any quirk that they try to use on the students. They also have the warp user, which might try to separate everyone, which you can stop if he comes after them. Fulcrum stated. Bakugo tried to tell him to leave with them and Shinso tried as well. All of the students tried, but he shook his head. If no one stalls them, then they will follow right behind us and attack. Someone has to stay and stop them. Also, I'm likely the only one that can stop that creature. I don't like the feeling I'm getting from it. Fulcrum stated. The villains could hear this though. Ahaha, I'm doubtful you can stop it, yelled the villain with hands on him. Izuku just decided to push the buttons to get information. Oh, and why is that? Izuku asked and got an answer. This thing was created for the sole purpose of ending All Might in his prime. It has multiple quirks after all, stated the villain. At that sentence, Izuku and Aizawa's blood went cold. Impossible. He should be dead, Izuku thought. The warp user tried to stop the other villain from giving information away, but it didn't stop him from gloating. All Might was meant to be here. That is why we stole the schedule after all. Oh well. I wonder if he will come if we slaughter the kids, stated the villain. Izuku just turned to Aizawa, who looked at him. Sensei, leave with them now. Tell All Might what you learned here today. I'll hold as long as I can, Izuku said as he walked down the steps. Aizawa was filled with dread. Again he has to stand aside and do nothing as his students go to their possible death. And this time his last remaining student, Form 3A, was walking into likely a trap that was set by a 200-year-old monster that was aiming for All Might but was getting the protege instead. Aizawa just walked back towards the students with his teeth gritted. Fulcrum? I'm not burying another one of you three. I can't do it again. Do you understand? Not again. Eraserhead yelled as he ran towards his first-year students and pushed them towards the door. Izuku just smiled. You owe me a fancy lunch, old man. Izuku yelled back as he powered up One for All and float to his current limit of 90% and pushed off the stairs and flew into the villains and started to use his floating fighting style and started to fight. He kept his eye on the creature the entire time and never let it exit his vision. The students tried to protest on leaving, but Eraserhead didn't let them stay. However, it seemed fate didn't seem to work in their favor. The warp user went up and teleported everyone. He got Eraserhead the moment he arrived to prevent him from stopping the warp gates. Izuku just hopped the school, realized the beacon as being blocked because it showed that a radio wave was no longer going out. The fight kept going on as Izuku wiped out all the low-level thugs quite quickly. He then looked over at the main villains and the creature. The villain known as Shigaraki was just scratching his neck as he looked at all of the low-level thugs on the ground. Damn it, Fulcrum. This was meant for All Might, but I guess ending you will destroy his spirit. End him, Nomu, he yelled. Izuku just watched the Noma charge at him and blocked the first punch and got sent flying back against the ground. Damn it. This creature can hit as strong as me and All Might and might even be hitting harder, Izuku thought as his eyes widened. He powered up to his max and just dodged and hit. The blows created shockwaves of air that flew off from them. This went on for about 8 minutes before the students all arrived back at the main area. Eraserhead and 13 also arrived back as well. 13 was gathering the students up while Eraserhead came towards Izuku. Get the students out of here, Izuku yelled as he took a fist to the face and got sent into the ground, cracking it. He got right back up and dodged a fist and landed a kick into the creature's side. He jumped back next to his teacher and just breathed hard. Get them out of here? I will keep fighting as long as I can and buy you time, Izuku said. Eraserhead's face just paled at the fact that Izuku wasn't saying he could win. He said he could buy time. Can't we take this together? He asked. Izuku looked at him and shook his head. One hit from this and you're done. It's hitting as hard as me or harder, Izuku stated. The hand villain just laughed and talked about the shock absorption quirk and all the other strength quirks and regeneration quirk it had. Izuku just gritted his teeth and thought as the villain gloated. 13 had gathered all the students back up and started to move up the stairs with them. Izuku just charged the creature again and used his floating fighting style to provide him the best benefits he could. If it's absorption, that means it has to have a limit, Izuku thought. He decided to power up past his current limit and he could feel the strain on his body. Izuku just started to increase the speed of his punches and the wind that was generated through people on the ground and pushed them away. He's getting faster than ever before, thought Aizawa as he watched as he moved up the steps with his students. This slugfest kept on for a solid minute when Izuku screamed out, "Go beyond plus ultra!" He yelled as he slammed a fist into the creature's stomach and it lifted off its feet and into the air. It went flying into the roof and went out of the dome. Everyone was frozen in shock. "Damn you!" Shigaraki yelled. "Calm yourself. He is injured from fighting the Nomu and is tired as well. If we move now with the thugs we can end him and end All Might's protege." The warp user stated as any villain that was up charged at Izuku who was holding his right arm to his chest. Izuku just stood up with blood running from his forehead from the blow he took to the face from earlier and screamed, "Come get me. I refuse to die to such pathic villains. I am Fulcrum from the Misfits." Izuku yelled as he just charged up his quirk even though he was tired and injured from going all out and over his limit. He used his good arm and just threw punches at the people that came and used his floating style to just dodge and glide around people. As a lot of thugs surrounded Izuku, Shigaraki's hand was coming out of a portal next to his head and was about to decay him. "Seems I'm coming to meet you sooner than I thought, brothers," Izuku thought as the hand was an inch away from him. Then the hand pulled back as Shigaraki was kicked away by Eraserhead. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly raised both hands even though he was in pain and crossed his arms and did a wind attack from his crossed arms to blow everyone away from him. Izuku moved and started to fight the villains and as he was the doors opened and in came all the staff of UA with all might. They saw the students and teachers but they also saw Izuku bloody. Everyone was pissed as their minds went right to the two boys they lost and they refused to lose Izuku. "Have fear because I am effing here," All Might said as he was pissed seeing his boy with blood running down his face and his arm bloodied. He charged down and wiped the villains out quickly as the two main ones warped away. The second Aizawa looked away for a second. The staff quickly arrested all the villains and went and dealt with any in the building. Nizu looked over the students from 1A and told Ectoplasm to guard the students outside. "Recovery girl. Get to Izuku now. He is bleeding heavily. He fought a creature that could end him and All Might," Aizawa yelled and this made all the teachers pale. Recovery girl was carried by All Might to Izuku who was laying on the ground breathing heavily. She looked him over and found his right arm was broken in a few places but wasn't as bad as the first time he broke it when he used the quirk for the first time. "Not as bad as the first time you used your quirk. Still bad but not that level. I see you have a cracked skull, a few broken ribs. I'm healing you now," she said as she finished looking him over. He grunted in pain as his bones went back in place. His body felt sore but no longer in a massive amount of pain. "All Might. The creature is somewhere outside towards the back of the USJ. I had to go beyond 100% and force it out. He is back, All Might." "He is back. The creature was made to end you. It had multiple quirks," Izuku stated. Nizu said that they found the creature but it wasn't moving. Izuku responded that it only acted on commands from what he saw, which made Nizu happy that it wouldn't be a current danger since All Might was an idiot and went to his limit today. After resting a bit, Izuku was guided outside by Eraserhead and All Might with Recovery Girl behind them with Nizu. Recovery Girl looked over the students and healed any scrapes or bruises. They all looked at Izuku as he was escorted off into a medical van to be taken back to UA. All Might went with him while Nizu returned to the students. The media hasn't gotten word of this yet but the police were already present and the students' statements would be taken at UA. "We will have you taken back on the bus to UA where police will take your statements. As such, please get on the bus so we can get you there," Nizu stated. They all obeyed and Eraserhead went with them as they went back. They were silent, until Bakugo asked the question on their minds. "How is he?" he asked. "He will make it. He was injured but was fully healed by Recovery Girl. He was taken back to UA to rest," Aizawa said. Tsu had to ask one more question though. "Sensei, what did you mean at the start when you didn't want to bury another one of the three?" she asked and everyone wanted to know. "I'll explain in the classroom but no pushing Fulcrum for details. He still has PTSD and flashbacks to that day," Aizawa stated and they all fell into a silence. Aizawa didn't want to talk about it but they would keep asking questions and he refused to let them go bug Izuku over it. Third POV. Izuku was transferred to the nurse's office to recover and rest before he got up and started to move around. All Might was in the office looking disappointed with himself since he was meant to be at the event and it would have gone so much easier if both he and Izuku had double-teamed the creature. However, what All Might was most concerned about what Izuku said about the creature. He said it had multiple quirks and he also said that he was back. All Might didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. Izuku was currently asleep since Recovery Girl's quirk took a lot of energy out of him. As such, All Might sat in the room and waited. After about 15 minutes he woke up in the living room and groaned. "Good to see you awake, my boy," All Might stated as he looked over Izuku. Izuku then saw the detective that was on the other side of the room making notes from earlier statements he got from students. He looked over and waved at Izuku. "Good. You are awake. I need you to run me through the events." The detective asked and Izuku did. The details were grim. Everything is pointing towards All for One being alive and being back. Soon a staff meeting would be held in regards to the events and Izuku planned to attend since it had become far more important. As such, he got out of bed but was sluggish and had to have All Might and the detective help him get to the staff room. While this was going on, Aizawa was with 1A telling a story. "Sensei, are you okay? You have been starting in the air for about 3 minutes now when you said you would explain stuff to us." Uraraka asked. Aizawa snapped out of it and lightly shook his head. "Sorry, there is a lot of guilt involved in this. I know I couldn't have done anything but there is a reason I said what I told you all on the first day. Do you remember my words from the test?" Aizawa asked. "They said a few things but then Bakugo got it. You're talking about how you glared at us when Uraraka talked about the rule being unfair. You said that heroics is unfair, that life is unfair. What does that have to do with this and what was said at the USJ?" Bakugo asked. Aizawa nodded his head. "Good, you remember. It has everything to do with it. Life is unfair. It is the hero's job to make it fairer for those that we can. However, sometimes life is just unfair and there is nothing to be done. Heroics is not fun, it is not safe, it is deadly," and Izuku Midoriya aka Fulcrum learned that at the end of his first year. Aizawa said with his head looking straight at them all. They all tensed up at what was said. "Look to the person next to you and then look at the next person next to you. One of them will die before you ever retire if you get lucky and retire." However, for Fulcrum both people to his sides died. Those people were his two friends that would become brothers in all but blood to him. They would do almost everything together. However, fate was not kind to them as it decided to claim their lives and Fulcrum almost went with them that day. Aizawa stated in a sad tone. Bakugo's eyes widened. "How did I not know any of this?" he thought. The class all had eyes widen. Aizawa then started to talk about the 3 misfits. These boys were the 3 individuals that survived the shrunken class from 2 to 1, they survived me expelling everyone else but themselves. As such, they got put onto an advanced track of education and had earned their provisional license. At the start of the second semester of their first year. These boys were good. All 3 of them could take at least one of UA teachers down in a fight of 2v1. 2 teachers against 1 student. Aizawa stated, and this surprised everyone at how strong they were for them to take pro heroes on and defeat at least one of them in battle. Before Fulcrum worked with All Might's agency, he and the 2 other brothers wanted to gain experience first before being connected to All Might since the 2 boys were also protégés of All Might. Though they came after Izuku introduced them to All Might. They still earned that title through their determination, willpower, and hard work. As such, they started out in the Gang Orc agency together since they could work so well in a team but also work as individual heroes. Aizawa stated. Then Aizawa went over how the boys' initial work studies went. Shinso even chimed in on how he met Fulcrum and how he got saved from bullies. However, fate was not kind. "Do any of you know the tale of the 3 misfits?" Aizawa asked and everyone said they did and then they realized. The 3 boys were the 3 misfits and they all paled since that story was gurgling towards the provisional heroes that stood their ground. I see you all made the connection. Yes, Fulcrum was the 3rd boy from that day where his 2 brothers died fighting an army of villains. That is why he stood in front of you all. He refuses to let your class suffer his and his brother's fate and have any of you die anytime soon, Aizawa stated. He then asked them if they had any questions and they did, of course. He answered them the best he could. One question though asked about how he recovered. Recovered? You don't exactly recover from watching your 2 brothers die. The pain dulls over time but you never fully recover. You only get more functional. I will tell you now. There is a memorial here on campus that you will find Izuku at almost always if he is on campus and isn't busy doing something. Don't ever disrespect the memorial site since the last person that did resulted in Izuku beating them up and dragging them to Nizu's office to be expelled. The staff is protective of Izuku since he is the last member of his class and we also all feel guilt towards him losing his brothers even though we couldn't do anything about it, Aizawa stated. The class asked some more questions for the next 10 minutes of Fulcrum's life and time at UA and they found out that he already could leave but choose to stay to help guide the first years so they didn't repeat his and his brother's fates. The class was awed at this and vowed to help him feel wanted and have him enjoy his time with them. Thank you all. After that day he hasn't really made new friends. There weren't many that would approach him since the now second years were afraid of him due to how hostile he was right after the memorial issue. As such, he doesn't have any friends outside of the staff and a few heroes. Aizawa stated and bowed his head to his class since they had decided to make him feel welcomed with their class. Aizawa told them not to go spread the information they learned around since Izuku had the names from the 3 Misfits tragedy blocked from the public and doesn't talk much about his brothers to those that didn't already know. Soon Aizawa dismissed them and said he needed to go to a meeting. Though a few of them asked if they could wait for Fulcrum to wake up. Go home. He is already awake and is waiting for me in the meeting room. The staff has to deal with the fallout from the attack and you all forget he is more or less a staff person. You will all see him when you return. Aizawa said as he directed them to go home. He then made his way to the staff room to find everyone else there already. He looked at Izuku and apologized, which confused Izuku until Aizawa explained. I told my class of you and your brothers. They questioned why I said what I did at the USJ when I said that I refused to bury another one of you 3. So they all know and shouldn't bug you with all of their questions about it. Aizawa said, and Izuku tensed up for a bit but relaxed. It was going to happen sooner or later, but I guess it would do good for them to know it since they just went through this attack. It should help them see why the hero path isn't meant to be fun and cool, as the media makes it out to be. At least it will give them perspective on what can happen. Izuku said and turned his head back towards the meeting. Nizu got up and looked ready to talk. Soon they started to dig into the details of the attack as the detective was talking about it. Gran Torino had also shown up since this was going to be about All for One as well. They talked about how they got in, which they all agreed the break-in was covered by the media. We can use that fact to beat the media back on their questions since they have a hand in this, Izuku stated with a grin. Don't get him wrong, the media was good, but they were also idiots. The staff just shook their heads at Izuku's thoughts. They felt pity for the media. Then they talked about the leaders of the attack and then they brought up to the staff that the so-called leaders were puppet heads. Currently, the so-called leaders are just puppet heads for a bigger villain that is far more dangerous. Do any of you know of the merchant? The merchant of quirks? Nizu asked and they all said it was a myth. It isn't a myth since he is the one that gave me my wound. All Might stated, which made them all pale. Some still tried to deny it but gave in. The creature had multiple quirks which can really only be done by the merchant of quirks or so-called All for One. This creature was made to end All Might but found the protege instead. Luckily Izuku has the strength that rivals All Might, otherwise, this would have turned into a massacre of our students since Izuku still got injured. Nizu stated, and the grim reality sat in for the staff at that moment. They came so close to losing an entire class but didn't due to Izuku's will and determination to not give up. They all just thanked Izuku and he waved them off since it was his duty and he wouldn't let the first years repeat his brothers and his fate. Soon they all kept talking about possible plans for the future and Izuku decided to bring an idea up. Nizu, I think it would be good to move the students on campus or at least Hero Corps students first. Since we more or less know All for One has a hand in this, we will need to hunt him down so All Might and I can fight him in a death match. However, until then he could target the students or his so-called successor could aim for our students to make a statement. They did already try to end someone in the exam. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say they might target a hero student too or from school. Izuku stated. The staff just discussed the idea and they talked about if they had the resources. It was determined they did and the dorms could be placed to the side of the main building and that the staff would have a dorm as well. Nizu, where would I stay since there is no real reason to make an entire dorm for one person? Izuku asked and the staff realized the issue. He was the only student of 3A. Simple. You will live with the staff. You already do staff duties and have your full hero license. You really aren't a student anymore except in name only. Nizu stated and they all realized that the statement was true. Izuku agreed to it since he would be near those he cared about, though getting his mother to agree would be a struggle. Izuku also decided that he would likely switch to using the gyms on campus more but would decide since the warehouse was still relevantly close to UA and All Might didn't need to use his buff form there. Soon the meeting came to a close and those that knew the truth of One for All stayed. This year is going to be rough, isn't it? Izuku asked. They could only agree. Anytime All for One was involved it was going to get rough. Izuku then looked over at All Might. Master. When we find him you aren't going in alone. I will be entering with you or you won't be going at all. Izuku said. All Might protested. It's my job to finish him as your master. You shouldn't be fighting him. Not yet. All Might said as he stood up and looked at Izuku. Wrong? On the current wielder, meaning your duty ended. Also, that is what all of the past users did. Went off and died and didn't take help. If we both fight him we have better odds of winning since we both can use 100% of OFA until you lose what you have left. As such, we either both go in or you don't go in at all. Izuku stated in a firm voice. All Might asked if Izuku would go in alone. If you refuse to go in with me at the same time. Yes. I refuse to watch you die when you are no longer the current user and I am. It's my responsibility to end him. I have 90% of one for all under control and hopefully by the time the fight happens, I will hit 100% and just keep growing, meaning I will be the same strength as you. Izuku stated, leaving no room for arguments. All Might just relent when Gran Torino sided with Izuku. Izuku thanked Gran, but Gran still had words to say. Kid. The fight with All for One better not become your last fight. That promise with your brothers to die in a blaze of glory doesn't include a fight with him, so you better live past that day. Do you understand me? Gran Torino stated. Gran knew too well the fate of the users. He hated their fate to fight to the death with that ancient man. Izuku just nodded his head. Well, who is going to help convince my mother to allow me to stay on the campus? Izuku said, and they all laughed. Nizu said he would go and help convince her. The others suggested to come and help as well since they had a dinner set with the Midoriya home today anyway. As such, everyone got up and headed off to go to the Midoriya house. When Izuku walked in, he was met with his mother and his brother's parents. Hey everyone. Izuku said, as he knew this was going to be a long conversation. His brother's parents were told about One for All since Izuku had planned to tell his brothers anyway but never got the chance. With All for One back, they are all in equal danger since All for One may target them. Soon they explained the events of the day since it was all over the news. They then got to the conversation about All for One. Mom? All for One is alive. Izuku stated. She and the other parents froze. They knew what that meant. They knew that Izuku would have a fight to the death with him. They all just moved to him and hugged him. After a bit, they let go and sat down and had stopped preparing the food since they wanted to focus on this conversation. They talked about how they figured it out and that it wouldn't be surprising for the fight to happen in the next year or two with how activate All for One is appearing to be. All Might apologized to Inko since he had promised her that he was dead. I thought he was. I don't know how he survived having his head caved in. That should be impossible, but it appears not for him. All Might stated. Soon they went to the conversation about the dorms. I want to live on campus in the staff dorms so I can watch over the 1A and 1B students. The villains might show an interest in them since they survived the first attack and All Might is their direct teacher for foundational classes. I know this will cut the time we all have together down more in what might be my final years alive, but I can't let them come to harm. Izuku said with a few tears in his eyes. Inko just hugged her and said it was fine. He just needed to video call her as much as possible. As such, the night went on and everyone there had dinner together. The mood was somber since they knew the future would not be kind to them and that Izuku and All Might would have a higher chance of dying sooner than they all believed possible. They could only enjoy the silent night with the few waves of laughter that some people let out when they were talking to the others. Third POV. It's been about a week since the attack on the USJ. The media attempted to rake UA over the coals with the attack, but UA pushed back and called the media out on how they had a hand in the attack. It was amazing to watch. As one reporter asked what they will do in regards to their weak defenses and how they would respond in regards to the villains, Izuku struck back. All things are not 100% certain in life. Nothing is perfect. However, we will continue to move forward and build up our defenses of the school. We did anticipate a second attack on the school after the first one. As such, that is why I was sent with the first-year students to ensure their safety more since we just couldn't cancel and keep canceling events if we didn't know for certain when they would attack. Izuku stated, and a reporter took the bait on the words first and the second attack and asked about what he meant. Ah yes, the attack on the USJ was actually their second one. The first one you media had a hand in. It was when you all came onto the campus setting the alarms off and consumed our attention, controlling you. This allowed one of the main villains to warp into our building and steal the schedule. So yes, the media played a large role in the villain's attack on UA and endangering our students. Thank you so much for that since you all couldn't be proper human beings and leave our campus alone when you were told many times that day. Instead, you wanted a damning story that helped endangered our students' lives. Izuku stated with a cold smile on his face. The reporters tried to object but Izuku just kept shutting them down by pointing out if they weren't crowded at the gate then the villains wouldn't have had the chance to break into the building in the first place. The reporters got silent quickly and let the press conference go forward. Izuku made sure that UA had streamed the press conference themselves so the public would see what happened unedited. It was amazing to read the comments later as the public bashed the media for aiding the villains in the attack on UA and the public was supporting UA since no students got injured and there were minimal wounds on the hero side. The public wasn't told about Izuku's injuries. Everyone was supporting UA more and more, unlike the villain's aim of damaging their reputation. Soon the classes also started back up and it was time for the students to return. Izuku made sure to stop by 1A during one of their classes to show them that he was fine. He also was digging into anything that could be related to All for One since they knew he was now alive. Soon though Izuku was going to go for lunch when he saw a large number of people outside the 1A doors. Izuku listened to the conversation and he was annoyed. He heard people talking about how the 1A students were arrogant just because they got attacked, and then there was the idiot blonde from 1B that has annoyed Izuku one too many times. Izuku decided to move in. "I think that is enough, wouldn't you say?" Izuku said as he walked up. Though he wasn't in his UA uniform or his hero outfit, so some didn't recognize him. Some asked who the hell he was and Izuku just smiled. "Hello. I'm Fulcrum. Nice to meet you all," Izuku said with a cheer in his voice. The students paled a bit at who walked up to them. "Now, I heard a lot of interesting comments. You will all leave this class alone or else you will be punished. This class didn't ask to be attacked by villains and you are all thinking that they act holier than thou for it. Well, guess what? Getting attacked and fighting for your life isn't fun. The villains had a monster that could end All Might there and you think they enjoyed it from some of your comments. Leave now," Izuku said, but stopped Nito Monoma. Izuku grabbed him by the ear and dragged him to Nizu's office. "Now, I told you to drop that damn toxic rivalry you tried starting, or if it was a complex you had that you needed to drop, but it seems you didn't listen to me. Nizu, I recommend a week of detention, and if he keeps going it will increase until the point we expel him," Izuku said to Nizu as they walked to the principal's office. The boy just looked pale as he had gotten dragged to the principal's office by his ear and was dragged past his class. Vlad King just shook his head when his student looked at him. Nizu agreed with the assessment and gave the boy detention for a week and warned him that it would rise to the level of expulsion if he kept on his current path. Izuku just watched the boy leave and shook his head. "I don't get what his problem is with 1A. It doesn't make sense. I could understand some jealousy of being in 1B compared to 1A, but the level he takes it goes too far," Izuku stated. Nizu agreed and said he would look into it. Soon the classes got back on track and they were told that they would have the sports festival in 2 weeks. Izuku was not planning on being present for the third years or the first years. He had told his master and the school that he was planning to skip his sports festival and just train during the entire time. Izuku wanted to be as prepared as he could for the upcoming fight with All for One whenever it came. As such, that is how Izuku spent the next 2 weeks and trained non-stop. Though he did take a break on the day of the sports festival and turned on the TV to watch the first years. It was interesting to say since Kaken was the year representative and his speech was one of a kind when he declared that he would go on to become number 1. The first round was an obstacle course and Kaken came in first with Todoroki coming in second place. He flipped to the third year and there were comments on why there were no hero students this year, and the announcer stated that there was only one hero course student who was devoting his time to training instead of attending. The announcement also stated that the school approves of it due to the dedication that the student has been putting in and was willing to meet his needs since no one could move up to the hero course during the third year regardless of where they placed anyway. As such, it was mostly just an advertisement shown for the business and support course students and good old fun for the general students. The school didn't want them to work too hard and just focus on making connections. Izuku then switched back to the first year events. They were currently doing a round of cavalry battles and Bakugo really knew how to dominate the field. He was keeping people away and even used his team's quirks to his advantage as he flew around with his explosives but kept the tape from Zero on his body to pull him back to the team before he touched the ground. Overall, he watched the fights go on but noticed that Todoroki wasn't using his flames. This concerned Izuku for many reasons, but most importantly, if Todoroki went out in the field like that, he was asking to be ended. That was an entire side of his body that is left open to getting attacked, and what happens if someone's in danger and they can only be saved by the fire side of his quirk. He will have no control over it and risks ending the person needing to be saved or worst, ending his own team. Izuku did see that Bakugo did end up forcing Todoroki to use it for a split second before he cut it off though. The event continued and soon it was time for the individual matches. Izuku pulled his phone out and sent a text message to Bakugo wishing him good luck but reminding him to keep his temper in check since it was on national TV. Bakugo sent back a short explosive emoji which Izuku just chuckled at. Though as the matches for the individual tournament was going on, Izuku received an alert from the All Might Agency. Another hero was taken down by Stain and it was Ida's older brother. Shit. That isn't going to go well for the younger brother and he might snap and do something stupid. Stain is really becoming an issue that needs to be stopped, Izuku muttered out loud. Izuku left the room he was in and went and got a laptop and started to dig into anything they had on Stain and looked for other cases that might have been missed. He also kept an eye on the festival as well, and as he looked up he saw Bakugo and Todoroki fighting and he was surprised. Bakugo had forced Todoroki to use his fire. Izuku could hear something being yelled about. It was his power and not someone else's. It was at that moment that Todoroki lit on fire and the explosion from both sides caused a flash of light and a lot of destruction. Izuku focused and wondered who won. The dust soon settled and Bakugo was declared the winner since Todoroki had 1 foot out while Bakugo stayed in. That is how Bakugo had taken first place and won the gold medal. Izuku was happy for Bakugo and sent him a text message congratulating him. After Izuku finished watching the events after the medals were given out, he started looking over his notes again. Izuku believed he found a connection to a long list of cases that are likely related to the Stain case that no one knew about. These cases belonged to a vigilante that disappeared roughly the same time Stain made his appearance. Well, if that isn't concerning, Izuku thought. He read what notes they had on the vigilante's quirk and had a general idea behind Stain's quirk, though it was all based on the idea that Stain and the vigilante were the same people, which Izuku was hoping he was right. Soon a week passed and Izuku was asked to help with the hero names. For the most part, everything went fine and Izuku got Todoroki to use an actual hero name instead of his first name. So he went with duality while Bakugo's name included murder. Izuku shook his head and suggested ground zero, which he went with. Izuku did notice the way that Ida Tenya was looking and only grew more concerned. Izuku decided to go talk to All Might about his plans during the first year's internships. As such, that is how he found himself in a lounge with All Might drinking tea. My boy, I was thinking of what we could do during the first year internships since I will be free to move around. All Might stated and Izuku butted in. Actually about that. I already have some plans and wondered if you wanted to come or not. We need to deal with Stain. I also have concerns about Ida Tenya and him doing something stupid like going after Stain. As such, I plan to go to Hosu during their entire internship time to make sure he doesn't try anything stupid, but also to track down Stain to arrest him, Izuku said, and All Might sat there thinking. He then nodded his head and agreed. That would be a good idea for Izuku to do. I can come in my skinny form as well and stay relatively nearby in the city, so if something does happen I can bulk up and get to your location if you press the beacon, All Might stated. Izuku nodded his head at that and agreed with that plan. They talked a bit more and talked about Izuku's current progress. As it stands I can use 100% but it hurts. I can use 95% without hurting myself, so I am close to getting to that 100% mark and pushing further to grow the power. I'm confident in my ability to deal with almost anyone that isn't all for one since he can fight us at 100%. Stain shouldn't be an issue overall in power, but it's the experience that he has over me that will present an issue, Izuku said. All Might nodded his head. Indeed, experience is something you can only gain by doing it. You have gained quite a lot, but still compared to the really troublesome characters you will be lacking compared to them. All you can do is keep moving forward and doing what you can do, All Might stated. They did talk about Izuku's fanbase a bit and how they think he will rank once the next board hits. They are predicting for him to be in the top 10 likely due to how fast his fanbase has grown. Izuku already had a decent size before, but the longer time moves the more he gets due to his connection to All Might being out in the open. Soon, the conversations came to an end and Izuku decided to go make a stop at Nizu's office. Come in, Nizu said. Nizu asked what Izuku needed and he asked if he has received the requests on where the 1A students would be going. Nizu did, since Aizawa had just dropped them off. Izuku went through them and found Ida Tenya's request. Ask I feared, he's going to Hosu, Izuku said, and Nizu made the connections right there and then. Nizu asked Izuku if he should cancel it, but Izuku said they had no real evidence to stop it. Anyway, I plan to go to Hosu with All Might. He's going in his skinny form and will move around the city, so he will be nearby in the event of anything. I am aiming to track and arrest Stain before he changes cities again, Izuku stated, and Nizu nodded his head. They played a few rounds of chess as they talked about some different things. The dorms have already been built and some of the hero students were already moving onto the campus. All of the remaining ones would be living on campus after the internships end as well. Izuku has enjoyed being closer to the memorial site more often since he could sit at it more often. That is how he found himself the day before the internship started. He was sitting at the memorial when Bakugo walked up to him. Hey Aniki, Bakugo called out. Bakugo called out again since Izuku didn't respond, and this snapped him out of his thoughts. Sorry Kaken. I was thinking, Izuku said as he looked down at the memorial. Bakugo walked over and sat next to Izuku and relaxed into his side like he would do when he was a young child. Aniki, could you tell me about them? You never talked about them at home, Bakugo stated, and Izuku tensed a bit, which Bakugo felt, and before he could take his words back Izuku spoke up. It's all right. It's just hard to talk about them without remembering the final days. Gashando-me a favor. I think you are already making a small group in your class. I think you guys called it the Bakug Squad? Izuku asked and Bakugo just turned his head away and scoffed. Izuku just laughed a bit. Do me a favor, and if they are friends that you really care about, then hold on to them with everything you got. Enjoy your time with them, since in this field you don't know when it will all come to an end. I will do everything I can to ensure you all don't go through that pain before you graduate this school. Do you understand me? Izuku said as he held Bakugo close in a tight grip. Bakugo's eyes widened a bit and said he understood. Izuku then started to talk about his two brothers and how they were going to challenge the entire world and change things. Bakugo sat there and listened to everything and absorbed it all. This was the first time that his Aniki had willing talked about these people, since he never talked about it when he was at the house, nor did his aunt Inko talk about them, but Bakugo knew there were two families that always visited the house. Bakugo made the assumption that they were the parents of the two other boys and finally understood why they were always around. The pain bonded the families together, and Izuku represented everything that was left of their children that remained in this world. Bakugo thanked Izuku for telling him about them and promised he would hold on to his friends the best he could. Bakugo asked Izuku to come back to the 1A dorms to visit with them all, since they all wanted to hang out with him. Izuku looked shocked, and Bakugo hated that fact. He hated the fact that Izuku was alone so much, since he had lost those that he held the closest to him outside of his aunt. Izuku agreed to come back to the dorms, and Izuku put the fire out at the memorial site before they headed back. Kaken, can you and 1A do me a favor? Izuku asked, and Bakugo said sure, but Izuku decided against asking it. Just ignore my words for now. I'll ask the favor in the future when the time comes, Izuku stated. Bakugo didn't like that. For some reason he knew that favor wasn't going to be one he wanted to complete, but would have no choice but to. Third POV. The day of the internships arrived, and the students all got onto a train and left after talking to Eraserhead. Izuku came out of his hiding and Aizawa looked at him. Your guess is likely right. Ida is going to do something stupid. I have a mission I have to go on, so please keep an eye out for the idiot and we can punish him when he gets back, Aizawa stated. Izuku nodded his head at Aizawa's statement and soon got onto the next train. Izuku would need to take a second train at a different location and would arrive about 2 hours after Ida. Izuku was going to be staying in a hotel near the area and would do his patrol in the afternoon, since all of stain attacks have happened in the afternoon or night. Izuku was sitting on the bus and recalled the dream he had last night. It was a dream from One for All. The first user arrived before him and showed memories. Memories of the past. Izuku could walk around inside of One for All now, since he had so much control of the quirk. Hello, Ninth. It's been a while since you've been here. Last time was when 7th passed her quirk to you, stated the first user. Izuku looked at the first user and asked why he was here and why did he see those memories. The first user was silent before he decided to speak. Everything happens sometimes for a reason. As a user of One for All, you are destined to fight my brother. I never thought I would condemn so many people to their deaths due to passing the quirk. Tell me, do you regret taking the quirk knowing you will be walking towards death? Asked the first user. Izuku was silent at the question but answered within seconds. I have no regrets. If I didn't have the quirk, would I have been there to stop the Nomo? No. So many of them likely would have died in that event. Do I fear my death? Yes. Do I fear walking towards it? No. I am proud to be the 9th user of One for All, Izuku said with determination in his eyes. The first person nodded their heads. You do realize that even with my brother injured, he is still strong enough to fight you on equal terms or even overpower you, right? He got injured by All Might due to letting his guard down, since none of the wielders before could injure him, and that costed him. He won't make that mistake with you, stated the first user, and Izuku paled a bit at the power that All for One has even while being injured. Frightening, isn't it? Asked the first user. Izuku though felt there was a true meaning behind this meeting, that the first user wasn't saying something that needed to be said. The smile that the first user had on was sad, as if he knew something that Izuku didn't, that something sad was going to happen. What are you not saying? You know something, don't you? Izuku asked. The first user nodded his head. Indeed I do, and I first want to say I am sorry. I am sorry that you were condemned to die, stated the first user, and Izuku's eyes widened at that. Izuku wondered if the first user didn't see any hope of Izuku winning and didn't have faith in him. The first user, sensing these thoughts, corrected Izuku's misunderstanding. It's not that I don't have faith in you. It's the fact that I know you too well that you will accept my offer, which will result in your death, because you will do everything you can to stop him, which includes dying for it, stated the first user as he shook his head slowly with a sad smile on his face. Izuku was shocked and wondered what the offer was. One for All has hit the singularity point. The theory is that quirks that pass this point will go under some form of reset. From what we can agree on is that this means that One for All will weaken in the next user before regrowing, since it will have expelled some of the quirks to make room for more power. This means that All for One will have an entire generation of a user to do as he pleases, since it will revert back to the strength of around the 6th user, which wasn't really strong enough to fight him. Stated the first user, and Izuku was in shock. Then the first user started to talk again. He talked about what his offer was. My offer is the knowledge of how to perform what I would call the final smash of One for All. It would result in almost all of the power of One for All going through your body, but the problem is that it would likely end you. As you saw back in the USJ, you went above 100%. This is when you access the entire pool and start pulling more energy out than your body can handle, which damages you. It's similar to how you controlled One for All before at lower amounts, but in this case, instead of hitting the 100% output that One for All provides and naturally expands over time to fit your body, you destroy the output flow control on One for All and everything comes out, which has around an 80% chance of ending you at our current estimates. Stated the first user. Izuku was in shock. A move that likely would end him but would have the highest odds of wiping out All for One's entire body in one move. Izuku knew the first user was right. If Izuku saw no other way, he wouldn't hesitate to use the move. If it meant keeping everyone safe, he would use it. See what I mean by condemning you to die? I know you will use this and the other users don't want to offer you this knowledge, but they can't stop me. Only I have it and can pass it on as the first user. One for All provided me the knowledge when I first appeared here. Do you hate me now that I am condemning you to die? Asked the first user, and Izuku responded with a no without hesitating. I can't hate you. I could understand the other's reluctance to give it to me. If All Might knew about this, he would be pissed, to say the least. Izuku said as he chuckled, thinking about his master knowing about this. The first user asked if he was going to tell the 8th user, but Izuku said he wasn't going to. He didn't need his master worrying about it. As I told him, stopping All for One is my job now, not his. His job is the symbol of peace and being a teacher. If he knew, he would without a doubt stop me from getting close to All One for to fight him. Izuku stated, and the first user nodded his head. Soon the first user started to transfer all of the knowledge of the final smash to Izuku. It wasn't really a smash at all. It was more of a large explosion of power eradicating everything it can. The first user warned that Izuku would need to get All for One far in the air before using the move, or else he would destroy and end anyone near him. Izuku finished remembering about the dream he had. He did a good job hiding the new information from his master and anyone else. They didn't need to know of his likely death. To think that the first user still says that All for One is equal or stronger to me at 100% of One for All before I am able to start expanding it, which will take a lot of time, which we don't have. We also don't know of any of the quirks he gained from the last fight to now, which is troublesome. Izuku thought. Izuku had some grim thoughts in his mind about his possible death. He had already started writing a will that he needs to finish. There were some personal letters in it to be given out to some people. However, Izuku knew he needed to focus his mind back on his objective since he now arrived in Hosu. Before anyone could spot him, he got off the train and got onto some buildings to hide from the public eye. He didn't need people alerting Stain of his location here in Hosu, or else he might run. Soon Izuku got to his hotel and checked in. After changing his outfit, he got to work and started to scout the city. Though nothing really happened and he avoided criminals or taking people in if they didn't harm anyone in front of him. He was focusing on finding Stain and ensuring Ida didn't do something stupid. However, it seems about a late afternoon on day 3 his luck ran out and Ida did something stupid in a crisis. Izuku had alerted All Might, who was at the hotel, about the amount of Nomus running around the city, but he also warned him that he had to go find Ida since he ran away from his mentor for the internship. All Might said he should be able to handle it all with the other heroes, and word was that Endeavor was also in the city. Izuku knew Endeavor was likely after Stain as well, but Izuku needed to find Ida. Soon Izuku got running after alerting All Might, and about 10 minutes later of searching he found Ida about to get ended. Izuku charged up to 100% for a split second and burst off in a blinding speed and socked Stain right in the face at around 35%, hoping it was enough to knock him out and not end him. Ida. I will deal with you when we get out of this situation. Can you move? Izuku asked. Sir? No, I can't. I got hit by his quirk, I think. Ida, who used his first name as his hero name like an idiot, said. Izuku groaned and saw Native was down on the ground. He quickly moved Native to Ida's location since he was still lucid a bit. I'm assuming you got hit as well? Izuku asked as he looked over the wounds and got ready to retreat with them, but as he started to pull them up, a blade came flying at him and he had to drop them and dodge. Guess you won't let me get them out of here, will you? Izuku stated, and Stain appeared with a bruise on his face. No, I won't. Though I must admit I'm surprised you are focused on getting them out instead of capturing me? Stain asked. I admit I am here to capture you, but they come first. I don't know if you hit any major blood vessels and there is a risk of them bleeding too. Death, so got to get them medical care hopefully first before kicking your ass. Izuku said with a bright smile as he got in front of the two down heroes. However, it seems I will be forced to take you out first before I can get them out of here. Izuku said as he charged up to 60% and bounced off the walls. He couldn't use much more since even at 60% he was making small holes in the walls and had to be careful not to destroy the walls. Stain tried throwing knives at Izuku, but Izuku kept dodging them due to his speed. Izuku just kept this up for about 3 minutes as he got closer and closer to Stain to do quick attacks before backing off. Based on the information he had, he couldn't get too close for too long to his main sword since he was quicker with them and could get some of his blood to drink, which is how his quirk works, or so Izuku thinks, but he doesn't want to confirm it. Why won't you attack me directly instead of doing hit and runs? Stain stated. Izuku rolled his eyes. Because I got a good idea of how your quirk works and I'm not trying to let you use it. If my theories are right, you need blood to activate your quirk, though I don't know how long it lasts before it wears off. Izuku said, and Stain smirked. Correct. Good guess. Stain said as he charged towards the downed heroes, which forced Izuku to fight him directly to keep him away from the downed heroes. Then Izuku noticed Ida get up. Ida, get native out of here. Izuku yelled, but Ida was an idiot and charged Stain, which shocked them both. Are you an idiot? Yelled both Stain and Izuku at the same time. Izuku had knocked Ida back before Stain could slice him with his blade, but Stain did throw a blade and it landed in Ida's arm. Ida, get native and leave right now. I will deal with you later. Do not disobey me. Izuku said as he peaked his power, which created a large feeling of power that made Ida back away in fear. He obeyed and grabbed native and ran off. Your power, your presence feels just like All Might. I can see why you are his protege. You remind me of him a lot. No one else had the right to be called his protege. Stain yelled. Though Izuku corrected that last part. Actually, 2 more have that right, Izuku said, and this confused Stain. He asked for exploitation and Izuku gave a brief explanation as he looked for an opening to strike. Know the 3 Misfits tragedy? Izuku asked, and Stain said he did, and that 2 of a 3 team died but no names were released. I was the 3rd person and I requested no names being released. I didn't want my brothers and all, but blood gets used for political bullshit. They were All Might's proteges alongside me, but they suffered an ill fate that day. I always think they kept my soul going from the other side so I could keep pushing forward. Izuku said as he saw a chance to attack and did so, as Stain was a shock from the story, which made him back away as Izuku came charging. Izuku was able to get close enough and secured one of Stain's blades from him, so he was down 1 main blade. Stain cursed and glared at Izuku. As they were staring each other down, Stain asked for the names. Izuku gave them. Red Demon and Domovoy. We 3 made up the 3 Misfits group. We had plans to open our own agency and everything. I'm not allowed to join them until I die of old age or in a battle of glory, so this is where you are stopped, Stain. Izuku said as he blasted off at 70% and created a decent-size hole in the ground from him blasting off. Stain was shocked at the speed, and then Izuku changed his direction in midair, shocking Stain even more as Izuku used float to go right around Stain and attacked from the side. Stain took the hit right into his side and got blasted into the wall. Izuku capitalized on the moment, but Stain reacted since Izuku only used 35% again since he didn't want to end Stain. Stain came down with the sword and Izuku bent around it and landed an uppercut to his jaw, knocking him out due to the shock it had on the brain. Izuku breathed in the fresh air as he took his mask off. Damn, he was experienced. He withstood so many hits at 35%. That's the problem of going higher of the risk of death, and he withstood 35% in multiple hits. Izuku tied Stain up and removed all the blades he found. He then gathered them all up and carried them in one bag he found and then carried Stain on his shoulder. Stain came to and noticed he was tied. Please don't move. I don't know how many bones I likely broke and I don't need you risking them hitting an organ or something before I get you to a hospital, Izuku said. Stain looked at Izuku in the eye from where he could see inside. You truly are a good hero. Even caring about the villain after the FAC, though that kid is a fake hero, Stain said. Izuku shook his head slightly, which confused Stain. I admit he was stupid and did something really bad, but he can still be an amazing hero. He is just a kid that hasn't had to go through experiences enough to learn from. That is why I got my teaching license and helped their class out to try and correct things like this. It's why I came and followed him on his internship, since I had a feeling he would do something like this, but we had no proof to stop him. He is still young and can be transformed by UA since good teachers are there like Eraserhead, All Might, Principal Nizu, and many more that dedicate themselves to making better heroes than the last generation. Izuku said, and Stain was silent. They soon came out and found Native and Ida. Why aren't you at a hospital ready? I was fighting for like 10 minutes. Izuku asked, and Ida glared at Stain and wanted to say something to him, but Izuku stopped him. Stop glaring at him and answer my question. My patience with you is thin right now, Izuku said. Ida explained that the emergency services are still dealing with the Nomus around town but would be arriving soon. Izuku nodded his head. Ida, I really hope you understand where you went wrong. You went out and tried to be a vigilante and murder someone. If you succeeded, it would make you no better than Stain, but you didn't, so there is some hope of you coming back from this. But I want to address the real problem. The fact that you saw no issue with taking on someone that took your brother down. Do you realize what that would have done to your family? To your brother? He would have blamed himself for it and could have led to him becoming depressed or worse, Izuku stated, and at that moment Ida's eyes widened in the realization of what he did. If Izuku didn't come, then he would be dead and his family would blame themselves. I see you figured out where you went wrong. We will talk more once everything is cleared up, but you might face some punishment after this if the police decided to not doing anything about you, Izuku said as he heard the police sirens, and All Might appeared only a few seconds after the police did, which Izuku was glad for. Izuku handed Stain off to the police and told them that he needs to go to a villain hospital due to wounds and likely heavy broken bones. Third POV. Soon after All Might arrived, the ambulances for Native and Ida arrived. All Might asked what happened, and Izuku started to explain the situation to All Might, who luckily didn't have to run and hide due to the time limit since he saved it all day and only used an hour or so for all the fighting and moving around. All Might was not happy at all on what he heard on what Ida did. Soon they both headed towards the hospital after talking a bit more. Izuku was informed by one of the officers that the chief of police for Hosu was going to be waiting for Izuku at the hospital to get a statement of the entire event in regards to Stain. The media was hounding the hospital already since they heard All Might was in the city and was involved in the city, but they also heard about Stain being captured and were wondering what happened in regards to that. As they pushed forward through the reporters, Izuku turned to them and make a quick statement. In regards to the events with Stain, the police will release a statement soon, but I will confirm my involvement. Due to the nature of the case, I will leave all other details of what will be released in regards to the police chief of Hosu, Izuku said as he turned around and walked away. The reporters were happy with that and stepped back and waited for the police chief to come out since they knew he was already inside the building. Izuku walked in and was greeted by the police chief. Thanks for calming them down. Though, can you give me the details of what happened, Woof? Asked the chief. Izuku leads him into a private room where he started to explain everything from Yue's suspicion of their student stupidity and Izuku following along up to the Nomus where Ida ran away from his mentor. Izuku then explained how he got to the site and what he saw. I'm unable to provide details before I arrived on what happened, but I think it's clear he went for revenge but failed like a young idiot, Izuku said, and then kept talking about everything else that happened and how he tried to get the two victims out before Stain stopped him. Izuku did talk about how Ida tried to be an idiot and attack after the effects of Stain quirk came off, but Izuku stopped him. All Might rolled his eyes at the young boy's stupid mistakes. The police chief said that the student could be charged with a lot of crimes if they went after him. Chief, I know you could and should go after him. However, I ask that you let Yue deal with him. He is still bright but was just blind by revenge. Yue still had over 2 years to correct him before he graduates and he could become an amazing hero. Yue would ensure he is punished though if you are willing to ignore this incident today. In regards to the involvement of people in the story, you can say Stain attacked a hero and a hero student but was stopped by myself, which is true. You can include other details but keep his name out of it and only identified him as a hero student, Izuku said. All Might agreed with the plan and asked the chief to go with it. The chief thought for a few moments and agreed. Let's go give him a scare for his life and then I'll let him go, stated the chief. Soon they headed and arrived at Ida's room and gave him a scare of his life. The chief walked in with Izuku and All Might. Ida was with his brother who was in this hospital and the family as well. Ida, the police chief is here for you. I suggest you shut up and listen really carefully, Izuku said, and Ida nodded his head. The chief started to speak about the list of crimes that they had on him and the family looked pale. Ida's older brother smacked Ida in the head and told him he was an idiot and they never wanted him to do this. Ida looked up after the police chief finished. Am I going to prison? Ida asked with some tears down his face. The family tensed up at that and looked at the police chief, Izuku, and All Might who didn't have smiles on their face. Izuku looked at the chief who nodded. Izuku then spoke. Ida, do you think you shouldn't? Izuku asked. Ida was silent for a few moments before he spoke and agreed that he should since he did what he did. Indeed you should, but you won't be today. Don't take mine, All Might's, and the Chief's mercy for granted ever. You will walk away from this without going to prison, but make no mistake, that is the end of the mercy. You will be punished harshly by UA, which includes but is not limited to probation, possible suspension for some time, or other things. I can say for sure you will be on probation likely, and everything else will be decided in a staff meeting between myself, All Might, Aizawa, and Nizu. Do you understand? Izuku asked with a glare, and Ida bowed his head and said he understood. Izuku sighed and talked a bit more. Ida, you could have come to the teachers or me and we would have talked about it. You would have known I would be going after Stain to arrest him, which might have helped stop your anger. I finally understand why Aizawa calls your class the problem children class. Izuku said. Ida was shocked that they were called that. Yes, your class is called that. It's nothing against you or your classmates, more a fact that your class is seeming to get into so many problems somehow. Izuku stated with a small smile on his face. All Might laughed at it. Ida, I also want to ask why you didn't rely on your friends? Do you know what they would have felt like to find out you died? Let me tell you, as the one that survived my friends, it was horrible. However, I had already promised them I would keep pushing forward, so I didn't allow myself to fall into depression. Though it took a lot of therapy for me to keep pushing ahead. Izuku said. At that moment, Ida realized how badly he screwed up even more. He remembered what their homeroom teacher said about Izuku and his promise of not letting any of them share the same fate as him, and realized how much their senpai cared about their class. After talking a bit more, Izuku and All Might left to return to UA since they were tired. They got into the rental car that All Might rented to get down to Hosu so he wouldn't be seen, and they just drove back to UA. All Might drove the car back and they just relaxed in the silence. Hey Dad. Izuku said, and All Might got caught off guard. His eyes widened as he looked sideways at Izuku as he drove. Izuku was a blushing mess from the embarrassment. Sorry? I won't call you that. Izuku said before All Might cut him off. You can call me that. I was just shocked. So what's up, son? All Might said, and Izuku's eyes widened but closed again soon. I just wanted to say I love all the things you have done for me and I enjoy the time we spend together, Izuku said, but what he left off was the last part. The last part was going to be about the dream, but Izuku decided against it at the last second. Izuku had considered telling All Might about the dream and what he learned, but he couldn't do that to All Might. Izuku would hold off on talking about that new information for now and see how the present goes before making a decision on telling him or not. Izuku was without a doubt not going to tell Aizawa either, who knew about One for All. Aizawa would be pissed and try to lock him down in the dorms or something when that wasn't an option. He also wasn't willing to let Aizawa operate with that thought in his head all of the time, since Aizawa has always felt guilty about his students' deaths. Aizawa wasn't really happy with Izuku having to fight All for One to the death either, and Izuku could see that in his eyes from the last meeting they all had as well. All Might just put a hand on Izuku's head and rubbed it. Izuku smiled and leaned into the touch. I am glad to spend as much time as I can with you, son, as well. All Might said with a smile. Soon they just sat in silence and kept driving back to UA. After a few hours of driving, they arrived at UA and dragged themselves to the staff dorms, where they found all the staff. They also found the news talking about Hosu and how All Might was there fighting some creates. They also touched upon how Fulcrum had stopped the hero Ender Stain. They had also released a video statement from Stain himself from an interrogation that talked about how Fulcrum was a true hero and he was proud to have been caught by him. Izuku was confused on why they released that. Nizu spoke up though. I'm figuring it is to cut down on crime that would be inspired by him. Up to this point he only claimed All Might as a true hero, but since he is calling you one as well, that means that more than All Might is a true hero, which opens the door for other heroes. They also hope it will bolster the public trust in heroes due to your rising fame. Nizu stated. Izuku nodded his head and then looked at Aizawa. You were right about your class being problem children. Ito was an idiot and tried to go after Stain. He screwed up and was about to die when I arrived. Izuku said as he just dropped onto the couch while still in his outfit. Everyone in the staff just froze in shock and looked at him. I know you said there was a chance, but to think he did it? Nizu said while holding his head in disappointment. Nizu asked what the police were doing about it, since their student could be arrested over this. I and All Might worked it out with the police chief. It will be ignored, but they expect us to punish him harshly. I've already warned him about probation for the rest of the year likely, and many other things. Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head and spoke. That's only the start of it. He's going to be in deep water with UA for a while over this. Aizawa said. Nizu said the probation would go until the end of the semester instead of full year, but have him doing a lot of other things year-round for the school and some other punishments. Izuku just nodded his head and let Nizu do as he pleased. Aizawa grumbled about problem children being troublesome. Soon the last days of the internships came to an end and the students came back. As Izawa and Izuku were standing outside the dorms waiting for them all. Most of them arrived together and Izuku saw Ida. He waved his finger and Ida bowed his head and Izuku pointed towards the main building and said to go to the principal's office. Ida just did it without complaint. The class was confused and it looked like neither Izuku nor Izawa were going to answer their question through Bakugo seemed to know it. He tried to go after Stain, didn't he? Bakugo asked Izuku. Izuku just rolled his eyes. Yue has no comment on that. However, if you all ever think about doing something stupid like that, know I will do my best to save you, but Yue will rain hell upon you the moment you walk back into our campus. Izuku said. They all just gulped and Bakugo grunted. Everyone was allowed to enter their dorms and go about their day while Izuku and Izawa went to join the meeting about Ida. Overall, that meeting went smoothly without Ida objecting to any of the punishments. Not like he could in any way. He was on probation for half the year, detentions for the rest of the semester every other day, so Monday, Wednesday and Friday. During those days he would help around the school with whatever the staff needed but mostly clean up duty in the support lab. He also had to write a paper on vigilante laws and how they impact society. Izuku, after all of that excitement for the week, soon found himself sitting in the 1A dorms enjoying his time with the students. Izuku found out that they were intending to become close friends with him due to what Izawa told them. They heard about how the second years are afraid of him after his wrath due to the memorial site incident. Just thinking about that day still brings anger to Izuku, and the class noticed that and learned quickly not to talk about it. One day though, one of the students complained about wanting to swim but the pool was closed for cleaning. Izuku looked at them all, smiled a bit. Who all is wanting to swim? Izuku asked and all of them raised their hands. Izuku told them to get change and bring some towels with them. They were all confused but did as they were told. They wondered if they would be going somewhere off campus, but that required permission from the teachers even though it was the weekend. Soon they all arrived after changing and Izuku told them to follow him. After a short walk they arrived at the staff dorms. Wait here so I can get change since I might join you in the water, though I don't know, Izuku said. They were confused about where they would be going but just waited. A few minutes later their teacher came out and saw them all. He asked what they were doing and he looked confused before his eyes widened really large, which they were confused on why. I'm warning you right now. Izuku is taking you to the pond that is on campus, but the thing is that the memorial site for his brothers is there. Do not disrespect them. The last people that did were expelled. Do you understand? Izawa said, and they all were shocked but nodded quickly. Izawa explained he was shocked that he was taking them there but was glad he was allowing others to go in that area and not trying to beat them to death. That scared the students and Izuku came out at that moment and looked at their pale faces. He asked what was wrong, but Izawa said he just gave them a warning not to disrespect the memorial site since that is where he is taking them, since it's the only other large water source on campus that isn't within an area that would be in a training zone. Izuku understood and soon led them all to the site. Everyone was shocked at the size of the pond and how it looked. They all thanked Izuku for bringing them to the area while Izuku just grabbed some of the firewood and started the fire. He sat in front of the memorial and just closed his eyes as he fell asleep. The class was shocked at how quickly he fell to sleep. Bakugo then explained. Remember, he spends nearly 24/7 here if he isn't on patrol or doing something. He would do homework and other things all here at this site. For him, this is a home to him. Bakugo said with a sad smile. After a few moments of silence, it was broken by a loud splash and they saw a few of the boys jumping in the water. They spent a handful of hours at the pond and enjoyed their day. They did notice that Izuku slept the entire time though, which saddened them a bit since he didn't join them. Though they did remember him saying that he was unsure of them joining in or not. Bakugo went and woke Izuku up and asked him if he wanted to join them or not. Izuku looked at the fire and shook his head. Nah. I'm enjoying myself here with them. Izuku muttered as he just went back to sleep. Bakugo nodded his head and said he would wake him up when it's time to go. Izuku just muttered thanks and Bakugo went back and sat on the edge of the water with a sad smile at his Aniki. The others just accepted it and kept hanging out for about another hour before they decided to get out since it would be close to the curfew soon. They woke Izuku up, who looked at the sky and nodded his head. He got up and cleared up the fire by pouring a bit of water on it with a small cup he kept on hand. They all thanked him and he nodded his head. If you all come here without me, just be gentle with the memorial and clean up any messes you make. Otherwise don't come at all, okay? Izuku asked. They all agreed without a problem and soon they all made it back to the dorms and Izuku went to the staff dorms. The teachers asked how it went and he said fine from what he was told since he just slept at the memorial, which they nodded at. I did tell them that they can go to it when they wish but to just respect it and clean up any messes they make, Izuku said, and the teachers were shocked. Everyone knew how protective he was of that area after the idiot's first year that one time. They nodded their heads slowly but were privately proud that he was opening up more to the 1A class. Third POV. Izuku was currently sitting in the staff room. He was reviewing the footage from the final exam since he was out on a patrol during it. Overall, he had to say he wasn't surprised with everything that happened during it. Most of it went as he expected. He was always impressed with Shinso's quirk. Remember, he is in this class instead of Midoriya himself. Shinso made good use of the quirk as he was paired up with another student and was placed against Aizawa, who could negate it and be able to talk. Though he did get Aizawa by changing his voice via the support gear to Izuku's voice. He used Izuku's voice to trick Aizawa. He used Izuku's voice and did a cry of help which shocked Aizawa into responding, which trapped him and got him cuffed. Bakugo was with Kirishima and had to fight All Might, which somehow they won by escaping. Bakugo wanted to blast All Might but gave up after a while and agreed to escape after Kirishima took a punch for him, which guilt-tripped Bakugo into leaving and doing a tactical retreat, or as Bakugo would call it, a retreating to kick All Might's ass later on retreat. Izuku shook his head at that. However, Izuku realized that it was time for the trip to I-Island as well. Izuku remembered the last trip he took there with All Might. It was fun and he got to meet Melissa, which caused Izuku to blush a bit at remembering her. Izuku shook his head. He knew that it wasn't going to be possible. Not with what was coming for him likely. He didn't want to commend her to heartache. However, he did remember how they got along and how she kissed him on the cheek last time. God damn it. Why does my heart hurt so much? I know very well I can't ever take that anywhere, Izuku thought. Aizawa had come into the room and saw Izuku's expression. What's wrong, Izuku? Aizawa asked, concerned. Izuku came out of his thoughts and stood up. Nothing. It's nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku shouted, sporting a large blush. Aizawa had an idea of what it was about but decided to tease the kid. Girl trouble? He said with a smirk. I don't know. Are you and Mike screwing yet? Izuku said, blunting, and Aizawa choked on his coffee and glared at Izuku. Anyway, it's not meant to be, Izuku said, and Aizawa was confused at that statement. Why isn't it meant to be? Aizawa asked, and Izuku tensed up. I wasn't meant to hear that, was I? Aizawa thought as he watched Izuku since he tensed up. Izuku then looked at Izuku before speaking. There is no way she would want to be with me. I have to keep so many secrets. Then she would need to deal with my episodes of depressions when I just go sit out at the memorial for hours each day. Not to mention anything else that I haven't mentioned. She doesn't need to deal with a basket case of problems, Izuku said as he went back to looking at the videos of the final exam. Aizawa was in shock. Kid, have you talked to anyone about this, or is this the first time you talked about it? Aizawa asked. Izuku just shook his head. First time I started to think about it again. The girl lives on I-Island. Her name is Melissa Shields, Izuku said as he explained how the last trip went between them. Aizawa nodded his head and sat down next to Izuku. Kid, just try it with her and see how it goes. If you are worried about the secrets of the quirk, then tell her. She's the niece of All Might and would be willing to keep it a secret without a doubt. Also, tell All Might that you intend to tell her since you see it as an issue of starting a relationship with her, Aizawa said. Izuku just sat there and nodded his head, but in his mind, he knew that those were the real reasons why he felt uncomfortable about not getting with her. It's because of his fate to die in the battle against All for One. If the assumptions of the first user are right, then Izuku will be forced to use the final smash. Soon Izuku finished looking over the final exams and decided to go back to his room. He sat on his bed thinking about Melissa Shields. God. I fell hard for her without even realizing it, Izuku thought. He pulled up his phone and texted her. They had stayed in contact for the most part, but Izuku had let the actions he did that night escape him until now. I equals hey Melissa, how are you doing? M equals hey Izuku. Good, and you? I equals good. Though I will be coming to see you soon. The trip for I-Island is coming up again and I will be going with All Might again. I'm wondering if we could go on a date if you are single still? The text went silent for a few minutes and Izuku thought he screwed up. I equals I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked that. I'm sorry if you feel uncomfortable around me now. M equals no. It's alright. I would love to. We can go around the place and have a nice day. I equals good. I look forward to it. Soon the text came to an end and Izuku was a fool with a smile. He knew he would need to tell her the truth about his likely death, but he wanted to be selfish first and enjoy the date before the mood gets ruined with the horrible news. Izuku could only tell her the truth and let her decide on what to do in regards to the information. He also wondered if it would be good for him to get the information out in the open to someone else instead of keeping it locked up in his mind. He knew from hound dog lessons that it was better to get that sort of information out to someone he wanted to share it with, and Melissa is the person that would need to know it the most. Soon the next few weeks passed and it was time for the trip to Island. Izuku was with Bakugo, who was the winner of the first year's sports festival, as well as All Might, who would be traveling with them. All Might though would be in a closed-off room with the excuse that he needs to sleep since he overworked himself lately. Izuku would keep Bakugo occupied in the front cabin area so he wouldn't see All Might. Luckily they were taking All Might's private plane, which he had converted to have a bathroom, mini food area, and sleeping area in the back for him, so if he had others with him they wouldn't see him. Bakugo was enjoying the time he got to spend with Izuku and All Might, but more so Izuku since All Might was sleeping, or so he was told. Bakugo though saw Izuku looking at his phone and saw a photo of a girl. "Who is she?" he asked. Izuku blushed hard at that. He gave in at Bakugo's relentless questions since he had refused to show the photo and explain, but gave in at the end. "Her name is Melissa Shield. She is the niece of All Might, but not by blood though," Izuku said with a smile. Bakugo hummed in acknowledgement and All Might came in at that statement and asked what about his niece. Bakugo decided to open his mouth and rat Izuku out. "Izuku has a crush on Melissa Shield and has her photo on his phone," Bakugo said as he quickly moved away from Izuku. All Might stared at Izuku and didn't know what to think or say. Izuku looked at Bakugo, who was just smirking, and glared at him. He then turned back to All Might, who was just still looking at Izuku with a blank look. "It's we're going on a date when I arrive." "So Izuku stuttered out. All Might kept looking at him for a few seconds before calling him to the back to talk. Izuku gulped and followed him. All Might closed the door and dropped his form. "So, how did this happen?" he asked. Izuku explained how on their last trip the two of them got close and she kissed him on the cheek last time and they kept in contact. "I asked her to go on a date knowing we would be coming here. I know it's selfish, but I want to be selfish for once. I also plan to tell her about One for All if we end up seeking a relationship further than the date," Izuku said as he was nervous about what All Might would do to him. He knew he saw All Might as a father and he saw Izuku as a son, but this was his niece. Melissa has been in All Might's life far longer than Izuku has. "Dad, please say something, you're making me nervous." "Do you not want me to date her?" Izuku said. All Might snapped out of his thoughts. "It's alright. I was just shocked at how this all happened. Just treat her good or I will take you over my knee, boy." All Might threatened and Izuku got so embarrassed due to the threat that he groaned and hid his face in his hands. "I know I will. Please don't make that type of threat again. It's so weird," Izuku said as he left the room and went back to his seat and smacked Bagwo on the head. "That's for telling on me?" "However, he approved," Izuku said with a smile. Bakugo rolled his eyes and rubbed the place he got smacked on. Bakugo had asked how they met and Izuku explained everything and how it went. Bakugo wished him good luck and Izuku thanked him and hoped it went well. Though Izuku knew that it would end in a horrible mood regardless due to his news, since if she wanted to pursue a relationship she needed to know about that. The plane flew for several more hours and they all fell asleep for a bit before the pilot woke them all up to warn them that they were arriving. Izuku looked out the window and saw the island. He texted Melissa and warned her that they were about to land. She texted back that she would be at the landing area to find him. Soon the plane landed down and they got off it and went through the security. Izuku was truly shocked each time he arrived at Island and how big it was. This was a moving island that traveled around the world all the time to keep it more secure so no one could attack it all the time. Most incoming or outgoing flights happened most of the time when it approached one of the countries that it was near, like it's near Japan currently. They moved through the security quickly and arrived in the luggage area and grabbed their things. Then Izuku heard his name called and he turned around to find Melissa flying into him. He was able to catch her just in time and she landed a kiss straight on his lips, causing his eyes to widen. "Melissa. I'm sorry that I kissed you. I didn't mean to catch you like that," Izuku said quickly, hoping not to offend her. She giggled and he looked confused. "You might not have intended for that to happen, but I did," she said with a sweet smile that made Izuku feel relaxed. "Damn it, Izuku. Enjoy it while it lasts because that smile won't be there later on," Izuku thought. Izuku just grabbed her hand and decided to enjoy it all while it lasted. All Might though coughed and got their attention, which caused them to both blush, and Izuku heard a camera sound and saw Bakugo had his phone out. "Delete that," Izuku said with a glare. Bakugo just sent it to the group chat for 1A, which Izuku was in, and he saw it. He glared at Bakugo with a death glare and he just whistled. Melissa soon led them all into the labs and got them to her father. David was happy to see All Might and Izuku again from last year. He also noticed that Izuku and Melissa were holding hands and he inquired about it. They both blushed and Melissa just quickly spoke. We are dating, she said, more of a question. You said that as a question instead of a statement. So, are you boyfriend and girlfriend or not? David asked. Izuku spoke up next. We are going on a date and we will see how it goes and we will let you know, Izuku said as he pulled Bakugo with them and left. Bakugo complained about wanting to stay and talk to the famous David Shield, and Izuku said he could do that later but that those two need to talk about important matters. Bakugo accepted it and soon they were out where events and things were going on. They soon separated from Bakugo and started their date. Overall, the night kept going amazing. However, as time passed, Izuku knew he needed to tell her and she could see something was wrong. As such, while they were in a private car on a Ferris wheel, Melissa asked Izuku why he was looking upset. Did you not enjoy the date? I thought it went amazing? She asked worriedly. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her quickly. No, it's not the date. It went amazing, and I guess that is the problem. Melissa, I need to talk to you about some private matters and I need to be honest, Izuku said as their car just kept moving on the wheel. Melissa understood and said they should move to her lab and she can disable the cameras and recording devices so they could talk in private. As such, about 10 minutes later they arrived at the lab and started to talk. Izuku sat down across from her and looked at her in the eyes. I'll be honest, Melissa. I feel for you and hard and I fell in love, and that is so selfish of me knowing what I know. It's so unfair for you to be with me that I want to end this, but I want it so much, Izuku said with a tear coming down his eye. Melissa's eyes widened at what he said. He just admitted that he loved her, but she didn't understand why it was unfair to her or selfish of him. Why do you get to decide it's unfair to me or it's selfish for you? Isn't that something I should get to decide? She said in a stern tone as she looked at Izuku hard, who had a few tears going down his face. Melissa, can you truly tell me that you are willing to love me and be in a relationship with me after I tell you I'm fated to die? Izuku said with a sad smile. She was confused but was shocked at what she learned. What do you mean fated to die? She asked. Izuku then explained One for All and the entire history of it, including who gave him One for All. There is a reason your father and All Might wanted us out. All Might has a smaller form due to his wound from the villain years ago. That same villain I will be fighting to the death with, hopefully All Might help, Izuku said. Melissa said that they should have a better chance of defeating him if All Might did that much damage last time. Izuku shook his head and explained why All Might could do so much damage. Based on the first user projections, All for One got relaxed after slaughtering so many past users. That is why All Might got that hit in, but All for One will be so more careful with me due to my increased power. Based on the first use, my power currently rivals All for One or might be slightly weaker than him. That doesn't include any quirks he gotten over the years since the last fight either. As such, the first user gave me a powerful attack to use if I feel the battle turning against us. The moment I use it, I'm going to die with only a 20% chance of living. So tell me, Melissa, can you seek a relationship with me knowing I'm going to die most likely? Izuku asked as he held her hands and looked her in the eye with a sad smile. Melissa looked him in the eyes and leaned in and kissed him. His eyes widened in shock. I can? But you must promise me that you won't use that move until you think there is no other option. You need to fight until the last moment and not give up. I can love you and date you if you make me that promise, Melissa said as she was already planning to make inventions to increase Izuku's odds of surviving if he used that move. She also had a plan she wanted to ask of her father, which she would wait on telling Izuku about for now. Izuku broke down in tears as he hugged her. After a bit more they talked about many other things and Izuku let go about his other issues from his counseling sessions with Hound Dog and everything. She thanked him for trusting all of that to her and was glad he did so. Soon they got up and decided to retire for the night, and Melissa made him stay in her room for the night, which made him blush. Third POV. Izuku woke up and wondered where he was since this wasn't his hotel room. Well, that was until he heard a sound from his side and he looked down and paled at what he saw. Shit, don't tell me we did it. All Might and David Shields will end me, Izuku thought. Melissa woke up and kissed Izuku on the lips and greeted him. Did we do it? I don't really remember how I got here, Izuku said, and she blushed hard. No. We didn't. I invited you back here to cuddle and sleep. Do you not want to do it with me though? She asked with a blush. Izuku noticed his screw up and corrected it. I would love to. Wait. Not what I meant. I was scared since your dad and All Might would murder me if we moved to that stage so quickly, Izuku said with a large blush and waving his hands in front of himself. She chuckled at that thought and agreed with him that they would likely try to end him. You're as powerful if not more powerful than both of them combined, and you're scared of them, she said while laughing. Yeah. But I'm sure your dad could build a bomb or something without me knowing and blow me up, Izuku said as he got up and got ready to go to his room to change. "I'll meet you in your lab, okay?" he said, and she said it was okay. He left to go to this room when he remembered he was sharing a double bedroom with Bakugo. Shit, he better not tell on me. Izuku thought as he opened the door to find Bagwo changed already and sitting in a chair watching the door. "So, where have you been?" Bakugo asked with a smirk. "Shut it," Izuku said as he grabbed some clothing and walked into the bathroom to change. He just ignored the teasing of Bakugo and came out and left the room to go to the lab to meet Melissa. Bakugo followed behind though, which made Izuku roll his eyes. Soon they arrived at the lab and Izuku found Melissa talking to her dad. "Hello, sir," Izuku said, and David looked at him up and down. "So I hear you spent the night with my daughter?" he asked, and Izuku choked on his drink he had in his hands and Bakugo eyes widened. "You slept with his daughter on the first date? What the hell?" Bakugo screamed. "I didn't sleep like that with her. We only cuddled and went to bed last night." Yusuke screamed back and realized All Might had walked in. "Shit." Izuku cursed and Melissa told him not to swear. All Might planted a hand on Izuku's shoulder and held on tight. Izuku just gulped and trembled a bit. "Remember what I said. Hurt her and I don't care that I see you as my son. I will take you over my knee and smack you publicly," he said. That threat changed from last time. Izuku thought as he nodded his head. "Stop bullying him," Melissa called out, and Izuku ran to hide behind her and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Thank you for saving me, my hero," he said with dramatic flair. Soon they talked a bit more and David Shield gave his blessings. He also said he approved of her request but didn't say what the request was. After talking a bit more they went out and explored the city. Bakugo decided to go off on his own again to give the two of them a chance to talk and hang out alone. "Does anyone else know about what we talked about last night?" she asked. He asked if she meant the quirk or the death. She asked about both. Izuku gave her the list of names that knew about the quirk. He didn't say anything about the death though. She asked again and he sighed. "No one but you. I intend to keep it that way, and that reminds me. Can you build a device for me to record a video message to be projected or something? Like the holograms they use for the UA entrance exam or better. I want to record some messages in the event I don't make it. It would be better than reading a paper," Izuku said, and she nodded her head and asked why he didn't tell them. "Aizawa, the former homeroom teacher for me, holds enough guilt about my brother's deaths. All Might isn't the user anymore and it's my job. If he or anyone else knows, they will try to stop me, which would be troublesome when the time comes that I have no choice but to do it. I think it will be easier for me to have fewer people knowing about it so I can let go easier. Death isn't scary to me. Tease the possibility of a sloth death that scares me," Izuku stated. She was silent but nodded her head. "I'll make the devices. They will be easy to make and I think I might already have a large amount made. We have used them before to pass messages on the island before we upgraded to a different method. So I will see what I can find when we return to the lab," Melissa stated. Izuku nodded his head and they soon enjoyed their day. After a while they returned to the lab and they found some devices. Izuku would take them all back with him to make messages. He had her show him how to do it so he knew for later. Izuku did learn that the entire Class 1A was on the island with them. Even Ito was here since his probation ended a week before the trip. Some of them had tickets due to their families and brought other classmates. A few came and worked on the island to pay for their trip. Izuku just laughed when he saw them all on the island. They all questioned who Melissa was since Bakugo sent a picture of them kissing to the group chat. Izuku and Melissa soon answered a range of questions and met their curious needs. After a while they stopped and the day went about itself. The expo was tonight and they would all be attending it since Melissa would get the others in with some spare tickets. However, the night wasn't going to go as they all hoped. Soon the night was going well, but the security system got tripped near the start of the expo. Izuku went into his hero mode and surprise surprise he had a hero outfit on under his suit. Melissa just giggled at him and he got to work. He directed the class to follow him to retake the control room since quirks could be used freely on the island. As such, they forced their way up the control room and Izuku leads the charge, which made it go quite easy. He just destroyed the robots in his path and dodged all the bullets quite quickly. However, the issue came when they got to the control room. They found one David Shield helping the intruders. Izuku and Melissa were confused and shocked. Then they learned from the villain named Wolfram that he was paid to steal the device when in truth he was an actual villain that had betrayed David Shield since he had a higher buyer for the machine. This caused one man to get shot in the chest while Izuku fought the villain for the device. Melissa tried reactivating the system and getting it under her control while Izuku fought for the device. And David Shield. The villain had a powerful quirk though, and it appeared to be multiple, which raised concerns in Izuku's mind. Izuku was blasting the metal blocks that were being sent his way, but some trapped him, but he broke free of them easily. It was just annoying going through all the blocks, so Izuku powered up to 100% and caused a large gush of wind which allowed him to quickly get up to the helicopter that the villain was escaping on. He pulled the helicopter back and tossed it towards the roof which could handle the stress. He also did this while grabbing David's shields. The villain jumped out of the helicopter as it went down and crashed on the roof. Izuku gave his girlfriend's father to members of the 1A class and told them to guard him. Izuku faced off against the villain and went to attack. Right as he did, All Might jumped out and slugged the guy across the face, knocking him right towards Izuku, who slugged him as well. This shocked the villain, who got to his feet and controlled the metal quickly and sent All Might and Izuku away from him. They both powered up and charged the villain and dodged attacks or broke through them. Soon they got up to him and both landed a punch on the metal, blocking them from cracking it. At that moment, All Might grabbed an arm and pulled the villain forward, and Izuku grabbed the headgear that connected to the device and ripped it apart. The villain screamed out and tried to use his quirk, but it was too slow compared to the device, so Izuku quickly ended the fight. As they finished the fight, they secured the device and detained the villain and his men. Soon other heroes made their way up the building after they got freed. Security from the island also arrived and detained David's shield for his role in the incident. Izuku knew that it wasn't going to be good for Melissa on the island due to her father's actions. All Might, we should see about getting Melissa to return to Japan with us. With her father's actions, it might become a hostile environment for her here. She would be good as a third-year support course student since the academy here is better. All she would need is a lab to herself and she could help boost Yue's abilities. Izuku said, and All Might agreed. He didn't agree with what David did, but he would still consider him a friend and protect his daughter. It would also let the young couple be closer more since David would be in trouble for some time. Soon the night progressed and David was detained to his lab with a guard at the door. He was going to be under watch 24/7 from now on. Melissa had actually asked her father to allow her to transfer to UA, which he had approved before he did everything that night. Nizu had approved the request the moment he received the email, meaning that the island couldn't stop her from leaving and they wouldn't risk going against All Might even though they could on this matter. Melissa wasn't an official scientist of the island, so their contracts didn't bind her nor prevent her from leaving without permission as it did for her father or others. Izuku was glad for that and was glad they didn't have to get into a dispute with I-Island over it. Melissa was sad that she was leaving her father like this, but she had already planned to leave beforehand anyway. David just told his daughter to go since it would be better due to his actions and that others would not trust her due to him. She would have Izuku and All Might in Japan to help and care for her, unlike him who would be limited in his movements now due to the incident. She agreed in the end and they packed their belongings. They would all be returning a few days earlier on all of their flights since I-Island was doing upgrades and different security measures now due to the incident. As such, Izuku had helped Melissa pack everything since she would be moving to UA permanently. All Might had also taken guardianship of her under his real name to hide their connection. Soon the day came and it was time to leave for Japan again. They boarded All Might's private plane with all of Melissa's things and flew away after David and Melissa said their goodbyes. This was how the trip to I-Island came to an end and soon they arrived back in Japan. All Might had taken her to the private room to show her the form since Izuku had told her about One for All. He decided not to hide it and Melissa acted shocked since she knew already from Izuku, but they didn't need to tell him that. They talked for a bit before Melissa rejoined Izuku in the front. They just snuggled in their seats next to each other and slept until they arrived back in Japan. Melissa would be living in the support course dorms but would be allowed to visit Izuku's dorm as she pleases due to their relationship and the fact that Izuku or more or less staff, so they weren't concerned about him studying, and Melissa's education was already further than UA's. She mainly just needed a lab to work in to create things. After they arrived, Izuku decided to start recording personal messages for everyone. He knew he would need to update them later on if anything changed, but he wanted to make sure he had them all done just in the case of a fight breaking out with All for One without them planning for it. Izuku had quite a few heartful moments in those recordings, especially the ones to his mother, Aizawa, All Might, and Nizu. He did make an overall general one for the entire class of 1A and then made personal ones that were more centered towards them each, but they weren't as heartful as the more personal ones that he really needed to have done. Those had a lot of touchy topics and some secrets in them. Izuku asked Melissa to believe the devices in the event of his passing or if he was in critical condition and it didn't look good. He told her where he put them and the location of the key for it since the devices contained secrets, so he made sure to hide them in his room and someone would have to be really searching or already know their location to find them. Third POV. The second year of UA came to an end for Izuku. Now it was time. Third POV. A few more weeks passed since Melissa had arrived in Japan. Izuku had been working on his training and Melissa had been working on some project that took most of her focus. When anyone asked her about it, she told them that it was a device she was aiming to make to improve medical care without the need for extremely powerful quirks. Recovery Girl got interested in it after a short period and was helping with any medical knowledge that Melissa needed. Izuku had an idea of why she was making it and confirmed it one night when they were cuddling in his room. "Melissa, is that new device you're working on meant for me?" Izuku asked, and she was silent before she answered. "Yes. I want to increase those odds of you walking away alive from the fight. I will still respect your request on passing the messages if it looks like you might not make it, but until you flatline and can't be retrieved back, I refuse to give up hope, so neither are you allowed to give up," she said as she kissed him. Izuku just kissed back and promised he would do everything he could until he was too tired to keep pushing anymore. Melissa accepted that, and soon they went to sleep that night. Soon the next day came, and it was also time for the 1A students to get ready and leave for the summer camp. Izuku himself nor All Might would be going. They both would be staying back and looking for the league and All for One. Izuku would also be training since he had just hit 100% in the past day, so he needed to adjust and get used to being able to use the current 100% before expanding the power and growing it. Izuku was glad he hit 100% since he fell off, as if someone was going to happen. There was a recent encounter between Shigaraki and Ida at the mall. Shigaraki wanted to know why Stain was so liked and popular but not him. Ida luckily learned to be less stiff and was able to keep his calm when Shigaraki brought up Stain. However, that incident didn't make the feeling go away. It only made the feeling worse, in all honesty. He warned the other staff and they agreed to be on watch, but lately, nothing has happened, so they didn't know what it might be. Izuku explained that the feeling hasn't gone away and to be careful on the camp trip. They had changed the location from one location to another, one that was owned by the Pussycats. They owned a few camps, so it was an easy change for the school to make. As such, they made it extremely last minute. They did have some concerns about a mole, but all the staff came back clean, which meant it had to likely be a student. Nisa did look into Monoma per Izuku's request, but nothing was found that appeared out of normal currently, so they couldn't do anything. They could only keep waiting and hope everything went smoothly. As the students arrived at the camp the next day, they were met with the wild Pussycats. Eraserhead asked where the little kid they had last time was at. You mean Kota? He's with his parents. Thought Kota pouted when he learned that your class wasn't Fulcrum's class. He thought he had a chance at seeing his favorite person again, stated Manlande of the WWPs. Eraserhead explained to the class that Izuku had defeated a villain during one of his past cases that almost ended two heroes that were the parents of a little kid who is a huge fan now of Izuku. They all nodded their heads in understanding, and soon they found themselves at the bottom of the mountain with Eraserhead telling them to get to the camp before walking off. The members of the rescue heroes said that they needed to get to the camp before noon to get their meals cooked for them, or else they had to cook for themselves. Everyone soon got running but was met with the wild beast that the heroes had created via a quirk. Everyone was panicking but still fell into a team formation and were working their way through. The heroes and Eraserhead soon arrived at the camp, and the students missed the deadline by about 3 hours and had to cook their own meals. They all groaned at missing lunch and the fact that they now had to cook their entire meals themselves now. Though they groaned, they soon got to work since dinner wouldn't make itself. After about 40 minutes of working, they soon finished making their dinner and they all sat down to eat for the night. Everyone was enjoying their night, though some were surprised that their senpai Izuku wasn't with them since he normally comes to things with them. They asked their teacher and he was quiet for a bit. He's at the school training. Also, he wouldn't be able to maximize his training here since his upper limit would wipe this forest out, so he needs to train in the facilities at the school, which we can easily repair due to staff on hand, Aizawa said before walking away. The students were surprised. They were all wondering how strong their senpai was. They know he took out that creature that was made to end All Might, but his upper limit could wipe this forest out? That was shocking and scary at the same time. However, soon they went back to their meals and enjoyed the night since they would be training non-stop starting tomorrow. The class went to sleep and soon the next day came. Class 1B also arrived on the second day since the first day events were part of Aizawa training plans and not Vlad King's training plans for his class. 1B was shocked to see how their sister class was working since they were all doing different things to the extreme. 1B soon got to work on their own training and everyone was doing anything and everything that they could. This went on throughout the entire day with all different pieces of training. Bakugo was trying to create larger explosives by heating himself up more, while Todoroki was changing the water temperature by using his ice and fire. Soon though the night descended onto the camp and it was time for a fun game of scaring each other in the forest. However, none of them realized that the ones doing the scaring weren't going to be them. On a mountain to the far side there stood a group of villains who were looking down at the camp. They were the Vanguard Action Squad and were sent to try and kidnap a student. They no direct target but a few names of people that might become good villains. One was Hitoshi Shinso, who they figured was treated horribly in the past due to his quirk, so they were hoping they could persuade him to join them after they kidnap him. It would also be a massive hit to the hero's reputation and UA's as well if they lose a kid. As such, as the night dragged on and the students entered the forest, the villains got to work. Half an hour later there was screaming and fighting going on throughout the entire forest. The blue flames and purple gas that littered the air depicted the night one of a scene from hell. In separate portions of the forest the fighting was going hard. Aizawa himself was fighting a villain with a fire quirk, but it disappeared after he kicked it. It appeared to be a clone. In other portions of the forest, the students were attempting to make their retreat towards the main portion of the camp. Some people easily made it back to the camp while others didn't have such an easy trip back. For example, Bakugo ended up getting taken in a marble due to being an easy target that was a bit separate from the group since their main target was too close to others for the villain to grab and shrink into a marble. This caused a hunt by the UA students to get their classmate back, and they chased the villain down for roughly 5 minutes before arriving in a field. In this field though was several other villains were preparing to escape. "Did you get the target?" asked the fire user, and the marble villain said no. "It was too hard, but I did get another one," he said, but was then attacked by a laser from Aoyama. At that moment when Mr. Compress let go of the marble, the others from the class that chased them down grabbed it. They had also discovered that the villain had taken another student, Tokoyami. They were lucky and grabbed his marble as well. "You lead them right to us," Dabi the fire user stated. Shinso used his quirk and matched the voice of the other villain and responded back with a question to try and get the fire user since he wouldn't see the mouth of the masked villain move. "Yeah, what you want me to do about it?" Shinso yelled in Mr. Compress's voice, which Dabi responded to without thinking and got trapped. Soon after trapping Dabi in his quirk, Aizawa arrived and used his quirk on the masked villain, stopping him from making marbles to trap the students in. The villain complained but called for a Kurigori to remove them. The masked villain grabbed Dabi, knocking him out of the control, and they retreated. This signaled the retreat of the villains on the entire attack. Aizawa and the others would later learn that Yaoyorozu and a student from 1B worked together and were able to secure a tracking device onto the Nomu that was attacking them before it left into a warp portal. This would provide the heroes with a clue on where to find the villain's base of operations at. The fight ended with no one getting kidnapped, but several of the wild pussycats would be out of commission for a while due to the number of wounds they received in the battle. It was expected that they would be out of commission for roughly 2 or 3 months. Overall, the villain's mission ended in failure, but it still caused a shockwave in society. Everyone was asking how the villains kept attacking UA and why wasn't the heroes stopping this group of villains already. As such, these questions did end up hitting the reputation of the heroes heavily, since people were getting tired of hearing about UA allowing their students to be in danger when they didn't have a provisional license yet. Izuku and All Might were both worried. They were glad no one got kidnapped, but it concerned them on the number of attacks that this League of Villains was doing. They were both sitting in a private meeting room talking. "From what we've been told, they have a location on where the Nomus are located at. This means we will likely find him there," Izuku said as he drank some tea. All Might sat there in silence for a bit before talking. "Indeed. The police are looking to find anyone matching the descriptions of the villains at the camp before we launch our attack. They are trying to find if there are any other locations we need to hit," stated All Might. Both of them sat there in silence. They both knew that this was likely going to be it. That they would be going in and fighting All for One if he was there. A few days passed and the students had arrived back at the school from the camp and from getting checked out at the hospital. Izuku went and checked in on them to see how they are doing. "How are you all doing?" Izuku asked them, and they looked worn out. Some said they were fine while others were silent. Izuku didn't believe them. "It's okay to be scared. It's okay to be tired of this situation that your class has found itself in. I promise you UA will work on stopping them and bringing this to an end. I made a promise to protect you all the best I can, and I will do that," Izuku said. "Even if I end up dying to ensure that they never have to fear All for One," Izuku thought. This statement from Izuku made them relax a bit, since they knew they had their senpai looking after them. The one who was thought of as the next symbol of peace in the public eyes. Izuku sat down with them and just let them relax with him around. Another day passed when the detective arrived at the school with information. They had located the main hideout of the League of Villains with the warehouse for the Nomus as a secondary location. It was now time for them to start their attack on the League of Villains. It was time to prepare themselves and gather the heroes. Late that morning the conference room was filled with heroes of all different ranks. All Might, Izuku, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and many other heroes and police officials were all in the room listening in to the meeting. Principal Nizu was briefing everyone on the mission details before they would set off and hunt down the League of Villains. The other heroes were warned of a potential mastermind in the background who could rival All Might in strength, and this made everyone that didn't know about this pale. Some like Endeavor tried to call bullshit, but All Might backed up the claim and told a bit about the last fight he had with the man and that neither came away unscathed. All Might told them all about the indecent a bit without telling them about his from or wound. They all knew of the destruction from the incident he was talking about and had believed it was a terror attack by villains as the government reported, but All Might said it was covered up per his request since they believed the villain to be dead but have been proven wrong. This made everyone tense up at the mission they were walking into now. However, they were all determined to go through with it and end the threat known as the League of Villains. Aizawa nor other teachers from UA would be attending the raid. Nizu was keeping them back to protect UA in the event of a counterattack by All for One and to ensure the students' safety, since Class 1A has a thing for getting into trouble. As such, the meeting came to an end and the raid was planned for that night. Izuku decided to make his peace with everyone that he could since he could feel one for all burning brightly inside of himself. He knew that he had a low chance of walking away from this fight alive, and if he used that move like he thought he would need to, then his fate was sealed for the most part. Izuku had also talked to the first user in a dream again the previous night. Izuku had come to a decision on not passing one for all on anymore. If he passed it on, he would lose access to the portion of the pool that he needed for the final move, which would decrease his odds of winning, which the first user had agreed that he couldn't risk passing it on. Soon Izuku arrived outside of Melissa's dorm room and he knocked on it. Time to start making my peace, Izuku thought as the door opened. Third POV. Izuku had knocked on the door of Melissa and after a few moments, the door opened. Izuku smiled at seeing her and asked to come in, which she did let him in. He sat down on the couch in her bigger-sized dorm room since the support course is given larger rooms due to them tending to take things back into their dorms to work on. Izuku waved for her to come to sit down with him, which she did. "What's wrong, Izuku?" she asked because she could see something was bothering her. Izuku thought for a few moments and then spoke after a pause. "I've come to say I love you and that I enjoyed all the time we've had together. Thank you for loving me knowing my fate, Melissa," Izuku said with a sad smile. She was confused for a few seconds before she realized what he was talking about. "No, why? How is it going to be this soon? I thought we had a year or two before you would end up finding him?" she asked with a few tears down her face. Izuku just hugged her and whispered sweet nothings into her ear. "We are more or less sure that All for One is behind the League of Villains. This means when we attack tonight we have a high chance of encountering him. We have 2 locations we are hitting and either can have him in it," Izuku stated. She just nodded her head and hugged him. After about 30 more minutes, Izuku looked at the clock. It was getting closer and closer to the time for him to go. He pulled out his phone and called a number. The phone ranged for several seconds before someone picked up. "Hello, sweetie. How are you tonight and is everything okay?" asked the voice on the other end of the phone. Melissa looked up once she heard what was said and was confused about who he was calling since the other person called him sweetie. Izuku just smiled and then spoke. "Hey mom, I'm good. Are the others there tonight since tonight is usually a get-together between you all?" Izuku asked since he was hoping to catch them all at once. Inko was silent for a few seconds before he could hear multiple voices. "You're on speaker now, son," Inko said, and Izuku could hear everyone asking him how he was. Izuku just told them he was okay before Inko asked what was wrong since she could hear something in his voice. "Can't hide it from you, can I, Mom?" Izuku said with a sad chuckle. Izuku took a deep breath in and a deep breath out. He looked at the picture he had in his hand that he pulled from his wallet. It was of him and his 2 brothers with their entire family in it. "Mom, everyone, thank you for everything you have done for me in my life. I just wanted to call you before I no longer have the chance," Izuku said, and at that, the parents were concerned and asked what he meant by too late. "The summer camp attack was done by the League of Villains. We found a few locations we will be hitting tonight, which means I will be facing All for One tonight if he is found in the base. As such, I wanted to speak to you all one more time before I go," Izuku said with tears down his face. He could hear them all break down on the other side of the line. Inko was asking him why he sounds like he has given up when the fight hasn't even started. Izuku honestly didn't know. He knew he would be doing all he can, but he also knew that the odds of walking away alive were slim. All for One, based on the first user's statement, would not take risks with Izuku due to being a match for All Might already, and that Izuku could only grow even stronger to outpace All for One, but the problem with that is that growing past the 100% and beyond will take time, which they don't have since the fight is going to happen now. "I'm not giving up, but All for One is equal or slightly stronger than my current power. Even with All Might, he won't take chances as he did with All Might all those years ago. I need to be realistic that I might not walk away from this since I have no plans to let him walk away either. I plan to end the fight, this war once and for all no matter what. So I can't tell you I will walk away alive, but I can tell you I will do my best until I'm just too tired to get up anymore. Okay. Izuku said as he cried. Melissa just hugged him tighter as he talked to his parents. Izuku could hear them sobbing as they said they understood. Please stay with each other tonight. I don't know when the news will break of the fight, but it will be very destructive, so it will without a doubt catch the media's attention. I want to tell you not to watch it, but I know you will. I know you will want to watch me, so please just stay together tonight and help each other. Izuku said, and they said they would. They talked a bit more and then talked about the Izuku's brothers. One of Izuku's brothers' parents spoke up. Izuku, just don't give up until the final moment, please. They don't want you to come this soon, okay? They said, and Izuku said he knew, but it was out of his hands now. Soon the conversation came to an end and the phone call ended. Izuku looked at the clock and saw he had about an hour or so left before the heroes were meant to gather up. Izuku needed to go see Aizawa in 1A. He honestly didn't get close to 1B like he intended to do and instead got close to 1A due to all the things they went through. He had nothing against 1B, but the USJ and everything else was pushing 1A to be far better heroes due to the experience. Izuku told Melissa where he was going and she let him go. She said she was going to the lab and start to work on the device and see if there is anything that can be improved in the short period since nothing else major could be done to it. Izuku told her to not blame herself if it didn't work but to keep pushing forward. Melissa? I love you, so even if I do die I want you to find someone else, okay? Izuku said with a smile. Melissa just let tears go down her face as she kissed Izuku. Soon Izuku started his walk to 1A. Izuku knew Aizawa was in the dorms as well to keep a watch on the students since he didn't want to lose any of them due to stupid actions. Izuku stood outside the dorms and breathed in some air and looked around. He did make a stop at the memorial site before going to Melissa's dorm and he was glad he did. It helps put him at ease and it gave him the strength to do all of these talks. Izuku walked into the dorms and saw that everyone was downstairs playing a game on the TV or doing other things with each other. Izuku also saw Aizawa in his sleeping bag on the floor on one side of the common rooms. Izuku just grinned at seeing that. Then someone noticed him come in and called out for him, which caused everyone to look at him and smile. Aizawa looked up and hid a smile under his scarf, but Izuku could tell he was smiling due to the uplift of part of his face that wasn't hidden. Izuku walked over and sat on a couch and looked at Aizawa, who just raised an eyebrow. It feels like it's been a long time since you and I first met, sensei. I remember the first day we met in 1A where you sacked people left and right. It was scary as hell, to be honest. Izuku said with a laugh. Aizawa and everyone was confused about why Izuku was bringing the past up now. Remember how you called me out on only using 15%? Izuku said, and Aizawa spoke up. Yeah. I was surprised to learn that you were such a late bloomer. God, it explains so much about how you acted back then. Aizawa said as he sat up against the wall. They sat there talking about the first year and how the class went. It was so weird when we got down to just the three of us. I was so happy, to be honest, since the other classmates tried to murder us that one time. Izuku said, and the 1A was shocked to hear that statement and asked for details. Aizawa explained the situation and what happened, and Class 1A was glad they got expelled. Izuku just laughed at them as they were telling him that he and his brothers were cool for dealing with all those people and that they were amazing heroes. We had plans to open an agency called the Misfits, you know? However, we will never get to do that, sadly. Izuku said in a sad tone. Aizawa's face twisted with some guilt, which Izuku saw. Sensei, stop blaming yourself. You're going to end up blaming yourself for my death as well? Izuku said with a joking tone, which Aizawa snapped at. No, because you are going to die at an old age and after I kick the bucket. He snapped and Izuku looked at him. Aizawa didn't like the look at all. Izuku smiled, but Aizawa could tell it was a sad smile. Oh, come on, sensei. You know me. I always give it my plus ultra. Izuku said with a smirk. Izuku then continued the conversation for a bit longer but noticed the time went by quite easily. It was more or less time for him to start heading to the meetup point for the raid. Izuku asked Yaoyorozu to make a camera and a stand that could take delayed pictures. She was confused but did it nonetheless. Everyone, you need to get up and together so we can take a photo, Izuku said. They were confused on why but did it per his request. Come on, sensei. You need to get up in this as well. Izuku said as he went over and dragged Aizawa by the end of the sleeping bag to the group. Aizawa just grumbled that he didn't need to be in the photo. Izuku got him out of the sleeping bag and standing in the group. After a few seconds the photo was taken and then they did some fun ones as well. Izuku thanked them all and asked for a photo of just Aizawa and him. Aizawa was confused but complied nonetheless. As they were standing there, Izuku started to talk to Aizawa. Sensei, I meant what I said. Don't blame yourself for my death, please? Izuku said in a sad tone. This concerned Aizawa greatly. He attempted to ask what he meant but the flash went off. Aizawa rubbed his eyes and looked but Aizawa had quickly left, leaving Aizawa alone. The class looked confused on why Izuku left so quickly but didn't think anything of it. Aizawa, though, a few moments later after sitting down, received a text message from Nizu. It read, "A hero team was put together and is setting off to raid the League of Villains. He is likely to be there. Keep your students locked down in the dorms so they don't do something stupid since Fulcrum and All Might are entering a death match against him," stated the text from Nizu, and at that moment all the pieces of the puzzle went together. Izuku Midoriya aka Fulcrum was saying his final goodbyes to everyone. Aizawa saw Bakugo and a few others get ready to go train in the gym since the curfew was a few hours away. He spoke up to stop them. "Listen up. No one is permitted to leave the dorms tonight. If I find you out of the dorms you will be dealt with. This is an order from the principal," Aizawa stated. The ones that were going to go train groaned and complained, but Aizawa just walked to the TV and changed it from their game to the news station. He kept the remote with him. The other students complained about their game being cut off and looked at him in confusion. "If you don't have a need to be anywhere else in the dorm, then I want you to stay in the common room area where I can watch you. I've put it on the news for an important reason which you will understand soon," Aizawa said, and the students were scared since it felt like UA was going on lockdown in preparation for something. However, what they didn't know but would soon is that Japan was about to undergo a great change and it would put everyone on the edge of their seats waiting for news of what would happen next. Izuku was sitting in a private car that was transporting him and All Might to their site. All Might would be dropped off for the raid on the warehouse while Izuku went in on the bar location. "Remember, Master. Don't fight him alone if you don't have to. I will arrive as soon as possible if he isn't at my site. You are not allowed to die since this is my responsibility as the current user and not yours anymore. You have done enough," Izuku said with determination in his voice. All Might looked at his boy and spoke. "Neither am I going to stand by and watch you die. Even when I got that lucky hit all those years ago he was as strong if not more than I was. Izuku, don't die my boy," All Might stated. Izuku just didn't reply, which concerned All Might greatly, but he had to push it aside since they had arrived at his drop-off point. Izuku would take about 3 minutes to arrive at his drop-off point and the mission would start within a few minutes of his arrival. This was the night that would go down in history without anyone realizing it. This was the night of true titans clashing against each other, and only titans could get involved in the fight because everyone else was just too weak to even get near. Third POV. Everyone was moving and yelling was going on all around them. Izuku had led his team, which included heroes like Endeavor, into the bar. Endeavor complained why the number 2 should have to take a back seat to a hero with no rank like Fulcrum. Everyone just rolled their eyes since they knew he hated Izuku due to being All Might's protege. Now though, back to the fighting. Izuku had busted in the wall and had gone straight for Shigaraki as other heroes knocked out Kurogiri. The league members thought they had ended the warp user, but the heroes just said he was out cold for a while. Kamui Woods had detained everyone else in his wood branches. Izuku looked into Shigaraki's eyes and asked him where his master was at. Shigaraki just started to laugh out and everything thought he was crazy. Why is he laughing? They are all captured and they can't warp out of here. So what is so funny? Izuku thought as he stared at Shigaraki. Do you think that this is the end? That we are done? You still need to take my master out and we know that it won't be easy to do, Shigaraki stated. Izuku's face strained as he tried to maintain his smile since he knew Shigaraki was right. This was far from over until All for One was detained. Gran Torino, who had come with Izuku and had tensed as well since he knew that it was true as well, but all of the other heroes didn't realize how dangerous All for One was. Even though they were told about his strength. None of them have seen All for One nor seen what he has done through the memories of the past users. That is when it all happened. Shigaraki looked at Izuku with a smirk and said his next line. Also, who says we are captured? He stated as some sludge or something appeared out of their mouths and swallowed them all up. It was also at that moment that they felt the earth shake. Izuku went out of the building to be met with a large number of Nomus fighting the police and heroes. However, what worried him the most was the fact that there was a large amount of smoke coming from where All Might should be at. Izuku turned to Gran Torino and they both nodded. They blasted off from the ground and went flying through the air. Izuku was using float while Gran Torino used his quirk. This feels like that time with Nana as we went and fought All for One all those years ago. Brat, what are you planning? Also, don't hide anything since I'm not an idiot like Tashinori and will believe you so easily. I've lived long enough to tell through a lot of bullshit, Gran Torino said as they were going through the air. Izuku gritted his teeth. Can't hide anything from you, old man, Izuku said as they got closer and closer. Izuku decided to tell the truth since he knew Gran Torino would hate him for it due to what it would do to All Might, but he would most likely accept it even though he hated him and it. I'm going to die here, Gran? The first user came to me in a dream before the events in Hosu and gave me a warning. He told me that All Might got lucky last time and All for One won't do that this time around. All for One has enough strength to rival me right now or be stronger. If I had time to expand the Beyond portion, then I could take All for One on in the future, but we don't have time. Nor can it be passed on without the quirk weakening due to the quirk singularity or what the first believe. Izuku said, and the sight was coming closer and closer. They would arrive within a few minutes. So you are just going to go in there and die? Gran Torino yelled as he looked at Izuku with a face filled with pain. No. I will fight as long as I can with All Might. If the fight turns south and it looks like we won't win, you are to get All Might out of there. I will keep fighting as long as I can until it looks like I have no other options except to rely on the last resort method that the first user gave me, Izuku said. Gran was confused. What was the last resort method? He asked Izuku and Izuku explained it. The last smash. It will take everything in the pool of energy that we can't naturally touch without breaking our bodies. It will take it all and flow it through my body, but that will be it. Odds of surviving the first user puts at 20%. I would need to get All for One high up in the air to perform it as well, since it will destroy anything around me in a range that I don't know of. Izuku yelled. They had landed and saw what was in front of them. The other heroes that were assigned here were wiped out. All Might was currently fighting with All for One, but he looked beat up while All for One was looking fine except for the metal mask on his head. Gran Torino. Promise me, if things turn for the worse, then you need to get my master out of the fight. If things turn south for me, stop him from getting involved, since I have a plan to use the final smash if it comes to it. That is why I said I will die here. I have no intentions of letting All for One walk away alive, Izuku said. Gran Torino gritted his teeth and looked at Izuku with a face full of anger. He doesn't know, does he? He asked as they looked for a chance to get involved and land hit. Izuku said no, and then after a few minutes of silence he saw the chance and dashed off with 100% behind his kick from the ground. He had flowed on and came flying straight for All for One and slammed into him, which sent him flying to the other side of the destroyed zone. However, Izuku knew he did 0 damage. He felt a cushion or something before he connected to All for One. Must have some shock absorption or nullification quirk. Izuku thought. Fulcrum. All Might called out and landed next to Izuku. Gran Torino started to work on saving people that he could see and getting them out of the battle zone. He ordered that to any hero that came as well. Izuku peeked above them and saw the news helicopter. Izuku just kept his smile on even though he was scared. Who wouldn't be scared of dying at the hands of All for One? That man would not make death painless. As Izuku and All Might were fighting, the students back in the dorms were shocked and stunned. They were watching the news when an emergency broadcast came over. They were all already on guard due to how their teacher was acting, but the moment those words came across, their teacher shot right up and sat down on the couch near the TV. This caused them all to watch the TV closely as well. Then they heard the voice of the reporter. We come with breaking news. A raid by a large force of heroes and police has started in multiple locations. We will show both locations due to having a helicopter at both right now, so your screen will be split between them, stated the reporter. They watched as 2 fights were going on. The raids on both locations had already started, and then an explosion went off at the location All Might was at. This scared everyone due to the scale of destruction that happened. A good portion of the area was gone and buildings had fallen. It was chaos. Even the other heroes on site were all on the ground and bloody. The class was scared and wondered who could cause that level of destruction. Soon they saw at the other site that more Nomus had appeared and started to fight the heroes and police. They then saw an old man and Fulcrum come out and dash off. Where are they going? Why aren't they helping the heroes and officers at their location? Ida asked, confused. Aizawa spoke up. They are heading to the other location to support All Might, Aizawa stated, and they were confused on why All Might would need support since he is All Might. Aizawa could see the confusion on their faces. All Might is human. He isn't unkillable, and the opponent he's going to face that caused all that destruction. We already know he has the ability and strength to end All Might. That is why Fulcrum, who is as strong if not stronger than All Might now, is going to help. It's better if they both fight the supervillain, and yes, I said supervillain, Aizawa stated. That fact scared them all. There was a villain that was able to fight and end the All Might, the symbol of peace. Soon they saw All Might and the supervillain fighting, and it looked like the villain had multiple quirks. Aizawa fed them information so they wouldn't ask too many questions. Nizu had already approved of it. There are many quirks in this world. Some like All Might's, Fulcrum's, and this supervillain are some of the weirdest and strange ones. What you are seeing is indeed multiple quirks. The villain's quirk allows him to take, give and combine quirks at his will. That is why he is a supervillain. He's been alive since the dawn of quirks and he's always been kept in the shadows due to a legacy of people that knew about him and sacrificed their lives to keep him in the darkness. Though I'm not allowed to explain any more of the legacy. Just know that All Might and Fulcrum are both a part of the legacy. Aizawa stated. That only created more questions but they kept silent. After watching All Might fight the supervillain they saw the amount of damage he was sustaining. They also saw how the villain had little to no damage. They were all scared. Then they saw in the far-off side of the battle Fulcrum arriving with the older man. They stayed on the side of the battle and people in the room were wondering why they weren't helping. They are playing it smart. They are looking for a chance to land a large blow and to try and change the flow of the battle to their advantage. Aizawa said, and right after he finished Izuku had burst off and caught All for One off his guard as he tried to raise an arm to block but Izuku landed a blow on him sending him flying away from All Might. Yes. They all cheered out. Switching back to the battlefield Izuku and All Might split apart as a large blast came between them as All for One raised up and out of the rumble from the building falling onto him. He only had a large indent on the helmet where Izuku landed the punch which pissed Izuku off. Surprised that there is only an indent? I made this mask to withstand quite a few blows from you both. All for One said and you could tell he was smirking based on the tone of his voice and body language. Izuku gripped his fist and moved back towards All Might. They looked each other in the eyes before dashing off. Gran Torino had gone and took some heroes after the League members that were still on site. All for One noticed this and decided to try and send the League members away before they got arrested but Izuku wasn't having it. He promised the class that this all would come to an end and he intended to keep that promise. The moment All for One sent a blast towards the other heroes Izuku jumped in front of it and crossed his arms and did a 100% downward cross attack that created a large wall of air that blocked the blast. Oh, interesting application. All for One stated. Gran Torino and the other heroes got back to work on the League members and Izuku just charged towards All for One who had just tossed All Might away and into a building. Every time Izuku tried to get close to All for One he aimed an attack at the other heroes forcing Izuku to retreat and block it since it was strong enough to wipe those heroes out. They also needed to stay around and rescue the civilians as well or else those people would die or get dragged into the fight. As such, All for One had a strong advantage in the fight and he knew it. As he forced Izuku to keep away and defend the others he just kept his attacks on All Might going who was struggling. He was reaching his limits and Izuku knew this. Izuku gritted his teeth and dashed off at 100% and when All for One prepared another attack to keep him away Izuku kept charging but got in front of the attack and took it straight on without making an air wall to block it. This shocked All for One since he thought Izuku would back away to prepare an air wall to block the attack but instead he went straight into it. It still blocked the attack but that meant he took it head on and those blasts were not weak. As the dust started to settle, Izuku came flying out and landed a punch right into All for One's face breaking the helmet in one section which revealed his scarred face. Everyone was shocked. They were shocked at the villain's face, they were shocked at how Izuku got a blow in, they were shocked that it had worked. Izuku jumped up and attempted to land another blow before All for One could recover but All for One quickly used some other quirks and blasted Izuku away. All Might caught Izuku in the air and saw the damage he received. Overall, he was fine with only some light wounds that wouldn't hinder him. All Might on the other hand was aching all around his body. He had quite a few wounds and he was reaching his limits which wasn't going to be any good at all. Good job on that blow my boy. All Might said as he coughed some blood. Izuku frowned a bit but kept his smile. All Might, you should leave. Izuku said as he caught his breath. All Might shook his head. No, I'm not leaving you here to fight this monster alone. All Might stated. Izuku was glad he had Gran Torino agreed to his request. Speaking of Gran Torino, Izuku looked over and saw that the League had all been detained and taken off the field. Izuku was glad he didn't need to worry about them anymore. All Might, quite sad isn't it that your master's legacy got tainted you know? All for One said. He as well noticed that the League was arrested but had plans to just grab them later. If he won this fight then he won the war since he could sense the full power of One for All in Izuku meaning he didn't transfer it to someone else before coming here. All Might asked what All for One was talking about and the words spoken hurt him like a knife in the chest. Shigaraki is Tenko Shimura, the grandson of your master. All for One said and the smile on All Might's face fell. At that moment they heard a cry from a civilian to their side and at that moment All for One charged up several blasts and sent them both right after each other forcing them to block them. One went towards the heroes which Izuku blocked and another went to the civilian which forced All Might to block it. This revealed to the world All Might's first secret which he tried so hard to keep. The world and Japan were silent. They saw All Might in a skinny form after the dust settled. Endeavor, who had arrived, yelled at him asking about the pathetic form. All Might tried to stand up but fell back down. The civilian behind him yelled for him not to give up. Everyone started to chant All Might's name. Regardless if he could hear them or not, but he could hear all the people in the surrounding areas as the voices were joining together and vibrating through the air. Some other heroes grabbed the civilians out of the way and retreated so All Might would be fine. All Might tried to buff back up but was having trouble. Having trouble, All Might? Pathetic. All for One said. Izuku charged in and clashed blows with All for One, which gave All Might a moment to breath. Soon the chants changed from All Might to All Might and Fulcrum. The world knew they were master and protege and were chanting for them to win. All Might stood up and waited for the chance to strike. He was planning to throw it all in one blow and go for the United States of Smash. When Izuku forced All for One to turn his back towards All Might is the moment that All Might charged. All for One turned around, but it was too late. A blow landed right on his head and All for One went right into the ground. United States of Smash. All Might yelled out as he had all of the power in one arm. Soon the dust started to settle and everyone held on to their breaths. They wanted to know if the heroes won. Soon the dust settled and there was a large crater with a smaller one in the center where All Might and All for One were at. Izuku was nearby but got forced back a bit due to the wind pressure. Everyone was waiting to see any sign of him having won. They saw All Might raise his hand in the air in a victory pose, however Izuku felt something was off. He charged toward All Might, which everyone noticed and even All Might noticed. Izuku got to him quickly and threw him and everyone was shocked and thought Izuku turned on All Might until it happened. All for One quickly stood up and grabbed Izuku in the throat right where All Might was standing and slammed him to the ground. Everyone was shocked. All Might was horrified. Izuku recovered quickly and kicked All for One in the chest and used the float to get away with some distance between them. Izuku rubbed his throat since it hurt a bit and tested his voice. Nothing seemed damaged since he had 100% of One for All going, so it provided him a good amount of durability and defense. Izuku looked towards Gran Torino and he got the hint. He grabbed All Might and booked it away from the battlefield. All Might was in shock at what Gran Torino was doing. He then had a flashback to his master's death and this was so familiar to it. He called out for his protege. Fulcrum. All Might yelled and everyone was in shock as All Might was removed from the front lines and put near the other heroes who started to look over his wounds. Third POV. All Might was taken off the battlefield by Gran Torino, who was keeping him away. Gran Torino, let me go. Let me go. He's can't fight him alone. All Might tried to get up and go to Izuku but Gran Torino overpowered All Might easily. Stop. I promised him I would stop you from doing that. You can't fight anymore, can you? Gran Torino shouted at him. This caused All Might and the others around to widen their eyes. The other heroes were scared. The symbol of peace could no longer fight and the cameras heard that statement. Everyone around the world was in fear. Fulcrum has this. Trust him. He is your protege after all, who is as strong as you if not stronger. Gran Torino said and everyone's eyes widened once again. They all turned to where Fulcrum was standing at and slowly people started to chant his name. They were all chanting for Fulcrum to win. All for One just sneered at that chant. They expect you to win but we are more or less equal in power. The only reason All Might got that blow on me all those years ago was due to me lowering my guard after slaughter so many of you users. All for One said. They were too far for the cameras to pick up the talking since they weren't shouting it. Izuku just kept the smile on his face and took up his battle stance. That may be, but at least one of us is dying here. All for One. This war that has gone on for so long will come to an end here and now. No more next generations. No more hiding in the dark. No more. Izuku stated with determination in his voice. Both of them just watched each other as they stood there waiting for either side to move. Everyone went into silence as they also were waiting for movement. Izuku powered up to 100% and blasted off faster than most people could keep up and appeared right behind All for One, who had started to turn around to defend. However, Izuku uses float and rotated himself over All for One and their backs were to each other and Izuku's leg that was in the air above his head came flying down and landed right on All for One's back, sending him flying into a building. Everyone started to cheer for Fulcrum as the battle heated up. Izuku and All for One kept the battle up. Izuku also tried to keep him away from any of the other heroes or civilians. One, to ensure he doesn't take their quirks to use them against him, nor for All for One to hold them as a threat against Izuku. All for One though did get some lucky hits in on Izuku, who have been dodging a lot of the attacks due to his floating fighting style. One of the lucky hits had sent Izuku up and into a building where All for One procured to blast the entire building, exploding it. This caused rubble to go flying across the air and had people scrambling to get to cover or dodge them. Izuku came flying out of the destroyed building with some cuts and blood on him, but overall he pushed through the attack. I must admit you lasted longer than anyone in the past, All for One stated. Izuku just smirked and started to talk. Now don't tell me you are getting tired in your old age, All for One? Izuku stated. That annoyed All for One a bit since he was having to put in a lot of effort to deal with Fulcrum, the current holder of One for All. Those back in the dorms at UA have been watching the entire fight. They had ups and downs the entire fight. They were thrilled and celebrating when All Might had punched and ended the fight until they learned that the fight wasn't over. They were shocked when their senpai threw All Might away and took the blow instead, and now they have been watching a fight go on for so long. Some of the students were complaining about why the other heroes weren't getting involved. Aizawa shot that down quickly. Do remember what All for One did to All Might. None of those heroes working together could really touch All Might. What do you think they can do against this villain? If Izuku fails, then Japan will fall into a state of chaos and be engaged in a war of attraction that we will likely lose. That is how dangerous this villain is. The fate of all Japan lays on Izuku's shoulders, and he knows that. Aizawa stated with a serious tone. He hasn't taken his eyes off the screen the entire time the fight started. He was worried. He felt dread in regards to Izuku's last words to him. Don't tell me you are planning to die there, Izuku? Aizawa's thoughts came to a halt when he made the connection. Damn it, Izuku. You were saying your final goodbyes, weren't you? You had planned to die. Aizawa yelled in his mind as tears fell from his face. None of the students made a comment about it. They all knew how attached their teacher was to their senpai. They themselves were all worried about Izuku as well and could only pray for his success. In the Midoriya's home, Inko and the other parents were all on the couch just holding each other. They could only watch the TV as the battle was going on. They thought it was over at one point, but the situation only turned for the worst when Izuku had to fight the villain on his own. The same villain that had just defeated All Might. Inko was holding a picture of Izuku and his two brothers. Tears were slowly going down her face as she just stared at the TV watching. Praying? That is the only thing she could do, as she knew her baby was the only thing standing between that villain and all of Japan and maybe the world. Melissa herself was watching the TV, but she was also with Recovery Girl preparing the medical device she created. The device would encase Izuku in a medical liquid that she designed with Recovery Girl that would help speed up the body's healing without using their energy. Recovery Girl was impressed with it and knew that if it worked it would save so many people, since it would decrease the energy used up to heal the body, meaning she could use her quirk to heal more things. This could change the game in life and death. Melissa had also told Recovery Girl why the device was created, which made her work on it far more than other things. Recovery Girl was pissed when she learned of Izuku's plans and would scold him to hell and back when she gets her hand on him. However, they could only prepare the medical device now and not improve it anymore, since there wasn't any more time. They were preparing it for transport to the nearest hospital of the battle site, and Nizu had learned of their intentions and had gotten ectoplasm to help with moving everything with his clones. Now while they were all doing that, Izuku was finding himself in a sticky situation. As the battle kept going, both sides were suffering wounds, but Izuku was getting more than All for One was. All for One though knew he needed to get a new breathing mask on soon, since he was having trouble breathing, but it wouldn't stop him in the long run as long as he could end the legacy of One for All. We've been fighting for nearly an hour now. I think we should start ending this, no? All for One asked, and this caused everyone to tense up since he had made his voice echo for everyone to hear. This was going to be it. Izuku just stood straight and lifted his hand to All for One. Indeed. It is time we end this. As it stands, neither of us will win. We've been holding back on attacks and been trying to find openings to land deceive blows, but that needs to end. Time to go all out. Izuku said as he powered up 100% throughout his body and pushed it a bit more. His eyes glowed a bit and they both blasted off, creating cracks and large craters in the ground when they blasted off towards each other. Both of them collided in the center, and their blows created a large shockwave that looked like it was bending space and time, as from others' viewpoints they could see their arms bending when they shouldn't be. Both broke off and slammed with their other fists. The same thing happened and happened again as they just kept landing blow after blow against each other's fists, creating large shockwaves that were shaking the earth and making people hold onto the ground. Everyone watching was shocked at the level of power these two were displaying. It also shocked them that they weren't going all out beforehand, because the damage was spreading as some less than stable buildings fell down due to the vibrations. Izuku dodges under one blow and landed an uppercut on All for One. However, it didn't do as much damage as he hoped. It only destroyed the remaining portion of the breathing mask, but that didn't stop All for One, who recovered within seconds and landed a large blast right on Izuku at point blank. This sent Izuku back into the ground and coughed up blood. Damn it, Izuku thought. This trade of blows and lucky hits continued for another 15 minutes and the world was on. Both All For One and Izuku were bloody messes. All Might was panicking at the amount of blood he saw come off Izuku, but he hoped his protege, No Sun, could push through and end it. However, things turned worse when All For One got pissed with the situation. I must admit, you are the first person to ever drive me to this point. Not even All Might, when he did this to my face in his lucky blow all those years ago, has ever angered me to this point. Congratulations, Fulcrum. You truly have replaced All Might as my most hated person. All For One said as he powered up his quirks. I want to see if you are willing to die for them all. All For One said, and no one liked those words nor liked the black ball mass that appeared above All For One's hand. He lowered his hand in the direction All Might and all of the other heroes were at and started to talk. You have two options. Either block this attack and have a chance at the death, though with your strength I predict at best a lot of wounds that will weaken you, or let the blast go and keep fighting me at full strength, but that means they die since there is no way they will survive it. Make your pick. All For One said as he shot the dark ball. Izuku reacted without even thinking and appeared quickly in front of everyone and crossed his arms and went as far as he could in his power and created a large blast of air, and then before the ball collided he pulled his fist back and did a punch to create anti-air wave to try and redirect the destruction. Everyone was tense and silent that was watching from their TVs. The people on the ground were silent as well. No one knew what the result was going to be. Soon the dust settled and everyone gasped at what they saw. The land in front of them was carved out and the destruction didn't go behind Izuku but all to the sides. He allowed nothing past him, but at what cost? Izuku was huffing as he tried to breathe in as much air as he could. The front portion of his outfit was gone and he had a large number of wounds and some burns on his body. He didn't have any life-threatening wounds at that moment, but he still had a lot of wounds and was tired. His body was strained and he was exhausted. Izuku groaned as he moved. I have to hand it to you. Didn't even take any time to consider it. You moved without thinking and took the blow to save all the people behind you. By my estimates, that attack would have gone about 5 or so blocks, ending anyone in its path if you didn't stop it. So a good number of civilians, police, and heroes you just saved, but now the question is, can you defeat me in that state? All For One said as he landed on the ground. Everyone was shocked at the words of All For One. If it had gone that many blocks it would have gone far past the police line, which would have hit very populated areas. Everyone paled at that but had to agree. Could Fulcrum keep fighting when he was the last hope? I am Fulcrum, Izuku said as he got his breathing under control and everyone was confused. I am Fulcrum from the 3 Misfits. Only death shall stop me, so if I need come get some. Izuku yelled as he powered up 100% of One For All and blasted off to All For One, who was shocked by the declaration. Everyone was shocked. They had just learned of one of the members of the 3 Misfits. They all remembered how horrible that incident was and felt their hearts swell. This hero they were watching was from a group that stood their ground and fought until death claimed them or they won. Everyone was shouting out Fulcrum's name as Izuku landed a blow on All For One and kept going. All For One was launched back into a building where he just came out of it and tossed the entire thing at Izuku by using a quirk to lift it up and throw it. Izuku just used float and went right around it and went flying towards All For One. They were both in the air enhancing blows as Izuku just kept receiving more and more wounds, but so was All For One. However, All For One had some regeneration quirks that made this a challenge. Enough of this. All For One said as he grabbed Izuku by the head and slammed him down towards the ground, cracking it and breaking it apart. All For One stumbled backward, a bit tired from this fight. 2 hours now. 2 bloody effing hours. How do you have the strength to keep getting back up? What drives you to keep getting back up when you're so effing bloodied? When you are on the doorstep of death? All For One yelled as he was completely pissed off now. All For One was tired and done with Izuku. He wanted Izuku dead. As Izuku just stood up once again, everyone was in tears at his state. So much blood was covering him. So much blood. All Might himself was breaking down and was in tears. All Might was cursing himself. He regretted never finishing the fight all those years ago and ensuring that All For One had died instead of allowing him to recover over the years. Izuku never allowed the smile to fall from his face. Smile, for I shall make the stand. Izuku said out loud as he just put himself back in a fighting position. You are done. You can barely keep yourself up, Fulcrum. Your legs want to give out. Just admit you have lost, and now no one stands in my way of conquering Japan. All For One said with a smirk, since he was assuming he had won due to the state that Izuku was in. All the wounds Izuku received only got worse as they opened up even more from being slammed into the ground. Yeah. I'll admit that I can barely stand right now. However, I wouldn't be a Misfit member if I didn't have an ace of my sleeve. Izuku taunted. Everyone was confused about what his ace was. He could barely stand. Even if they wanted him to win, how could he? Heroes always find a way. Even against all odds we heroes will find a way all for one. Here's the thing though. I knew my odds of walking away from this fight alive was low before I even got here. So I allowed myself to accept death so it wouldn't be hard to do this next move. Izuku said. At that Gran Torino knew what was about to happen and he screamed for everyone to fall back. Fall back or we will get caught in the destruction. Fall back now. He yelled as he grabbed All Might and flew away. All Might tried to protest and wanted to go back but Gran Torino's next words were like a stab in the heart. It's too late. Izuku is about to end himself and take All for One with him. Gran Torino stated. Everyone was confused but did as he yelled. All for One was confused as he saw everyone running, then he felt it. A large amount of power. The helicopter stayed close but slowly moved away. Then everyone saw it on all of the TVs. Izuku then quickly appeared as if he teleported right behind All for One. That is how powerful he was, and his power was only growing. Izuku grabbed onto All for One and held his arms and body in a tight hold. Izuku wrapped his legs around All for One's legs and used one to kick off from the ground, sending them flying into the air. The cameras followed as best as they could but they all could see it. So much power was radiating off Izuku as All for One screamed for him to let go. Let go of me now. Let go. He yelled as he tried to injure Izuku enough to force him off, but no matter the wounds he put on, Izuku wouldn't let go. Izuku just held on to All for One and kept holding him as he went higher and higher in the air with float. He could feel the power increase and increase inside of him, wanting to rip him apart and burst out. Got to hold it. Got to hold it. Izuku thought. Higher. Higher. As far as I can go. We shall die together, All for One. Izuku yelled as they were getting closer and closer to the stratosphere, where it started to get cold and nearly hard to breathe. They were likely halfway through the stratosphere when he felt it. He felt the entire pool activate and he knew that was it. This was as far as he goes because the power was coming out right then and there. As such, he felt power through his entire voice as he called out his last attack, with All for One struggling to break free. Everyone on the ground and around the world was watching the TV. They all saw Izuku go into the air but nothing happened. They were all confused about where he and the villain were at, but those on site could feel the energy, and that is when they all heard it. Final smash was yelled out, and then seconds later they saw it. The entire clouds were all pushed away and it revealed what happened. They thought a nuke or something went off when the flash of light happened, but as their visions cleared from the blinding light they saw what was left. It looked like a miniature sun. Everyone was shocked. It was like a ball of fire and the energy of fire was going off it. There was so much energy going off of the ball of flames and they all wondered, what happened to the hero and villain? All Might though was sitting on his knees in horror. What move was that? He asked no one in particular since no one knew. Yet someone did know and answered. It's called the Final Smash or whatever he called it. It's his forbidden move as it uses all of the pool of energy he has and released it, destroying anything and everything around. That includes himself. I'm sorry. Gran Torino said. All Might looked at him and asked if he knew of this and when. I found out when we were heading to this battle from the other location. He made me promise to get you out of the way when the time came for him to use it. Gran Torino said as he looked at All Might, whose face was one of despair. Third POV. Everyone was silent. The cameras had captured what Gran Torino said to All Might and everyone was devastated. Their hero had just destroyed himself to ensure their safety. The people back in the dorms all fell to their knees and were crying. Aizawa himself broke down as he fell down and just broke. He now had to bury the third member of the Misfits and he hated that. He hated that no one from his third year survived. He hated that he couldn't teach them better. That he couldn't teach them some move or skills to help him survive. Bakugo himself was just blank. He didn't speak. He didn't cry. He did nothing because he didn't know how to react. He didn't know what to do. He just sat there without moving until Kirishima knocked him out of his thoughts and he turned around to him. Then he broke down as tears just went down his face and Kirishima just pulled him into a hug. The rest of those close to Izuku wasn't doing any better. They all broke down and so did the rest of the UA staff. Nizu had dropped his teacup that he was using to calm himself. He sat down and looked at a photo on his desk. It was a photo of the three Misfits right after their provisional exams. He just lowered his head and knew he could never make this up. UA and the world owed Izuku Midoriya aka Fulcrum so much and they would never get to repay him. Back on site of the battle, the ball of fire started to shrink and one object came falling out of it. Gran Torino saw this and blasted off into the air. Catch him. That should be Izuku. His body survived so he might be alive. Gran Torino yelled. Anyone and everyone that had a quirk that could be effective in trying to slow his approach and catching him got to moving. The body was coming towards them but at a high speed. Gran Torino couldn't fly high enough to get up to him and had to wait for him to come closer before trying to grab the body. Then it happened. Hawks, the current number 3 hero, came flying in past Gran Torino and used his feathers to grab the body and slow its descent and change it towards them more. Within a minute or so they had secured the body and confirmed it was one Izuku Midoriya. They went down to the ground and landed. Gran Torino reached down to touch his throat and check for a pulse. As he did this, All Might was running over, but everyone had stilled and were holding their breath. As Gran Torino held his hand there for a few moments hoping for a pulse, he found none. He pulled his hand back and shook his head. Everyone's fears were confirmed. Though they didn't know powerful forces were at work. Those powerful forces were One for All itself. As all of that was going on, Izuku's eyes opened up and he found himself in a dark void. I died, didn't I? My body is missing all the wounds. Izuku muttered. Then he looked around and saw them. He saw his brothers. He got up to his feet, but it was a bit hard to do since he felt so tired. He then started to walk towards them until he was able to break into a run. Brothers, he said as he let tears go down his face. Both of them smirked at Izuku. We said to die in a blaze of glory or at an old age, but we didn't mean this soon, bro. Kenneth stated as he hugged Izuku, followed by Hidai hugging Izuku. Izuku just laughed a bit, but they smacked him on the head. Hey, why are you smacking me? Izuku pouted a bit. They just rolled their eyes. So no regrets? Hidai asked him. He had regrets, who wouldn't have some? Izuku's silence answered their question. I saw that cute girl you got together with. Melissa, right? Then you left Class 1A behind and everything. Are you sure you want to end it like this? They asked. Izuku was confused. How could he undo any of this? He was dead. They chuckled and then he heard a voice from behind him. Hello, Ninth, said the voice, and Izuku turned around and saw the first user and all of the other users. Their side of the void was showing the inside of One for All. All of the destroyed buildings and everything. Izuku never liked the looks of it but figured it was from when One for All first started. Izuku greeted the users and wondered why they were all here since his brothers weren't in One for All. The first user laughed a bit but answered the question. We're in between life and death. They represent death and we represent life. The choice is yours. Go with your brothers and One for All and your life comes to an end and you are allowed to rest in peace, or come with us and we restart your body and give you the chance at living again. Though there isn't a guarantee on you surviving 100%. Your body is damaged and it will take you some time to recover fully and you might have lost portions of your body. I don't know since I can't see anything after the final attack. So you might just end up dying anyway, but the chance exists and it's yours to choose on what to do, stated the first user. Izuku was shocked. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to reunite with his brothers. However, everyone back home? I don't know what to do. I'm torn between the two picks, Izuku said. Everyone wore a sad smile at that statement. Who wouldn't be torn between reuniting with his brothers or going back to those that are living? Though the decision seemed to be made for Izuku as his brothers threw him to the One for All users. Izuku was shocked and looked back at his brothers. We will be waiting for you regardless, so go see if you can return. We want to see more action, stated Hidai. Izuku just laughed after a few seconds and knew that was his brother without a doubt. Always wanting to see the action. Izuku got up and looked at them and a few tears went down his face. I really want to go with you, but you're right. More people to protect after all, and I will come back here sooner or later. Hopefully the latter, Izuku said as he waved at them goodbye as they disappeared. Let's restart your body, stated the first user as all the users turned into lighting and went straight into Izuku's body. As this conversation happened, only seconds passed in the real world. As Gran Torino shook his head as he pulled away from Izuku, everyone was shocked and broke down. All Might had fallen to his knees in front of Izuku and was crying. Everyone was crying regardless of who they were. Suddenly the remaining fireball sent a shockwave out which made everyone look up at it. That is when they saw 9 different colors of lighting come off of it, which confused everyone but those that knew about the 9 individual users. Though even they were shocked at what was happening. Then the lighting came straight down at the body, forcing the heroes away from Izuku's body. Everyone was shocked at what was happening, but soon the lighting died down and they looked back at his body and saw his chest rising up and down. Everyone was stunned until Hawks broke out of it and grabbed his body and took off towards the hospital. This snapped everyone out of their shock and Gran Torino yelled for people to alert the hospital for them to be ready. Luckily Recovery Girl and Melissa were on site already and had the medical device ready in a surgery room. They saw on the TV what happened and alerted the staff to get ready to bring him into the room to be put in the medical device. This device might be the only thing that can keep him alive. His body will be on the step of death even when he gets here. Be ready for anything and everything to go wrong. Recovery Girl yelled as the staff ran around getting ready. All Might and Gran Torino both go moving towards the hospital. Everyone saw that the fireball had disappeared and nothing else came out of it either. Everyone came to the final conclusion that All for One had been destroyed. Everyone was just now worried about Fulcrum and his condition. Within a minute Hawks arrived at the hospital and had transported him into the room with his feathers to not take any unneeded dirt and germs into the room. Hawks just stayed outside and sat down in a chair. He had arrived near the end of the battle since he had come from a long distance since he was on a case. The commission told him not to, but he didn't care. They also can't do anything to him since he saved the boy from falling and took him to the hospital. If they did try, he would blast them publicly, which wouldn't go well for them with how loved the boy is. Hawks smirked and knew he had some cover from the commission for a while and he would enjoy his freedom. Soon All Might and Gran Torino arrived at the hospital and looked at him. He just pointed at the door and they looked in and saw Izuku being worked on in some strange device. Melissa was also in the room, which confused them as she was helping operate the device. They could only sit down and wait is what they did. After about 40 minutes the entire 1A class, Aizawa, Nizu, Inko, and the brothers' parents all arrived on site. They were all waiting for an answer and so was the entire world. There was a massive amount of media representatives outside the building and even a lot from the international community since the battle was watched across the world. It was about another hour later that Melissa walked out carrying some bag. They all looked at her and wanted some answer. Recovery Girl came out as well and she was covered in blood. They didn't like the look on her face. Bad news, worse news, or the worst news? She asked and they asked if there was any good news. Sorry everyone, but no. As it stands, he's in a coma. He's alive, so that is good, but his body is so damaged that I don't know if he is going to live. It's all up to him right now. We have him in the medical device that Melissa created for this event, which is slowly healing him, which saves energy for me to use my quirk. So when I will heal him and the medical device will slowly heal him as he stays in the liquid and we create more liquid to replace it. So Nizu, I need you to get the power loader working on the medical liquid with me so we can create. Actually, Yayarozu. Recovery Girl said and then yelled for the girl who stood up quickly. Congratulations, you just became a living medical lab. I'm going to provide you the formula for the medical liquid and provide you a place to put it all. You don't stop until you drop. We need as much as we can get since it's one of the few things keeping him alive. Recovery Girl said and then she told Nizu to ensure that girl had enough food and liquid to keep going until they had enough liquid stored. Nizu nodded his head and started making plans. Yayarozu started reading the formula that Melissa gave her and started to study it. She would create test samples that they would look at to ensure she got it right before mass producing it. Then they all asked her how Melissa knew about this event. Melissa sighed a bit before talking. He knew he would likely use that move for some time, since before he came to Island. I think he said before the Hosu incident. As such, the moment he told me at Island I got to work on plans for the device. Melissa stated. All Might then spoke up. Did anyone else know about this beforehand, or was I the only one left in the dark about my own protege? He stated. Everyone shook their heads, so he was kind of glad that others didn't know either. Melissa then opened her bag and pulled out devices. He made these. He told me to give them if it didn't look like he was going to survive, and this qualifies for this, Melissa said as she gave them all out. Some of your devices have some secret and personal things, so you might want to look at them in private first before letting others see them, if at all, Melissa said as she handed them all out. Each person there had received one. This broke everyone's hearts. She then pulled out one more that was a general one for 1A that anyone could see. This one is a general message from Izuku to 1A, which you can all see, she said as she pressed play. Then a projection appeared as she sat TI down on the table in the center. No matter which side you looked from, it appeared straight for you so everyone could see it without a problem. Hello? Is this on? It's on. Good. Well, if you are seeing this, it means I'm dead likely or near it. Sorry? I guess that is a horrible way for me to start this, Izuku said in the recording as he rubbed his neck. Many thoughts are going in my mind and most of them I will say in the personal recordings. However, I need to say this to everyone. Smile. Keep smiling when you are afraid. Smile when you are facing a challenge you are struggling against. The smile helps hide the fear and reassures those around you, Izuku said with a bright smile. He then relaxed. I've enjoyed my time with you all, but sometimes fate just throws you a curveball. I promised you 1A that I would stop the threat against you guys, and I likely doing so. You didn't need to suffer my brothers or my fates. I wanted you guys to enjoy your first year, and you can't do that with the mastermind of the league always lurking. So I'm going to do everything and anything to stop him. I just have a request. For you guys. Can you guys take care of the memorial for me while you all attend UA? I asked Nizu in his personal message to take care of it after all of you graduate. I just don't want it to be dirty, though I don't expect you all to keep it as clean as I did since I cleaned it every single day," Izuku said with a small smile on his face, and you could hear everyone just saying they would. "I'm sorry that I won't be able to be there for you guys anymore. I knew for some time that this would likely be my fate. But I am so tired and I don't know if I will have the strength to push forward to survive, but maybe I will. We can only wait and see. I can't wait to see how you all do regardless in the future," Izuku said as the video cut off. Everyone was in tears at this point. They all soon separated into some private rooms and watched the videos. Most of them gave general encouragement and some personal advice for their hero careers, while some were more perfect. "Nizu's? Hey Nizu-sensei. Wow. It's been a while since I've called you that. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you have done for me and my brothers. I know you will be putting me on the memorial with my brothers, but I asked 1A in their main video to clean it if they would during their time at UA. Could you just make sure it gets done and take care of it and the area around it once they leave? If you would, that would be amazing. You could also make it some sort of special tasks for the first years so they learn some history and some basic community service. Though that's up to you. I just enjoyed how All Might had me start with community service projects to do my training, and I found it amazing to make my roots in that. Anyway, Nizu-sensei, thank you. Thank you for being an amazing person and watching after me during all of this. I know you hate most humans, but I also know you love humans as well. You love the children that are still innocent and can be changed to be better. Please never let your hatred consume you fully. I hope you live a long life and continue to make an impact in our world," Izuku said before the video turned into images of Izuku and Nizu with Izuku's brothers. Nizu would deny any claims of tears rolling down his fur. Crying. Impossible. Though he was sure to download a copy of the video to his phone before putting the projector in his pocket. Gran Torino. Old man. It's been a while. I wouldn't dare call you old man in a range of you being able to hit me, but you can't hit me since, well, you know. Anyway, I know you're getting up there in age, and also clean your ears out, you senile man. Thank you. Thank you for your help during all of this. Though I need to ask, please help my master out. I'm sure this will hit him hard. Him losing 7th and now me? Yeah. I'm scared of what he might do, so please watch over him. I don't need to see him on my side too soon," Izuku said with a sad smile. Gran Torino just shook his head. "Damn kid, you aren't dead yet, so don't go asking that of me," Gran Torino thought. Izuku then thanked Gran Torino a bit more before the video ended and showed images of them training at the warehouse. "Aizawa. I know what you are likely thinking. Why did this have to happen? I know, but I need you to listen to me, sensei. Don't blame yourself. I never blamed you for my brother's deaths, nor should you. Nor should you blame yourself here either. I need you to look and see that all of Class 1A is here and alive. That is the most important thing. If everything went as I hoped, then all for one went to the grave with me. I'm hoping the League was captured as well, but he's the main threat that needs to be stopped," Izuku said with a determined look on his face. "I promised them that I would keep them safe from the League, and removing him will ensure their safety overall since others can't deal with him. Just, please keep pushing forward and don't hold yourself responsible for my death," Izuku said with some tears going down his face. "Thank you for being the teacher of us Misfits," Izuku said as he put on a bright smile, and the video changed to images of Izuku and him and then Aizawa and the Misfits when they were still alive. "All Might. So, I'm sure you're angry with me. You will have the right to be with what I planned. I can only say I'm sorry. When the first user came to me in a dream before Hosu, he gave me the warning of my likely death. He gave me the last smash attack to use in the event of the battle going south. I promise you I wasn't going in there with the plan to use it and doing nothing else. I went in that battle doing my best, but I knew I had that attack to fall back on. I knew though deep down that I likely wouldn't walk away alive. I need you to know I don't regret using it. I don't regret going into that battle. I need you to know that it isn't your fault. It isn't in any way anyone's fault but all for one, and if everything went as I hoped, he died with me on that battlefield if I had to resort to it. Sorry though that I had to take one for all with me since I needed the entire pool of energy to ensure his death," Izuku said, and then he went on to explain how one for all likely would have weakened for a period of time due to the singularity threshold. "Dad, I hope you are proud of me. I am so glad that you saw me as your son. I'm sorry that we couldn't spend more time together. I love you, Dad," Izuku stated as the video cut off and pictures of all their time together were projected. All Might broke down in tears at all of the images. "My boy, why didn't you tell me beforehand? We could have tried some plan or something before you resorted to that," All Might thought as he just sat there crying. Soon everyone returned to the lobby and sat down together. Inko and the parents had listened to them together and soon came back as well. The only thing they could do is wait. Third POV. It was an entire week later before Izuku showed any signs of waking up. He started to move a lot more often, and the medical liquid was replaced at the start of each day and after dinner each night to ensure he was getting the best results from the medical liquid. They wanted his body to heal as much as it could, in addition to Recovery Girl using her quirk on Izuku. Recovery Girl announced that at the rate it was going they should see him awake by the end of the following week, and as it appears there will be no lasting damage due to the medical liquid healing his body in a combination with her quirk. Overall, the medical liquid is seeping in every fiber of his body and it's healing anything and everything. What we need to be concerned about is the strength he will have when he wakes up. I'm afraid that he might have destroyed his quirk and sapped away at his natural body strength. We can only know once he wakes up and tries to move, Recovery Girl said one day. The media was informed of Izuku's recovery and the expected date that he would awake. Everyone was on hold to see if he would wake up. They have already dubbed him as the next symbol of peace, the hero of courage, Fulcrum. All might even provide a statement that his protege was a strong individual and wouldn't be surprised to see him up and back at hero work the moment the doctors cleared him. Endeavor tried to position himself as the next #1 hero, but that was quickly shut down by the public calling him out on his disgusting priorities. The backlash was quick and decisive. It was projected that Endeavor would likely fall from his #2 hero rank and Hawks would go up to that spot. It was also projected that if Izuku could return to hero duty that he would be announced as the #1 hero due to the events and him being called the next symbol of peace. Class 1A and especially Todoroki found it funny that Endeavor got hit like that. Todoroki was hoping that Endeavor did indeed fall from the ranks and that Fulcrum replaced the #1 spot. Though they just wanted him to wake up first before anything else happened. They wanted their senpai back. Soon the next week arrived and went. Izuku didn't wake up. Everyone's spirits dropped at that. They all went home and decided to wait. Though after they all left they missed it. Izuku Midoriya woke up and lifted himself out of the medical liquid. Guess Melissa really did finish this, Izuku said as he groaned. His body was really sore. God. My body feels horrible. Going to take a lot of training to recover my strength. Izuku thought. He activated One for All and helped himself out of the tube and to stand. Power? It's weaker. It feels like I lost about a quarter of the power. Izuku thought. He rolled his eyes at the power that was lost and sat down in the chair next to the tube. He kept the monitors on him so it didn't alert anyone. So, 25% power gone? That would put me near where All Might received One for All from the 7th user. That isn't horrible. It means in my prime I will be more or less the same strength as he was, but I might be able to push it past his prime power likely since the internal space is there to be filled in. The power was just lost due to everything that happened. Izuku thought. He decided to be a prick though as he got a fun idea. Well, fun to him. He decided to rip off all the monitors from his chest that triggered the alarms to go off. Izuku just smirked and watched the door. Wait. If Recovery Girl is here she is going to hit me with the cane. Oh God. Izuku thought as you know it. Recovery Girl came rushing into the room. He looked at her and she looked at him. She came over and just hugged him. No cane? He asked surprised and then she hit him with the cane. Ouch, don't hit the formerly dead. Izuku said as a joke. Then he noticed tears rolling down her face. I'm sorry, don't cry. I won't make tasteless jokes anymore. Izuku said as he waved his hands in front of him. She just shook her head and then started to speak. You idiot, you've been in a coma for 2 weeks. You are lucky your girlfriend created this medical bath or you would be dead right now. Do you understand me? Recovery Girl stated. Izuku just nodded his head fastly. She closed the door and asked him some questions. How are your strength and do you still have your quirk? I had a fear of you destroying it due to that attack. Also, if you didn't notice your body is littered with small scars from the last attack. She stated. Izuku looked down at his body and saw the sheer number of scars across his body. Damn. He thought. He did trigger One for All though and she nodded her head. I still got it but I did receive backlash in regards to it. I lost power. I lost about 25% of the power and I'm about as strong as All Might at his start. I should be able to recover the entire 25% and go beyond that to what my beyond should have been, but I won't know until I try. Regardless, I doubt I will find a villain that requires that much power to fight again, and everyone else I usually only use around a max of 40%. Izuku stated. She was shocked to hear that but nodded her head regardless. From what I can see without doing x-rays, your body should be fine. You just need to do physical therapy due to being out for several weeks and then some physical training to get used to moving around, but otherwise, I can clear you for hero work in maybe a month. Recovery Girl stated. Izuku nodded his head. Izuku then got an idea. Hey, want to help me on a horrible prank? He asked her and she raised an eyebrow. I'm doubtful I'm going to like this, but I'll humor you, she said. He then explained what he wanted to do and she smiled and shook her head and warned him that he's going to get hit for it, but he shrugged. That is how everyone found themselves at the hospital. Recovery Girl told everyone to return to the hospital and that she needed to speak to everyone. Within an hour, everyone was in the private waiting room connected to Izuku's room. She exited his room and entered the private room to find everyone present. They all looked tense since she didn't say what it was about. Recovery Girl, did something changes in Izuku's state? Nizu asked. They all nodded their heads wanting to know. God, this boy is going to get hit a lot, she thought, but went with it. She started talking and said what she agreed to say. As of 3:45 p.m., Izuku Midoriya aka Fulcrum monitors alerted us to a change in his condition. We entered the room and discovered that at 3:50 p.m. Izuku Midoriya had passed away due to the failure of his heart and we were unable to bring him back. As such, at 4 p.m. we called his death. I am sorry, Recovery Girl stated. Everyone was silent and soon broke down into tears. After a few moments, they heard laughter from behind them and they all turned around with glares but were shocked to see who they saw. Boo! Izuku said, and some idiots like Kaminari shouted about a ghost, but Jiro just hit him and said he had a heartbeat. Explain. Aizawa said as he glared between Izuku and Recovery Girl. Surprise. Izuku said, and then he got slapped across the face by Melissa. Ouch. Izuku said as he rubbed his face but then was hugged by Melissa. She broke down in tears as Yusuke just rubbed her back. Everyone soon started shouting about what was going on. I told you that you would get slapped for this stupid joke, boy. Recovery Girl stated. Yeah, I know. I still wanted to do it since I doubt I get a chance to ever do it again. Izuku said as he had gotten slapped by his mother and other parents and All Might was glaring at him. So, Dad. Only? Izuku said as Melissa had gotten off him. All Might walked up to him and punched Izuku in the face. Everyone was shocked and even Izuku was shocked. Gran Torino kinda saw that coming. How dare you not tell me? You should have finally told me and we could have tired Tio come up with some plan instead of you going into that planning on using that move if things turn south. Do you finally understand me? Do you finally understand how it felt Tio relive the same damn memory of Gran Torino pulling me away from the battlefield as I had Tio watch someone I love go to their deaths at the hands of that man? Do you? Do you understand, my son? All Might said as he was yelling but broke down at the end and was just sobbing. Izuku's eyes widened and got up and hugged All Might. I'm sorry. I didn't want you coming up with some plan that involved you dying instead. I just didn't want to lose you and I couldn't see any other way. I'm sorry, Dad. Please don't be mad. Please forgive me. Izuku said. All Might hugged him and pulled him down onto the couch next to them. Idiot son of mine. Never do this again, do you understand me? Also, of course I forgive you. All Might stated. They just sat there hugging for a while and Izuku talked to everyone as they sat there. Could I have the class go out for a while and go out to the lobby nearby? I need to talk to the others privately for a bit. Izuku said. Soon Class 1A left the room and only those that knew about One for All were left. So to recap on my current state and One for All. Recovery Girl said I can go back to hero work in about a month. I need to do some physical therapy and some training but I will be good to go. There were lasting effects though from everything. Izuku said, and that made everyone tense as Recovery Girl hasn't said anything even though she was in the room. First, I'm more or less a painting of scars now. Izuku said as he lifted his shirt off and Melissa just moved her hand across the scars. Though everyone just said that wasn't a real issue since it's better than being dead. Melissa also called them hot, which made Izuku blush and flick her nose. Outside of that, One for All has taken a hit. It's weakened to the levels of when All Might got it from the 7th user. I can feel the gap in power from what I used to have and what is missing now from the pool of energy. Though from what I think, I should be able to recover all of the power gaps as I expand One for All and likely push further as I would have. Izuku stated, and everyone was surprised at what they heard. They asked why it dropped and he explained that some of the power was lost due to the final attack since it was literally expelling energy from his body. The 25% is unknown where it was lost, but it was likely just lost in the air or something, but he didn't care since no villains would likely require that much power to be used. I'm still able to easily take almost anyone. Even Endeavor would have nothing on me with the amount of power I have. Izuku said, and All Might nodded. He remembered his days in UA and Endeavor could never catch up to him and always was chasing behind him. Izuku did learn of what Endeavor tried to do and Izuku just laughed. I guess you should release the news, Nizu, so the public can feel reassured about my return. I'm really hoping Endeavor rank tanks now. Izuku said with a bright smile. Izuku, you seem much happier than before. Why? Inko asked and Izuku tensed for a second before speaking. I saw them, the users, but I also saw them. I saw my brothers. It was nice talking and hugging them again. They kicked my ass back to the living and told me to come back. It was so unfair. They are using me as entertainment. How did I get degraded to such a job? Izuku pouted. They all chuckled at him and soon the Class 1A was called back in. They all sat down and talked for quite a while. Izuku had thanked Yaoyorozu for being the medical factory that helped keep him alive. She just nodded her head and said it was no problem. Bakugo though spoke up. You really wanted to ask us to clean the memorial? Was that your favor you wanted to ask me that one time? He asked. Izuku nodded his head. Yes, you would have been cleaning my memorial as well since that memorial has a spot left blank for me to be put on it when I die. The actual grave for my brothers is a bit far but I will be buried with them, but the memorial is easy to get to at UA. Izuku said. They nodded their heads and said they would clean it even though he is still alive. Izuku thanked them and told them he cleaned it every day though, so he doubted that they would be willing to do that. Kirishima just spoke up and said it was mainly of them to do it and it was a way to give back to the community or well UA itself. Nizu then spoke up about the idea that Izuku had suggested in his message to Nizu. Izuku, I think I will take your request of making it a tradition or something like that for the first years to always clean it. It would be a good history lesson as well and we will likely set up some community projects. I know you did clean that beach for your physical training before UA and that might be some good ideas for our first years. They could spend some gym periods or something cleaning a local area up. Nizu stated and the students of 1A volunteered their class to start the project up as a tradition. Though Mineta complained but was told to shut up because he was a minority opinion in the class. Izuku just chucked at the class and thanked them. Soon the announcement from UA in joint of the hospital was made outside of the hospital. There was still a large number of media present and they all noticed that everyone had returned after leaving, so they suspected something happened. The news broke and spread like wildfire. There were many media headlines but some read things like, Symbol of Courage awakes and cleared for duty in 1 month. The fall of peace and rise of courage. Villains beware, Fulcrum is here. And many other things. They had also made his statement from the fight with all for one as a tagline for him. The tagline was, Smile for I shall make the stand. And Izuku couldn't find it in himself to reject it. It paid homage to his brothers and marked a turn in the hero world from the I am here with all might to making a stand with Izuku, since there would be a wave in villain uprising for a while which he will be making a stand against. Third POV. The month period passed quite quickly and Izuku had finished the physical therapy that he was required to do for Recovery Girl to sign off on him returning to hero work. The public was overjoyed at hearing that and Izuku had made sure to make several public appearances to show that he was truly back on the job. Endeavor was furious. Izuku remembered that one of the first appearances that he did when he returned he had actually defeated a villain that Endeavor was going after. Izuku quickly finished the villain up within seconds when Endeavor had been chancing the guy for several blocks. The look of anger on the face of the man was ridiculous. Izuku had honestly not meant to do it like that, but who was he to complain at rubbing it in that man's face? The second semester for UA had also started and this was the last semester that Izuku would be sticking around UA for more or less full-time. All Might and Izuku had announced that Izuku was taking over Might Tower as the owner and it would continue normal operations. This reassured people greatly at that fact. Izuku announced that he would be doing what his mentor did and be moving to different cities throughout Japan on a constant basis starting the end of the school year, since he was going to finish out the year with the first years since he had already agreed to that beforehand. Overall, the public faith in the heroes had been restored since UA and the police had quickly hit the league and captured them all. They were saddened at the loss of the symbol of peace All Might, but they were thrilled with what they gained. They gained the hero of courage, Fulcrum, instead. This was the era of standing up and making a stand at the villains that dared to harm people, and it seemed that 1A of UA was accepting that in full-blown support. The students of 1A had asked Izuku to increase their training and difficulty to make sure they were ready. They were also informed that they would be doing their provisional exams to see if they could gain their provisional licenses. The goal of doing this was in fear of the League of Villains and if they kept attacking. Even though that threat is gone, there are villains on the rise with the fall of All Might who want to test their mantle against the new symbol, so UA wants to ensure that their students could defend themselves. Izuku was also interested in maybe taking a few of them on as provisional heroes, and he was interested in a few of them but would wait to see if they passed their exams. Soon the provisional license exam came and went. It didn't go well for 2 of the students. They had both failed with missing 1 point each. These 2 were of course Todoroki and Bakugo. Izuku just shook his head, but he knew they could do the makeup exam during the semester and would be granted their licenses if they passed that. So Izuku decided to give them some motivation. He called them both into the staff room one day and they sat down at his desk looking down in shame. They had figured he was going to talk to them about their exam and they were somewhat right. Do you two know why I called you here? Izuku asked and they nodded their heads and said it was about them failing the exam. The boys wouldn't easily admit it but they both looked up to Izuku a lot. Almost just as much as they currently look up to the legacy of All Might. Izuku was their generation symbol and they knew it would be a challenge to overcome him if ever, which made it so thrilling to aim for. You are half right. It's about the exam but more so the makeup exam. I want to give you both some motivation to doing good at it and passing to obtain your provisional licenses. Want to take a guess at what it is? Izuku asked and they were both confused. They had planned to pass no matter what but now they were interested in what he would offer. You would be able to refuse but I'm offering a work study under me via Might Towers, Izuku said with a smile. Both boys' eyes widened at that statement. I am interested in taking you both on as work studies. I do admit I don't have the years and years of experience like Endeavor does or other people in the top 10 which I'm sure I likely will end up in when they announce the ranking at the end of this month, but I still think I have some things to offer. I'd be more focused on battle tactics and actual work experience than other things if that is interesting to you, Izuku said. Both boys just stood up quickly and bowed their heads and accepted the invitation and said they would pass the makeup exam without fail. Izuku smiled and said he looked forward to it. Soon both boys left and Izuku was sure they were going to go start training. Aizawa, who was sleeping on the floor, just rolled his eyes and stood up. You really are going to take them both on? Aizawa asked and Izuku said he would. Overall, there are others in the class that interest me but both of them would likely fit me more. I'm more about quickly moving and overwhelming power. I have nothing against heroes like you or Shinso. But I don't think I could teach Shinso even though I would like to take him on. What he needs to know is stuff I can easily teach since it's not my main focus like you since I only do underground missions every once in a while when I need it for my cases. Izuku said and Aizawa nodded his head in understanding. They talked a bit more and Izuku explained some things he wanted to focus on with the two boys. For Todoroki, Izuku wanted him to get better at his fireside and finding different ways to use it while being safe and keeping damage down, unlike his father. I kinda want to turn him into like a completely different version of his father where he cares about people and doing less property. AKA actually decent hero, unlike Endeavor who ends and destroys without a care. Izuku said while rolling his eyes and Aizawa just snorted. It's become clear to UA that Izuku didn't like Endeavor who Izuku was just ignoring even when the hero tried to talk to Izuku. For Bakugo, Izuku wanted to work on tampering out his attitude a bit more but overall he was going to be focused on more controlled explosives and aiming to teach him how to fly better with them. I'm interested in seeing if we could create some different explosive attacks or if he could sustain a constant explosive to keep him flying fast instead of the smaller explosives to keep himself in the air. Though, Bakugo training will be focused more on controlled explosives to do more damage but not lethal damage that a large explosive would do. Izuku said. Aizawa nodded his head and shuddered at Bakugo getting more controlled explosives. They talked a bit more before going their separate ways. Soon though the semester passed and the two boys did obtain their provisional license and the new hero rankings were announced. It went more or less as everyone thought. Izuku was in the top 10 but more importantly, he had taken the position of number 1 hero. Everyone was celebrating that when he was called out to the stage at the ranking announcement. They did also notice that Endeavor had fallen greatly from grace. He had fallen so low that he was at the bottom of the top 10. He was ranked 10th. That is how far he fell due to everyone's disdain of him after what he tried to pull after the giant battle. No one liked how he tried to take the position of the new symbol of peace while Izuku was in a coma after almost dying to protect everyone. You could tell when he was called to the stage for his rank spot that he was pissed. When Izuku was called out he was glaring at Izuku and Izuku felt as if he had a laser quirk. Izuku would have died due to how intense the glare was. Izuku just chuckled to himself as he gave Endeavor a side glance which only served to piss him off more. The rank number 2 hero was Hawks. Izuku had leaned over to him and thanked him for getting him to a hospital so quickly and for catching him out of the air. Izuku also whispered to Hawks that he was willing to help him break free from the commission if he wanted to. Hawks' eyes widened slightly but he looked at Izuku who was just smiling but had eyes of confidence. Remember I got Nizu on my side and he and me combined are quite scary. The commission can't do anything to us without risking their position and getting overthrown. Izuku muttered near him so no one else heard. Hawks kept his smile on but Izuku could tell it was more real than the fake one. Izuku knew fake ones quite well after all. Hawks leaned over and thanked him and said he would love to break free. They agreed to talk more after the event but would need to make some good plans before they took any actions to ensure the commission's hands were tied. Soon the speeches started and Endeavor's was, well, like he was a bastard of a speech as he stated that he would return to his rightful position, and that children such as Fulcrum and Hawks had no experience to uphold society. Izuku just rolled his eyes, and Hawks' liking of Endeavor kept getting smaller and smaller as time passed. Soon it was time for Hawks' speech, and he talked about how the future was going to be bright under the guidance of heroes like himself or Fulcrum. Everyone was clapping at his speech and was giving a round of shouts and calls of their names. Now it was time for Izuku to give his speech as the new #1 hero. "Fulcrum, would you be willing to give a speech as the new #1 hero?" asked the announcer, and Izuku took the mic and was silent for a second. Everyone was silent and waiting for what he would say. "I never thought I would be standing here so soon. It feels like yesterday when I was with my 2 brothers and all but blood from the Misfits group. We were going about our training and our patrols like normal. It wasn't until that fateful day that we came face to face with the reality, the harsh reality of what it truly meant to be a hero. Up to that point we knew what it meant to be heroes, but we didn't know. We didn't experience it. We were told that it wasn't a game, and it never was to us. We enjoyed reassuring people we saved and making their day bright again, but on that fateful day when the city fell due to a villain, we went into overdrive. We never went through something like that. Of course we trained for it, but the real deal is far different from training. We would find ourselves standing our ground in front of an army of villains. The only thing between them and the civilians was us. We would go on to fight for hours on end and refuse to give up. The end result, I'm sure you all know of it. My brothers died that day, but none of the civilians behind us were touched at all. We made a promise to each other that we would make our stand. That regardless of the odds, that we would not let them come to harm, and we carried that out as my brothers gave their lives and I was on death's door as I carried them and led the civilians out of the danger zone. Now you are wondering why I am talking about this? Well, it's simple. We delude our citizens through the media and all these movies, cartoons, and merchandise that the hero field is all glamorous. I admit some people go in it for the money instead of wanting to save people. Nothing can be perfect, but I told this story to make it clear. I'm not here to make this field look better. I'm here to save people even if it ends me. For those that want to enter this field, this is the reality that you need to understand. The job of a hero is not safe, it is not fun. The job of a hero is what my master All Might and I have set out to do. To save and protect. It's okay to have other motives entering, like supporting your family with the money you earn, but you need to realize when you take this job your first priority is to save those that are in danger. That is what it means to be a hero. A true hero. Not for the fame, not for the money, but to save even at the cost of your life, just like my brothers did. I am Fulcrum. So smile, for I shall make the stand. Izuku yelled out. It was silent for a second and everyone's eyes were wide. Then it happened, one person and then the next all knocked out of their shock, and it was roaring applause that Izuku received. Everyone was chanting his name and they just kept clapping one stop. This was Izuku's declaration to the world that he was here, that they would be saved. This was also the moment that Izuku started his impact on the hero industry and aimed to make more true heroes instead of just those in it for fame or money, instead of wanting to help people in addition to that. Several months later, Fulcrum and Hawks announced a new partnership as Hawks' agency would dissolve and be absorbed into Might Tower. The announcement caused an uproar in the commission, but they couldn't do anything. The announcement that Fulcrum and Hawks put out was that they were working to creating an alliance of heroes agencies instead of just individual heroes, so resources and information were better shared and used. As such, Hawks and Izuku would be the first to set the path. Soon other heroes in the top 10 had dissolved their agency and joined Might Tower as well. Their individual buildings still stood where they did, but they were all now under the oversight of Might Tower. By the end of the year, when 1A was going to move to 2A, nearly all of the top 10 were now a part of the new alliance system that Izuku had created for the agencies. One notable person that was not in the alliance was Endeavor, and people noticed this. They noticed how Fulcrum, Hawks, and other heroes avoided him nor attempted to invite him into the alliance, and this reflected badly on Endeavor, as some were talking about his ranking falling again the next time the ranks came out. Izuku had also accepted a handful of lower-ranked agencies and the team as well, since this wasn't just focused on the top powerhouses. He also set up an underground heroics division to help better communication between the two sides of heroics. This allowed a large boom in the underground heroics field as they gained a large number of resources at their disposal. Aizawa had joined the agency's underground heroics section and was in charge of leading the overall operation, which only meant he had to ensure people were getting what they needed from the office workers, since they had workers managing the division itself. Aizawa was just in charge of them all to ensure everything got done. Overall, the Might Tower agency was renamed to the new name of Might Alliance due to its new goals and objectives. All Might was so proud of the impacts and changes that Izuku was doing. In secret, though, Nizu and Izuku were working towards getting rid of the Hero Commission due to their corruption. As such, Nizu and Izuku were putting their powers together and were discrediting each individual member of the commission one at a time instead of attacking the commission overall. This way they didn't damage the hero's reputation and ensure the actions the commission people took were framed as their individual actions and not reflective of heroes. This allowed them to chip slowly away at the trust and credibility in the hero commission slowly without people realizing that they no longer trusted the commission but still trusted heroes. The commission themselves didn't realize it either until it was too late. They realized it when Izuku and Nizu had publicly requested the Japanese government to dissolve the Hero Commission and to allow the Might Alliance and Hero Schools to set up a new governing body due to the corruption that the commission has had over the past few years. Nizu and Izuku had done their work slowly and steadily. It was the summer of Bakugs and his class's third year when Nizu and Izuku made their public request. The public was shocked but not surprised at the request. Izuku and Nizu had been conditioning people's minds to accept that the commission needed to be replaced, and Izuku's Might Alliance had made the plan pretty much perfect since he ensured his agency had a lot of transparency, so people trusted the alliance greatly. The alliance has even countered the commission's position several times over the years, and the public sided with the alliance instead, which just weakened the commission's authority even more. Principal Nizu and Fulcrum were called before the National Assembly or Diet. The commission president and officials were also called to stand before and answer questions. The commission held that only they had the authority to govern heroes, so they couldn't be dissolved. They also held the position that the crimes of some officials didn't mean the entire organization needed to be dissolved. The Diet looked towards Fulcrum and Nizu for their stance. That is when they hit the commission hard and exposed the president's crimes and a lot of the commission's crimes. They released information about the commission's child soldier program the commission was running and how they obtained some of the kids. Hawks was called to testify and he confirmed the claims and said he only got free due to Fulcrum and Nizu helping him break free. The commission couldn't risk going against Fulcrum with how popular he is. They had to accept it like they had to accept a lot of things due to how loved All Might was. That is why they wanted someone like me who moved quickly in the ranks, since they wanted the #1 spot to be controlled by them and not heroes that wouldn't bow to them or that they had dirt on. People like All Might and Fulcrum erodes the commission's power and they hated them. Hawks said, and the public outcry since this was televised was swift. Protesters quickly gathered throughout the day demanding for the commission to be dissolved. The Diet moved quickly after it was confirmed via quirks that everything that he said was true. The Diet was pissed with the commission and had everyone arrested to be questioned and cleared for any crimes. The Diet asked Nizu and Fulcrum for their plan of action for the new governing body. Overall it is similar to the commission but more checks and balances. More transparency. There will be a council of 11 individuals to ensure no tie votes. One individual will be the chancellor of the council who will maintain order, but the council will lead the new group. The 11 individuals will be selected the first time around of retired heroes, some government officials, a representative from the hero schools, a representative from the Might Alliance, and then a few individuals that will be picked from the public. All individuals require re-election or reappointment after the terms expire every 2 years. The public figures will be elected by the citizens to ensure they have a voice that will represent 3 of the 11 seats. 3 of the 11 seats will be from the government, 1 will be from the hero schools, 1 will be from Might Alliance. The remaining 4 spots will be retired heroes that will be selected via a vote from any registered hero or retired hero via a system we will set up. Nizu and Izuku explained. Overall, the new system interested the Diet since it gave everyone some voice in the new governing body. It did favor the heroes a bit more due to the seats, but it did give the government and public some control since they did have 6 seats between them which could flip decisions. It was also announced that All Might and Gran Torino, who was acknowledged as a mentor to All Might, were selected as 2 of the retired hero seats in the first round. The public threw even more support to the new system when they learned that All Might was going to be on the council controlling the new governing body. It gave credibility to the new system. Within a year, Endeavor was arrested by the new council for the crimes that he committed. The public was confused until the council announced the crimes. Endeavor's son Shudo Todoroki, or also known as Duality, came to the council with the crimes that his father did that the old commission had helped cover up. It was quick to say that the council acted quickly and arrested Endeavor on the crimes. It was also later learned that Dabi was Toya Todoroki and that due to Endeavor's crimes he had fallen to become a villain. Due to the fact that Dabi hadn't caused any deaths and only destruction, his prison sentence was shortened and would be monitored 24/7 with an ankle bracelet and a quirk device that would alert them if he used his quirk. The Todoroki family was thrilled to have him back, and soon they were finally happy for once without Endeavor. Overall, the Hero Governing Alliance or HGA was making an impact on the society of Japan and had also advocated the government to loosen the quirk laws. People were allowed to use them for self-defense, and quirk parks were set up for quirks to be used in as long as people didn't harm each other. As such, the rate of illegal quirk usage went down greatly and overall crime rates started to shrink. Izuku was still holding on to the #1 position with a solid lead, and the third years from Bakugo's class had long graduated and were making their impacts as well. A lot of them had ended up joining some branch of the Might Alliance, with Bakugo and Todoroki joining the main agency under Izuku. Both of the boys had made a name for themselves and had broken into the top 20 within the few years of graduating and were on track to make it to the top 10 within the next year or two. Overall, Izuku was happy with his 2 personal students and how big of impacts he was making on Japan. Quirk discrimination was decreasing and quirkless people were getting laws that protected them more since Izuku advocated greatly for them. He had revealed his past of being quirkless unit. His quirk came in and All Might did the same, which made even more of an impact. They talked about how discrimination and crimes against quirkless people had gotten worse as time went on and talked about the differences between the 2 experiences. People were horrified, and after a year or so laws started to change after much debate. Overall, Izuku Midoriya was enjoying his life. His wife Melissa was also pregnant with their first child, and they didn't care if the child was quirkless or not due to the better treatment of quirkless people and laws that protected them. They were feeling comfortable with the rate of change in Japan, and Izuku was glad that he met his 2 brothers that day. Because of them he made his stand in the world and was changing it for the better. This was the story of how Izuku Midoriya, aka Fulcrum, the hero of courage, had made his stand. Third POV. A few more weeks passed since Melissa.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.